The abyssal invasion has descended, bringing forth a cataclysmic deluge that has reduced humanity to a mere 10 of the terrestrial realm. Only the once-in-a-lifetime card draw at the age of 18 can stave off the relentless tide of beasts. A lackluster student draws the title Sea Spirit, instantly catapulting him to fame, fervently coveted by various conglomerates and even specially recruited by the state. Conversely, a top scholar draws the fisherman profession, leading to a downward spiral as he becomes a mere labor for a fishing company. Upon his arrival in this realm, Subai finds himself bestowed with the most mundane of professions, fisherman, only to be met with disdain from the head of the teaching staff. Fortunately, the monstrous game, Great Navigation, developed in his previous life, has followed him into this new world. He begins his journey by catching a traveling frog, which he cleverly coerces into relinquishing a Dragon Ball. By day, he engages in fishing amidst the boundless azure sea, where he discovers divine skill books, celestial meteorites, and even phoenix eggs. As night falls, he manages a tavern that attracts weapon masters and legendary sorcerers, and even a mermaid princess graces his establishment. From a simple fishing rod, he aspires to assemble an invincible fleet, transforming all four oceans into his expansive fishing grounds. When a cataclysmic disaster reemerges, ancient cosmic entities rise from the ocean depths, heralding humanity's descent into the apocalypse. Subai brandishes 6 pristine bamboo fishing rods and declares, "Is it you who goes by Cthulhu?" Chapter 1. The Age of Oceans, a Desperate Struggle. Subai, did I not tell you? There is no blessing green card within the inheritance. Cease your daydreaming and await your turn to awaken. In the office, a middle-aged teacher with a stern countenance impatiently taps his fingers against the hard surface of the desk. Before him stands a young boy, upright in posture and possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Dark hair obscures his furious eyes as Subai clenches his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, the pain insufficient to mask his simmering rage. Zhang Wanwan, the head of the Blackwater Institute, a longtime confidant of his parents. 2 years prior, they perished during a beast tide, and he became the custodian of their inheritance. Now, however, it has turned to naught, an unadulterated betrayal. Subai traversed into this world 2 years ago, a place that decades prior had suffered an abyssal incursion, resulting in a cataclysmic flood that submerged 90 of the landmass. Humanity now huddles on less than 10 of the land, struggling to survive, and more terrifyingly, endless sea creatures accompany the flood. Each year, billions of sea beasts ascend the riverways, devouring millions of humans. His parents sacrificed their lives to protect Blackwater City. Fortunately, the planetary consciousness has awakened, leading to a global digitization that allows every individual who reaches the age of 18 to draw a profession card from the planet to combat the deluge. Deep within Subai's memories, he recalls that his mother possessed a rare blessing card worth at least 1 million in the marketplace. Little Bai, this is something your mother fought fiercely to acquire from the dungeon. As your coming-of-age gift, may you draw a golden profession card and bring honor to our family. Her warm laughter continues to resonate in my mind to this day. Yet now, Zhang Wanwan asserts otherwise. That blessed green card possesses exceedingly rare and fortuitous attributes, capable of enhancing the odds of success in the awakening ceremony. It is invaluable and yet virtually unobtainable. The rarity of the cards is classified as follows: ordinary white cards, exquisite green cards, rare blue cards, epic orange cards, and legendary gold cards. That blessed card is far more precious than a blue card. Subai exhaled a breath of frustration. In this harsh world, the weak are devoured by the strong. This year, Zhang Wanwan's son has also reached adulthood and is set to awaken. He harbors ulterior motives. Regardless of his roles as the director of education or a former friend to the parents, Zhang Wanwan is utterly repugnant. Understood. The words were squeezed out between clenched teeth as Subai turned it apart. Since taking custody of the inheritance 2 years ago, he has embezzled funds to nurture his own son. Now, he has even embezzled the most crucial blessed card. Mom and Dad, you have entrusted me to the wrong person. I vow not to be human until this debt is repaid. He slammed the door behind him. Zhang Wanwan sneered behind him, extending his right hand. A green glow coalesced in his palm. A green card adorned with a forest backdrop, and a radiant light at its center hovered before him. Su Tiangang has been dead for years. How dare you think you are worthy of using this? Xiao Jiang, make good use of this card and draw an orange profession card. The green card flew toward a corner. A young man, strikingly similar to Zhang Wanwan, caught the card effortlessly as he emerged from the shadows. Upon discerning the attributes of the card, he grinned widely. The four major corporations outside are offering exorbitant prices for it. Its value exceeds $1 million. It is crucial to possess self-awareness. Subai should reflect on the fact that he has no backing and thus lacks the qualifications to use such a card. Even drawing a lifestyle card is merely a result of his unfortunate parents' protection. Zhang Wanwen waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this futile squabble with a fish that will never be seen again. Go prepare for the ceremony. I've already notified Teacher Bai to reserve the best position for you. Zhang Junjiang nodded and left with a smile. The sky darkened, and an unyielding shroud of clouds enveloped the expansive playground of Heishui No. 1 Vocational College. No amount of humidity could dampen the fervor of the students. They lined up by class, forming teams around a mysterious star pool that glimmered with blue light, said to connect to the depths of the stars. Each individual has but a single opportunity in their lifetime to draw cards from this pool. Outside, hundreds of anxious parents awaited, alongside company managers eager to acquire cards and recruit talent. Wang Chuxing from Class 1 just drew the rare blue card. Ocean Explorer, a combat-type card. Even Principal Kai was stirred, unable to contain his laughter. At least a reward of 50,000 yuan awaits. From rags to riches, Wang Chuxing's usual grades are mediocre. I would be content merely to draw a green combat card. The lined-up students exhibited a range of emotions, whether anxiety or trepidation. The greatest turning point in their lives begins at this moment. While the official narrative claims that lifestyle, support, and combat professions are equally important in terms of salary and social standing, combat professions far surpass the others. Why the delay? Please take your place behind me. It will be your turn shortly. Among the Class 1 lineup, more than half the students had already completed their awakening. They circled around Wang Chuxing at the center of the crowd, showering him with sycophantic admiration. A slender, graceful girl with porcelain skin and cascading black hair, casually tossed behind her, greeted Subai. She pointed with her long fingers to something behind her. I was held up by something. Subai dutifully stood behind the class monitor. Bai Xiang'er turned with satisfaction, her black hair fluttering, a few strands brushing past Subai's eyes, exuding the essence of youthful exuberance. She was not particularly attending to Subai, but rather possessed an innate sense of responsibility. Subai could vaguely sense the disapproving gaze of their homeroom teacher, old Bai, who happened to be Bai Xiang'er's father. After all, with Bai Xiang'er's beauty, she had often attracted suitors, and it was rumored that talent scouts had sought her out. The class monitor is simply too kind, caring for everyone, Wang Chuxing remarked as he stepped forward unconsciously. In the past, he had felt inferior due to his mediocre grades and found it daunting to speak to Bai Xiang'er. But from this day forth, things would be different. Class monitor, it's almost your turn. How prepared are you? Wang Chuxing intended to share some successful experiences. Bai Xiang'er cast him a sharp look. Once you draw, just step aside. Hasn't the teacher made that clear? Wang Chuxing jolted, instinctively responding affirmatively and obediently stepping aside. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had drawn a blue card. He shook off his despondency, thinking to himself, you were once a goddess, unattainable. But from this day forth, that may no longer be the case. However, the next draw was not by Xiang'er, but rather Zhang Junjiang, who had cut in line and drawn directly. Hey, have we been waiting in vain here? A male classmate protested. A student quipped. Who doesn't know that his father is the director of education? Look at the podium. Director Zhang and Principal Kai are sharing a laugh, and the person beside them is a leader from the Education Bureau. Standing before the blue star pool, Zhang Junjiang was in high spirits, greeting those around him. Hello, Uncle Bai. Old Bai nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Junjiang glanced back, and, upon spotting Bai Xiang, his eyes lit up as he reached out to greet her, only to find that she completely ignored him. When his gaze fell upon Su Bai behind her, he sneered. Zhang Junjiang spread his right hand, and as green light swirled around, a green card hovered in the air. Is this a card that can enhance initial luck? Old Bai was momentarily taken aback. Such a rare card is a treasure that is sought after, but seldom encountered. When it appears on the market, it is snatched up by major corporations. Teacher Zhang, I never expected you to have such a precious card in your collection, and only now do you choose to use it. Principal Kai joked from the podium. In response, Zhang Wanwen laughed heartily. Fortune smiled upon me. I spent over $1 million acquiring it at auction, all for the sake of my children. Having a father as the director is truly advantageous. Such a precious lucky card has been prepared. At the very least, we can touch the battle blue card. After all, Our origins are not favorable. The students below chattered animatedly. How peculiar. Bai Sienna furrowed her delicate brows as she suddenly heard a creaking sound behind her. This is a very card. Subai fixed his gaze intently on the green card in Zhang Junjiang's hand. His parents had risked their lives to leave him this gift, only for it to be presumptuously claimed by a friend. Not to mention the usual withholding of his allowances and the squandering of his rightful inheritance. As if sensing Su Bai's gaze, Zhang Junjiang displayed a smirk and brazenly activated the blessing card, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd on the playground. A verdant canopy enveloped him. Zhang Junjiang extended his right hand into the star pool. It's blue light. Another rare blue card. It's no surprise he utilized the lucky card. What is its attribute? The students speculated as the teachers approached. As for Zhang Wanwen, he stood up excitedly from the high platform. For an average student to draw a white card from the battle category is already akin to winning the jackpot. There are thousands of exquisite green cards drawn each year, yet only a handful of them exist. As for blue cards, there are merely 2 or 3 each year. A 1 in 1,000 chance. Battle category, Wave Rider. Zhang Junjiang proudly showcased the card to those around him and decisively used it on the spot. Indeed, like father, like son, it seems he will undoubtedly emerge as the champion in the novice trial 3 days hence. Principal Kai remarked with satisfaction. Truly, the principal leads with great prowess. Zhang Wanwen spoke with feigned indifference, yet his beaming face betrayed his true feelings. Regrettably, he did not draw the epic orange card. However, he understood that such an opportunity is rare and elusive, with a 1 in 100,000 chance. After the job change, all attributes have indeed enhanced. As Zhang Junjiang descended the stage, he intentionally flaunted his success to Bai Sienna, casting a disdainful glance at Su Bai as he provocatively brushed past him. Su Bai's fist clenched tightly. He had intercepted his fate card. I must draw a battle card. Su Bai fervently prayed. Fate had brought him here, not merely to drift through life. Next, Bai Sienna, please prepare yourself. Old Bai continued to announce. Bai Sienna appeared unaffected by the earlier events. With a flick of her dark hair, she gracefully stepped forward and reached into the star pool to draw a card. Being the campus goddess, she attracted the admiration of many boys, capturing numerous gazes. Old Bai was even more anxious than his daughter. A brilliant orange hue emanated from the blue pool. Bai Sienna gasped in surprise, her cherry lips parting as she withdrew an orange card from the pool. An epic orange card. The entire venue erupted in excitement. The playground buzzed with fervor. In that moment, the photographer's lenses were all trained on the stunning young woman. An orange card? Is it possible for a student to transition to an epic profession this year? Principal Kai suddenly stood up. The exuberance of Zhang Wanwen and his son abruptly ceased. Quick, what is the profession? Old Bai's hands trembled. Bai Sienna excitedly announced, Ocean Songstress. Old Bai was overjoyed. This profession encompasses supportive spellcasting as well as direct combat, and can even delve into the depths of the sea. A renowned superstar in the country holds this profession. Principal Kai and the leaders of the Education Bureau hurried over, extending warm congratulations to Bai Sienna. Even the illustrious Pacific Guild and the Seahai Group desired to invest lavishly in her, nurturing her to become the next superstar. The students envied and discussed amongst themselves, the excited crowd dispersing the lines and scattering Su Bai behind. Is it not my turn yet? Su Bai gazed enviously at the encircled girl, feeling a subtle fondness for her as well. However, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them, especially after today. Ahem, silence, Sienna, please step aside. Old Bai struggled to restore order. Bai Sienna, possessing a commendable character, did not let her success go to her head, instead guiding others to a corner of the playground. Next, Su Bai. Upon hearing his name, Su Bai took a deep breath and squeezed through the crowd. He nervously fixed his gaze on the azure waters of the pool. This was the lottery of fate. Let's begin, Old Bai said absent-mindedly, with the entire focus still on Bai Sienna. Zhang Junjiang cast a glance, sneering softly. Ignoring the raucous crowd, Su Bai cautiously plunged his hand into the star pool. Come to me. As his fingertips brushed against something foreign, Su Bai firmly grasped it and pulled it out with determination. Chapter 2. Transition to Fisherman, slapping the director's face, awakening in the Grand Maritime game. The life-oriented white card, Fisherman. Lao Bai nonchalantly announced the outcome. As one of the most common professions, it was hardly surprising. A snicker came from the side. Just as expected, no matter how excellent the resources you have, it's a waste. If you can't catch any fish in the future, you can come to my fish pond to clear the rubbish, Zhang Junjiang scoffed. On ordinary days, Su Bai's grades surpassed his, yet it irked him immensely. Alas, what good is proficiency in academic subjects? In the end, you're still working for someone else, sighed a classmate behind him. Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Xian glanced over, her clear eyes filled with regret. She often ranked first in class exams. Su Bai had never fallen out of the top 3, yet he drew such an ordinary white card. How lamentable. What? Su Bai stood dumbfounded, staring at the white card in his hand. It depicted a riverbank with a relentless flow of water, where a man wearing a fishing hat and a raincoat was fishing, a tackle box resting at his feet. Fisherman, ordinary level life profession. Upon transitioning, water-based abilities are enhanced, increasing the likelihood of catching fish. Is this for real? I've traversed into another world, only to become a fisherman? Su Bai felt somewhat dazed when he suddenly heard a familiar, yet strange melody in his ear. Activated, downloading game. New large-scale ocean development game, Grand Maritime, downloaded successfully. If you are a brother, come fish with me. A light blue attribute panel materialized before Su Bai. Unlike others, he had an additional familiar icon. Before his transmigration, he had been an overworked programmer, exploited by a ruthless boss who, seeing the success of ocean-themed games like Diver Dave, Age of Discovery, and Joyful Fishing Master, forced him to create a hasty amalgamation of these market hits, resulting in a half-finished game that he had been laboring over in the dead of night when he accidentally transmigrated. The game icon was one he designed himself, featuring a dolphin joyfully leaping above the azure sea. Indeed, when the heavens close a door, they open a window. Su Bai's heart raced, shaking off the previous despondency. Is it common for a mere fisherman to feel such elation? Lao Bai urged, bemused at his sudden uplift. Su Bai took a deep breath, silently reciting the command to close the attribute panel. It vanished. It wasn't the right time to check it. He would study it later. I truly admire your mindset. Perhaps you should apply your superior oceanic knowledge to fishing, Zhang Junjiang sneered, not forgetting to mock him. Instead of flaunting your superiority among us, why not compete with the class leader? A classmate who had a good relationship with Su Bai, Wu Zheng, retorted. Once the trial results are out, I'll be advancing to further studies while you'll be left to work for others. Then you'll understand what the real disparity is. On ordinary days, Zhang Junjiang would conceal his disdain, but now, having transitioned to a wave sword master, he completely disregarded his classmates. The ceremony continued. Yet Su Bai's thoughts had already soared to the game. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the rain began to patter down, the ceremony concluded. Among the thousands of students, aside from Zhang Junjiang and Wang Chuxing, another girl, Tan Yining, transitioned to a rare supportive profession. Naturally, the protagonist of the day was the class leader. With an exceptional student like Bai Xian, the teachers felt gratified. On the podium, Principal Kai summarized with a beaming smile. Regardless of whether you pursue a life profession or a combat profession, you are all flowers of the motherland, destined for a bright future. In the 3-day vacation following the awakening, everyone should familiarize themselves with their professions. If there is anything unclear, feel free to consult the teachers. I hope that on June 1st, during the novice trial, each of you can exhibit remarkable performances. The first place will receive a reward of 100,000, along with the opportunity to select a precious blue card. The second place will receive 50,000, and the third place 30,000, with the chance to choose a green card. Students who perform exceptionally may also be directly recruited by Blackwater University. Let us all strive forward. As Principal Kai declared the meeting adjourned, the awakening ceremony for the year officially concluded. Most students sighed. I drew the fishmonger. My heart has turned cold. I plan to apply at the supermarket. I consider myself fortunate, having drawn the green seed cultivator, but this profession requires substantial funding for cultivation. I anticipate a long period without earnings. I plan to sell this card and exchange it for an ordinary white card, saving the money to live for 10 years. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Managers from large companies extended olive branches to those with potential, preparing to sign contracts. The formidable Pacific Guild and the Seahai Group highly valued by Xian, yet she herself was rather indifferent. Eager to return to the game, Su Bai hurried home, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhang Wanwen. Little Su, have you transitioned yet? Zhang Wanwen asked with a kindly elder demeanor. The fishing profession isn't easy to find work in. Uncle Zhang knows of a deep-sea fishing vessel. Although it's a bit tough, the pay is substantial. After graduation next month, you should go work on that ship. Zhang Wanwen stated in a tone that implied he wasn't seeking Su Bai's opinion, but rather issuing orders. Once aboard the deep-sea vessel, who knows how one might meet their end? Su Bai scoffed inwardly. Director, according to the law, after turning of age and transitioning, one can inherit their estate. When do you plan to hand it over? Zhang Wanwen was momentarily speechless. Over the past 2 years, living off Su Tiangong's inheritance, he had enjoyed a comfortable life. Even hiring the best private tutors for his son, not to mention the hundreds of thousands spent on supplements and fish oil. Of course, not a penny would be deducted from you. However, the law clearly states that to prevent resource wastage, large inheritances can only be claimed after graduating high school and passing the notarization assessment. Cousin, do you plan to rely on a fishing rod to accomplish this? Zhang Wanwen laughed disdainfully, unabashedly producing a bank card. Here is 50,000. Take it and buy some gear and bait, then go fish on the boat. Don't harbor such lofty dreams. Su Bai nearly laughed in anger. He thought of the 2 or 3 million in inheritance. And this man believed he could dismiss him with just 50,000. Not long ago, he had embezzled his blessing card, misusing public resources for personal gain to benefit his son. Sometimes, Su Bai genuinely admired his shamelessness. Taking the bank card from Zhang Wanwen, he forcefully tore it apart in front of him, as if ripping a playing card, shredding it into several pieces. He hurled the fragments at Zhang Wanwen, the bits fluttering down like snowflakes onto that astonished old face, stinging his skin. It wasn't until he regained his composure that he began to tremble with rage. How dare you treat the director like this? How dare you disrespect your elder? You want leave today. You'll write the school motto 1,000 times. Their commotion attracted the attention of numerous teachers and students. Generally, the director stood above all, instilling fear in every student. Yet today, someone had the audacity to slap him in the face. Old fool, my parents' inheritance amounts to millions, and you think you can dismiss me with just 50,000? Su Bai completely ripped off the facade, speaking loudly. If previously he had been forced by circumstances, today, with his newfound powers, he refused to be bullied any longer. With confidence in developing a colossal amalgamation of popular game elements, Su Bai was prepared to make his mark. Today, you have embezzled the blessing card from my family. Do not presume you can deceive the heavens and the sea. Su Bai unabashedly pointed at Zhang Wanwen's nose and berated him. There are records at the notary office. In 1 month, you will either return double the amount or face incarceration. His voice was resolute, casting doubt among the already suspicious teachers. Indeed, I had never heard of Teacher Zhang purchasing a blessing card. Given the rarity of that card, even 1 million would not suffice. It appears that the legacy of a martyr has been misappropriated. As the situation escalated, Zhang Wanwen trembled with rage, muttering accusations of defamation against the teacher. Zhang Junjiang emerged from the crowd, sneering. Just because you drew the most ordinary fishing card, you lash out like a rabid dog. Do you realize how unbecoming that is? Yet, it is to be expected. A mere fisherman like you won't even pass the trial in 3 days, let alone the coming adult examination in a month. Previously, that was indeed true, but now, in 3 days, I shall show you that the human blood bond is not so easily devoured. With that, Su Bai disregarded Zhang Wanwen's furious outcries and turned to leave. After your graduation, what significance does your role as the director hold? In the crowd, Bai Xianer glanced longingly at Su Bai's receding figure. Alas, what a world we live in, old Bai sighed. Chapter 3. Entering the game, peculiar quest, catching frogs. Little Su is back. How did the lottery turn out? Su Bai lived with his uncle's family. Just as he returned, a middle-aged woman in a white apron emerged from the kitchen, his Aunt Chen Suling, inquiring with curiosity. I'll head back to my room to organize some materials. Su Bai hurriedly retreated to his bedroom, eager to explore his newfound abilities. This young man, Chen Suling felt a twinge of annoyance. Give the boy some time, said a middle-aged man with a stoic expression seated on the sofa. It was Su Bai's uncle, Wen Herong, who picked up the remote and turned on the television. But what of Xin? Why hasn't she returned yet? Compared to their nephew, the couple was far more concerned about their daughter Wen Xinxin's performance. After all, she had been hailed as a genius since childhood. They eagerly anticipated what profession card she might draw. Locking the door behind him, Su Bai sat on the chair, impatiently opening the interface. He carefully clicked the dolphin icon. Accompanied by the melodious BGM of the ocean, a vast expanse of azure sea unfolded before him. Under a blue sky dotted with clouds, seagulls soared, and palm trees swayed gently on the golden shore, while dolphins leapt playfully above the undulating waves. The 3 characters' great navigation gradually ascended from the horizon. Please log in, player. What is this? The 5 words fell upon Su Bai like a bucket of cold water. The game itself was still a work in progress, filled with data and code that had been copied over, now transformed into a golden finger. Who could say what it might become? Wait, I remember there should be an activation prompt after drawing the card. Su Bai seemed to have recalled something. He extended his hand, and the white card appeared between his fingers. I recall the game's background, initially featuring a young man fond of fishing, completing novice tasks to inherit his uncle's fishing grounds. His expression grew peculiar. Could it be that drawing the Fisherman card activated the golden finger? Even as a fisherman, One could carve out a niche in the ocean. Without hesitation, Su-bai utilized the card. As the card dissolved into a burst of white light, merging with his being, he felt a slight tremor, his skin cells tingling. His nostrils flared, becoming acutely sensitive to the moisture in the air. More importantly, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to seize a fishing rod and go fishing. On his personal panel, the profession section suddenly displayed 3 words. Name, Su-bai. Profession, Fisherman, Ordinary. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 12, Perception 14, Constitution 10, Spirit 14. Skills, Fishing, Beginner, Reeling in, Beginner, Calmness, Beginner. Talent, Never a blank cast. The skills bestowed by his profession were rather unimpressive, yet that was inconsequential. Su-bai heard the delightful chime of the game's notification. Fisherman has successfully logged into the game. Please name your character. Great navigation resembled a VR game, allowing for direct manipulation. Su-bai entered his name. With a flurry of bubbles rising, the game visuals gradually unfolded. A gentle breeze caressed the scene. A small, emerald-green pond rippled, accompanied by the chorus of frogs and swaying lotus leaves. Beneath a verdant banyan tree, a 3D figure strikingly resembling Su-bai, fully equipped, scampered to the base of the tree. 2 other figures were already fishing by the pond's edge. Player, please claim your novice gift pack. Observing the pop-up before him, Su-bai clicked. Congratulations, you have received a gray fishing rod X1, a subpar tackle box X1, and frog legs X10. Please complete the tutorial task. Catch frogs. Quest map, Origin Pond. Requirements, catch 3 frogs. Reward, title of Fishing Beginner, Bronze Treasure, Chest, X1. The task seemed quite simple. Su-bai controlled his in-game avatar and cast the gray fishing rod. The avatar shook its head. It was utterly inadequate. The flimsy bamboo rod and thin line would snap under the weight of any sizable fish. After all, it was a complimentary item. More than enough to catch a few frogs. Su-bai surveyed the game environment. The weather displayed a scorching 40 degrees Celsius. The game even reminded players to stay hydrated and protect themselves from the sun, lest their stamina plummet and they become weak. Nearby, 2 small NPCs. 1. A white-bearded old man reclining under the banyan tree, lazily fishing. The other, a robust middle-aged man, donned a large straw hat. Braving the blazing sun in the prime fishing spot at the center of the pond, Su-bai proceeded with caution. He maneuvered his character, adorned with the name Su-bai, swiftly moving beneath the banyan tree, close to the old man. Setting down the small stool and tackle box, he prepared to cast his fishing rod. Before he could even cast, the half-reclined old man approached, visibly irate, with a white speech bubble emerging above his head. The bubble contained small black text. Young man, you are blocking my breeze. Go find somewhere cooler to fish. Su-bai was taken aback. Was the NPC he designed truly so domineering? The game's data amalgamated too much, resulting in unforeseen mutations. Su-bai could not decipher it. He cautiously typed a few lines and pointed at the sky. The NPC's head exhibited a speech bubble. It's too hot. The shade under the banyan tree is much nicer, old man. I'll catch a few frogs and be on my way. To his surprise, upon reading this, the white-bearded old man burst into laughter, his beard fluttering, while the character stumbled in amusement. Even the straw-hatted uncle nearby cast a curious glance. Youngster, do you think you are worthy of catching frogs? Get to the corner, and don't waste your uncle's time trying to catch the golden toad. Su-bai was nearly amused to exasperation by the NPC old man. The game's freedom was remarkable. He contemplated whether to kick the old man and snatch his fishing rod and tackle box. However, he decided against it. Completing the task was of utmost importance. To avoid unnecessary complications, Su-bai moved the small stool to a secluded corner beneath the tree, striving to keep his distance from the peculiar old man. Observing this, the old man with a white beard exhibited an expression of impatience, yet he refrained from urging Su-bai further and instead reclined back on his lounge chair. With a hint of unfamiliarity, Su-bai carefully hooked a frog's leg with a fishing hook and tossed it into the pond. Though small, the pond sprawled over 500 square meters, its waters of vibrant emerald green, adorned with a carpet of lotus leaves. Pink lotus flowers flourished, while 3 plump, grayish-white ducks paddled leisurely. In the height of summer, the chorus of croaking frogs was incessant, and occasionally, one would leap onto the shore. Were it not for the task at hand, Su-bai would have been tempted to catch one by hand. While fishing, mere moments after casting, the bobber suddenly twitched. A catch! Su-bai's heart raced as he swiftly reeled in. With a plop, the remnants of the frog's leg surfaced, but as for the sizable frog, there was nothing but emptiness. First fishing attempt failed. You have lost a frog leg. Experience gained, 10. Su-bai found himself momentarily stunned. Catching frogs proved to be no simple endeavor. Beside him, an expression of mockery appeared above the old man's head, further adding to Su-bai's embarrassment. Oh! The irony of being a fisherman without any guaranteed skills. The character cleaned off the remaining frog leg and rebaited with a fresh one. He speculated that it was not the frog that had taken the bait, but rather a fish like a carp. Could it be that he had cast too far? For his second attempt, Subai deliberately cast closer, only to find the moment he let it drop, the rod dipped sharply, and the fine fishing line tautened instantly. Subai was taken aback. An awkward expression appeared above his character's head. Hooked onto an unknown object. This fishing attempt has failed. Please be cautious while unhooking. A dismal start. Subai exerted considerable effort to carefully retrieve the line, realizing the culprit was a lump of white trash. The second frog leg was lost as well. Unsurprisingly, the old man erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, a new bubble appeared above the hat-wearing uncle's head. Young man, that is not how one catches frogs. When casting, use less force, don't let it hang too long, and keep the bait's motion gentle. Subai listened intently until a notification chimed. After absorbing the teachings of a fishing master, experience gained 200. For the next 3 attempts, your success rate for catching frogs will double. There are indeed kind souls in the game. Grateful. Subai thanked the hat-wearing uncle and promptly cast his line for the 3rd time. The character's fishing rod swayed rhythmically, the frog leg on the hook dancing about. Within minutes, the rod dipped slightly. Without hesitation, Subai yanked it up. A hefty frog burst forth from the water. Congratulations, you have successfully caught your first prey. A small frog. Task progress. 13. Small frog. The most ordinary of frogs, can be crafted into 5 portions of frog bait. Backpack unlocked. You may store your catch in the backpack. Note: living creatures cannot be placed in the backpack. Chapter 4. Unexpected rewards. Besides frogs, you can catch anything. Subai clicked on his character, revealing a backpack interface reminiscent of an item inventory. Currently, it contained only 10 slots, with each item capable of stacking up to 10, occupying a single slot. For now, it was of no use. He removed the small frog and tossed it into the fishing box. He recalled that, according to game design, players could later establish their own fishing grounds, ensuring a steady catch to support a tavern. If one had enough coins, they could even purchase a fishing boat to venture into deeper waters for fishing. The game promised not only fishing but also simulation management. In the later stages, it even included elements of commerce, naval warfare, and colonization of islands, fittingly titled The Great Voyage. Yet, that all seemed far off. The immediate priority was to complete the task and unlock the fishing shop, which he remembered contained numerous valuable items. With a good feeling, he continued to cast for the 2nd time. A smiling expression appeared above the hat-wearing uncle, while a bubble of discontent hovered above the old man's head as he resumed his slumber. After a brief period, Subai successfully caught another frog, leaving only one left to catch. Perhaps his luck had run dry. The subsequent casts yielded a series of bizarre catches. In this fishing attempt, fortune smiled upon you, and you hooked a lotus seed pod. Subai lifted the green seed pod to find 10 glossy green lotus seeds nestled within. Fresh lotus seeds, slightly bitter. After consumption, they replenish moisture and energy, offering a mild cooling effect. Cooking enhances their benefits and can also serve as ingredients for certain special baits. The sun blazed mercilessly, and Subai's character was becoming overheated, rapidly depleting stamina. He decided to let him consume the lotus seeds on the spot. Strangely, upon consuming the seeds, he felt a faint bitterness in his own mouth, a warm sensation flowing from his throat into his abdomen. Odd. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Preoccupied with fishing, Subai was unable to discern. He was not a stingy person. After eating 4 seeds and finding them too bitter, his character displayed a tongue sticking out, spitting expression of distaste. He then offered the remaining 6 seeds to the old man and the hat-wearing uncle. The 2 NPCs appeared rather surprised. The hat-wearing uncle accepted your 3 lotus seeds, gaining 1 favorability. In return, he gifted you a bottle of natural spring water. The character gleefully accepted it. Upon seeing its attributes, Subai was momentarily taken aback. Natural spring water, high quality, rich in minerals, greatly replenishes stamina, slightly alleviates hunger, pleasure 1, luck 1, lasts for 1 hour. Such a valuable item, if placed in the shop, would surely fetch dozens of copper coins, Subai mused. The character eagerly looked towards the old man. The old man was quite pleased with the young man's respect for elders, gaining 1 favorability. The elderly gentleman did not express any further acknowledgement. Since it was an unexpected delight, Subai paid it little mind and continued casting. As he fished, he noted that half an hour had passed, and wondered why the 2 had yet to catch anything. Curiosity piqued, Subai typed a message. Are you also here to catch frogs? The hat-wearing uncle responded with a bubble. Indeed. Then why haven't you caught any? Subai grew more intrigued. Just a casual suggestion from the uncle had propelled his skill experience to new heights. It was evident that these 2 NPCs were fishing masters, What we are fishing for is slightly different from what you are catching. The hat-wearing uncle did not elaborate further, instead alerting Subai that he had something on the line. The character hurriedly lifted the fishing rod. Plop! A small white fish was pulled from the water. Fortune smiles upon you. You have caught a small white fish. Yet, I want a frog. Small white fish. Quality, ordinary. After cooking, can satiate hunger. But beware of its many bones. It can also serve as bait, ground bait, or be sold in the shop. The attributes seemed decent, better than nothing. Subai removed it and placed it in the fishing box, pressing on with determination. As he continued to fish for frogs, he engaged in a casual conversation with the two NPCs. Do not speak. Truly, one must commend the seasoned anglers. Their mere exchange of a few words has proven immensely beneficial to Subai, visibly augmenting the experience points of his character. After a mere 10 minutes, a notification from the game appears. Having heeded the teachings of the two masters, your angling skills have significantly improved. Your fishing proficiency is on the verge of advancing to proficient. Please continue your diligent efforts. The character's passion for fishing has intensified. Each cast of the line promises a reward. You have caught a small crucian carp X1. Successfully landed a small crayfish X1. There was even an unexpected delight. Fortune smiles upon you. You have reeled in 3 copper coins. Is this truly possible? Gazing at the 3 copper coins adhering to the small magnet on the hook, Subai fell into contemplation. At that moment, he noticed the game panel indicating a slight decline in both stamina and spirit, prompting him to allow his character a brief respite. The basic attributes of the game character mirrored Subai's own: stamina 12, spirit 14. Each fishing endeavor depletes these resources, particularly with larger catches, necessitating nutritional replenishment. After a brief rest and a hydration boost, Subai resumed his endeavor without delay. He could sense that the character's fishing motions had become increasingly adept. This particular fishing session extended unusually long. The inherent calming skill possessed by the seasoned anglers allowed the character to focus deeply. Minutes later, the fishing rod suddenly dipped. A red exclamation mark materialized above the hook. Attention! You have hooked an unexpected surprise. Reel it in with force, but take care not to snap the fishing line. Simultaneously, a red progress bar appeared and began to diminish steadily. Should the bar reach 0, the fishing attempt would be deemed a failure. A windfall? Subai felt a surge of excitement, guiding his character to stand and tighten his grip on the rod. Alas, this was merely the simplest of free rods, lacking a reel of higher quality. Additionally, he had to be cautious of the line snapping. The character strained to move, stamina plummeting rapidly. Have I struck it rich? At this moment, the previously silent old man with a white beard ceased his pretense of slumber, displaying a puzzled expression. The straw hat uncle also directed his gaze towards Subai. This does not seem to be a living creature. After a strenuous struggle, the character lost 4 points of stamina as the red progress bar reached its peak. The red exclamation mark above the pond vanished. Suddenly, Subai felt a loosening in his grip, and he carefully reeled in the line. With a soft plop, a small, dirty box the size of a fist, covered in weeds, surfaced. Fortune has favored you. You have caught a lost jewelry box. Initially expecting a grand fish, this discovery was not without merit. The character gleefully reeled in the line. Subai observed the two NPCs beside him displaying expressions of relief, feigning indifference as they returned to their respective fishing spots. As the character removed the small box from the hook, he gently wiped away the mud and algae that clung to its surface, revealing a reddish-brown hue beneath. Lost jewelry box. A young man passed through this area and accidentally dropped it, never to find it again. Open it, and perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. The character opened the jewelry box, revealing a water blue ring within. Under the sunlight, the ring sparkled brilliantly. This attracted the attention of the white-bearded man and the straw hat uncle. Congratulations, you have salvaged the lost ring. An equipment reward? Subai chuckled. There were indeed plenty of treasures lurking in the waters. Upon realizing the ring's awakening, the character's head was adorned with a joyful expression. Name: Lost Ring. Quality: Bronze level. Effect: Stamina 5, Spirit 8. Special skill: Water Arrow Technique. Once per day, when worn, the ring focuses spirit to shoot a formidable water arrow at a target. Chapter 5: A Grand Discovery. Astonishing golden treasure, traveling frog. Unlike fish catches, equipment is categorized by levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The character gleefully donned the lost ring on his right hand. A warm current flowed from the ring into his being, restoring his previously depleted stamina back to 11 points. You feel the chilling aura of the ring. Your body temperature gradually decreases. Truly, as a piece of bronze-level equipment, it comes with the added benefit of cooling. In the subsequent fishing attempts, perhaps all luck had been exhausted, as only mundane white refuse was caught. The character displayed a sweating expression of frustration. Could it be that luck adheres to a conservation law? Subai contemplated whether to rest for the night and resume fishing the next day. He then noticed that only a single frog leg remained in his inventory. Well, it is what it is. With only one remaining, he might as well use it. The character skillfully baited the hook and cast it once more. The final fishing session was particularly prolonged, with the float remaining still for an extended period. Just as he began to suspect that the frog leg had been devoured unnoticed, the float suddenly stirred. A burst of golden light erupted, and a golden exclamation mark hovered above the pond. Congratulations, player. During the novice protection period, you have experienced a stroke of incredible luck and hooked a golden treasure. Do not squander the blessing of the fishing deity. Exert all your effort to reel it in. The fishing line tightened instantly. A golden progress bar appeared and rapidly decreased. Caught off guard, the character nearly lost his grip on the fishing rod, almost being yanked from his small stool. Dragged by the golden treasure, he stumbled forward, one foot precariously positioned at the pond's edge. By heavens, I have struck the jackpot. Seeing the golden exclamation mark, Subai was momentarily stunned. In the game, the quality of fish catches is classified as common, good, rare, uncommon, and treasure, exotic. Frogs and small white fish are naturally the most common catches. To think that on the 10th cast, he would leap 5 tiers. This was not a treasure one would expect a novice to reel in. He could only wonder if there was a bug at play. Subai dared not become complacent. He focused intently, guiding his character to grip the rod tightly and engage in a battle of wits with the treasure. Stamina was depleting rapidly. A direct confrontation was unwise. The golden progress bar remained stagnant in the middle as the character's stamina swiftly dropped below 10 points. Adding to the tension, the thin line was taut to its limits. Crack! The frail fishing rod emitted a sound of impending failure, its durability plummeting. Stay calm, stay calm. The situation was precarious. Subai took a deep breath. He guided his character to release line following the treasure's struggles, waiting for its strength to wane before reeling it in. The opposing force was evidently greater than Subai's, dragging the character around the pond. The golden exclamation mark swayed precariously. This commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the 2 NPCs. How is this possible? The white-bearded man was astonished, leaping from his lounge chair, momentarily neglecting his unhooked fishing rod, and approached Subai. The straw hat uncle displayed a shocked expression. Oh, fishing deity. Could this be the unique fortune of a novice? The pond churned with turmoil. The 2 NPCs, forgetting their fishing, hurried to advise Subai on how to release line and catch the big fish. The commotion startled some small frogs by the pond's edge. Lotus leaves fluttered, and plump ducks took flight. Subai's character, instead of fishing, appeared to be fleeing. In that moment, the tides of battle had shifted. The diminutive figure stood with both feet drenched, clutching a gray fishing rod gradually succumbing to cracks, evoking concern that it might shatter at any moment. Warning. Stamina has plummeted to 5 points, entering a state of weakness soon. Warning. Prolonged mental strain has diminished character control. Misfortune seldom arrives alone. The 2 alerts flashing on the panel caused Subai to momentarily lose his breath. The progress bar, now over halfway, began to descend once more at a sluggish pace. When it reaches 0, failure is imminent. In truth, were it not for the favor of the lost ring, he would have already succumbed to exhaustion. Hurry! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The straw hat uncle's expression was one of frantic urgency, as if he wished to seize the rod and fish himself. If you miss it, I assure you, until the very end of your days, you will regret this moment. It was evident that the straw hat uncle was a seasoned angler, bearing the scars of past misadventures. As for the white-bearded elder, he was even more direct. Young man, the pond is too deep, you cannot grasp it. Give me the rod, let me take over. Even in failure, he insisted it should be at his hands. Without hesitation, Subai opened his backpack and downed a bottle of spring water. Replenished hydration, stamina 4, spirit 5, lucky 1 for 1 hour. It was akin to a life-saving elixir in a desert. The diminutive figure's weakness dissipated, banishing hunger and readying himself for action. He gripped the fishing rod once more, prepared to continue the struggle. The straw hat uncle wore a look of satisfaction, while the white-bearded elder sighed. This battle was proving to be far longer than Subai had anticipated. 1 hour later, the small figure stood upon the crumbling pond bank, breathless. The golden progress bar had dwindled to 1/5. Stamina had once again plummeted to 4 points, teetering on the brink of weakness. Just a bit longer, and even the rare treasure would give way. Subai felt as though he were infected by the game character, both physically and mentally exhausted. It was no longer stamina that propelled him, but sheer willpower. Adding to his plight were the NPCs nearby, occasionally suggesting he give up or hand over the rod to them. All of this tested Subai's perseverance. Crack! A disconcerting sound jolted the weary figure. As expected, a visible crack had appeared on the rod in his hands. Warning: the durability of the initial equipment has reached a critical point. It will soon break. Please replace the fishing rod promptly. Frankly speaking, to have persisted this long was nothing short of a miracle. Subai exhaled deeply, his small figure gazing skyward in silence. Did every angler harbor dreams of missed opportunities? Stamina had now fallen to 3 points. In a state of weakness, all attributes diminished. And upon reaching 1 point, forced unconsciousness would ensue. Remarkable. Despite failure, your fishing spirit shines brightly. The straw hat uncle cast an approving glance. I seem to see a star of angling rising. The typically austere white-bearded man rarely showed approval, but now offered a thumbs up. Your spirit is commendable. I underestimated you. The future holds great promise. Subai forced a smile. The most excruciating aspect of life is encountering your dream catch when you are utterly powerless to seize it. Please note, stamina has fallen to 2 points, imminent fainting. The panel was inundated with crimson warnings, drowning out the precarious golden exclamation mark. The progress bar had reached its end. Failure was upon him. Subai let out a sigh. As expected, the next moment brought a game notification. However, it was not one of defeat. After an extended struggle with the golden treasure, your fishing experience has significantly increased. Fishing proficiency has advanced to proficient. The indomitable spirit forged through relentless perseverance has unlocked the talent. Competitive spirit. Your game level has risen to level 2. All attributes increased by 2 points. 2 free attribute points, 1 skill point. A halo of upgrade light enveloped the small figure. The sudden increase of 2 points in all attributes acted as a stimulant, invigorating the drowsy figure. Competitive spirit, a blue talent. After prolonged confrontation with the treasure, novice angler Subai hones an extraordinary will. During competition with prey, 50 stamina is conserved, while the prey expends 1 additional stamina. In a stalemate, the catch is less likely to escape, instilling despair and enhancing fishing success rate by 10. A timely boon. Coupled with his newly acquired proficient fishing skills, the small figure experienced a resurgence, letting out a mighty shout. With a powerful thrust, his biceps bulged as he lifted the gray rod high. With a resounding splash, the golden progress bar instantly filled to capacity. The hook emerged from the water, basked in golden sunlight, revealing a palm-sized, light green frog with 2 tiny black eyes, adorably adorned with a 4-leaf clover hat. How is this possible? It truly is it. The straw hat uncle's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. I merely suggested that you had a bright future. I never imagined you would surpass expectations so soon. The uncle felt as though he had spent half a lifetime fishing only to come up empty-handed. The legendary catch he had long coveted was snagged by a novice. Oh, divine angler, having guarded this pond for a lifetime, it turns out the legends were true. The white-bearded elder's beard appeared to be blown away. Having heard tales of it since childhood, he could hardly believe it was real. Subai gazed at the charming frog he had reeled in, lost in contemplation. It was incredibly cute and eerily familiar. But why was it this one? Under the protection of the divine angler, blessed with the unique luck of a novice. Congratulations on catching the golden treasure, traveling frog. Chapter 6 Achievement. Supernova. The fish caught in the game can be redeemed in reality. Achievement system activated. You have completed the achievement, Supernova. Achievement reward, Lucky Star Fragment X1. The bounty was beyond his wildest expectations. Subai never anticipated its presence in the pond. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Subai seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps, in a bid to save time, the owner had instructed the art team to directly replicate resources from other games. The truth was revealed. Somehow, the data for the traveling frog had found its way into the pond. Until today, when he had fished it out, the small figure, in a daze, detached the traveling frog from the hook and carefully placed it into the fishing box. Congratulations on catching 3 frogs. Assessment task completed. Click to claim your task reward. Having reeled it in, Subai felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, fatigue crashing upon him like a tidal wave. He groggily clicked to claim his reward. Congratulations, you have received the title, Beginner Angler. The bronze chest has been stored in your backpack. Please continue striving. Head to the small fishing village to sell your catch and purchase better equipment. Embark on the path to becoming a master angler. With a snap, there was no time to set off. The exhausted figure collapsed into sleep. Subai, feeling the effects, ensured the fishing box was safely stored before yawning repeatedly and shutting down the game. What was happening? Why was he so tired? Could it be that so much had transpired today? Subai felt achy all over, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. A glance at the time on his computer revealed that several hours had slipped by. No wonder his stomach was growling. Exhausted, Subai opened the door to his room and skillfully made his way to the living room refrigerator in search of sustenance. Is Xiao Su out? Hearing the noise, his aunt peeked her head from the room. I steamed a nourishing soft-shelled turtle for dinner and saved you a leg. You can heat it up and enjoy. Such a feast. Subai's heart leaped at the sight of a turtle leg, as large as a pig's trotter, nestled in the fridge. No need to trouble yourself, he replied, taking it out and eagerly gnawing at it. A turtle of such considerable size, akin to a basketball, would fetch no less than 2,000 at the seafood market. Renowned for its blood-replenishing properties, his uncle and aunt, being ordinary office workers, could rarely afford such extravagance. It seemed that his cousin Xin's newly awakened profession was indeed lucrative. Subai felt fortunate. Since his parents had passed, he had been staying with his uncle's family, though there were occasional playful banters, and the couple did show a slight favoritism towards their precious daughter. He felt genuinely grateful for not being deprived of food, clothing, or shelter. His cousin Wen Xin, a top student at the second high school Marine Institute, excelled in the humanities even more than he did. After swiftly finishing his meal, fatigue enveloped him, and he bid his aunt good night before retreating to his bedroom, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber. In the living room, a pink door creaked open, revealing a pair of large, dark eyes watching him intently. Has this child been disheartened? His aunt mused, suddenly recalling something. He seems to be wearing a new ring on his hand, quite lovely indeed. Subai's slumber was profound, filled with dreams of tumultuous waves. He envisioned himself aboard a colossal ship, setting sail with hundreds of steel vessels in tow, claiming the ocean as his personal fishing ground. However, the dream shattered upon waking. He felt a slight bump on his right hand and, upon lifting it, was taken aback. A water-blue ring rested quietly on his middle finger. Isn't this the ring of desolation? How did it come into the real world? Instantly, sleep fled from him as he leaped from his bed, laughing as he removed the ring. A sudden sensation of emptiness washed over him, and his vision blurred momentarily, nearly causing him to stumble. It appeared its effects were equally potent in reality. Subai felt like a child who had just acquired a beloved toy, toying with the ring of desolation, unable to part with it. Surely, the water arrow technique would work as well. Although he yearned to test it, he was still in the confines of his bedroom. Containing his excitement, he carefully placed the ring back onto his right middle finger. I remember having a few small fish in my backpack, he thought, prompting him to open his personal inventory. In the game section, he was pleasantly surprised to see 3 icons lying quietly in his game backpack. Little white strip, little carp, little lobster. When he long pressed the icon for the little lobster, a prompt appeared. Would you like to extract the little lobster? He selected extract, accompanied by a flash of white light. A small, palm-sized red and black lobster fell into his hand. Subai examined the lobster with curiosity, finding it indistinguishable from its real-life counterpart. Indeed, even cleaner and free of any contamination. What a treat today, Subai marveled, promptly returning the little lobster to his backpack. It was difficult to find an excuse to take them out in the bedroom. He also wished to venture outside to familiarize himself with the skills of a fisherman. He rummaged through the kitchen and, while his uncle was exercising on the balcony, he inquired curiously, "What are you looking for? Uncle, where did you put the fishing rod?" Subai picked up a red plastic bucket. In this era of ocean exploration, every household was equipped with fishing rods and nets. Following his uncle's guidance, he unearthed an old fishing rod from a corner and skillfully set up a small stool. With one hand carrying the bucket and the other grasping the rod, he stepped out to fish. "Just have your aunt steam some porridge. I'll be back soon to fry some fish. Just don't fall into the river," his uncle chuckled, shaking his head, believing that in such a brief span, a novice would likely return empty-handed. This child, having just changed his profession, is eager to practice early in the morning. His aunt, awakened by the commotion, glanced out the door. In another small bedroom, a pink sign reading "Do Not Disturb" creaked open. A girl with a ponytail, her skin luminous and her features youthful, stepped out, yawning. "Cousin, are you going fishing so early?" "Yes, very few are as exceptional as you are. Only a handful in the entire school." His aunt beamed with pride. "I think it's quite good for Xiao Su to be a fisherman. He won't starve and doesn't have to worry about facing the front lines. This is the life of an ordinary person." When Xin blinked her slightly drowsy eyes. Since the unfortunate incident 2 years ago, her cousin had transformed into a diligent individual, achieving top grades. Perhaps he was unwilling to succumb to despair. However, being a fisherman, she shook her head, recognizing it as one of the most common professions, its potential already thoroughly exhausted, often regarded as the least promising career. Remembering some rumors she had heard yesterday, when Xin frowned, feeling a hint of concern. "The director even dared to publicly humiliate you. When did you become so brave? Cousin, aren't you afraid he'll make things difficult for you? Are you planning to give up on the novice trial in 2 days?" Subai rode his electric scooter for over 10 minutes, arriving at the renowned fishing hotspot, Fengxi River. In this era, with the oceans swelling and rain falling frequently, rivers and lakes were abundant. By 6 in the morning, Hundreds of fishermen had already gathered along the banks of Fengxi River, their gear uniform. Many brought stools, while the more affluent had reclining fishing chairs. The fishing rods varied in color, material, and style. Wow, I've got a bite. This big black fish must weigh at least 10 kilograms. Old Chen, you've struck it rich. I've got one too, a little carp. Though it's small and has many bones. Still, it's a good omen. Fish were plentiful. Within a minute, several fishing hooks on both banks had caught fish. Su Bai, wishing to avoid drawing attention, sought a secluded spot beneath a staircase. He attached some inexpensive bait borrowed from others, familiarizing himself with the casting technique, and prepared his rod. Let us see how that travel frog is doing, he thought, settling onto his small stool and exhaling deeply. Chapter 7. The Travel Frog's Special Skill. The Harvest is Bountiful. Opening the game, he found his character not by the pond, but rather lounging in a hotel room. At the foot of the bed lay a fishing box. The little character rose, discovering a note on the table. You fainted from exhaustion. Although, and I carried you back to the village. Rest assured, the 3 frogs have not escaped. When you wake up, if you wish to sell frogs, please find me in the center of the village at that house. The kind old man with a white beard. Su Bai hurried to open the fishing box. The travel frog lay lazily in the corner, sleeping soundly with a 4-leaf clover hat propped behind its head as a pillow, exuding contentment. Little one, still asleep? Su Bai reached out a finger and poked its belly. The travel frog reluctantly opened one large, dark eye. Name: unnamed. Category: travel frog. Quality: rare. Talent: mysterious journey. As a legendary frog, it possesses a magical ability to ignore all barriers and teleport to fantastical places. Note: one must be well fed and in high spirits, with ample bento prepared, before any triggers may be activated. The fortuitous beast, blessed by fortune, is often overlooked by foes. A level 99 monster poses no threat to it. It possesses the ability to attract good luck while averting misfortune, transforming calamities into blessings. The Traveler's Space, an innate racial gift, grants its owner a personal satchel capable of storing bento, protective charms, and unique travel souvenirs. Introduction: an exceedingly rare and magical frog. A legendary creature pursued by many anglers throughout their lives, has unexpectedly been caught by a novice. Inflicting harm upon it is ill-advised. Should one treat it kindly and embrace it as a pet, unforeseen rewards may arise. Currently subdued due to a failed struggle against you, it remains unyielding at heart. How can one tame it as a pet? Su Bai continued to tease it with his finger. The little creature, roused from its slumber, expressed its displeasure by blowing bubbles. Opening the game panel, Su Bai examined the task rewards, discovering an additional title, Fishing Novice. As a newcomer to the angling world, your boundless enthusiasm and courage are evident. With a learning speed of 10 and a fish encounter probability of 5, this enhancement is substantial and immensely beneficial to my real-world vocation, causing Su Bai's eyes to gleam with excitement. Moreover, as the variety of fish caught increases, the title will evolve, yielding different effects. With such enhancements, how could an angler falter? Another achievement is particularly remarkable. Supernova, an extraordinary accomplishment. Only by catching an exceedingly rare fish on your first fishing endeavor can this be achieved. Encountering rare species doubles the probability. Attack power is increased by 1-fold, and while engaged in aquatic combat, one gains a special aura, as fish in water, enhancing all attributes by a factor of 2. Upon reading this, Su Bai was somewhat taken aback. Such prowess? The key lies in its applicability in the real world. In today's Blue Star, while many resources are scarce, water is in abundance. Each year's beast tide tests the battlefield in aquatic realms. And I am the king of the sea. Yet another surprise awaited him. The little figure opened its palm to reveal a radiant little star hovering between its fingers. Lucky Star Fragment, a special reward granted for achieving accomplishments. When worn, it bestows 10 luck, a 5 probability of catching rare fish, and a 10 chance of obtaining mysterious items, including drift bottles. Collecting 5 fragments will synthesize a complete Lucky Star. Luck is an exceedingly rare hidden attribute, and even a single fragment offers such significant benefits. The little figure pinned it to its chest like a brooch. Su Bai eagerly anticipated the extraordinary effects of the Lucky Star. It seems I must devise a way to trigger the achievement. Additionally, the game character has leveled up to level 2, granting 2 attribute points and 1 skill point. Su Bai glanced at his current attributes: Strength 14, Perception 16, Constitution 125, Spirit 168, enhanced by a ring. With heightened strength, he is unafraid of being pulled away. Su Bai allocated the 2 points to strength. As a warm current enveloped his arms, his muscles subtly firmed. This sensation of continuous empowerment is delightful. It is said that upon transitioning to a combat profession, attributes are significantly amplified, allowing underachievers to leap into the ranks of advanced apprentices. Some top students can even open a spiritual pool within themselves before major examinations. Advancing to the realm of the spiritual pool, Subai took a deep breath, inhaling the moisture-laden morning air. Following the water spirit guidance technique, he gradually transformed it into a droplet of water, which fell into his abdomen. Should he possess the ability to introspect, he would find a small pond rippling in his dantian. As he inhaled and exhaled the vapor, the water within the pond increased. This formed the 7th droplet of spiritual energy. The water spirit guidance technique, collaboratively edited by the nation's talents, is the most suitable for public cultivation. Generally, students can condense up to 5 droplets, which is already remarkable. Subai had previously condensed 6 droplets, placing him among the advanced apprentices. Among over 1,000 senior students in the school, there are fewer than 20 who qualify for scholarships. This recent level up has successfully produced the 7th droplet, bringing him closer to gathering 9 droplets to open the spiritual pool. Reaching the realm of the spiritual pool not only extends one's lifespan to a century, but also enhances one's ability to manipulate water, vastly improving survival skills. If a student can open the spiritual pool within a month post-awakening, they may be directly admitted to Blackwater University, with the assistance of the Great Voyage. Achieving this is not overly difficult. Recalling the scornful gazes of Zhang Wanwen and his son, Subai clenched his fists. In the trial arena, I will show you what the wrath of an angler truly is. With the remaining skill point, considering that all current skills are life-related, Subai decided to save it temporarily, seeking a means to acquire an attacking skill. Finally, only a bronze treasure chest remained. Subai clicked to open the chest, and a burst of azure light radiated forth. The game announced, "Congratulations on opening the chest. You have received small earthworm X10, red earthworm X1, small strength potion X1, copper coin X20. Earthworms make excellent bait, particularly the red earthworm, which can attract certain rare fish." The strength potion caught Subai's attention even more. Small strength potion. Consuming it grants 8 strength for 1 hour. This could prove invaluable at a critical moment. Subai planned to use it in 2 days. Including the 3 copper coins he had caught, his total assets now amounted to 23 coins. Subai guided his character, carrying the tackle box, out of the room. He intended to explore the novice village, seeking a way to tame the traveler's frog as a pet. The location was simple and constructed primarily of wood. Upon seeing him, the charming NPC named Xiao Lan warmly greeted him and even offered a complimentary breakfast. A pan-fried carp accompanied by red berries and a glass of milk. The little character's hunger meter had long exceeded its limits, and he savored the meal with delight. Stamina 1, happiness 1, joy 1. How much does it cost to stay for a night? After finishing his meal, Subai casually inquired. 1 copper coin for 1 day, including complimentary breakfast and bait. Xiaolan replied with a smile. This price is rather steep. As Subai had yet to rent a room, he needed a safe haven to rest after logging out. Reluctantly, he extracted 1 copper coin to extend his stay, leaving him with a total of 1 coin. The main quest in the game now directed him to explore the novice village known as Little Fishing Village. He aimed to activate the shop function at the fishing gear store to upgrade his equipment, though that could wait. In reality, upon noticing another small grass carp on the line, Subai temporarily exited the game. With a firm grip, he hoisted the small grass carp from the water. Folding up his little stool, he prepared to return home for breakfast. Young man, you must be a recent graduate, having just transitioned into a new job? An amiable old gentleman with a head full of white hair greeted him as he was about to leave. I observe that your fishing skills are quite refined. Your success rate exceeds that of many seasoned anglers. Would you care to join our fishing club? A spark of interest ignited in Subai's heart. The popularity of fishing as a profession meant that there were numerous individuals in the club. Sure, I'll come by in a couple of days once I finish my tasks. Subai did not decline, having long heard of the prestigious fishing club. It was rumored within the city that in every ditch, one could encounter a member of the club, even in the sewers. Just mention that you were introduced by Old Chun. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Subai nodded in agreement. Chapter 8. Tasting the whitebait from the game. Shocking the Uncle S family. You've only been out for half an hour and caught this many? Subai returned with a bucket brimming with fish. His aunt, donned in an apron, squatted beside the red bucket, her face a portrait of astonishment. Did you really catch them? How big are they? Enough to complement the porridge. The uncle, who had been watching television, stood up upon hearing the commotion and chuckled. I thought since you just switched jobs, you'd come back empty-handed. After all, I am a professional. Subai, with a hint of pride, patted his chest, declaring, a fisherman never returns empty-handed. When Herong felt a deep admiration for his nephew's mindset. Even his daughter, having drawn a blue card, lacked such confidence. Ah, these 2 fish are truly beautiful. Chen Suling exclaimed as she fished out a small whitebait and a little crucian carp from the red bucket. In contrast to the small black fish and grass carp recently caught from the Fengxi River, which bore the taint of abyssal pollution. These specimens were vibrant and unblemished, appearing particularly appetizing. Indeed, when Herong exclaimed in awe, lifting a plump and exquisite little crayfish by its claw. This crayfish is both succulent and beautiful, unlike the others that reek. Little Sue, where did you catch these? I must try my luck next time. Subai casually replied, just downstream of the Fengxi River. It's unique to the Great Voyage. There's none like it in the world. Creak. The pink door swung open, and a girl clad in a blue and white school uniform peeked out, her curious eyes fixating on the red bucket. Cousin, you really did catch some. Of course. Subai beamed with pride, relishing the rare opportunity to show off before his outstanding cousin, who said fishermen were inferior. Old one, don't harbor any delusions that you too can catch fish, Chen Suling teased as she took the small whitebait and the freshly caught grass carp into the kitchen. With a professional like me around, there will be no need to venture out for groceries. With the little whitebait, our fish supply is secure. Before long, Chen Suling brought forth a pot of whitebait porridge and braised grass carp, accompanied by a jar of pickled vegetables on the table. A sumptuous breakfast was served. Quick, taste this porridge. I've never seen such exquisite fish meat. The texture is clear and pristine, devoid of any impurities. She filled a bowl for her precious daughter, Wen Xinxin, who was renowned as the school beauty, with countless admirers. At home, she was candid and generous. Taking a deep breath, she smiled slightly. It smells divine. Without hesitation, she scooped a spoonful into her mouth. How is it? Wen Herong, Chen Suling, and Subai all gazed at Wen Xinxin expectantly. Surely, the fish from the game wouldn't cause any harm, would it? Subai felt a tinge of uncertainty about the fish being consumed for the first time. Ouch! It's hot. The cute cousin stuck out her tongue. Instead of answering, she demonstrated the outcome through her actions. While blowing on her tongue and exclaiming about the heat of the porridge, she continued to scoop, finishing an entire bowl in mere moments. Mom, one more bowl. When Xinxin boldly raised her bowl, hand lifted high, Chen Suling and Wen Herong exchanged glances, never having witnessed such an appetite in their daughter. Subai served himself a bowl of fish porridge, taking a piece of the sliced fish and placing it in his mouth. Instantly, his senses were awakened. The fish meat was smooth and required no chewing. The rich flavors blossomed in his mouth, fresh, natural, and sweet, devoid of any off-putting taste. Delicious, was the unanimous exclamation from Subai and the uncle and aunt. Without any accompanying dishes, the three finished an entire bowl of meat porridge, while Wen Xinxin had already devoured her second bowl. As Subai sampled a piece of braised fish, his brow furrowed. He could distinctly taste a slight bitterness and a grainy texture. This was the fish he had consumed for over a decade. Even those farmed in private fisheries had an unremovable off flavor. No comparison, no harm. He had never tasted such clean, sweet meat porridge before. With a small appetite, Wen Xinxin polished off 4 large bowls, giving Subai a hearty thumbs up. Cousin, your culinary skills would surely be in high demand at the Crazy Surge Market. The Crazy Surge Seafood Market was the largest trading hub in Heishui City, and selling fish there that flew off the shelves was a testament to their quality. Indeed, both the uncle and aunt regarded Subai with newfound respect. If luck favors us, I'll have to try that crucian carp for lunch. Subai set down his bowl, humbly remarking, by the way, Xinxin, how did your job transition go yesterday? Indeed, beauty and kindness often attract the favor of the heavens. When Xinxin raised her pristine thumb, winking playfully, I'm a water elementalist now. The school rewarded me with a bonus of 30,000 and provided me with an elemental card. She proudly revealed a shimmering blue card nestled between her snow-white fingers. Outstanding. Just as I expected from my cousin, Subai praised sincerely. Water elementalists are naturally attuned to the sea, with a high affinity for water elements, allowing them to cultivate at a pace several times that of ordinary individuals. They thrive alongside marine life, capable of forming contracts, heralding a promising future and acclaimed as one of the finest professions among blue career cards. Cousin, you're no slouch either. I heard you publicly embarrass Zhang Wanwen in front of thousands of students and teachers. When Xinxin gazed at him with admiration, word has spread far and wide. Subai raised an eyebrow, surprised at the extent of the gossip. In this technological age, everyone is in campus groups, his cousin said, shaking her phone. ISNT Director Zhang, a friend of Aunt Jingji? What caused the rift? The uncle and aunt were only now becoming aware, their expressions filled with confusion. That scoundrel has been misappropriating my family's estate and withholding my government subsidies. This time, he has gone too far. The green luck card my parents left for me as a coming-of-age gift has been appropriated for that little brat to use. That card is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for destiny. Subai's eyes glinted with undisguised fury as he recalled how the precious gift, prepared by his parents at the risk of their lives, had been brazenly seized. Zhang Wanwen and his son are truly despicable. This is simply outrageous. When Herong slammed his chopsticks down on the table, We shall take him to the notary. He is not merely safeguarding the estates of a single martyr. What you have mentioned, Zhang Wanwen has surely perpetrated before, and has also expressed her determination to pursue this matter to the very end. How could one mere director of education wield such unchecked power? Su Bai shook his head. It is futile. I have previously attempted to report him anonymously to the Lord's office, only to have Zhang Wanwen threaten me the very next day. Moreover, regarding that blessing card, without evidence from that time, he firmly asserts it is a family heirloom, purchased long ago, and the police cannot take any action against him. Upon hearing this, Wen Herong and Qin Suling fell into silence. Even the smallest of officials appear as towering figures in the eyes of the common folk. The web of connections they weave ensnares their prey tightly. Cousin, you need not worry. In 2 years, I will seek justice for you. When Xin declared, raising her delicate little fist, when the time comes, I shall ensure they repay me doubly. Both father and son will lament behind iron bars. Su Bai immediately clasped his fists, acknowledging her fierce spirit. However, you need not intervene. In a few days, during the novice trial, I shall teach Zhang Junjiang a lesson. His confidence was such that, in that moment, the three believed he was not merely an ordinary fisherman, but rather a formidable ice swordsman clad in orange. When Herong and Qin Suling exchanged glances, considering her cousin's pride, when Xin deliberated for a while before hesitantly stating, Cousin, passing the trial is sufficient. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be enacted hastily. Su Bai understood that discussing too much now would be futile. When the time comes, you will see for yourselves. Preoccupied with gaming, Su Bai hurried back to his room. Xin, do not follow your cousin's example. Do not succumb to despair and numb yourself with games, Qin Suling cautioned with concern. Isn't the school providing you with extra lessons today? Hurry along. When Xin replied, Yes, mother, save that cushion carp for me. Set sail for the great voyage. Su Bai reclined on his bed. Nothing could be more important than playing games. In the quaint fishing village, as the little figure exited the inn, he was immediately accosted by several merchant NPCs. Bubbles appeared above their heads, their expressions filled with excitement. I've heard you caught the legendary frog. Name your price. A wealthy collector is gathering golden curiosities. How many coins do you intend to sell your traveling frog for? Is there a second traveling frog in the origin pond? Can you reel it in again? The game's information spread with remarkable speed. Just as the little figure found himself surrounded, 2 familiar silhouettes approached. Silence. The merchants wore expressions of terror, exclaiming, The village chief has arrived, and fled in haste. It turned out the old man was the village chief. Su Bai wore a look of realization. Newcomer, do you wish to settle in the fishing village? As the chief, I have plenty of land, a house, a fishing ground, and a pass to all major fishing spots. The village chief's bubble was longer than the others. Name your price. I want that traveling frog. This left Su Bai utterly flummoxed. Nearby, Uncle O, the man in the straw hat, along with the other merchant NPCs, was rendered speechless. Chapter 9. New map, Qinghu Fishing Pond, menu for capturing the traveling frog. Su Bai, of course, would not sell. The little figure displayed an angry emoji. I will not sell. I wish to catch more rare fish. Where's the fishing tackle shop in the village? The village chief showed a look of regret. The largest is naturally my Qinglong fishing tackle shop. If you wish to catch larger fish, you may head to the Qinghu Fishing Pond to the east. The village chief handed over a pass. With the chief's approval, you have received a Qinghu Fishing Pond pass. Please venture to the new map and prove yourself. Unexpectedly, the village chief turned out to be a good person. The little figure accepted the pass. Take good care of the traveling frog. Do not harm it. Uncle O reminded with some concern. Su Bai felt a stir in his heart and hurriedly inquired about ways to capture the traveling frog. It is only spoken of in legends. Yours may very well be the first ever caught. It is said to be friendly towards humans and enjoys a rare food called earthworm bento. In the next moment, a question mark appeared above Uncle O's head. You have triggered the quest. Capture the traveling frog. Please prepare an earthworm bento. Su Bai clicked on the question mark to examine the details. Earthworm bento requires precious red earthworms, 4-leaf clovers, and at least good quality or above fish bladders for preparation. The most elusive red earthworm seems to be within my grasp. I shall search for the 4-leaf clover in the fishing village. As for the precious fish, they should be available at Qinghu Fishing Pond. After bidding farewell to the two, the little figure followed their directions. Before long, he arrived at a fishing tackle shop occupying the prime location in the village, significantly larger than the others, with a sign displaying the bold characters, Qinglong Fishing Tackle Shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of products, fishing rods, sun umbrellas, bait, fishing nets, everything one could desire. The marketplace had seemingly moved here. Su Bai clicked on the shelves to scrutinize the goods. A girl with aquamarine hair, whose name floated above her head as Lin Lin, emerged from within. May I ask what fishing gear or bait Mr. Su requires? We have everything related to water here. The little figure inquired. My fishing rod is broken. I also need some bait and a net. What is your budget? Lin asked with a polite smile. Feeling somewhat financially constrained, and considering he needed to purchase food and water, he replied honestly, 20 copper coins. Lin did not show disdain. Rather, she enthusiastically pointed to a fishing rod on the counter, explaining, this green bamboo rod, while of ordinary quality, has been crafted by a master, and the fishing line is made of spider silk. The price is 15 copper coins. The competition rod is an exceptional item among ordinary quality. It comes with a spinning reel, sufficient to catch over 100 kilograms of large fish without breaking. However, it is relatively costly. A series of introductions emerged. Subai observed more clearly, even discovering various fishing rods with different ranges and effects that increase success rates. Among them was a prized possession, the rod, crafted from bamboo as thick as an arm, with a transparent line that moved with the wind. Golden fishing rod, quality, epic. Crafted from rare golden bamboo and spider king silk, it is flexible and resists stormy seas and the might of fish kings. It is not intended for casting in small ponds or rivers, but rather designed for the ocean. Once, I too was a great angler, until a swordfish pierced my knee, said a certain unnamed elder. Could this have been the village chief as former fishing gear? Subai speculated. This was certainly beyond his current means. He even spotted strength potions and stamina potions on the shelves. Such treasures could turn the tide in critical moments. Yet he could only gaze longingly due to his limited funds. With Lin's introduction, receiving a discount of 20, Subai purchased a green bamboo rod, a small net, and 3 packets of the cheapest bait. Thus, he spent 20 copper coins, leaving him with just 2 coins remaining. Thank you for your patronage. As a token of gratitude for your first visit, we present you with a complimentary beginner's bait. Lin beamed with a smile. Subai felt a surge of excitement, but was also apprehensive. Recalling the irascible temperament of the old man with the white beard, she worried that she might face repercussions. Rest assured, I am the true owner of this establishment. My grandfather would not dare reprimand me, Lin declared proudly, hands on her hips. Subai, taken aback, accepted the generous gesture. Do you know where I might find a 4-leaf clover? Subai pondered for a moment before inquiring. Lin's expression shifted to one of surprise. There are indeed 3-leaf clovers by the river, but to discover the elusive 4-leaf variety among them would require at least a month. We also have them for sale in the shop, though they come at a rather steep price. She turned and rummaged through the cabinet, soon emerging with a plant specimen. Resting on it was the very 4-leaf clover that Subai had longed for. 4-leaf clover, a symbol of luck, when used. It grants a luck boost of 5 for 1 hour. Price, 1 silver coin, 100 copper coins. Upon seeing the price, Subai winced. She had only 2 remaining coins in her pocket. Please hold it for me. I will definitely secure the funds within 3 days. The little figure clenched her fist confidently and, clutching her bamboo pole, exited the fishing gear shop. We await your good news. We also buy fish and shrimp, especially the rare treasure fish, Lin added, sporting a broad smile. Along the way, the little figure spent 1 copper coin to purchase 3 bento boxes and a few bottles of water, making her way directly to Qinghu Fishing Pond. If her catch was poor, she would be sleeping on the streets tomorrow. Feeling the weight of the last remaining coin in her pocket, the little figure exhibited a sense of urgency. Before long, the humidity in the air intensified, and before her appeared a crooked wooden sign displaying black lettering. Qinghu Fishing Pond. Map name, Qinghu Fishing Pond. Difficulty, 1 star. Fish species available, common quality, Christian carp, grass carp, catfish, etc. Superior, tiger kingfish, 5-star silver carp. Rare, crimson blood carp, the only fish king. Those who catch it can claim a reward of 100 copper coins at the Qinglong Fishing Gear Shop. Recommended challenge level, level 36. Entry fee, 1 copper coin. What? There's an admission fee? Subai's eyes widened. She had assumed entry was free, only to discover the old man sought to profit. This unexpected turn of events compounded the already precarious situation of her modest household. However, the reward for capturing the Fish King sparked a glimmer of hope in Subai's eyes. If she managed to catch it, wouldn't the 4-leaf clover be within reach? No pain, no gain, the little figure thought, her expression a mix of reluctance and determination. She handed over her last copper coin to the gatekeeper. Upon entering the pond, she noticed 7 or 8 NPCs had already claimed the best spots, including the village chief and the old man in the straw hat. You've arrived, albeit a bit slowly. Let us see if your luck is genuine or if you're merely a prodigy, they greeted her. The little figure sought shelter by the pond. Setting down her small stool, she scattered a cheap bait, conserving the expensive one for later. As the bait fell into the pond like rain, carp and grass carp surfaced, eagerly competing for food. This isn't just bait, it's money, Subai thought, not daring to delay. She quickly rigged a worm and began fishing. While fishing, it seemed that due to her exploits the previous day, Subai's reputation had skyrocketed. Bubbles appeared above the heads of the other anglers. Is that the newcomer who caught the golden rarity? He doesn't look special. Could it be pure luck? But can he really catch that fish king? I doubt it. The crimson blood carp is quite clever and highly prized by the village chief. Naturally, this chatter reached the ears of the village chief. I'll wager that he won't catch the fish king. The most he'll manage is a tiger kingfish, the old man with the white beard boasted. The crimson blood carp is far too cunning. It will only be caught by me. The old man in the straw hat appeared intrigued. I bet he can catch it. Though it may take some time and a change of equipment. The two veterans quietly placed their bets, their gazes fixed on Subai. The little figure felt a great question mark hovering above her head. Why were all the NPCs staring at her? Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest. Dozens of fish on the line. The treasure fish approaches. A fish is on the line. Pull with all your might. In the next moment, the little figure's attention was drawn back to the pond by a progress bar that had popped up. All right. Subai deftly maneuvered her character, skillfully loosening and tightening the line to tire out the fish. Perhaps fueled by competitive spirit, the fish struggled only briefly before surrendering. You have caught a big red carp X1. It was hefty, weighing at least 3 pounds. Subai gleefully picked up the landing net and scooped the large carp from the water. This step required utmost care. How many anglers had faltered at the last moment, releasing the fish they would regret for a lifetime? Clutching the vibrant scaled big red carp, which was longer than her arm, the little figure was overjoyed. As expected of a one-star pond, the fish here are significantly larger than those in the small ponds. This is enough to feed a family of 4. Seizing her good fortune, she continued to fish with zeal. The little figure, undeterred, cast her line again. Perhaps the new player benefits were still in effect. Or perhaps her titles as a supernova and lucky star fragments were working together. In the following casts, she frequently hooked fish, and they were all sizable. Congratulations. You have successfully caught a black catfish X1. A black-browed crucian carp is on the line. Please quickly reel it in. Big red carp X2. Before long, her fishing box was brimming with over 20 pounds of fish, leaving the other anglers dumbfounded. Could he be blessed by the fishing god? Newcomers tend to have better luck. I remember when I cast my line and knocked out a treasure fish. These are merely ordinary fish. They don't count as anything remarkable. Subai was completely absorbed in the fishing, blissfully unaware of the astonished expressions of the other anglers. With worms running low, she resorted to using a small frog she had caught previously, preparing frog legs as bait. Though not as effective as worms, she still managed to reel in some 2 to 3 pound grass carp. Her fishing box was now full. Subai regretted not purchasing a fish keeper earlier. Who could have imagined that the pond would yield such a plentiful catch, with every fish so robust? Unbeknownst to her, the old man with the white beard was fuming nearby. All of these fish are mine. The old man in the straw hat teased. At least he hasn't caught your treasure fish yet. This kid's luck is extraordinary. It's hard to say. As time passed, Subai continued to catch a few small fish, occasionally reeling in unexpected treasures. You have caught a small magnet, copper coins X5. Unfortunate. Your fish hook is tangled in garbage. Please find a way to untangle it. You have caught water plants X3. Time gradually slipped away as the sun rose high in the sky. The sweltering heat did little to diminish the enthusiasm of the anglers. The little figure gazed up at the sun, took a swig from her bottle of mineral water, and poured the remaining half over her hair to cool down. If only I had some extra money. I could have bought myself a sunshade, she lamented. So poor. A large character representing poverty loomed over the little man's head. This sentiment transcended the confines of the game and resonated equally in reality for Subai. The unscrupulous Zhang Wanwen embezzled the inheritance, fearful of Subai's resurgence, and clandestinely withheld his educational resources. Each month, the financial support trickling in from the inheritance diminished further. Thankfully, his uncle's family was kind-hearted and did not mistreat him. Otherwise, he would have been left without a place to call home. Why did I toil so diligently in my studies, achieving a position among the top 10 in the school? Why, despite having a good rapport with the class president, have I never taken the initiative to pursue her? Is it not solely to enhance my abilities, to succeed in my career transition, to excel in the examination hall, and ultimately alter my destiny? Yet, you and your father have stripped me of my most cherished inheritance. I have vowed to avenge this grievance. The mocking voice of Zhang Junjiang echoed in Subai's mind. Little did he know that hope could emerge from despair. He would make you aware of the wrath of a fisherman. The little man, inspired by Subai, became increasingly spirited in his angling endeavors. Unbeknownst to Subai, a tiny star hanging from the little man's chest flickered imperceptibly. Suddenly, a flash of green light darted before his eyes. The float jerked and swiftly sank into the pond. A green exclamation mark surfaced. Lucky star fragment activated. A precious fish is hooked. Do not miss the blessings of Lady Luck. May your fishing be fruitful. It has arrived. Subai felt a surge of energy and hastily maneuvered the little man, pulling with all his might. The green bamboo fishing rod, though the most ordinary, was brand new and far superior to the gray rod provided by the system. It was more than capable of reeling in 100-pound fish. What followed was a test of endurance, strength, and spirit between man and the prized fish. If I could catch a traveling frog, what difficulty could you possibly present? The success of his first catch filled Subai with immense confidence. The experience points accrued from continuous fishing instilled the little man with assurance. Steadily, he rose, gripping the rod with both hands, reeling in and lifting it. The green bamboo rod arched into a crescent shape, the line taut to the brink of snapping, yet miraculously holding firm. The struggling fish exerted itself, but there would always come a moment of exhaustion. The rod straightened, releasing the fish's energy. Advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances. Subai embodied the spirit of combat, gradually wearing the fish down. The little man radiated confidence, fully prepared. This commotion had already attracted the attention of surrounding anglers. That newcomer truly hooked a treasure. Impressive. With such a commotion. It must be over 4 kilograms. Could it be the Fish King? It seems his earlier success was no mere fluke. He possesses real skill, having only fished a few times. Old Zhong, you're going to be spitting blood this time. The water stirred as the fish disturbed the surface, startling the smaller fish into fleeing. Observing this, the anglers set their rods aside, gathering in small groups around Subai's fishing spot to observe his actions, speculating whether he had indeed hooked the crimson blood carp. This kid is something else. The bearded old man could no longer remain seated. Rising like a flame had ignited beneath him, making his way towards Subai. Laugh. The straw-hatted uncle was happier than if he had caught the fish himself. Typically, old Zhong boasted about the Fish King, claiming it only recognized him. However, upon observing Subai, the straw-hatted uncle marveled at his rapid progress. He is bound to reel it in. While others speculated about potential failure and the risk of losing the hook, he had already made his conclusion. As expected, after more than 10 minutes of tussling, the struggle of the prized fish grew weaker. The arc of the green bamboo rod straightened further. At the moment the fish relaxed, the spirit of competition activated, seizing the moment of the prey's slackening. Reel with all your might. As the reminder sounded, the little man, who had been locked in a stalemate, suddenly surged with strength, lifting the rod. The fishing progress bar instantly filled to the brim, bursting forth. Crack! With a crisp sound of water splashing, under the gaze of all the anglers, a fish with orange-red scales, exceeding 1/2 meter in length, adorned with peculiar tiger stripes, was hoisted from the depths. More astonishingly, the orange-red markings on its head formed a regal character that embodied the essence of a king. The shimmering droplets of water scattered as sunlight refracted, enhancing its majestic aura. Here it comes. A kind-hearted uncle nearby had already taken a small net, waiting by the shore. You're quite lucky to have caught a Tiger King striped fish. Excellent. Experience 1000. Your fishing proficiency has now reached intermediate. Chapter 11. The Tiger King striped fish, a great tonic, has been acquired. What a beautiful Tiger King striped fish. The little man proudly lifted it. Another item was added to the traveling frog's menu. The surrounding anglers erupted in expressions of astonishment. Young man, you possess quite the skill. The bearded old man praised. However, this is merely the beginning. If you can catch that Fish King, not only will you receive a reward of 100 copper coins, but I also have a long-held secret manual to gift you. Old Zhong, you're being quite generous this time. The straw-hatted uncle beamed. Yet, given your current fishing level and the green bamboo rod, it will be quite challenging. After fishing for a few days and earning some money, you can purchase better equipment, which will give you hope. Listening to this, Subai silently resolved within himself. Within 2 days, I must catch the crimson blood carp. He clicked on the still lively Tiger King striped fish. Name, Tiger King striped fish. Quality, excellent. Effect, a great tonic, replenishing blood and chi, healing hidden injuries. A treasure through and through, permanently increases strength by 2 points, constitution by 2 points, and perception by 1 point. A marvelous item, and it can even be consumed in reality. The little man longed to catch it and give it a kiss. After borrowing a fish basket from the kind uncle, he carefully placed the Tiger King striped fish inside. The little man took a break, beginning his lunch. Meanwhile, he checked on the traveling frog. Earlier, Subai had purchased an additional fishing line at the tackle shop. One end was tied to the frog's leg. The little frog, instead of escaping, donned a straw hat and explored the pond. Time for lunch. The little man tossed it a worm. Quack. The traveling frog caught it with its mouth, its expression slightly begrudging. The traveling frog is not particularly satisfied with this fare. Should the treatment remain poor, it may consider wandering the world. A game reminder startled Subai momentarily. He needed to quickly gather the menu items. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Only 4-leaf clovers remained. Although fishing occasionally yielded unexpected rewards, they were only worth a few coins. Selling ordinary fish slowly would only fetch 1 or 2 copper coins. The precious treasure fish, however, would only be worth 10 to 20 coins. To collect 100 copper coins, it would indeed require several days. Alternatively, if he felt fortunate enough, he could gather them himself. Subai set his sights on the fish king. After scattering some bait, the little man tirelessly continued to fish. In the time that followed, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. The only catches were ordinary fish, albeit quite plump, totaling over 100 pounds. The game sky gradually darkened. One by one, others departed, leaving only a few anglers prepared for a night of fishing. Naturally, Subai intended to partake in the nocturnal angling as well. The game featured an idle mode that, once bait was set, would engage in repetitive actions. However, the efficiency of this mode paled in comparison to manual operation, yielding only ordinary fish. This was sufficient for Subai, who did not plan to sell all his catch back to the game. Instead, he aimed to catch more and sell them in the frenzied market. Once everything was arranged, Subai logged out of the game. Oh, has it grown dark here too? He rose and stretched, discovering that his aunt was already preparing dinner. Indeed, getting engrossed in a game made one easily forget the passage of time. He concocted an excuse and took his bucket outside to fish, when in reality, he rode his little electric scooter for a leisurely jaunt. Before long, he returned, pushing open the door with a bucket containing a magnificent tiger-striped fish. What a stroke of luck. Tonight, they would feast on sashimi. Chen Suling and Wen Herong were startled. Upon seeing the enormous fish that could hardly fit in the bucket, they were momentarily speechless. His uncle stared in astonishment. Where on earth did you catch this big fellow? It must weigh at least 10 pounds. The intricate patterns on its body were quite striking, a vibrant orange reminiscent of a tiger. Chen Suling eagerly took the bucket, but her arms sank under the weight, nearly dropping it. Moreover, the tiger-striped fish was still alive, having been directly extracted from Subai's catch, thrashing its powerful orange-black tail and splashing water everywhere, much to the amusement of the elderly couple. They had never seen such a beautiful fish. It seemed a pity to kill it. Chen Suling felt a twinge of reluctance. Indeed, fish produced in the game, both in appearance and temperament, were vastly different from the murky specimens of reality. With a grand gesture, Subai declared, "As long as I am here, there will be no shortage of big fish." With exams approaching, Xin and Xin also needed to prepare. The mention of their daughter silenced the elderly couple, and their hearts hardened. Just then, the door creaked open, and when Xinshin, clad in a blue and white JK uniform, entered with a smile. "Why are you talking about me again?" she exclaimed, immediately spotting the puddle of water on the floor. Upon noticing the tiger-striped fish peeking out of the bucket, her eyes widened in surprise. "What a huge fish. Cousin, did you catch this? It's so beautiful." She approached excitedly, bending down to touch the king-like pattern on the fish's head. "The name doesn't matter, Aunt. Just prepare it simply. No seasonings needed, just sashimi. And remember to save the swim bladder and some of the entrails for me. They are useful. I can use them for bait in the game." "All right, you all are in for a treat tonight," Chen Suling said as she carried the bucket into the kitchen. "I'll help out. A fish this big won't be finished tonight," her uncle chuckled, following behind. It was remarkable that Subai, having awakened just 2 days prior, had already improved the family's meals so significantly. Preparing sashimi was quite simple. The key was freshness. Subai retrieved a porcelain bowl from the cupboard and poured in a splash of soy sauce, determined not to waste such exquisite ingredients. When Xinshin suddenly smiled, revealing her small tiger teeth, and began rummaging through the kitchen until she found a cherished tube of wasabi paste, carefully squeezing it into the delicate soy sauce. The mixture turned a dark hue with a hint of green. 10 minutes later, the sashimi was ready. Chen Suling and Wen Herong carefully carried a grand platter to the table. When Xinshin could hardly contain herself, exclaiming in delight as she picked up a slice of the freshly cut sashimi and eagerly popped it into her mouth. Her greedy demeanor was a far cry from the image of a little marine sprite from school. "How does it taste? Still fresh?" Chen Suling asked, placing down the platter. When Xinshin's cheeks bulged with food as she swallowed hastily, her eyes sparkling. "Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. It has a fragrant flavor, as if it were raised on grass. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth. Is it really that exaggerated?" When Herong teased, thinking his daughter was like a child who had never seen a big bun before. He too picked up his chopsticks and sampled a slice of fish. Subai smiled, watching this heartwarming scene unfold. The narrow dining table was filled with the grand platter, showcasing translucent slices of fish arranged like exquisite art. Under the light, the orange-red fish meat gleamed enticingly. "Indeed, this is the first time I've tasted such delectable sashimi," When Herong remarked, his eyes lighting up. Eagerly, he reached for a second helping. With an entire fish weighing over 10 pounds, There was more than enough for the four of them. Upon tasting a slice, Chen Suling was unsurprisingly astonished, exclaiming that even the expensive salmon they had eaten at previous banquets paled in comparison. If sold at the market, it would fetch at least 10,000 yuan. Listening to their praises, Su Bai felt immense satisfaction. Perhaps the greatest joy for an angler was witnessing their catch being eagerly devoured by family. He picked up a slice of fish and placed it in his mouth. How refreshing! No wonder his uncle and aunt sang its praises. Dipped in wasabi, it revealed an exhilarating flavor. Chapter 12. The Eighth Drop, the Eve of the Trial. Discussions in the class group. Why do I feel so warm all of a sudden, as if my blood is rushing? Before long, they realized something was amiss. When Heron, having transitioned to a dock worker, often moved heavy items, resulting in muscle soreness and a long-standing back issue. Yet, as he consumed the fish meat, the blocked energy seemed to flow freely, and his body felt feverish. Soon, Chen Suling noticed something unusual as well. The crow's feet on her face appeared to diminish. I can't eat anymore. The most remarkable change was in Wen Xinshin. The little cousin had never tasted such delightful sashimi before. She kept picking up piece after piece, completely oblivious to the bubbles forming on her skin. Even more astonishing, the mist enveloping her gradually coalesced into a watery spirit, playfully flitting around her. What are you staring at? Keep eating. When Xinshin squinted her eyes, speaking indistinctly. Cousin, I went to school today and heard that this trial not only has rewards from the Lord's mansion, but also several direct admission spots from each school to prestigious universities. I'm planning to seize this opportunity. Do you want to participate in the trial? And what about the big exam in a month? Of course, Su Bai replied, glancing at the panel showing an increase of 1 point in strength, as he picked up another slice of fish. Even as a mere ordinary angler, with excellent grades in liberal arts, he still could not gain admission to a good university. Chen Suling wanted to say something, but was nudged by Wen Heron with his elbow. She sighed, feeling unable to continue eating sashimi. Little Bai, in the future, don't bring such excellent fish home. The wealthy in the market specifically seek out rare treasure fish. This one will surely be snatched up. Regardless of whether you plan to graduate, find a job, or go to college and join clubs, it all requires money. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. I know. He had already devised a plan to fish for one more night and sell the catch at the frenzied market the next day. Having money in his pocket would facilitate purchasing equipment and preparing for the trial 2 days later. Furthermore, it was inappropriate to constantly rely on his uncle's family for meals, especially since Zhang Wanwen was withholding his subsidy. With only a few hundred yuan in his pocket, what can he possibly achieve? If he were to leave his uncle's house, he might very well starve alone. He must earn money, acquire equipment, and prepare for the impending examination. Once he consumes the royal tiger pufferfish, his attributes will be fully enhanced. Su Bai greeted briefly before heading to the kitchen to extract the fish bladder and some entrails back into the game. He returned to his room, immersing himself in the game once more. This child is certainly unwilling to resign to his fate. That evening, when Herong lay in bed, murmuring to himself, such is the nature of youth. Moreover, that Zhang fellow is truly insufferable. He cannot swallow his indignation. After tidying up the dishes, Chen Sulin entered the bedroom, ready to rest. When Herong, filled with unease, asked, did you put the remaining half of the fish in the fridge? It must not spoil. If left out, it could be worth thousands. Do not worry, I took care of it a while ago, Chen Sulin muttered as she lay down. You know, with our daughter becoming a water spirit envoy, attending university will surely demand a significant amount of money. Xiao Su seems reluctant to work and wishes to continue his studies. Even the most affordable vocational school costs tens of thousands a year. How can we afford that? The millions in inheritance are unlikely to be reclaimed. When Herong fell silent upon hearing this, he is merely a laborer, and Chen Sulin can only occasionally find odd jobs to help with the household expenses. The pressure is overwhelming. Chen Sulin sighed. Do you think Xiao Su might be transitioning to a blue fishing profession? He has caught such expensive fish several times. When Herong pondered this carefully and realized it might indeed be the case. Let us see how the trial results turn out the day after tomorrow. If his performance is poor, he will know in his heart as well. With his skills, he could find work on any ship. In their 3-bedroom apartment, each room was brightly lit. When Xinshin, clad in pink pajamas, played with the water spirit, she wandered to the window and, unconsciously opening it, gazed into her cousin's room next door, still illuminated. With her large, sparkling eyes, she seemed lost in thought. Being a fisherman is quite good. One does not have to worry about food and drink. Leave the matter of revenge to me. Unbeknownst to her, Su Bai was wholly devoted to fishing in the game. Determined to catch the fish king, he remained oblivious to the fact that during his gameplay, his body instinctively activated the water spirit guidance technique. Coupled with the highly nutritious royal tiger pufferfish consumed that night, the emanating spiritual energy was unknowingly absorbed, transforming into the 8th droplet of water. Drip. The droplet fell into the pool, causing the reservoir in his dantian to expand further, nearing its limit. It was on the verge of upgrading into a spiritual pool. As the game progressed, another night slipped away. Dear students, prepare yourselves. We shall gather at the back mountain of the first high school at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Early in the morning, the class group buzzed with activity. Old Bai addressed everyone. In recent days, I trust you have all familiarized yourselves with your professional characteristics. This trial will primarily assess your practical abilities and serve as an initial evaluation. The principal has already announced that the first prize is a 100,000 yuan reward and a chance to draw a blue card from the campus treasury when the leaders from the Education Bureau come to supervise. Be spirited and do not lose points. Of course, many of you are pursuing life professions and supportive roles. I still advise you to act according to your abilities. The trial entails risks. In previous years, there have been instances of injuries and paralysis. You may also opt to continue your studies at vocational colleges, contributing to society in your own way. Old Bai's grand summoning spell stirred the previously quiet students, prompting them to speak up. Wu Zhengxin chimed in, hee Old Bai. Who doesn't know that your daughter will undoubtedly secure the first place this year? You can just revel in that. Woo, I am just a green chef. Will we be cooking for the competition tomorrow? Female classmate Ma Yadong sent a crying emoji. Chu Xiaowen remarked, you can dream on. Last year, we had to deal with a horde of piranhas. I heard a senior had her calf completely gnawed off. This revelation caused many female classmates to turn pale, flooding the chat with cries of distress. Fearing potential injuries, they hastily considered withdrawing. Even Jiang Shaoqi boldly declared, I am a proud fishmonger and have been interning at Dazhong for 3 days now. What trial? What grand examination? I am directly entering the workforce. His statement sparked discussions among classmates, who found merit in Jiang Shaoqi's perspective. Why bother with ordinary vocational schools when most families lack the funds? It's better to work directly. After all, we all reached the same destination in the end. The divergence of fates began to unfold here. Wang Chuxing, adorned with the membership halo, interjected. The Oceanic Group has signed a contract with me, promising an annual sponsorship of 1 million to cultivate my talents. In these days, I have already mastered the formidable skills of an ocean explorer. The waves are at my feet. I have already reserved the runner-up position in the trial. So you all can prepare to vie for third place. During this time, Wang Chuxing had been thriving. Even the leaders had brought gifts to visit his home. Classmates had heard plenty of his exploits. In the past, he had merely been an inconspicuous student. Now, although he spoke boastfully, numerous enterprises were willing to invest in him. And he had even joined the illustrious Oceanic Group. His classmates were filled with envy and jealousy. Only one more day. Everyone should study well at home. The class monitor, the most beautiful flower of the first high school, chimed in. By Siener stated, last-minute efforts can still shine. Although the trials are fraught with danger, they also present rare opportunities. The school will prepare benefits rarely seen in the market. This is an excellent chance to overtake others, even for those in life professions. Do not lose heart. Each year, numerous students from life courses are specially recruited by prestigious universities. Her words reignited hope in many students who had contemplated giving up. By the way, where is Su Bai? Someone suddenly inquired. The scene of him embarrassing the director had stirred quite a ruckus these past few days. Chu Xiaowen teased. I recall someone mentioning wanting to show the director a thing or two in 3 days. Is he planning to let us witness his fishing skills? After saying this, he posted a laughing emoji. The influence of the director still lingered, and several classmates thought to appease him, hoping for leniency in tomorrow's trial. An easy target. What is there to fear from a mere fisherman? Classmates chimed in. Is he relying solely on his fishing rod? I bet he won't last 3 minutes. The white fishing profession is the most fundamental of all. Even within the class, he ranks at the bottom. It is truly baffling where he derives his audacity to mock the director. Chapter 13, Idle Mode, Hidden Easter Eggs. A chilling reminder. Zhang Junjiang interjected. Su Bai lacks even the most basic respect for teachers. My father, Guan Run, does not hold grudges against the younger generation. But I, as his son, have long wished to teach him a lesson. He better not show up at school tomorrow. Otherwise, he should prepare for a duel. After all, he is one of only 2 blue combat professions, prompting classmates to exclaim, 666, and express their disdain for his actions. Chu Xiaowen added, indeed, just a mere fisherman. Why is he so arrogant? Su Bai, holding his phone, observed his classmates fawning over Zhang Junjiang. Their mockery seemed an outlet for the frustration that had built up over the past 3 years of being overshadowed by his achievements. A smirk crept across his lips. He was destined to be a shadow looming over some individuals. Su Bai was undeterred, confronting Zhang Junjiang directly. If everyone is like Director Zhang, daring to misuse the legacy of martyrs, then the great Xia is truly doomed. Like father, like son, Zhang Junjiang. I trust you've been enjoying that lucky card of yours? But let me remind you, one can evade heaven's wrath, yet one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Zhang Junjiang scoffed dismissively. I thought you might shy away. I wonder where you muster your courage from. Regardless, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at school. Let's hope you have the guts to show up. In the arena of trials, duels were commonplace. The school actively promoted a martial spirit, even dispatching teachers to oversee the proceedings, as long as no lives were lost. Anything was permissible. Should one issue a challenge and the other decline, they would be subjected to ridicule for a lifetime. In previous years, numerous high school students with long-standing grievances had clashed fiercely in the trial arena. Old Sue, you're quite bold. Are you really going to take him on? Be careful not to get reduced to a mere muggle. Zhang Shaoqi exclaimed. Come, let's set up a betting pool. I'll take the odds. One of them is bound to fall. The odds were set at Sue by 100, Zhang Junjiang 02. The more audacious among the crowd began to stir the pot. The betting odds clearly reflected the students' sentiments, and indeed, many placed their wagers. The commotion escalated until Old Bai, unable to tolerate it any longer, imposed silence. Su Bai received a private message from Old Bai. You two, why stir trouble with the Zhang father and son? You're about to come of age. Some matters simply cannot be articulated. The teacher meant well. Su Bai replied, rest assured, I never engage in battles I am not confident of winning. Just wait for the spectacle tomorrow. Old Bai glanced at his phone, intrigued. He looked up at his daughter and asked, do you think Su Bai has some assurance? Can his fishing skills really transform him into a fishing maestro? After all, how could an ordinary person dare to provoke the elite of the combat class? On the balcony, dressed elegantly, the young girl paused her singing. The Su Bai I know possesses a remarkable composure that surpasses his peers. He would never undertake a venture without certainty. Tomorrow will reveal all. With that, she resumed her training. In recent days, many factions had sought her favor. Bysiener had begun to harness a portion of the powers of the Ocean Singer. It was truly formidable. Her gaze was filled with an unwavering determination to claim victory tomorrow, not merely as a top student, but to become the best in the entire city. Having made such bold declarations, she also needed to seize the moment to fish. Su Bai felt the mounting pressure. Zhang Junjiang was no pushover. A single misstep in their duel could lead to incapacitation or even death. He opened the Grand Voyage game to check on his earnings from the previous night. Currently, his priority was clear: fish to earn money, then purchase equipment to enhance his combat prowess. After a night of fishing, he successfully caught 7 crucian carp, 5 grass carp, and 6 catfish. His backpack was brimming. The sight of his bountiful catch brought joy to Su Bai. Little frog, come here. After stowing away his travel frog, he left the pond with his abundant harvest. Shortly thereafter, at the Qinglong fishing gear store, Su Bai encountered Linlin. The young girl greeted him with a bright smile, exclaiming, selling fish. With over 200 pounds of catch, he planned to sell half in the game and the remainder in reality. All right, please wait a moment, Linlin quickly calculated. That'll be a total of 40 copper coins. Do you need anything else? If sold in the real world, it could fetch several thousand yuan. Including a few copper coins he had found while fishing, his total game assets barely reached 50. The gap to the 4-leaf clover was still significant. Su Bai felt a pang of frustration. High investment was necessary for substantial returns. He supplemented his supplies with 20 earthworms, 20 red worms, some bait, and a quality fish net worth 5 copper coins. That brought his expenditure close to 20 copper coins. Half of his assets were gone. Subsequently, he spent another 2 copper coins to process the Tiger King fish entrails he had retrieved the previous night. Obtain tiger striped bait X3, excellent. He vowed silently to catch the Fish King before tomorrow. If he could tame the travel frog before the trial, it might prove to be a significant advantage. At that moment, Linlin suddenly chimed in. The crimson blood-red carp is quite sensitive to blood and foul odors. Perhaps you should sprinkle some pig's blood. It might yield unexpected results. Was that so? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, keenly aware that this was a hidden Easter egg in the game. Hell, Bai. Little did you know your granddaughter would be the one to spill the beans. In the Qinglong store, he purchased a portion of pig's blood bait for 1 copper coin and merrily carried his fishing rod out. Wishing you a bountiful harvest, the 4-leaf clover awaits you. Linlin cheerfully wished him well. At the Qinghu fish pond, the well-prepared young man set down his fish net, letting the travel frog play in the grass as he sprinkled bait and resumed fishing. Before long, a notification chimed in. Successfully caught 1 catfish. Good fortune. An over 8-pound grass carp is on the line. Unfortunate, caught 1 piece of white trash. Successfully caught a shell. Perhaps it could fetch a decent price. Time slipped away unnoticed. During the interlude, his aunt knocked on the door, calling Su Bai to lunch. The young man continued to fish, his instincts sharpening. Noticing this, Su Bai decided to use the expensive bait that Linlin had gifted him earlier. He threaded on a red worm and continued his pursuit. Most of the time was spent waiting. The true rewards came in fleeting moments. In the quietude of his fishing, the lucky star fragment on his chest flickered once more. It seems you've hooked something peculiar. Give it your all. A chance encounter? Watching the progress bar reappear, Subai felt a surge of excitement, urging the young man to double his efforts. This seemed to be an inanimate object, presenting no particular challenge. It merely required assessing strength and stamina attributes. 1 minute later, with a splashing sound, the mysterious item was lifted from the water. Fortune favors you. Congratulations on a lucky breakthrough. You have successfully caught a rusty bronze sword. A weapon? Subai's heart leapt with joy. He quickly instructed the young man to retrieve it. The commotion drew the attention of others. The sword, roughly a meter in length, was entwined with water plants and covered in rust, obscuring its ornate engravings. It was evident that it once belonged to a high-ranking general or perhaps a lord. After clearing the water plants and grime, the young man drew the sword with a ringing sound. Name: rusty bronze sword. Tier: bronze level, having been submerged in water for years. Its luster has been obscured by rust. Nevertheless, it remains a top-tier bronze weapon. Effect: golden sword body. Originally a golden grade sword, its status has been downgraded. Yet its material retains its sharpness at the golden level. It can cleave through bronze and even silver weapons. Water spirit power. Having been immersed in water for an extended period, the sword has undergone a mutation, allowing it to manipulate spiritual water, enhancing the blade and unleashing water spirit sword energy, significantly increasing speed, power, and attack range. Wave-splitting heavy slash. Concentrating the water spirit sword energy contained within the blade into a single strike, amplifying its attack power 5-fold. Bronze rust toxin. The sword is inherently tainted with rust poison. Enemies struck will succumb to a poisoned state, losing 1 health point per minute. If this persists for an hour, the toxin will penetrate the heart, leaving no hope for recovery. Introduction: a mysterious golden sword, for reasons unknown, has been discarded into a fish pond. Years of corrosion have dulled its gleam, causing magical runes to dissipate and many of its effects to vanish. Nevertheless, it remains a supreme sword among its kind. Should the rust be removed one day, revealing its golden luster once more, it could still traverse the 7 seas with unmatched prowess. Chapter 14. The Sword of Tetanus, blood-patterned old turtle, extending lifespan. A fine sword indeed. Subai's eye sparkled. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was undeniably a novice artifact. The little figure beamed with joy, excitedly wielding the rust-covered bronze sword. A streak of water-blue sword energy sliced through the air, effortlessly severing a branch as thick as an arm nearby. With its exceptional sharpness, combined with its inherent sword energy and toxin, what more could one desire? Is there a sword in the fish pond? What incredible luck! I heard from my grandfather that the village once had a great general who commanded the seas, and his sword was lost in the water. This is the finest sword in the village. Do not let it go to waste. The fishermen murmured among themselves, yet their astonishment was muted. The bronze sword's appearance was so poor, rusted and battered, that it was difficult to imagine it held any value. Its lack of allure was, perhaps, its greatest asset. Subai named it the Sword of Tetanus. Satisfied, he stowed it in his backpack. Within the room, Subai quietly murmured, "Extract." In an instant, a bronze sword materialized in his empty right hand. He felt its weight immediately, unable to steady it with one hand, and quickly gripped it tightly with both. Reality, indeed, was unlike the game. Subai swung it a few times, leaving trails of blue light in the air. With a decisive strike, he swung at the corner of his computer desk, instantly severing a piece cleanly. The cut surface was remarkably smooth, aptly described as slicing through iron like mud. With this, success was assured for tomorrow. After practicing for a while, Subai procured some alcohol to clean the thick rust, several centimeters deep, from the sword's surface. To his surprise, it remained utterly unyielding. He proceeded with caution, fearful of injuring himself. Who would have thought that this unassuming rusty sword contained such lethal poison? After toying with it for a while, Subai returned the Sword of Tetanus to his backpack and shifted his gaze back to the fish pond. Despite the unexpected find, the target had yet to appear. Perhaps due to the excessive fishing, the little figure had honed his skills, catching a fish approximately every 10 minutes, each of decent size. Subai checked his character's attributes, noting a slight depletion in spirit and stamina. He clicked on some rice balls and mineral water to replenish his energy. He then set down his bamboo fishing rod, allowing the little figure to rest for a moment. 10 minutes later, with stamina fully restored, a joyful expression appeared above the little figure's head. With everything in place, Subai clicked on the pig's blood bait, scattering it generously across the fish pond. In an instant, the surrounding water turned crimson, causing numerous carp to surface, vying for the pig's blood. The other fishermen displayed expressions of astonishment. Do you enjoy eating it too? Subai adorned the little figure with a bright orange, succulent striped bait, determined to succeed in this fishing endeavor. The striped bait was likely a superior breed, causing most fish to shy away. This fishing session stretched unusually long. Subai exhibited great patience, playing the game while practicing the water spirit guidance technique. When would the 8th drop of water be ready? To his astonishment, he noticed the pond had expanded considerably. The 9th drop of water was also slowly forming. Even more wondrously, as he practiced, he could distinctly feel his speed doubling from before. What could account for this? Subai scratched his head in confusion, until he was startled to discover that the game character was also striking a meditative pose. No wonder the speed was doubled. I have 2 bodies cultivating simultaneously. This unexpected revelation further invigorated him. The potential of the profession made a world of difference in cultivation. How many white-class professions could even open a pond within themselves? At best, they could manage to create a minuscule pond. To advance further, to the Earth Spring realm, was a rarity, nearly 1 in a million. Yet, Subai was destined to defy the norms of the world. Time passed slowly. Unbeknownst to him, the last drop of water successfully coalesced. The speed of cultivation was astonishing, leaving Subai in awe. I am not some extraordinary genius. It is merely the undigested energy from the Tiger King striped fish I consumed yesterday, still nestled within me, yet to be released. He sighed deeply, feeling as though he had been emptied out. The pond, expanded to its limit, was cracking as if it had overeaten. 9 large drops of water circulated within, merging into a stream or connecting end to form a ring. They were continuously accumulating power, preparing to shatter their constraints and open the spiritual pond. With the nutrients depleted, a breakthrough would require considerable accumulation. Subai was mentally prepared. This was not a task to be accomplished in a day. In fact, over the past 2 days, he had successfully condensed 3 drops of water, astonishing even himself. He had reached the limits of a senior apprentice, a level sufficient to become a security team leader with a guaranteed salary of 8,000. If he boarded a ship, he could serve as a senior crew member, earning at least 12,000 a month. He would not starve in society. And this was merely the transformation brought about by the grand voyage awakening in 2 days. The strong positive feedback fueled Subai's enthusiasm for fishing. Suddenly, the float bobbed slightly. It seems I've hooked something substantial. Do not let it escape. With the progress bar appearing, the little figure, prepared for this moment, gripped the fishing rod tightly. A massive creature in the water tugged at the float, swimming back and forth. The little figure, adept in his approach, let it tire for a moment. The competitive spirit bolstered his confidence. Before long, seizing the opportunity as the prey relaxed for an instant, the little figure raised the fishing rod high and hooked it. Congratulations, you have caught a blood-patterned old turtle. Gazing at the creature stubbornly clinging to the hook, its back adorned with blood-red markings, Subai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, do you drink blood too? Name, blood-patterned old turtle. Grade, near excellent. It has lived for 19 years, just a few months shy of evolving into an excellent breed. Effect, a holy item for blood replenishment, extending lifespan by 2 years, with strength 1, constitution 2, perception 1. In terms of nutrition, it surpasses many excellent fish. Particularly beneficial for adolescents, patients, and the elderly. Its precious longevity effect makes its price far exceed that of superior fish. What a nourishing catch. It can even extend lifespan. After reading the description, Subai was momentarily stunned, reluctant to consume it. Throughout history, how many kings and nobles have gone to great lengths to gain even a single day more of life? And this creature could grant an additional 2 years. Such a blood replenishment, it could very well assist me in opening the spiritual pond in one fell swoop. Subai gleefully placed the blood-patterned old turtle into his fish keeper. Although it was not what he initially sought, it was certainly not a loss. He proceeded to prepare a second portion of striped bait. The luck was undeniably on his side, perhaps too overwhelming, akin to the pungent scent of pig's blood. Within mere moments of baiting, the float began to dance once more. As the progress bar emerged, Subai felt a surge of excitement. The fully energized character became an unstoppable force, deftly maneuvering the fish as it darted across the pond, capturing the attention of onlookers. Yet, as the character effortlessly reeled the fish onto the shore, a void settled in Subai's heart. Congratulations on your explosive luck. You have successfully caught a Tiger King striped fish. An exceedingly rare fish, yet not what Subai sought at this moment. He felt a surge of ambition. Fear not, for there is still hope. He attached the final piece of tiger-striped bait. If today proved fruitless, he would return tomorrow. The bounty for the Fish King was his to claim. The third fishing attempt stretched on, particularly long, as the pig's blood dispersed. The water's surface grew progressively clearer, and Subai felt a pang of urgency. He cast a glance at the traveling frog nestled in the grass, slumbering, and quipped, "Froglet, do not lounge about so leisurely. You too shall have a share in the catch of the Fish King. Why not leap into the water and assist me in gauging the situation?" The little frog shot him an irritated glance. "Ribbit, The traveling frog is disinterested, contemplating what to have for dinner tonight. Alas, Subai sighed. Suddenly, the fishing rod, which had been eerily still, jolted violently. In an instant, the character was yanked off the small stool. Chapter 15. Hooking the rare fish king, crimson blood-red carp. Stop. In that critical moment, Subai quickly exerted his strength. He managed to halt the progress bar just shy of its completion. The character's foot became ensnared in the pond's muddy edge, gripping the rod tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain balance. Warning! Warning! At this juncture, a red exclamation mark materialized on the game interface. Above the pond, a striking exclamation mark animated the fishing line, thrashing violently. It appears you have hooked a hidden giant fish, a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Subai widened his eyes, magnifying the pond's image. He faintly discerned a red hue swirling, tugging the character back and forth. Steady. The Fish King was hooked. Any earlier fatigue vanished in an instant. Subai strained to control the character as it ascended the shore, attempting to turn the tide in his favor. The Fish King, seemingly endowed with high intelligence, recognized its best chance for escape was at the onset and relentlessly attempted to flee into the depths of the pond. Its strength outmatched that of the character. The game avatar was persistently dragged toward the water. He was in a pinch. Subai clicked on the potion in his backpack. Using Power Potion, small, for 1 hour. Strength 8. As the character glowed with a radiant aura, its unsteady stance stabilized immediately, gradually reclaiming the fishing rod. Patience is key. Subai was well aware of this principle and did not allow the sudden surge of power to cloud his judgment. He methodically pulled the fish toward the shore, occasionally releasing the tension. After all, he possessed the spirit of competition, and the scales of victory tipped in his favor. Time flowed slowly. Initially, the Fish King was vigorous, occasionally pulling the character into the mud. However, the character gradually gained the upper hand. The fishing progress bar inched upward, just as Subai began to relax. The rod tightened once more. Suddenly, a thunderous splash erupted as a massive red figure leapt from the water, greedily gasping for fresh air before plunging back into the pond. Sensing a life-threatening crisis, the crimson blood-red carp activates the skill, Leap to the Sky, rapidly restoring stamina and oxygen. Caution advised. Indeed, the next moment, the character was once again yanked away. Thankfully, armed with prior experience and the potion's enhancement, he managed to stabilize the progress bar. Yet, it still gradually declined, rendering the previous minutes of stalemate fruitless. The crimson blood-red carp absorbed a substantial amount of oxygen, regaining its strength. It seemed everything had returned to square one. The potion's effect was limited. Subai's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Gradually, he began to discern the crimson blood-red carp's patterns of aggression. Essentially, every 15 minutes. As it approached exhaustion, it would employ its skill, restoring a significant portion of its health. After it had used its skill twice more. During the fourth leap above the water's surface, the character abruptly raised the lost ring on its right hand. A cerulean water arrow shot forth from the ring, precisely targeting the leaping Fish King with nowhere to evade. Whoosh. In the next instant, the progress bar filled to completion. A euphoric notification sounded. Congratulations. You have stunned the crimson blood-red carp. Success. Subai erupted into laughter. The character jubilantly leaped, hastily reeling in the line, dragging the belly-up crimson blood-red carp onto the shore. Successfully caught the crimson blood-red carp, Fish King, experience 2000. You have successfully leveled up to level 3. Your fishing experience has significantly improved. All attributes 2, free attribute points 2, skill points 1. As the glow of the level up enveloped the character, Subai's joy intensified. The crimson blood-red carp was colossal. In the game, the character could barely embrace it, while in reality, it would likely exceed a meter in length. With the fish landed, nearby NPCs were drawn in, their curiosity piqued. The most astonished among them was the white-bearded village chief, whose eyes bulged in disbelief, as if to say, with such shabby equipment, you managed to catch my Fish King. Subai clicked on the crimson blood-red carp. Now cradled in the character's arms, its eyes glazed over. Name: crimson blood-red carp. Quality: rare. Effect: increases origin, heals internal injuries. Remarkable efficacy. First consumption grants 3 strength, 3 constitution, hidden attributes, 2 comprehension, 2 luck. After consumption, there is a chance to acquire a special bloodline, blazing crimson blood. Remarkable. After reading the description, Subai couldn't help but marvel. Truly a rare Fish King. The attributes it granted were exceptional. At that moment, the white-bearded village chief approached, a question mark hovering above his head. Young man, you truly are impressive. In less than 3 days, you have caught the Fish King. Head to the shop. Linlin will reward you handsomely. Splendid. The character beamed widely, tidying up the equipment and cradling the crimson blood-red carp as he departed. Soon after, Linlin gazed at him in astonishment. After inspecting the Fish King, she smiled and handed him a bulging pouch of coins. Congratulations on completing the bounty. Here is a reward of 100 copper coins. The character waved dismissively. No need for that. Just exchange it for 4-leaf clovers. All right. Linlin retracted the pouch and turned to retrieve a pre-prepared stash of 4-leaf clovers from the cabinet. She smiled as she handed them to Subai. Everything was in place. Subai could hardly contain his excitement. He directed the character back to the origin pond, gathered some firewood, and clicked to ignite a fire. Taking out a knife, he clicked to dissect the crimson blood-red carp. Higher quality fish bladders should yield better results. The gathering mechanics in the game were straightforward. With a swift swipe of his finger, treasures scattered across the ground. The game notified, "You have obtained Crimson Carp Bait X10, Crimson Blood Red Bones X1, Crimson Blood Fish Bladder X1, Crimson Blood Red Carp Meat X50 portions, Crimson Scales X100, Skill Book Leap to the Sky." Gazing at the fragmented fish meat and the scattered skill books in between, Subai found himself momentarily stunned. What a windfall. He never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Even the Fish King skill had been dropped. The crimson scales, shimmering like garnets, were a rare material capable of crafting armor that could withstand water pressure and damage. Another astonishing find was the fish gills. Crimson fish gills, a consumable item that, when used, provides oxygen for 2 hours and creates a water pressure shield around the body, capable of withstanding pressure up to 200 meters. It can be used 5 times. If utilized wisely, it may yield unexpected rewards. Subai pondered while carefully storing the fish gills. With such an abundance of treasures, had it not been for the expansion of his backpack space alongside his leveling up, he would have struggled to carry them all. The little figure grasped the skill book. Leap of the Fish. Rarity. Rare, a nimbleness skill that, once learned, grants an agility boost of 30 and allows movement in water while ignoring water resistance. Skills, akin to cards, are categorized into levels. White for ordinary, green for fine, blue for rare tomes, and beyond to epic and legendary. This skill was indeed a nimbleness ability worth several times more than others of the same tier. Naturally, Subai chose to learn it on the spot. As expected, it synchronized with his main body. He had the little figure demonstrate the skill. It moved as lightly as a feather, its feet gliding like a dancer across the water's surface, capable of leaping gracefully into the air. In reality, it could easily soar 3 to 4 meters high, exuding a certain aesthetic in its movements. To achieve such remarkable effects right from the onset promised even greater advancements with future upgrades. The little figure excitedly practiced around the pond, though its proficiency increased at a rather sluggish pace. Before long, its stamina waned, prompting the game to alert him to replenish energy. By the pond, freshly grilled fish, resembling artworks, could be consumed with just a slight cooking. The little figure picked up a piece of fish and popped it into its mouth, a joyful expression appearing above its head. Ribbit. At that moment, the traveling frog beside it reminded Subai that it too was hungry. "Fear not. I shall prepare your bento now," he said cheerfully, simultaneously enjoying the fish while retrieving red worms, 4-leaf clovers, and crimson fish bladders to concoct the frog's lunch. Chapter 16. The First Pet. Finally taming the traveling frog, breaking through to the spirit pool realm. The preparation of the worm bento was quite simple. He used the 4-leaf clover as a pancake, rolling the worm and fish bladder like scallions. Worm bento created. Now open wide. The little figure extended its palm, and the traveling frog obediently hopped onto it, opening its mouth wide. With his other hand, he tossed the bento into its mouth. Munch munch. As the little frog's cheeks puffed out like a toad, it wore a blissful expression. Having tasted its dream delicacy, the traveling frog's affinity for you skyrockets. It thinks that perhaps following you for a while wouldn't be so bad. Congratulations on completing the task and taming your first pet, the traveling frog. Please treat it kindly. Beware that if loyalty drops too low, the pet may have a chance to escape. He had succeeded. Subai leaped up excitedly in his room. Unable to contain himself, he opened his palm and whispered, "Summon." A beam of white light emanated from his hand. A small, adorable frog with light green skin and bright black eyes, puffing its cheeks, perched in the palm of Subai's hand. It leisurely glanced at him before continuing to relish the food in its mouth. It then leaped onto the computer desk, exploring its unfamiliar surroundings. Seeing the beloved pet from the game materialize in reality brought a smile to Subai's face as he gently rubbed the little frog's head with his finger. "Take your time eating, no one will snatch it from you." He reopened the traveling frog's panel. Its luck attribute was astonishing, undeniably charming, and evoking a sense of affection that made it hard to harbor thoughts of harm. Yet, the most wondrous journey remained a mystery, waiting to be triggered. It was pleasing to the eye just to have it around. Subai named it Tadpole, just as he was playing with the little creature. He suddenly felt a warm current rising within him. The pool in his abdomen surged, and 9 droplets of water danced restlessly. What was happening? Subai's heart raced, and he quickly sat cross-legged on his bed. Holding his breath and focusing his energy, he opened the game to introspect. To his astonishment, he realized he had unknowingly consumed all the crimson fish. Coupled with the long-awaited taming of the traveling frog, he had accumulated enough energy. Fortune had smiled upon him. He was about to break through. Truly, what a fortuitous creature. It was indeed his lucky star. Subai activated the water spirit guidance technique, drawing the spiritual mist through his mouth and nose for refinement. He noticed that the spiritual mist in his room was particularly dense today. The source pointed directly to the little creature on his desk. Unbeknownst to him, Tadpole was a veritable steam engine. Subai could keenly sense that his cultivation speed had accelerated by 3 to 5 times compared to before. Moreover, the continuous influx of abundant energy surged through his veins. This power transformed into a vast torrent, breaking through the blockages within his meridians. It flowed into the pool in his dantian, merging with the boiling 9 droplets of spiritual pearls. Time slipped by unnoticed. With a resonant hum, the dantian shattered its shackles. The pool erupted. The 9 spiritual pearls within lost their constraints, transforming into countless wisps of vapor that dispersed around his body. At this moment, the mental fortitude of a practitioner was put to the test. Subai cautiously gathered the vapor with his mind, gradually condensing it into a new barrier within his dantian. He began to collect the vapor, which, depending on the attributes of different professions, created distinct spirit pools. For Subai, his pool's barrier was etched with plump fish shadows and depicted a fisherman wearing a straw hat. Within the pool, a rich, transparent liquid spirit energy flowed gently. With Subai's breath, it automatically absorbed the external vapor, converting it into his own spiritual mist, perhaps due to the rich nutrients from the fish king. The section of the pool he had opened was several times larger than those in textbooks. The inhalation and exhalation accelerated, naturally doubling the stored vapor. More astonishingly, while typically the newly formed vapor would be clear and require subsequent absorption of different spirit energies to alter its attributes, his was tinged with a hint of crimson. What could this mean? It dawned on Subai that the blood within him surged like boiling magma, flowing ceaselessly. The rich blood energy reflected back upon himself, creating a sense of restlessness, even staining the spirit pool with a shade of red. When he opened his personal panel, a new entry left him speechless with laughter. Blazing crimson blood, concentrated masculine energy that can ignite, continually refining one's physique. Cultivation speed triples, and vapor storage is thrice that of an ordinary person. Each attack carries a special effect, blood flame. He hadn't expected to strike such an unexpected jackpot. No wonder it could cause the spirit pool to mutate. In less than 3 days since his class change, he had successfully opened the spirit pool, stepping into the realm of elite members of society. Just 3 days prior, Subai wouldn't have dared to dream of such a reality. With a spirit pool, he could engage in continuous self-cultivation, extracting vapor, and potentially extending his lifespan beyond a century. His physical condition was already several times superior to that of an ordinary person, truly a Herculean strength. He was now qualified to engage with the tumultuous forces of nature. Moreover, the spirit pool could even contain objects. Come, Tadpole. Let us get you acquainted with your new home. Subai beckoned. The tadpole leaped forth and was indeed drawn into the spiritual pond within him. Peering within himself, the tadpole meandered through the reddish waters of the pond, feeling confined and uncomfortable, croaking insistently to be let out. Naturally, Subai released it. This was merely the first step. Once expanded into a 9-grid formation, he could begin to cultivate fish. He allowed the tadpole to frolic on its own in the room. After his recent breakthrough, he was drenched in sweat, so Subai took a moment to wash up. Changing into fresh attire, he took the tadpole along, carrying a bucket of water and a fishing rod, preparing to venture out once more. Going fishing again? Chen Suling inquired curiously upon hearing the door open. Indeed. Await my good news. I plan to bring back a large turtle for a hearty meal for Exine tonight, Subai replied, waving his hand dismissively. Return early. You have an exam tomorrow, Chen Suling cautioned with a hint of concern. His uncle's family resided on the 21st floor, and with 2 elevators servicing thousands of households. They were often crowded. Carrying the water bucket was somewhat cumbersome, so Subai opted to take the stairs. In doing so, he truly grasped the meaning of swift as the wind, leaping over 5 steps at a time, his speed so remarkable that the surveillance cameras couldn't capture him. The tadpole, initially resting on his shoulder, clung tightly as he sped along. Within 10 seconds, Subai reached the ground floor. Mounting his electric scooter, he did not head toward Fengxi River, but instead turned towards the Kuangbiao seafood market. As the largest market within a 10-kilometer radius, it was bustling with fishmongers, restaurant buyers, and everyone from seafood merchants shipping in from distant oceans to ordinary people stopping by after work to purchase fish. This vast market was teeming with thousands of individuals. And despite the daily cleaning and the sound of blow dryers, the pervasive stench of fish and sweat lingered in the air. Not even a truck could navigate through. Subai found a spot to park his scooter from afar, still amid the throng of people. It was peak commuting hours, likely numbering over 10,000. Subai set down his fishing rod and equipment, extracting large carp and grass fish from the game into the bucket. The weight surged to over 100 kilograms. Had he not just experienced a breakthrough, he would not have been able to lift it at all. The crowd was dense, a mix of various fish vendors. In the market, prices were steep, and many casual fish sellers set up stalls at the entrance and exit, paying a sanitation fee of 300 yuan to not obstruct traffic. With management turning a blind eye, one of the men collecting fees, dressed in blue, looked at Subai with mild surprise. So young, still a student. And here you are selling fish? Just recently transitioned, and with a stroke of luck, I caught some extra fish, thought I'd de-sell a few to supplement my household. Subai replied with a grin, lifting the full bucket. Best to focus on your studies, the blue-clad man returned, handing back 150 yuan. Chapter 17. Quangbiao Market, Selling Fish. In a corner at the entrance of Quangbiao Market, Subai blended into the throng like a drop of water in the ocean, quietly laying out black catfish, large red carp, and grass fish on the ground, displaying prices on his phone screen. In the era of the ocean, seafood was in abundance. Thus, aside from certain special fish with unique effects, ordinary fish sold for 5 yuan per kilogram. Furthermore, some buyers, well aware of the vendor's intentions, would intentionally bargain hard. With fierce competition, sales were sluggish. Yet, Subai remained unperturbed, amusing himself with the travel frog nestled in his embrace while practicing his guiding technique, familiarizing himself with the spiritual pond. Observing the diverse flow of people in the market was a unique experience. He had caught over 100 kilograms of fish in the game, planning to retain some for sale, estimating a return of around 1,000 yuan. After calculating his gains, Subai shook his head in resignation. Money was hard to earn, and stalls were difficult to maintain. Flanking him were elderly vendors, occasionally engaging with customers inquiring about prices. When weighing fish for sale, the stall owners would seize the opportunity to sneak in some inferior goods. After 20 minutes, Subai had sold only 2 fish. And those were thanks to a customer who admired the color of a grass fish. Young man, when you sell, you must advertise. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley, an elderly gentleman nearby advised. Subai shook his head. I believe in fate. Isn't that Subai? In the ever-flowing crowd, Chu Xiaowen spotted his classmate at a glance. The others soon followed suit, their attention drawn to Zhang Junjiang, the center of their group. Upon seeing Subai's stall, he let out a snicker. Come, let us take a look. The group approached with an air of intimidation. Previously boasting in their class chat about teaching him a lesson at school, yet now finding him reduced to selling fish? A familiar, disdainful voice broke through. Subai looked up to see Zhang Junjiang and Chu Xiaowen, evidently there to purchase goods. As fellow students, they looked down upon him, casting scornful glances at the grass fish and carp on display. Seems you've quickly adapted to the fisherman-esque profession. Not bad, Chu Xiaowen remarked, lifting a large grass fish and mockingly tapping its head. Self-awareness is key, my friend. We are all classmates. Here, I'll offer you 1,000 yuan for all of this. Apologize to the boss on your knees, and spare yourself the embarrassment at school tomorrow. I fear you might meet with a grim fate. With that, Chu Xiaowen disdainfully tossed aside the grass fish, brushing his hands clean as he stood up. Zhang Junjiang added, earlier, our argument in the chat diminished my standing. Tomorrow, bring a gift to my home, bow to my father, and admit your fault. Perhaps then you might find a place in Blackwater City. Otherwise, you can forget about selling. Their eyes gleamed with mockery, their demeanor haughty, as if ready to overturn his stall. Subai regarded them as one would a jester, the energy within his spiritual pond flowing steadily, invigorating his entire being. I shall not sell good fish to worthless people. Do not obstruct my path. Rising to his feet, he sought to disperse them like ducks. This declaration caused the previously triumphant Zhang Junjiang's demeanor to turn cold in an instant. You dare to defy me? Without need for him to act, Chu Xiaowen sneered, reaching for Subai's wrist, intending to uproot his stall and teach him a lesson. Having recently transitioned to the green combat class as a boxer, he had taken full advantage of school resources to familiarize himself with his abilities. I've condensed 6 droplets of spiritual pearls. My grip strength is at least 500 pounds. I'll crush your wrist and see how you fare in tomorrow's trial. His thoughts flashed by, and with a forceful grip, he aimed to shatter Subai's hand. However, in the next moment, Chu Xiaowen felt a sudden shift in the air. Subai had turned the tables, his right hand seizing Chu Xiaowen's arm like a vice, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhang Junjiang, keep your mutts in line. You are not welcome here, Subai declared, effortlessly pushing Chu Xiaowen towards Zhang Junjiang, who, despite being a tall 18-year-old, staggered back like a child. As Zhang Junjiang reached out to steady him, the immense force transmitted through his palm caused his expression to shift dramatically. And he quickly extended his other hand to absorb the impact. Even so, he stumbled back several steps, colliding with a few other classmates. Seeking death. Zhang Junjiang's expression darkened as he sensed the situation deteriorating, his hands faintly emanating a bluish hue. There are cameras here. If a scene unfolds, we might lose our trial eligibility. A male classmate, sensing the impending chaos, whispered apprehensively. Zhang Junjiang's spiritual energy gradually calmed, casting a cold glance at Su Bai. I eagerly anticipate our duel tomorrow. I hope you won't flee. With that, he and several classmates departed with mocking laughter. Unbeknownst to them, in another corner of the market, a fellow student from the same school, Ma Yatong, chubby-cheeked and carrying a basket, had intended to buy fish to practice her skills when she fortuitously witnessed the scene. Silently, she recorded a video and sent it to their group chat. Once Zhang Junjiang and his companions had moved on, Ma Yatong approached Su Bai and greeted him. Why did you provoke them? A bunch of street ruffians. Su Bai responded with a hint of disdain. They came looking for trouble. Had their aura been even slightly weaker, my stall would have been overturned today. Aren't you afraid they'll teach you a lesson? Ma Yatong squatted down curiously, inspecting Su Bai's catch. Who will teach whom? The spirit pool realm grants me confidence. He gestured towards a nearby surveillance camera. There are cameras everywhere. They wouldn't dare cause trouble outside the school. Ma Yatong shook her head in confusion. This fish is quite impressive. I want a red carp. Certainly, Su Bai replied as he weighed and processed the transaction. Ironically, their earlier commotion had drawn a considerable number of customers. Surrounded by a crowd, Su Bai decided to showcase his prized catch. Come, take a look. This is the king of fish, caught after a long night of fishing. A half-meter-long fish with vibrant orange-red scales was lifted from the water bucket, its forehead adorned with a striking character for king. The nearby live fish began to thrash about restlessly. From its appearance and aura, it was utterly unlike any ordinary fish. What kind of fish is this? Could it possibly be a treasure fish with extraordinary powers? Ma Yatong exclaimed in astonishment. As a chef, she possessed the ability to discern quality ingredients. Young man, where did you acquire this? What is the price? It looks extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. It could very well be a treasure fish. Is that true? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? If it's a treasure fish, it must be worth at least tens of thousands. In an instant, the fish became the center of attention. Numerous buyers, chefs, and even affluent housewives gathered around to catch a glimpse. Su Bai proudly introduced, this is the Tiger King grouper, the finest among groupers. It is a sacred item for replenishing blood, healing hidden injuries, and is an unparalleled treasure whether for nourishing children, restoring oneself, or aiding in recovery for the ill. Is that really true? Sounds like a sales pitch, a skeptical older woman interjected. The nutrition it contains is incredibly rich, and it possesses some mysterious properties that can directly affect a person's constitution. Ma Yatong hovered her hand over the Tiger King grouper, which shimmered with a multitude of colors, instantly captivating the gaze of many skeptics. Not only chefs could discern its quality, but there were also specialized appraisers who could directly evaluate its effects. Upon recognizing the miraculous properties of the Tiger King grouper, many were momentarily stunned. 5,000 yuan, young man, I'll take this fish, exclaimed a man in a t-shirt, handing over cash to Su Bai while preparing to take the fish. Wait, don't snatch it. Su Bai had only seen the approximate online prices, knowing that treasure fish varied significantly in value. Some could fetch over 1 million, while even the cheapest would not be less than 10,000. Many magnates and wealthy business owners were keen on such items. Quickly, Su Bai cradled the Tiger King grouper as the other customers voiced their displeasure. 5,000 yuan for a treasure fish? That is outrageous. Hey, give it to me. I'll offer 8,000 yuan just to make a friend. That's my salary for 2 months, all to help my child prepare for exams. You're all too greedy. Are you taking advantage of a student? Come on, 12,000 yuan. I'll transfer it immediately. By the way, I noticed the other fish at your stall are of excellent quality. I'll take them all for 14,000 yuan. The crowd surged, engulfing Ma Yatong in the process. The anxious chubby girl flailed her arms. Chapter 18. High price for all. Purchase sword technique. Water mirror slash. Su Bai seemed to underestimate the allure of the treasure fish, initially thinking it would sell for just a bit more than usual. But he was taken aback by the market's fervor, especially with specialized buyers offering high prices. Even security personnel arrived to maintain order, leaving Su Bai momentarily flustered. 30,000 yuan. No need for discussion. Transfer it. The Tiger King grouper is mine. 35,000 yuan. I'll take everything. I'm the manager of Haiyao Restaurant. If you can consistently provide such high-quality fish, We can arrange a long-term contract. Price is not an issue. There was also a suited man who recognized Su Bai's potential and sought to sponsor him. 50,000 yuan. If the results are good, I'll increase the offer next time. Amid the crowd, a melodious female voice emerged, instantly cooling the heated bidding atmosphere. Two security guards in sunglasses cleared a path as a woman in a white professional dress and black high heels approached. Miss Lan, what brings you here? The Tiger King grouper was highly sought after by Shirquan Restaurant. Who would dare to compete? It was rumored that various leaders and prominent professionals dined there, leading to a high demand for precious fish. How could a student earn such a fortune in one go? Ma Yatong muttered amidst the crowd. Just a fisherman, catching fish. Her remark sparked a wave of murmurs. People expressed their astonishment at his incredible luck. Some fishmonger skeptics commented, at first, he might be lucky, but it'll be hard to find a job later. Su Bai scrutinized the beautiful manager before him. Shirquan Restaurant was a renowned luxurious establishment in Heishui City, reputed to have official backing. The price of 50,000 yuan exceeded his initial expectations. He had planned to sell it for just over 10,000. All right, do you want any of the others? Su Bai grinned. Sometimes, making money was astonishingly simple. Currently, he was still engaged in the game Great Voyage, fishing for himself. Miss Lan had only intended to glance at the fish at the stall, thinking to make a casual purchase, but upon closer inspection, she found that even the grass carp and carp had excellent, unpolluted meat quality. They looked remarkably fresh, so she calculated a total of 3,000 yuan for everything. That sounds good, Su Bai readily agreed, considering it a profitable deal. Once Miss Lan sent someone to collect the goods, the parties completed the transaction. She opened her personal account, asked Su Bai for his details, and with a quick swipe, the notification chimed. Ding. 53,000 Daxia coins have been credited. Total balance. 54,500 yuan. Hearing the notification, Su Bai's smile broadened. They added each other as friends, and Miss Lan confidently stated, if you have any more treasure fish in the future, contact me first. I guarantee you won't suffer a loss. Absolutely, Su Bai signaled an okay gesture. He still had even more valuable blood-pattern turtles, but planned to keep them for himself. Seeing the treasure fish sold, the fishmongers were envious, and the customers lamented. Other stall owners engaged Su Bai in conversation, eager to learn where he had caught it. Wow, you've struck it rich. As a classmate, Ma Yatong witnessed the entire scene, her eyes squinting in delight. Everyone said you were a genius fallen from grace when you chose to become a fisherman. Now it seems, true talent will always shine. Su Bai unexpectedly produced a large carp and presented it to Ma Yatong. It's merely good fortune, he remarked. Here, take this to prepare a nourishing soup for yourself. Ma Yatong, taken aback by the gesture, accepted it with a hint of embarrassment. I can't possibly accept this. Why not to receive rewards without merit? You have merely assisted me with the identification. Su Bai began to tidy up the water bucket and waved her off. The hour grows late. You should return home and prepare for tomorrow's exam. All right then. With a newfound wealth, a plethora of ideas blossomed in Su Bai's mind. He promptly made his way to the nearest martial arts hall. After a thorough selection process, he spent 40,000 yuan to acquire a green-level attack skill, Water Mirror Slash. Upon mastering it, one could condense a blade of sword energy, as ethereal as a reflection, capable of bewildering the eyes. Upon reaching perfection, one could unleash 5 waves of water mirror sword energy. Su Bai primarily considered its compatibility with the tetanus sword. Rather than learning it immediately, he carried the blood-patterned old turtle back home. That evening, his uncle and aunt gazed at him in astonishment. When Shinshin stroked the peculiar patterns on the turtle's shell and remarked, "Cousin, why not spare it from the pot? It looks rather adorable." It was caught for consumption. The old turtle is highly nutritious and perfect for fortifying oneself before the exam, Su Bai declared, waving his hand. With me around, you needn't worry about food in the future. Soon after, the family gathered around the dining table to savor the turtle soup. Its rich and sweet flavor was exquisite. And more importantly, it was immensely nourishing. As when Herong and Shin Suling sipped their soup, before even tasting the meat, blood began to flow from their nostrils. Startled, the elderly couple refrained from indulging further and hurried back to their quarters to rest. When Shinshin, possessing robust health, delightedly consumed 3 bowls and gnawed on a turtle leg. However, as she continued to eat, something seemed amiss. Wisps of white vapor began to emanate from her petite frame, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial maiden bathing. A small turtle, drifting behind her, subtly materialized. As a modern-day maiden, when Shinshin was accustomed to wearing a JK uniform, and the vapor clung to her form, becoming rather revealing. Ahem, Su Bai interjected, placing down the large turtle shell. Shinshin, perhaps you should wash up, and by the way, have you undergone a breakthrough? There's a turtle swirling behind you. Is it your newly contracted water spirit? Lost in her culinary reverie, when Xinshin lowered the turtle leg, finally registering his words. Huh. When she glanced down at the mist swirling around her, her damp clothes clinging to her slender figure, a blush crept upon her cheeks. Suddenly, the white mist parted, revealing a small turtle, no larger than the bottom of a bowl, circling her while peeking out its head and blowing bubbles. The girl squealed. I only consumed one of your legs. Please don't haunt me. Clearly startled, she was at a loss for what to do. Subai, bemused, mused. This must be a new water spirit born from the nourishing effects of the old turtle. Congratulations on your upgrade before the trial. Cousin, you can't possibly be deceiving me? When Xinshin's eyes glistened with disbelief. It wasn't until the small turtle affectionately climbed onto her palm that she exhaled a sigh of relief. Realizing it was not a vengeful spirit, but her new pet, she began to play with the little turtle. Meanwhile, Subai had consumed the majority of the turtle meat, feeling overwhelmed by the abundant vapor and vitality, which made him somewhat uneasy. The blood-colored spirit pool within him was operating at an accelerated pace, digesting the energy. Unbeknownst to him, the color of the pool deepened, and one segment expanded slightly. I'll head downstairs to digest, Subai thought, feeling the effects were too much to bear. He felt as if he had just emerged from the sea, drenched and invigorated, with an excess of energy needing an outlet. He dashed downstairs and ran along the riverbank. After calming down and checking his surroundings, he found himself over 40 kilometers away at Riverside Park. The night was tranquil, filled with the sounds of insects. Seizing the moment, he took out water mirror slash to practice under the moonlight. A young man wielding a rusty bronze sword executed his swordsmanship. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a thick vapor enveloping the blade. The sword light flowed like water, slicing effortlessly through branches, flowers, and even small stones, all without a sound. More astonishingly, as Subai made a slash toward the river, a 3-meter-long, mirror-like blade of sword energy cleaved through the water, stirring up tremendous waves. Unbelievable. Was this truly just a beginner's green skill? Gazing at the undulating river, dozens of fish flipped belly up. Subai stared at his hands in disbelief, unable to fathom such strength. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, it was truly a golden blade, regardless of the tetanus sword's sharpness. This skill alone was as miraculous as a high-tier magic wand. According to the salesperson, the newly acquired water mirror slash, at just 30 centimeters long, was already a remarkable feat. Its power had been amplified tenfold. What if the skill progressed further? Subai, thrilled, sheathed the tetanus sword and sat cross-legged on the grass, opening his panel to allocate skill points. Chapter 19, the Boiling Class Group. What? He's selling precious fish? After his previous 2 upgrades, he had accumulated 2 skill points. Historically, the novice trial tested comprehensive abilities, requiring both speed and strength. Subai contemplated for a moment before allocating a point each to water mirror slash and fish leap to the sky. Through learning, water mirror slash advanced from beginner to proficient, allowing the user to unleash 2 waves of water mirror sword energy. After rigorous practice, fish leap to the sky became more adept, with the next breakthrough within reach. Clearly, the green skills were easier to advance. It seemed 2 skill points would be necessary for further improvement in mobility. Subai was not in a hurry. He continued to practice his swordplay and agility within the park. On the winding paths, Subai's agile figure leaped gracefully, his movements more nimble than a monkey, particularly during evasive maneuvers, exuding a certain vitality. After an hour of practice, feeling considerably better, Subai paused, planting the tetanus sword into the grass and sitting on a rock to rest. His spirit pool had expanded yet again. Breathing heavily, he was drenched, and if he were to remove his short-sleeved shirt, he could wring out 3 bowls of sweat, feeling utterly refreshed. He knew that sweating tonight would spare him from bleeding tomorrow. His phone buzzed incessantly, and when Subai opened it, he couldn't help but chuckle. When Xinshin messaged, "Cousin, come back soon. I seem to have unwittingly contracted 2 pets, a little turtle, so adorable." The other message was from the class group, where Lao Bai had summoned everyone as per tradition. Tomorrow morning at 8, be punctual for school. Please confirm receipt. Bai Xiener, received. Wu Jingxin, received. Zhang Junjiang, received. Several classmates from the life sciences chimed in. Chang Shanyan, Lao Bai, this is the last time I'm calling you. I've graduated and am off to work, so I shall not embarrass myself further. Same here, I'm already on a fishing boat. The life sciences and combat sciences are worlds apart. I'm helping out at my family's breakfast shop now. Take care of my business in the future. This was an annual scene for graduates. From the moment they transitioned into their new roles, a visible divide emerged among classmates. Many looked upon their familiar peers rushing off in different directions with a bittersweet sense of loss. However, it was Jiang Shaoqi, who had previously boasted about his internship at the Run FA, who spoke up, saying, "Everyone, do you lack the courage to compete alongside former classmates? I refuse to believe that I am inferior to them. Tomorrow, I shall take a leave of absence from school and go fishing. Lao Jiang, I must say, I have gained a newfound respect for you, Wu Jingxin commented, sharing a thumbs-up emoji. After all, there are always reports of serious injuries during the trials every year. One by one, the classmates chimed in, and Wu Jingxin, who usually had a good rapport with Su Bai, curiously remarked, "Where's Lao Su?" "Huh. That fisherman is busy setting up his stall to sell fish," Chu Xiaowen replied, posting a laughing emoji. He also shared a recent video recording. In a bustling crowd, Su Bai was seen wedged between older relatives, surrounded by various fish for sale, embodying the demeanor of a resigned fisherman. It is worth noting that Su Bai had previously excelled academically, becoming the object of admiration for many female classmates. Witnessing this scene, one couldn't help but feel a tinge of complexity. What good is excellent performance if luck can yield a better outcome? Wang Chuxing remarked, "TSK, TSK. It's a pity that all that studying has come to naught. I just want to know if you still consider yourself a man. Don't think of avoiding our duel tomorrow." Zhang Junjiang directed his unmasked hostility at Su Bai. With old grievances and recent conflicts, Zhang Junjiang harbored a desire to eliminate him immediately. "You were so loud before. Had I known it would come to this, why offend the director?" Many classmates echoed in agreement, as it is common for people to elevate themselves by disparaging others. In the class group chat, a chorus of mockery ensued, growing increasingly excessive. Suddenly, Bai Xiener interjected, "Regardless of one's profession, being able to earn a living through honest labor is a remarkable feat in itself. Why must we resort to derision? Each person's chosen profession from the sea of stars may very well be the best arrangement by the universe for us." While her words held merit, witnessing the fall of a talent naturally led to a desire to reclaim past compliments. Most classmates were indifferent, taking the opportunity to further belittle Su Bai, until my Yatong timidly added, yes, what's wrong with being a fisherman? It's the most common profession. Moreover, Su Bai, even selling just one fish previously earned him 50 to 60,000. I see nothing wrong with that. Ordinary workers toil for a year and barely make over 30,000. Many classmates scoffed at this. Chu Xiaowen further shared a video of him at his stall, zooming in on the fish, mocking, "With these stinky fish and rotten shrimp?" The director wouldn't even want them in his fish pond. After the earlier confrontation, his wrists still throbbed with pain. With such ill fortune lingering, Zhang Junjiang and his group had long departed, unaware of the scene that followed. Presently, there was an abundance of fish, but none fetching a high price. "My Yadong, when did you become close to Su Bai? Defending him now?" Many began to tease. Anxious, my Yadong uploaded another short video, capturing the moment she was squeezed by the crowd. In the video, dozens of eager buyers surrounded Su Bai's stall. 20,000, 30,000. The cacophony of shouting prices was deafening amidst the throng of onlookers. All of this conveyed to the classmates of first high school that it was no mere illusion. 50,000. That ethereal female voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention just as they began to wonder what kind of merchandise could possibly be worth such a price. My Yatong's phone flashed, capturing the sight of a fearsome, vividly striped fish displayed at the stall. Even if just for a fleeting moment, the keen-eyed Lao Bai could still ascertain that this was a treasure fish. No way, did he really catch something good? The classmates who had just ridiculed him turned pale, feeling the crushing defeat of having swallowed a stone. After finally managing to keep him underfoot, how could he be living so well? The group chat fell into an eerie silence. The earlier jeers and insults vanished without a trace. Some classmates attempted to retract their messages, but realized it was too late. The atmosphere turned awkwardly tense. What is going on? Why has it suddenly gone quiet? Wu Jingxin asked curiously. This kid has some incredible luck. Many people only catch 2 or 3 treasure fish in their entire lives. Lao Bai at home appeared astonished. Bai Xiener maintained a serene expression, neither affirming nor denying. Where did this fish come from? Is it truly worth that much? Chu Xiaowen clenched his phone, gritting his teeth in frustration for not having seen it earlier to crush it. Something felt amiss. How did this kid possess such fortuitous luck? In a luxurious villa complete with a private garden, Zhang Junjiang squinted his eyes, sensing an oddity. From the very beginning, Su Bai had dared to confront him face to face, showing no fear of conflict. Now, just a casual push had sent the formidable Chu Xiaowen tumbling. Everything about this felt unsettling. With tomorrow's duel looming, he found it increasingly hard to sit still. He hurried upstairs to consult his father. When Zhang Wanwen heard the entire account and scrutinized the video of the striped fish, his expression turned icy as he uttered 3 words, "Eliminate him." Chapter 20. The trials begin. The abyssal demon fish, Su Bai makes his entrance. Early the next morning, Su Bai rose with clarity of mind and enjoyed a bowl of steaming fish porridge. "Cousin, look, it's so well behaved." When Xin teased a small turtle at the dining table. When cousin heads to first high, if Zhang Junjiang and his father attempt anything underhanded, just bear with it for now. I'll teach them a lesson later. She shook her little fist, her fair, egg-shaped face brimming with confidence. Subai chuckled, finishing his bowl of hot porridge before setting it down. Fear not, I have it all under control. You should perform well today, who knows? You might hear good news in first high. All right, both of you must work hard and return safely. That is the most important thing, Chin Sulin remarked, lifting her chopsticks to pick up a fish bone. We can definitely support you two little ones, Wen Herong added with a smile as he served a slice of fish. Moreover, with Subai's skills, there's south no place he cannot thrive. The changes brought about by their daughter's career transition had yet to dawn on the two elders. However, the fish Subai caught daily had brought them good fortune, alleviating their aches and pains over the past few days. After finishing their meal, Subai and Wen Xinshin descended the stairs. Cousin, await my good news, the little girl exclaimed, full of confidence before parting. Be safe, Subai waved his hand, preparing to take the bus to school as usual. But now, Subai stomped his feet and dashed towards First High like a whirlwind. Just the warm-up he needed. Early in the morning, First High Vocational College was teeming with activity. Hundreds of security personnel held red ropes to maintain order. Several armored vehicles were stationed by the roadside. And upon closer inspection, one could even glimpse glimmers of light from the rooftops, indicating the presence of snipers. Some officials from the Education Bureau had come specifically to oversee the event. Behind them trailed several local reporters with cameras, as the results of the trials would be announced. Those students who performed exceptionally would be interviewed on television, attracting interest from various factions. Principal Kai could not afford to be negligent. Early in the morning, he led Zhang Wanwen, Lao Bai, and other teachers to patrol the back mountain, inspecting the 100-acre fish pond. It must be noted that this fish pond was no ordinary sight. It had been nurtured by the sages of First High for decades. With an annual investment of 10 billion, the seemingly ordinary muddy shore is nourished by a unique blend of nutrient-rich silt. Within the pond, formidable trial creatures have been specially prepared. Additionally, shells, giant clams, and even some ethereal plants have been cultivated. According to campus legends, once a downcast student, heartbroken over his girlfriend being swept away by a wealthy rival, drunkenly fished out a hidden vocational transfer scroll from the fish pond, soaring to great heights thereafter. There are also tales of a certain official, upon being apprehended, having tossed illicit earnings into the pond, prompting numerous students to sneak in and fish for treasures. These rumors are not without merit, and the school, despite repeated prohibitions, finds itself in a quandary. It has recently been reported that Ms. Bai's daughter has awakened as a sea singer, a testament to the prowess of a strict mentor. Director Liu, surrounded by teachers, specifically requested to meet Bai Haoji. Bai Haoji felt a mix of surprise and honor. Indeed, she had always loved music and singing. To think she had garnered the favor of the Blue Star and truly struck gold. It appears that the frontrunner for this competition is none other than Bai Xiener. Director Liu chuckled, eliciting laughter from the crowd. The group ascended the fishing platform, observing the students arriving in succession. Director Zhang's prodigious son is a formidable wave-slicing swordsman and is sure to rank highly. Principal Kai glanced at Zhang Wanwen beside him, smiling as he reminded, he is Director Liu's grandson. It's no wonder. Director Liu's eyes brightened as he took the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Wanwen amidst the crowd. He pondered how fortunate it is to have a good father-in-law. Soon, he would assume the role of vice principal at the first high school. And with a few more years of honing, he could ascend to the district office. He is the deputy director, while Zhang Wanwen's father-in-law, Liu Tianqi, holds the primary position, wielding considerable influence within the city's educational system. As they exchanged banter, the students entered the arena, and the first high school buzzed with life once more, filled with chatter as classmates crowded into the back mountain, vendors calling out their breakfast wares. At the entrance to the back mountain, a conspicuous red banner proclaimed, "Advance with courage, safety first." Under the soft morning light, the expansive fish pond sparkled amid the forest. The croaking of frogs and chirping of insects filled the air as massive shadows glided beneath the water's surface. Staff conducted a final check of the arena before hastily packing up to leave. Why are there still media here? Ma Yadong, newly arrived at the school, felt a twinge of nervousness. It must be the allure of our class monitor. After all, she represents a star profession. Wu Jingxin caught the whispers of excitement among the students. It's Bai Xiener. She is here. So beautiful. I bet she will not only claim the top spot at our school, but in the entire city. Many turned to gaze at the stunning girl clad in a simple white school uniform facing the reporters. She merely responded nonchalantly, "Let us discuss everything after the competition." The class monitor has truly dazzled since childhood. Zhang Junjiang made his way to the back mountain with a few classmates, among whom was the strikingly beautiful Lu Wan. Her lips slightly pursed in jealousy as she remarked, "Whenever Bai Xiener appears, both teachers and students are inevitably drawn to her." Even Zhang Junjiang, who usually maintained an aloof demeanor, revealed a flicker of fervor in his gaze when looking at Fisherman. Such an exceptional beauty deserves to have only him by her side. Yet, recalling her past indifference towards him, Zhang Junjiang's expression turned cold. Right now, I'm far more interested in Subai. Beside him, Chu Xiaowen declared fiercely, if he dares to step onto that stage, I will surely avenge the ambush from yesterday. Lu Wan chuckled lightly. I doubt he'll show up. Many men are like that. Boast online but turn into soft shells in reality. Just as they spoke, a figure dashed into the back mountain. There are more people than I expected. Why are there so many cameras? Subai entered, drawing numerous gazes. After all, only a few days ago, he had made waves by confronting the head of the administration, ensuring that many students remembered his name. He really came? Such audacity. The online spat was one thing, but Zhang Junjiang has specifically called for a duel. Thousands of eyes from the school will be watching, including reporters, officials, and representatives from the 4 major groups. If he backs down now, he won't be able to stay in Heishui City. Moreover, having verbally attacked the director 3 days prior, what fortune could he hope to gain from this trial? Reputation carries weight, much like the shadow of a tree. Students from classes 2 and 3 began to murmur amongst themselves, puzzled by Subai's audacity, considering he held the most ordinary of occupational titles, a fisherman. What courage did he possess to offend the head of the administration? Fisherman, surrounded by her classmates, raised her finely arched brows slightly, surprised. She knew this old rival was prideful. Without absolute confidence, he would not appear. Yet, she found it difficult to imagine how a mere fisherman could contend against a wave-slicing swordsman. Old Su, over here. Wu Jingxin waved to him, while the rest of the classmates discreetly created distance. Zhang Junjiang sneered, about to approach when, ding-ding, the announcement rang out from the fishing platform. Strategically placed in the best location on the back mountain, Principal Kai proclaimed, students, I trust that after 3 days of rigorous training, you have gained a preliminary understanding of your professions. This year's trial will require you to use any means necessary to extract the bottom-dwelling magical fish from the 100-acre pond to pass. Many in the life and support departments can stop here. However, to achieve a high score, you must defeat the bottom-dwelling magical fish and obtain the magical fish pearls within them, with your score determined by the quantity and size. The principal's words ignited a wave of excitement among the students. This year it's the bottom-dwelling magical fish? Chu Xiaowen's expression shifted dramatically. These were notorious magical creatures. Not only were they amphibious, but they also possessed immense strength and magical attacks. Even the weakest could rival a high-level apprentice with 6 spirit pearls. The difficulty of the task would undoubtedly showcase the disparities among the students, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of others. Zhang Junjiang wore a confident smile upon hearing the exam's content. Lu Wan, troubled, thought to herself, he must have known the exam questions in advance. He must be well prepared. After all, he has such an excellent father, and a mother working in the education bureau. The textbooks warned of their sinister nature. They were known to devour humans. Ma Yatong, a chef, felt a pang of fear. Am I fishing for them, or are they fishing for me? This is far more challenging than last year's piranhas. On the fishing platform, the higher-ups were quite pleased with the students' reactions. Of course, I also advise all of you to act according to your abilities. The risks are great. But so are the rewards. Principal Kai surveyed the densely packed crowd below and continued, the champion will not only receive a cash prize of 100,000 and the opportunity to select a rare blue card, but will also gain early admission to Heishui University. The 4 major groups have jointly announced a reward of 1 million. Furthermore, you may choose to sign a lucrative contract with any one of them, Ocean Group, Pacific Guild, Seahai Group, or Longting Martial Arts Hall. They will dedicate themselves to nurturing your talents, allowing you to traverse the seas. The runner-up will receive 50,000, third place 30,000. In addition to the original rewards, there will be an extra 200,000 and 100,000. Naturally, other students should not be disheartened. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 will also receive substantial rewards and gain entry into the Ocean Genius Sprint Camp, benefiting from resources across the city worth over 1 million. So, give it your all, students. Now, I declare the official commencement of this year's novice trial. With the sound of cannon fire, the fish pond rippled and the curtains rose. The students remained in awe of the school's impressive scale and the 4 major groups' generosity. Chapter 21. The Starlet, Throwing Down the Gauntlet, Life and Death Duel. Zhang Xiaoqi. It's your turn, do take care. As the teacher called out names, one by one, students ventured forth. The Grand Fish Pond, a legacy of the prestigious school, harbored numerous magical fish. Spanning over 100 acres, it was ample enough to accommodate hundreds of students for their trials. Considering that many participants hailed from the support and life sciences departments, dozens of safety personnel were stationed on either side, with teachers supervising the proceedings closely. Help! A female student scattered a special powder across the water's surface, successfully luring a bottom-dwelling magical fish. The creature, measuring over 2 meters in length, exhibited a deep blue-black hue. Its body slick and glistening. Its enormous mouth, comparable in size to a human face, opened wide, while 4 long tentacles on either side of its body thrashed about as its slimy tail propelled it ashore. In a terrifying moment, it lunged at the female student, sending the onlooking classmates into a frenzy. On the large screen, junior students watched in horror, their gasps echoing through the air. "What a bold creature!" exclaimed a teacher on the shore, who raised a stun baton and activated the chip embedded in the fish's head. A brilliant blue current surged from the creature, causing it to collapse. "You have passed. Please step aside," the teacher stated calmly. The female student hurriedly expressed her gratitude, having performed commendably while most students struggled to even locate the bottom-dwelling fish. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaoqi, despite being a member of the life sciences department and a fish butcher by trade, had unwittingly attracted the fish's attention due to the pungent scent of fish lingering on him from recent days spent at the market. Although he managed to escape in a rather disheveled state, he occasionally brandished his fish-slicing knife in defiance, leaving a series of marks on the fish's body. This prompted Lao Bai to comment, "Though he may be sharp-tongued, it's evident he puts in considerable effort behind the scenes." Scoring 85 points, Jiang Xiaoqi's performance was indeed commendable, particularly for someone from the life sciences department, garnering the attention and praise of the officials present. A manager from a large shopping mall even extended an olive branch to him. The atmosphere shifted as Wang Chuxing and Tan Yining, the last 2 remaining students from the blue profession, were called to stand aside. Their appearance immediately captivated the audience, including the cameras that turned to focus on them. Wang Chuxing reveled in the attention, waving to the crowd while his gaze flitted about in search of a beloved figure. Upon spotting Bai Xian'er, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to impress her. However, noticing Su Bai nearby, he instinctively raised an eyebrow. "Huh. This cohort of students from the first high school is truly impressive," remarked Director Liu at the fishing platform, chuckling alongside a suited man beside him, who shook his head in resignation, noting, "The profession is commendable, yet his character requires refinement." This man was a manager from the Oceanic Group, who had already signed several promising candidates, including Wang Chuxing. Another girl, calm and composed, showcased her prowess as a fish tamer, performing remarkably well. Wang Chuxing's previous audacity in the group chat stemmed from a certain confidence. Armed with a trident, he stood at the water's edge, observing intently before making a decisive strike. He cleaved through the water's surface, and a bottom-dwelling magical fish surged towards him. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast. Tan Yining, with her long black hair, managed to summon a weapon-wielding Cthulhu Fisherman, diving into the water to draw a bottom-dwelling magical fish to the shore. Together with the Cthulhu Fisherman, they launched a coordinated assault. Ultimately, Wang Chuxing succeeded in slaying 2 bottom-dwelling magical fish, amassing 210 points and securing 2 precious magical fish pearls, treasures that could transform into spiritual orbs to expedite the pond's development, serving as hidden benefits for the school. Meanwhile, Tan Yining, after dispatching 1 fish, attracted a second but succumbed to exhaustion, finishing with a score of 150 points. As the large screen displayed the leaderboard, Wang Chuxing and Tan Yining proudly held the first and second positions, respectively. "How splendid!" Wang Chuxing exclaimed, wiping the blood from his trident, and confidently approached Bai Xian'er, presenting her with the shimmering magical fish pearls. "Class monitor, it will soon be your turn. With these 2 pearls, you can restore your strength or attract magical fish, which will be immensely beneficial." His audacious display of affection, following a resounding victory, elicited both laughter and envy from several female classmates. Zhang Junjiang, however, wore a frosty expression. "Do you think you're worthy of a swan, you toad?" Lu Wan's eyes sparkled with envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Where's my own devoted admirer?" Bai Xian'er calmly shook her head. "This is your bounty. Take it back. You should focus on your training and strive to open the spiritual pond soon." Wang Chuxing's expression faltered with disappointment, yet he was unwilling to relinquish his hopes. Nearby, Lao Bai's voice rang out. "Bai Xian'er, Zhang Junjiang, Su Bai, and Shu Xiaowen, please enter the arena, maintaining a safe distance." His words heightened the atmosphere, primarily due to Bai Xian'er's immense popularity. Her natural beauty and ethereal charm made her a standout, and with an epic profession akin to a superstar, it was no wonder that everyone was enamored. "Go, Senior Xian'er," cheered the crowd at the foot of the mountain, as the junior students and watching parents frequently glanced at the large screen, eager to witness this year's strongest contender from Heishui. The reporters, ever astute, swiftly adjusted their cameras to focus on her. "Ah, is it finally her turn? I wonder if she can break the previous records." Even Director Liu and the managers at the fishing platform cast their gazes in her direction. Principal Kai, brimming with pride, declared, with Teacher Bai's guidance, she is sure to procure 4 pearls or more. Zhang Wanwen, however, didn't share the same enthusiasm. Instead, he fixed his hopeful gaze on his son, then turned to Su Bai, who stood several hundred meters away. The two exchanged a knowing nod, as if sharing an unspoken bond. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Su Bai observed the unfolding events with serene composure, bolstered by the confidence bestowed upon him by the Spirit Pond realm. The vast ocean had instilled within him the courage to face any adversary. However, being in proximity to Baixianer attracted a throng of reporters. Those attentive to the live broadcast could catch glimpses of him in the corner of the screen. Su, let us step inside. Baixianer, now the center of attention, suddenly spoke, raising her delicate finger to indicate the entrance. Instantly, the focus shifted from her to Su Bai. The class monitor, naturally suited for the spotlight, remained unfazed amidst the commotion, exuding a potential star quality. Understanding that her call was merely a casual gesture towards him as the class monitor, he maintained his composure. Who is he? A curious reporter inquired. Just a fisherman. Nothing special. Su Bai shrugged nonchalantly at the surrounding chatter, proceeding to enter the rear mountain. Yet, before he could step inside, a rubber fishing glove was suddenly tossed before him. You think you're just going to walk in? What happened to your earlier bravado online? Zhang Junjiang raised his right hand, showcasing the other rubber glove he wore. This gesture was unmistakable to everyone present. A duel, regardless of life or death. The unexpected excitement of encountering such a spectacle during the first heist trials set the reporters' senses tingling with the scent of breaking news. As they swiftly aimed their cameras at the two, Su Bai remained an unfamiliar face to them, while the other was certainly recognizable. The rare, sword-wielding rogue. Could it be that Zhang Junjiang is truly determined to go to such extremes? Wu Zheng's expression shifted, and the other students wore grave faces. In the gaze of the crowd, this was no trifling matter. It was a matter of life or death. Baixianer halted her steps, furrowing her brow as she regarded the two men. Su Bai cast a contemplative glance at the rubber gloves beneath his feet. As anticipated, Chapter 22, The Escalating Commotion. The enthralled audience. Faced with the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, Zhang Junjiang proclaimed with clarity, Ladies and gentlemen, in the esteemed tradition of Heishui martial arts, we have a glorious history of resolving grievances before graduation. I do not seek confrontation. Rather, it is Su Bai who has gone too far. 3 days prior, he openly insulted my father. A gentleman can endure much, but there are limits to tolerance. My father has been wronged, and it is the duty of a son to seek retribution. His words deftly transformed his image from a belligerent to a son avenging his father, stirring the sympathies of the crowd. Chu Xiaowen stepped forward and remarked, Classmate Zhang, you are usually amiable, but this matter indeed involves your father, compelling you to act. I recall that incident. It was something about embezzling inheritance. Yes, if it is in the name of avenging your father, that is understandable. However, the issue lies in the fact that he is merely a fisherman. Are we to believe he will fight with a fishing rod? Who provoked him to speak so insolently? The audience's sympathy mingled with a hint of schadenfreude as they gazed at Su Bai. At that moment, at least 1,000 eyes were fixed upon him. The focus of the large screen shifted from Baixianer to the two men. The ensuing dispute naturally drew the attention of the fishing platform. Principal Kai, aware of the professional disparity between the two, intended to mediate. However, upon casting a glance at Zhang Wanwen, who remained silent and fixated on his son, Director Liu chuckled. Maintaining a spirit of competition is a custom in Heishui. It's good for young people to resolve their conflicts now. Ultimately, let us avoid any loss of life. As elders, we shall simply observe. With this, Principal Kai nodded in agreement. A fleeting smile crossed Zhang Wanwen's face. At the entrance, Old Bai sighed, having long advised Su Bai to exercise restraint and humility, lest he provoke today's calamity. Just as he was about to speak, his daughter's melodious voice interjected, Zhang Junjiang, as a rare swordsman, how could you dare challenge an ordinary fishing profession? With her silken black hair flowing, Baixianer's voice possessed an indescribable charm. Calming the raucous examination hall, Chu Xiaowen opened his mouth to speak, but was met with a piercing glare from Baixianer that left him shivering and silent. Class leader, I am not being confrontational. Had he merely insulted me, I would not have reacted so strongly, Zhang Junjiang lamented. It is a matter of family honor. As a son, how could I not be enraged? The classmates and teachers listened, finding some merit in his argument. Their hearts swayed. In the next moment, Zhang Junjiang shifted his tone, fixing his gaze on Su Bai. For the sake of our class leader and the esteemed elders present, if you sincerely kneel towards the fishing platform, bow 3 times, and apologize to Director Zhang, clarifying before all teachers, students, and media that your previous remarks were born of jealousy and entirely unfounded, then I shall certainly retract my gloves. And we can remain as classmates. Ma Yatong, Wu Jingxin, and others frowned, yet they too found a semblance of reason in his words. Conversely, Jiang Shaoqi, who was typically unafraid, sensed an unusual atmosphere. His father might indeed have embezzled from Su Bai's family. Tan Yining suddenly whispered, so that's it. Jiang Shaoqi froze. Realizing that if Su Bai were to concede today, he would not only have to kneel before the entire faculty and student body, but essentially relinquish his family's inheritance. Thereafter, he would have no recourse to reclaim his rights. He might even find himself without a place to stand in Heishui City. Hearing the humiliating conditions, Bai Xian'er's delicate lips moved as if she wished to say something. Old Bai sighed, preparing to urge Su Bai to relent. However, he was once again interrupted. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, and with the cameras trained on him, Su Bai remained unfazed as he picked up the rubber gloves. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, what a splendid opportunity for revenge in your father's name. I shall grant you this chance. With this declaration, the crowd at the foot of the mountain erupted, many students casting incredulous glances at him. This was no mere academic assessment. It was a life-and-death duel that could indeed result in fatalities. Old Bai was rendered speechless, while Bai Xian'er seemed to regard Su Bai with newfound respect, her clear eyes quietly observing him. No, my brother, I acknowledge your fishing skills are commendable, but this is a real-life PK. My Yatong became anxious. Wu Jingxin, who had a good rapport with him, grimaced. Indeed, this is the Su Bai I know. Wang Chuxing scrutinized Su Bai, and regardless of his strength, his audacity was truly admirable. The most daring reporters began snapping photos, already envisioning headlines. Inheritance turmoil? A son's vengeance, a youthful duel. Chu Xiaowen clicked his tongue, while Lu Wan's beguiling eyes regarded Su Bai as if he were a corpse. Hearing Su Bai's proud demeanor, Zhang Juanjiang's lips twitched, shaking his head. If he wishes for death, even the king of hell cannot intervene. With the entire school bearing witness, the duel was set. It was time to enter the arena. Clang. Zhang Junjiang drew forth an ice-blue water sword from behind, its blade emanating a chilling aura, mirroring its master's unmasked intent to kill. This sent shivers down the spines of Chu Xiaowen, Lu Wan, and others, causing them to instinctively withdraw. Wait a moment. Su Bai suddenly raised his hand, grinning as he said, since this is a duel, we must agree upon the rules, as well as that indispensable item. Su Bai turned to the class teacher. Bai Haoji wore a puzzled expression, while Wu Jingxin, Ma Yatong, Jiang Shaoqi, Lu Wan, and even Zhang Junjiang were equally baffled. Could it be? The reporters, holding their cameras, suddenly held their breath. Bai Xian'er gently inquired, is it truly necessary for things to escalate to this level? Su Bai glanced at the class leader and replied with a smile, since we are adhering to tradition, everything must be complete. Old Bai, bring forth the death warrant. It was indeed that. The reporters were taken aback, while the students were left in shock. Zhang Junjiang, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered, grinning, excellent. Regardless of life or death, we shall not hold either party accountable. Old Bai was at his wit's end. Duels had occurred before, but never had a death warrant been signed. This was not the outside world. What is happening? On the fishing platform, Director Lu grew impatient as they had yet to enter the arena. Zhang Wanwen frowned. It was only upon hearing Bai Haoji's request for the death warrant that everyone finally comprehended the situation. Haha, today's youth should not be underestimated. Sign it, Director Lu remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Wanwen, who remained unperturbed. A serious incident was brewing. The teachers should intervene to prevent this. Since the higher-ups had spoken, Principal Kai naturally concurred. Old Bai, resigned, could only produce 2 copies of the death warrant, witnessing in his capacity as class teacher and affixing the school seal. Life and death are fated. Combat knows no mercy. Su Bai cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Junjiang, boldly signing the contract with a flourish. I fear you may find yourself begging for mercy too late. Zhang Junjiang, sword in one hand and pen in the other, spoke with a chilling tone. As the 2 individuals affixed their signatures to the contract, the atmosphere reached an exhilarating zenith. Many younger students gasped in astonishment, their expressions brimming with excitement. Utterly taken aback by this delightful spectacle, standing as the notary, Old Bai found himself helplessly positioned between the 2 parties. The teacher still hoped that they would exercise restraint. It must be stated unequivocally that even in the event of a duel, the trial must first be completed, and the magical fish beads must be collected. This also serves as a testament to their high school journey. After all, their results must be reported. All right, let the contest begin. Su Bai retrieved the bamboo rod he had extracted from the game in advance, casting a lifeless glance at Zhang Junjiang before boldly striding into the back mountains. Fear not. Just sit back and await the spectacle. Zhang Junjiang sneered, accompanied by Chu Xiaowen as they made their way toward the fishing pond. Chapter 23. The clown falls into the water, the first magical fish bead. Subai charges into the top 3. At the expansive fish pond, dozens of safety personnel patrolled with bated breath, while Old Bai personally oversaw the proceedings. The remaining candidates, wary of becoming collateral damage, kept their distance from the two. Step a little closer, Sienna remarked suddenly as she observed the water's surface. Subai cast a surprised glance in her direction. Rest assured, I am well aware. He replied, deftly setting up a small stool by the pond's edge, preparing bait and fastening it to the hook. He then sprinkled a generous amount of crimson bait upon the water's surface. Not far away, Zhang Junjiang and Chu Xiaowen observed with cold eyes. Shall we act now? Chu Xiaowen flexed his black boxing gloves. No, we must first complete the task. He is merely fishing and won't catch a bottom-dwelling magical fish so swiftly. A thought seemed to cross Zhang Junjiang's mind as he smirked. You stay beside him, creating distractions at the water's surface. If he truly hooks a fish, you can easily intercept. A splendid idea. Chu Xiaowen's eyes sparkled as he made his way towards Subai. Zhang Junjiang remained behind, locking eyes with Subai across the pond. Hey, Zhang Junjiang, what are you tossing into the pond? A keen-eyed Mayatong caught sight of his subtle maneuver among the audience. Bottom-dwelling magical fish have a penchant for fresh beef. Surely a tip-off from the director had led to this preparation. Jiang Shaoqi scoffed. Wu Jingxin and his classmates exchanged mocking glances. Similar antics had often occurred during past examinations. My dear nephew is well prepared, Director Lu remarked with a mysterious smile. This child is fond of carrying around little trinkets, Zhang Wanwen added, his heart steady and unaffected. Principal Kai, observing from the side, sighed in admiration, recognizing the innate qualities of a true leader in him. In their estimation, during this duel, Zhang Junjiang was bound to emerge victorious. They merely hoped that no fatalities would ensue. However, a solitary orphan, devoid of support, what would it matter if something went awry? Director Lu and Zhang Wanwen sat at ease, treating the affair as mere entertainment, while other representatives similarly adopted a spectator's posture. By the edge of the pond, a melodious song wafted from Sienna, her garments billowing as her voice danced through the air. The ripples on the water stirred in response, and a dark shadow swiftly emerged from the depths. Truly, as a star, even her mere presence exuded an undeniable influence. Some students felt dwarfed by her radiance and instinctively distanced themselves. Unsurprisingly, the first bottom-dwelling magical fish was lured ashore by Sienna. Yet, almost simultaneously, the float sank. Here it comes. Familiar sensations surged through Subai as his eyes gleamed with intensity. He swiftly lifted the bamboo rod. The surface of the water erupted as a massive bottom-dwelling magical fish was caught. The room erupted in astonished gasps as the students widened their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? He actually caught one. The astonishment was palpable. They had only just begun, and it could not be possible. Could it be that the bait was unique? Chu Xiaowen, eyes filled with disbelief, turned to see that Zhang Junjiang had been unsuccessful. A thought struck him. Was this not a splendid opportunity? Gritting his teeth, Chu Xiaowen stealthily stepped closer to the small stool. Most candidates were intermediate or advanced apprentices. Following the previous night's conflict, Subai had surmised that Chu Xiaowen had only condensed 7 drops of spiritual beads. His suspicious actions did not escape Subai's keen observation. If he sought to court disaster, he could not blame Subai for what was to come. Suddenly, Subai staggered to his feet, as if struggling to maintain his grip on the rod, leaning toward Chu Xiaowen's direction. This magical fish is remarkably heavy. Everyone, take cover. The bottom-dwelling magical fish, already straining against the hook, was instinctively drawn toward the direction Subai intended. As the fish surged towards him, Chu Xiaowen's heart soared. Just what I needed. He raised his black boxing gloves, casting a triumphant glance at Subai. You're merely setting the stage for my victory. But in the next moment, the bottom-dwelling magical fish opened its mouth. Oh no! Before Chu Xiaowen could react, a viscous spray erupted from the fish's maw, drenching him in sticky saliva. This corrosive substance clung to him, and as a close combat fighter, he had no protective gear. He cried out in pain, baring his teeth. To make matters worse, his eyes were now shrouded in the sticky fluid, causing a searing pain that prevented him from opening them. My eyes! In a panic, he flailed his fists, inadvertently pushing away the teachers who rushed to assist him, prompting many students to retreat in alarm. Calm down, Chu Xiaowen. Old Bai hurriedly approached, his expression a blend of concern and disbelief. He had intended to rescue Subai, yet it was Chu Xiaowen who had fallen victim first. Oh dear, teachers! Watch your step. Subai remained unfazed by the chaos, coolly pulling on the fishing rod, successfully hauling the bottom-dwelling magical fish onto the shore. The creature, now incensed, thrashed its 4 tentacles wildly. The muddy bank, already trampled by countless feet, became increasingly slippery. Blinded and disoriented, Chu Xiaowen lost his footing and stumbled straight into the pond, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. The large screen outside zoomed in on his clumsy fall, amplified by the slippery goo covering him, rendering the scene all the more ludicrous. One must note that even the students from the life sciences had not fared so poorly. Help, help! Chu Xiaowen struggled in the water, prompting Old Bai to scowl and hastily search for a fishing net to haul him out. What a disgraceful spectacle! Witnessing this scene, Zhang Junjiang cursed under his breath, only to feel a surge of urgency upon seeing Su Bai successfully reel in the bottom-dwelling magical fish. I cheated in advance, yet I couldn't catch a single one, he thought, feeling the pressure mount. If I can merely catch one and collect the magical fish bead, I'll outpace him significantly. The other students shared similar sentiments, believing Su Bai could only lure the magical fish and not capture it. However, in the next moment, Su Bai's actions left everyone speechless. He produced a rusted bronze sword from seemingly nowhere, skillfully aiming it at the magical fish's head and slicing down with ease. It was as though he was cutting through tofu. The struggling bottom-dwelling magical fish suddenly relaxed, its body going limp. Su Bai set the bronze sword aside, deftly removing the hook from the fish's mouth and extracting a radiant magical fish bead from its head, presenting it to the onlookers. The first one, perhaps the most astonished of all, was by Siener, who had been closely engaged with the bottom-dwelling magical fish. Position nearest. She had observed the previously formidable creature succumb to Su Bai's deft handling, offering no resistance whatsoever, akin to a fish laid out on a chopping board. What is this? Old Bai was momentarily stunned. Was the fisherman truly this formidable? Or had this magical fish been caught, rendered utterly defenseless as if it were subjected to pressure points? It was perplexing. Wasn't he merely a lifestyle profession, and an ordinary white one at that? Indeed, the bottom-dwelling magical fish possessed considerable strength, and the specimen he caught was not insignificant in size, with a medium-sized magical fish pearl. How could it be subdued so effortlessly? That rusted sword, unassuming in appearance, was surprisingly sharp. The computer calculated the size of the magical fish pearl with precision, and on the large screen, the leaderboard displayed Su Bai soaring to third place with a score of 130. One must not judge by appearances. It turned out that old Su had a divine weapon assisting him. Wu Zheng was left in awe. Jiang Shaoqi speculated that the ancient sword might be the long-lost lake sword. He wondered where Su Bai had found the courage to engage in a duel. It turned out he had the advantage of equipment. As an unexpected contender emerged, Principal Kai chuckled. Regardless, he was a student from the first high school, bringing honor to his institution. However, no matter how formidable the weapon, if one's profession was lacking, aspects such as stamina and agility would inevitably fall short. Director Liu remarked, "This is merely the beginning. While it may boast the majesty of a treasured sword, the subsequent performance cannot keep pace." Zhang Wanwen nodded in agreement, affirming that students should not be overly ambitious. Researching their professions and honing their skills was the proper path. In the face of the crowd's bewilderment, Su Bai, in front of the cameras, raised the rusted sword and grinned. "Luck was on my side. I caught this rusted sword while fishing a few days ago." As you can see, the unremarkable, rust-stained ancient sword only fueled the audience's indignation. How could this fisherman catch anything at all? Classmates consoled themselves, thinking, fear not, fear not. No matter how excellent the weapon, it still requires a wielder. This time was merely a stroke of luck. The remaining carcasses of the bottom-dwelling magical fish were naturally to be handled by the staff. Chapter 24. Ascending to first place. The first journey of the traveling frog. On the other side, Siener had dispatched her bottom-dwelling magical fish, earning 120 points. With her spirits undiminished, she stepped forward, her clear eyes quietly gazing at the bronze sword that Su Bai had casually thrust into the mud. It appeared rather antiquated, yet remarkably sharp. Indeed, one should not underestimate its blade. Continuing to fish, Su Bai cast a glance at Chu Xiaowen, who had been fished out by Old Bai, dangling like a drenched chicken in the net. Wrapped in slime, the entire venue watched as Chu Xiaowen's ears turned crimson. Once released, he scurried away in embarrassment, akin to a lost dog, seeking Zhang Junjiang for a change of his soaked uniform. "Get lost, useless fool." Zhang Junjiang, seething with anger, unceremoniously drove him away. "Out of hundreds of candidates, you're the only one who fell into the pond. You're even worse than those girls, and you dare ask me for clothes." Fearing disgrace, he scolded mercilessly. In that moment, Chu Xiaowen felt a chill seep from his skin to his heart. But I only sought trouble with Su Bai for your sake." Zhang Junjiang cast a disdainful glance, about to mock him. Unexpectedly, cheers erupted from the opposite bank. The two quickly turned to look. The water surged. Another magical fish had come ashore. Was it Siener? Shattering their expectations, Su Bai raised his rod once more. The show was about to begin. Armed with proficient fishing skills, bolstered by days of gameplay training, and most crucially, possessing the prowess of the spirit pool realm, he easily overwhelmed the bottom-dwelling magical fish. After all, it was merely a target for apprentices. The second catch was swifter than the first. The class monitor became unsettled, while Bysiener blinked in surprise, realizing she had somewhat underestimated her old classmate. Judging solely by his fishing skills, he was more than capable of establishing himself in society. She was astute and keenly aware of her classmates' hidden affections, including Su Bai, who had once stolen glances at her during class. When she turned around, their eyes met, and they quickly averted their gazes. Such was the awkwardness of youth. Initially, she had thought he had drawn a fishing profession card to become someone from a completely different world. Now, it seemed, that was not the case. To the audience's astonishment, the second bottom-dwelling magical fish also offered little resistance. Su Bai rose and, with effortless precision, pierced it with his sword, easily claiming the second magical fish pearl. First place, Su Bai, 250 points. The screen refreshed, and Su Bai ascended to the top. This was an unexpected scene for everyone. While the crowd could accept that a fisherman could catch a bottom-dwelling magical fish, they could not fathom how he could so easily obtain the magical fish pearl. My goodness, why does it feel easier than when I catch fish at the supermarket? Zhang Shaoqi scratched his head, doubting himself. Was he encountering the same type of magical fish? It felt like a tough customer. This was enough to undermine Wang Chuxing's confidence. The only support-type player, Tan Yining, remained silent. Could it be that I had drawn a false profession? You lad are rather peculiar, Old Bai remarked in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the rusted sword. On the opposite bank, Zhang Junjiang was growing impatient, his complexion shifting from green to purple, revealing a fierce expression. Something was amiss. He was not an ordinary fisherman. Chu Xiaowen recalled a recent incident, a slight pain still lingering in his wrist. Do you need me to remind you? Zhang Junjiang shot him a cold glance. As expected of a prestigious institution, even the most ordinary professions can yield extraordinary results. At the fishing platform, Director Lu chuckled, while Zhang Wanwen's expression gradually turned serious. Was there truly such a remarkable fisherman? Could it be that Su Tiangang had secretly left him an inheritance? Witnessing his students excel, Principal Kai was naturally pleased and cast a glance at Zhang Wanwen. Regardless of the profession, with dedication, one could carve out a niche for themselves. Journalists sprang into action. What news could be more captivating than a surprise upset? Moreover, with the reigning favorite, Bysiener, nearby, and the dramatic stakes of a life-or-death duel, cameras and recorders were all aimed at Su Bai and Bysiener. Su Bai sat calmly on a small stool, fishing with a serene demeanor, like a wise old man. Suddenly, he felt something stirring in his chest. Ribbit. It turned out to be the tadpole struggling to surface. Here, have some air, but be careful. Su Bai used his sleeve to shield it, as the tadpole hopped out for a breath. Others were oblivious, but Bysiener quickly spotted the little creature. What an adorable little frog. A glimmer of delight flashed in her clear eyes. It must be said that, as a once popular traveling frog, the tadpole possessed a certain charm. With its light green skin, shiny little eyes, and a four-leaf clover hat, it was in a new place, surrounded by so many people. The tadpole seemed to find it all quite amusing. It croaked and leaped within Su Bai's sleeve, as if eager to explore. What do you want to do? There are too many people, and the fish are fierce. Be careful not to get stepped on. Su Bai was startled and hurriedly reached out to grab it. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, its figure vanished without a trace. Arriving at a brand new map, the tadpole, in high spirits, decided to explore and began its mysterious journey. What? The tadpole actually went on a journey? Su Bai was taken aback, gazing at the vast fish pond. It was exploring inside. How whimsically adventurous. Su Bai was not concerned for the tadpole's safety and returned his focus to fishing. Having scattered bait, Bysiener began to sing beside him. The two of them working in tandem to lure the bottom-dwelling magical fish exceeded everyone's expectations. By the time Su Bai reeled in the fifth bottom-dwelling magical fish, the teachers were becoming agitated. He had already surpassed the records of previous years. Principal Kai shouted with a hint of excitement. Remarkably, he is an ordinary individual in the workforce. Indeed, this merits greater publicity. Director Lu cast a sidelong glance at the shadowy Zhang Wanwen. This fellow undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. The same thought flickered through the minds of both father and son. He must not be allowed to fish any longer. On the opposite bank, Zhang Junjiang could no longer sit idly. He had prior knowledge of the examination questions and had exerted immense effort to lure a bottom-dwelling magical fish onto the shore. Just managing to squeeze into the top 5, while Su Bai had already surged ahead, leaving others far behind. Only Bysiener managed to keep pace, with the rest having already fallen behind. He instinctively shifted towards Su Bai. This subtle movement was captured precisely by the camera. This is bad. He is about to make a move. Ma Yatong nervously looked up. We should alert old Su to be wary of an ambush, Wu Jingxin remarked, furrowing his brow. By the fish pond, Subai placed his green bamboo rod on the stand, holding a round magical fish pearl in his hand, deep in cultivation. After establishing his spiritual pool, he urgently required various nutrients to enrich the water. This was a foundational spiritual object provided by the school, rich in spiritual vapor. If traded at market value, it would likely fetch at least 30,000 to 40,000 per piece, significantly saving students a great deal of time. However, Subai had already reached the spiritual pool realm, absorbing the essence contained within the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the size of the magical fish pearl, akin to a pigeon egg, diminished by 1/3. His blood spiritual pool gradually rose by 1/5. A surge of joy filled him. At this rate, 5 magical fish pearls would suffice to expand his spiritual pool to 2 segments. Upon reaching the 3rd pool realm, the water within would transform into a light blue hue. The maximum limit is 9, even reaching a deep purple. Both Old Bai and Zhang Wanwen are of this realm. A practitioner at the 9th pool, upon accumulating enough, can summon rich purple spiritual vapor to break through, thereby creating a spring within their chest. From then on, an endless supply of energy replenishes them, allowing them to live up to 200 years, known as the Earth Spring Realm. However, the durability of the green bamboo rod was somewhat lacking. Placing the remaining 2/3 of the magical fish pearl into his pocket, Subai gazed down at the green bamboo rod. As his first official fishing rod, it had helped him catch numerous precious fish, yet it was nearing its end. After his promotion, Subai's senses sharpened, and he immediately noticed the sneaky Zhang Junjiang inching closer. He hadn't yet sought trouble with you, so don't blame me for what has to come. Subai scoffed softly, his right hand slowly reaching for the tetanus sword. New grudges and old grievances. Dare to take my life, and I shall settle all accounts. However, before he could make a move, the green bamboo rod on the stand suddenly shook violently. Chapter 25, Snatching the Monster? The mysterious, extraordinary magical fish and the pitiful Zhang Junjiang. A magical fish was hooked. This time, the movement of the green bamboo rod seemed particularly pronounced. The shadows in the water stirred the surroundings. Instantly, the silt became murky, and the water currents surged. Up to now, only by Siener Subai and Zhang Junjiang remained in the examination area. The other students had long since exhausted their spiritual vapor and exited. Bai Siener ceased her song of the siren, her gaze turning towards Subai. Is it happening again? Zhang Junjiang initially froze, then thought to seize the opportunity, a smile unconsciously creeping across his lips. His feet quickened. He had already scored 650 points. Could he possibly catch another? Faced with an almost record-breaking score, the teacher sensed something amiss. He may have gathered the 9th drop of the spiritual pearl, hence his abundant stamina, Old Bai speculated. A colleague nodded in agreement. Even with a white profession and deep accumulation, he can soar in the early stages. However, the potential of his profession would inevitably limit his progress. Isn't this the 6th one? Director Liu raised his gaze, noticing the commotion on the water's surface was rather excessive. Principal Kai squinted. It could be a large bottom-dwelling magical fish. If caught, it would yield an additional 100 points. These students, who hadn't even opened their spiritual pools, had little chance of capturing it. After all, a large magical fish was already comparable to a top-tier apprentice, just a step away from breaking through the confines. Zhang Wanwen observed that his son was not far from the large magical fish. Smiling as he remarked, the back mountain hasn't been cleared for decades. Who knows how large the magical fish have grown in there? As the one directly involved, Subai was most acutely aware. He gripped the green bamboo rod tightly, his arm's meridians gradually swelling. Something feels off. Subai looked down and noticed the last segment of the green bamboo rod's durability plummeting rapidly. Its decline alarmingly faster than when he had hooked the crimson blood-red carp. I am in the spiritual pool realm, with game-enhanced abilities and dual buffs. This pull is undoubtedly from something more than just a large magical fish. In this battle of strength, the green bamboo rod he held emitted ominous cracking sounds, and upon closer inspection, one could see fine cracks spreading across it. Subai's eyes darted around, catching sight of Zhang Junjiang stealthily approaching from behind, intent on reaping the benefits. A smirk crept onto his lips as he suddenly loosened his grip. Both he and the fishing rod were dragged into the pond by the bottom-dwelling magical fish. Such immense strength. A troubled expression crossed Subai's face. It felt like a tug-of-war, his feet sinking into the silt. His arms bulged with veins, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, showcasing his utmost effort. This is bad. He's been fishing for too long. He.S. running out of strength. Among the audience, Ma Yatong, Wu Jingxin, and other classmates gasped in shock. Let him show off like that. Lu Wan's expression brightened, especially upon noticing Zhang Junjiang lurking in the corner, waiting to take advantage. Her lips curled into a smile. Many times, you'll find that even with a strong start, if your foundation is lacking, you may end up dressing another success. Even if this magical fish isn't caught, with his current score, he is still the champion and can claim $1 million in prize money. Suddenly, Tin Ening, who had remained silent, spoke up. Luan was left speechless and dared not retort. In class, relying on her striking looks, several admirers pursued her, making her one of the top students. However, before the only 3 blue professions in the entire school, she felt insignificant, let alone that particular one. With a mix of envy and a hint of jealousy, Luan cast a glance toward the large screen, where the black-haired girl stood tall, capturing the attention of most spectators. You're about to be pulled into the water, just give up. Bysiener suddenly voiced her concern. Subai, being pulled by the prey, felt his school uniform drenched, his hands trembling slightly. The green fishing rod and thin line were pulled taut, ready to snap at any moment. Almost there, just one last step. Suddenly, vapor burst forth from Subai's body, his biceps bulging as if he were about to unleash a skill. I can't wait any longer. Just behind him, Zhang Junjiang chuckled, taking a swift step forward, sword in hand. Haha. Thank you for the magical fish you prepared for me. Once I claim the $1 million in prize money, I'll spare you a dog-esque life. Under the gaze of thousands of teachers and students, Zhang Junjiang leapt into the pond, severing the fishing line with his sword and aiming for the magical fish in the water. What are you doing? Old Bai, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. The word despicable caught in his throat. Bysiener, watching the scene, had her mouth agape, her beautiful face revealing a tinge of disdain. She was disgusted by her classmates' shameless actions. In an instant, the once taut bamboo rod snapped. The already precarious green bamboo rod could no longer withstand the stress. And with a sharp crack, it shattered in Subai's hands. He stumbled backward unsteadily. Be careful. Bysiener swiftly turned her graceful body, her fair hand reaching out just in time to catch him. With their energies still intertwined, they collided together, the contact of their skin adding an air of intimacy. That guy is utterly lacking in morals. The promise of a fair duel has been forsaken, as Zhang Junjiang brazenly pilfers another's catch, displaying a shocking lack of conscience. While the students vociferously condemned Zhang's unscrupulous behavior, their attention was suddenly drawn to the intimate embrace shared by Subai and Bysiener. Fortune amidst misfortune. This lad is indeed favored by fortune. A glint of mischief flickered in Wu Zhang's eyes. Humph, boys, forever lost in their own thoughts. Ma Yatong smirked. Appropriating another's prey is rather inappropriate. Principal Kai rose with a stern expression, asserting that this constituted a breach of school regulations. Such an offense should result in the invalidation of grades, or even expulsion. Youthful exuberance and impulsiveness can be understood in the heat of a duel. Director Zhang, however, must compensate Su for the lost fishing line. Director Lu chuckled. Naturally, a fishing line is but a trifle. Even a fishing rod would pose no issue. As Zhang Junjiang boldly leaped into the pond, engaging in a fierce struggle with the monstrous fish, splashes erupted all around. Zhang Wanwen could not help but smile, though the grin quickly faltered. As a wave-riding swordsman, Zhang Junjiang wielded considerable prowess in the water, enhanced further by his water-cold sword, making him a formidable force. Unexpectedly, however, he found himself ensnared by a massive tentacle of the bottom-dwelling demon fish, engulfed in its viscous grip. He was now submerged, battling desperately for survival. It is worth noting that for the past 3 days, Zhang Wanwen and his wife had lavished unrestrained amounts on supplements, precious fish, and even misappropriated enhancement cards to aid their son's training. Just last night, he had successfully condensed the 9th drop of the spirit pearl. How could he be so helpless now? Boom. The enraged demon fish launched Zhang Junjiang into the air with a violent strike. Gasps filled the air as a creature exceeding 5 meters in length, dark as night, and adorned with 6 tentacle-like appendages, soared above them. It opened its gaping maw, spewing corrosive saliva that hissed as it fell into the mud. Most of the venomous spittle landed on the helpless Zhang Junjiang, suspended in midair. My face. Zhang Junjiang screamed as the acidic saliva corroded his skin, even tearing through his garments. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Old Bai, momentarily distracted from his daughter's closeness with Subai, blurted out, a first-tier demon fish. The large screen promptly displayed pertinent information. Name, bottom-dwelling demon fish boss. Level, first-tier demon fish. Description, having transcended the ordinary, it has lurked in the muck for over 20 years, rivaling practitioners of the spirit pool realm. It possesses immense strength, ferocious 6 tentacles, and corrosive toxic abilities, making it far beyond what students can contend with. Teachers must be summoned to subdue it. Chapter 26. The Submerged Pond of Two. With Zhang Junjiang's fate uncertain, the students were in an uproar, relieved that they had not provoked the beast, lest they too find themselves on the receiving end of such brutality. Just as Zhang Junjiang was about to plunge back into the water, he frantically produced a green card. Azure Water Shield. It was a defensive magic card. A cerulean hexagon enveloped him, successfully allowing him to float atop the water's surface. The irate demon fish boss collided with him, only to find itself momentarily thwarted. You vile creature, I shall slay you and claim the pearl. The championship shall be mine. Zhang Junjiang, wielding the water-cold sword, displayed a fierce expression as he reluctantly produced another magic green card, enveloping himself in a green glow. The fish you caught is commendable, but it now belongs to me. He shot a provocative glance at Su Bai before re-engaging the demon fish boss. Oh. As expected from the Director-S family, effortlessly utilizing 2 green cards. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 yuan has vanished. The students murmured. The director's annual salary is but 60 to 70,000, and the water-cold sword alone costs at least 50,000. Where would he procure such wealth? Hadn't Su Bai mentioned the misappropriation of a martyr's inheritance? The students were not naive. In a typical household, such funds were an impossibility. The teachers had sensed the anomaly before. At that moment, they could not help but recall Su Bai's words, casting peculiar glances at Zhang Wanwen. With his son now out of danger, Zhang Wanwen exhaled in relief. His audacity and thick skin allowed him to engage in such shameless acts of misappropriation without concern for the scorn of his colleagues or the younger generation. His mother, feeling distressed, gifted him 2 cards without my knowledge. The youth of today are far more extravagant than we ever were, he remarked blandly. Principal Kai turned to the spokespersons of the 4 major groups, suddenly bursting into laughter. The consumption of 2 green cards will barely suffice, without your sponsorship. This championship would likely incur a loss. Those seated at the fishing platform were backed by formidable forces, unperturbed by Zhang Wanwen's connections. One manager, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Director Zhang's family must be quite prosperous. I doubt they would concern themselves with a mere million-yuan prize. Zhang Wanwen's brow twitched, inwardly cursing. As long as they could secure victory, that was all that mattered. He glared fiercely at Su Bai on the shore, blaming him for the entire predicament. Had he simply complied and accepted the 3,000 yuan subsidy, none of this would have transpired. Remembering how his wife had scolded him for the trouble he had caused not long ago, Zhang Wanwen's resentment towards Su Bai deepened. He wished nothing more than to eliminate this ungrateful orphan with a single blow. Suddenly, Principal Kai pointed towards Su Bai on the shore. The leaders and managers turned to see him, seemingly incited by Zhang Junjiang, brandishing a rusted ancient sword as he leaped into the murky waters. Wait, don't be impulsive, Bai Xianer exclaimed, unable to restrain him. They watched helplessly as Su Bai willingly walked into danger. You're just a fisherman. Bai Xianer, usually mild-mannered, found herself taking deep breaths in frustration. Her fair wrist trembled slightly. How had she not realized he possessed such strength? Incredible. A showdown was brewing. As Su Bai refused to allow his catch to be snatched away, with Su Bai joining the fray, the students erupted in excitement. A rivalry was ignited. A duel of life and death. This was the fiery spirit a man ought to possess. Yet, as merely a fisherman, his plunge into the water could lead to disaster. Ma Yatong and Wu Zheng anxiously focused on the large screen, praying for Su Bai's safety. The exited Chu Xiaowen, now outside, thought it would be best if both perished. Swallowed by the demon fish. TSK, a path to self-destruction. Lu Wan's lips curled into a confident smirk as she regarded Zhang Junjiang. The crowd witnessed the yellow water splash as the enormous supernatural fish unleashed its wrath. 6 tentacles, like venomous serpents, flicked toward the 2 submerged figures, spraying lethal venom. Zhang Junjiang, bolstered by the 2 green cards, proved formidable, and with the water-cold sword in hand, he struck at the demon fish, inflicting pain. Oh, it's not easy to kill from the shore. How fortunate you've come here to meet your end. Seeing Su Bai also submerged, Zhang Junjiang rejoiced. Hastily treading the waves towards Su Bai with intentions known to all, the demon fish stirred the water, obscuring Su Bai's form. At this moment, none noticed the hint of disdain playing across his features. Prepare to experience the taste of tetanus. Su Bai dove down, disappearing into the murky depths. At this juncture, there were no more obstacles. The blood spirit pool surged, a vast spiritual energy coursing through his body, coalescing within the tetanus sword. The rust trembled as azure light burst forth. Wave-cleaving strike. The sword, imbued with 5 times the attack power, was aimed at the demon fish boss as Su Bai swung mightily. In an instant, the pond erupted. The already murky surface of the water became a chaotic mess. As the raging sword energy swept through the river, submerging the leader of the demonic fish and the arriving Zhang Junjiang. Both man and fish were thoroughly entombed within the fish pond, a classic case of collateral damage. One by one, the bottom-dwelling demonic fish floated to the surface, belly up. This is bad. The demonic fish have gone berserk. Old Bai's expression changed drastically as he transformed into a streak of blue light, plunging into the boiling fish pond. He skimmed across the water's surface, anxiously searching for the voices of the two individuals. The other safety officers, not daring to be negligent, leapt into the pond. Any seasoned teacher from the spirit pool realm could tread the water and hover above it, while some instructors could only dive to search. Junjiang. In a flash, Zhang Wanwen leaped down from the fishing platform. The rear mountain was in disarray. The crowd believed they had angered the leader of the demonic fish, causing the pond to be tossed into turmoil. In such murky waters, it was impossible to locate anyone at once. Look, what is that? It wasn't until a sharp-eyed teacher spotted a white figure slowly emerging from the water's surface that the crowd's attention was drawn. To their astonishment, it was the belly of the once mighty leader of the demonic fish, stained with blood and with one of its eyes gouged out, tainting the surrounding waters. Where is Subai? Where is Zhang Junjiang? Just as the students strained to search, a head suddenly broke through the surface of the water. Help! I'm out of strength. Someone come help me. It was Subai, his hair disheveled and his complexion pale, pleading for assistance with empty hands. The miraculous bronze rust sword was nowhere to be found. Old Bai wasted no time, quickly wading through the water to rescue him. Where's my son? Zhang Wanwen finally arrived, casting a terrifying glare at the recently saved Subai. Why isn't it my son? He frantically searched the pond, barking orders at the teachers to assist in the search with almost violent fervor. Found him. It was only when a reporter captured the scene with a camera that they discovered a ragged, bloodied student drifting up from the murky waters. My son. Zhang Wanwen rushed to the water's edge, cradling his son's body in his arms, pressing his hand against his head, continuously channeling spiritual energy. He then produced a healing green card and activated it on the spot. Is he dead? The students exchanged glances, shocked that this year had truly resulted in a life lost. Old Bai and his colleagues wore grim expressions, although a death contract had been signed. This incident had occurred within the campus, and given Zhang Wanwen's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Subai. At the very least, there would be a week of detention, perhaps even longer. Chapter 27. The curtain falls. Subai takes first place. Zhang Wanwen, who lost both his son and money. The teachers and students believed they had just witnessed a chaotic stalemate. Yet, amidst the crowd, Bai Xian'er quietly observed everything with her clear eyes, gradually focusing on Subai. He seemed to sense her gaze, turning his pale cheek slightly and offering her a faint smile. Bai Xian'er admitted that, for a moment, she was slightly taken aback by that pallid smile. Her black hair cascaded down, hiding her exquisite features. The fisherman with a darkened heart. As the healing teacher arrived to assist, Zhang Junjiang gradually regained consciousness. It hurts. Everything hurts. Zhang Junjiang felt as though he had been thrown from a 30-meter building into the water. Every muscle ached. The wounds on his arms and inner thighs felt as if they were infested with maggots, eliciting cries of pain. Teacher Wang, continue the treatment. Zhang Wanwen pressed urgently. Teacher Wang, holding a staff, shook his head. His wounds have been corroded by the bottom-dwelling demonic fish. For now, we can only stabilize his condition. Moreover, he is afflicted with a type of poison I have never encountered before. A series of treatments will be required for any chance of recovery, and if fortune favors him, he may heal completely. In other words, there is a significant likelihood of lingering effects. Zhang Junjiang could not bear the thought of being disfigured and severely injured, letting out a scream before fainting. Zhang Wanwen's complexion darkened as he lifted his son onto the shore. Yet at that moment, a voice he dreaded the most called out from behind. Zhang Wanwen, have you forgotten that your son ruined one of my fishing rods? Subai reminded him with a smile. Zhang Wanwen did not turn around, his voice chilling. In such a state, you still dare to demand compensation? If it weren't for his greed and avarice, robbing my demonic fish, would he have incurred such injuries? Subai complained, stretching his old back. He dragged me into this mess, nearly costing me my life in the fish pond, and I haven't even resolved our duel yet. Zhang Wanwen, cradling his innocent son, clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening ominously, especially with over 1,000 teachers and students watching. He had previously mentioned compensation and could not evade responsibility. Just as he was about to speak, Subai leaned down, and a sparkling emerald green bead, the size of an egg, fell from his fingers. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to it. The jade bead floated on the murky yellow water, spinning gracefully as it purged the surrounding water of impurities, releasing a rich spiritual energy that the students could even perceive with their naked eyes. An extraordinary demonic fish bead. It belongs to that first-tier demonic fish. The rear mountain trembled, and the students erupted in excitement. Ordinary demonic fish beads are worth around 40,000. This one, imbued with extraordinary power, would fetch at least 400,000. Such a precious strategic resource, often in short supply, could even see a price surge. Whoever possesses it could accumulate spiritual energy within a month and open a spirit pool. The cameras meticulously captured this moment. On the large screen, a new line of data appeared. Su Bai, 400 points, total score, 1,100 points, ranked first in the school. Well, how did this bead end up in my possession? Su Bai said with a helpless expression as he picked up the jade green bead and tucked it into his pocket. Uffed. Hearing this, the already distraught Zhang Junjiang spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Hold on. As Zhang Wanwen attempted to leave, Su Bai's voice continued. He flicked a bank card from his fingers, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "This is 10,000 yuan. Enough to compensate for your fishing rod. I hope you get a chance to use it well." With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. That old fellow who accompanied me for a week. I can take a small loss. Su Bai caught the flying bank card, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Since 2 years ago, he had released the pent-up resentment from being oppressed to the point of having his parents' legacy misappropriated. In that instant, he felt a weight lifted from his chest. Nothing felt more gratifying than injuring his son and forcing him to pay compensation. Compared to their corruption, Su Bai's actions were but a fraction. I hope you can preserve your life. Remembering the sword he had swung towards a critical area amidst the chaos, Su Bai couldn't help but smile. The copper toxin carried by the tetanus sword was something even he dared not touch. With the leader of the demonic fish being retrieved by the teachers for repurposing, this year's trial officially drew to a close. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the day's most brilliant new star, the champion of the school, was none other than Su Bai, who had previously been unknown and whose name many had never even heard. Some reporters could no longer resist the urge to interview him. The students, who had once anticipated a spectacle, reverted to their previous humble demeanors, showering Su Bai with praises, with some girls casting flirtatious glances and discreetly offering dorm cards. Eager to get to know him better. "Old Su, impressive. Are you still pursuing a career in fishing?" Wu Jingxin exclaimed, incredulous as he patted him on the shoulder. "What about your bronze sword?" Jiang Shaoqi scrutinized Su Bai anew. Despite his unremarkable appearance, that rusty sword was indeed extraordinary. "Are you interested in joining me at the hypermarket to catch some fish?" Ma Yatong gazed at him with starry eyes, declaring, "Henceforth, you shall be my deity." "No. Su Bai is the heroic leader of all life professions." A strikingly beautiful female classmate winked at him. Wang Chuxing scoffed and turned to others. Having intended to steal the spotlight, only to be eclipsed by such an eccentric presence, robbing both himself and all other candidates of their brilliance. In response to his classmates' praises, Su Bai smiled nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the room. He noticed Chu Xiaowen in the corner, too timid to meet his eyes, cowering among the crowd like a rat in a sewer. That girl, LV1, seemed evasive and quite embarrassed. "Su Bai, would you grant us an interview? As a fishing enthusiast, how did you acquire such prowess? I am a manager from the Deep Sea Division. Would you be interested in learning more?" Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Su Bai identified his target, a radiant figure amidst the throng, someone he could still rival even after his astounding debut. Surrounded by reporters, her pristine profile turned slightly towards him. Across the murky crowd, two long-acquainted youths exchanged a glance and nodded ever so slightly in unison. On the fishing platform, "I am immensely gratified by the outstanding performances of this year's candidates, particularly Su Bai, who, with a remarkable score of 1100, has significantly shattered previous records to claim victory. He has demonstrated that any profession, when executed with excellence, holds a promising future." Principal Kai spoke eloquently, showering Su Bai with accolades, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. "If I am not mistaken, you have already opened a spiritual pool," Principal Kai remarked with a smile directed at Su Bai. This revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the students. They had been perplexed by Su Bai's strength, wondering how someone from a mundane profession could possess such power. However, if he had indeed reached the spiritual pool realm, it provided a rational explanation. Even many instructors had yet to achieve this critical milestone. Moreover, he had only transitioned 3 days ago. No wonder, Wang Chuxing sighed in relief, finally finding a reason that he could accept. To achieve such a feat in such a short time was an unimaginable talent. Any green combat profession would have an unbounded future. Among the 4 major groups, someone pondered. Such a promising seedling must not be overlooked. Su Bai remained silent, smiling, letting them speculate. Subsequently, Principal Kai praised by Xiener, Wang Chuxing, Ten Yining, and others, initiating the final award ceremony. Chapter 28, Award Ceremony, a milestone in school history, crafting a brand new fishing rod. Third place, Wang Chuxing, 210 points. The school awarded him 30,000, with an additional 100,000 from the 4 major groups. The playground of the first high school was packed with people. Due to Zhang Juanjiang's unexpected disqualification, many who had placed bets were vocally dissatisfied. Principal Kai read out the rankings, and a corporate representative, smiling, presented the award to Wang Chuxing. "Well done, keep it up." Regarding that green card, will it be drawn on-site or selected later? Wang Chuxing recognized the man before him as manager Sun from the Deep Sea Group. I think I'll choose later. Second place, by Siener, total scores 600. Principal Kai continued. In previous years, this score would have secured the championship, but this year, a dragon has leapt across the river. A reward of 50,000, along with 200,000 from the 4 major groups. The classmates looked on enviously as Bai Siener calmly ascended the stage to receive her award. That's equivalent to 5 years of my salary, Bai Haoji declared proudly. During the award ceremony, Bai Siener also opted to select cards after the competition. A manager kindly inquired if she was interested in a detailed discussion. The 4 major groups span across the Great Xia and even different nations, possessing immense power and a keen interest in recruiting talent. After a while, Principal Kai's voice resonated once more across the playground. Finally, congratulations to our champion, Su Bai. With a score of 1100, he has dramatically broken historical records. His achievement will be inscribed in the annals of school history, carved into a monument to stand in the playground as inspiration for future generations. Su Bai, you're amazing. From now on, who will dare to look down on life professions? I want to have your children. Su Bai's entrance elicited the most fervent cheers from the audience. The younger students shouted in excitement, primarily because his journey had been nothing short of astonishing. Before the competition, no one had even heard of his name. Not only the juniors, but also classmates from Class 1, teachers like Old Bai, and representatives from companies applauded, observing him with a mix of admiration and envy. All contemplating how to court him. The prize of 1 million will be dispersed in one lump sum, no later than midnight. The representative from the 4 Seas Group, a bespectacled manager named Li Wei, warmly inquired, Su Bai, would you be interested in a chat later? The 4 Seas Group specializes in aquaculture and deep-sea exploration, boasting the largest number of fishing grounds and life masters across the nation, which piqued Su Bai's interest. Certainly, he replied. Li Wei nodded with a smile. Principal Kai kindly asked, would you like to select a blue card now? You may choose freely from the campus repository. Su Bai considered internally, at present, what he lacked was not cards, but a fishing rod capable of withstanding the challenge. Furthermore, in the game, the fish and materials left behind, such as blood-red bones and blood-red fish bladders, were exceptional resources. He raised his head and asked, could the reward for drawing the blue card be exchanged for an opportunity to craft equipment? As a renowned vocational academy, the first high school not only has a dedicated forging room, but also boasts instructors at the 6th grid spiritual pool level. Principal Kai was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. What equipment do you wish to forge? A fishing rod. I will provide some materials, and the instructors can determine what else is needed. Drawing from the campus repository to offset the reward. Su Bai replied confidently, should there be any shortfall, I can supplement with additional funds. This prize of 1 million bolstered his confidence. Upon hearing this, Principal Kai chuckled heartily. The materials worth a blue card are sufficient to forge you the finest fishing rod. Submit your materials promptly, and I will arrange for the instructors to work overtime to complete it before the Genius Sprint Camp in 7 days. The top 10 participants of this trial have all received the precious opportunity to advance in the Sprint Camp. This initiative is supported by the government, collaboratively established by the 4 major groups. A spot is worth at least several hundred thousand. Of course, this opportunity is not solely for the 10 students of the first high school. It includes elite students from the 2nd high school S Ocean Academy, the 3rd high school S Technology Academy, and other top talents from across the city. Even before the month-end Blackwater Festival, you will have received your admission letter from Blackwater University, along with cash and other benefits. Principal Kai also handed Su Bai an acceptance letter. Blackwater University, the finest institution within a radius of over 10 cities, is a coveted reward for countless students and parents. He had not even taken the actual major exam of the Blackwater Festival and had already secured a guarantee. Just a few days ago, Su Bai would not have dared to dream of such grandeur. He took the acceptance letter, contemplating that within a month, if he could navigate through the vast seas and level up, he might even excel during the festival and not need it at all. The greater the ambition, the grander the dream. Now, the ambition has been set on entering the ranks of the top 10 prestigious institutions nationwide. In contrast, Blackwater University merely occupies a position in the 60s, with the top 10 candidates stepping onto the stage alongside the leaders for a commemorative photograph. This trial comes to a close. In the forge, Su Bai meticulously laid out the prepared materials, blood-red bones, crimson fish scales, and more. The forge master, with hair as white as snow yet brimming with vitality, marveled at the coral-like jade bones, exclaiming in awe, "From where did you procure these fish bones? I have never encountered such an ethereal, untarnished specimen before." However, he noted that to craft a fishing rod, several components, including a crucial reel and fishing line, would still be necessary. Su Bai admonished, the materials must be of exceptional quality, capable of withstanding the strength of large fish. I appreciate your assistance, master. The forge master, brimming with confidence, examined the red bones and assured him, you need not worry. I possess a strand of spider silk from a second-tier hell spider in the treasury, which will suffice. With full trust in the forge master, Subai arranged to return in 2 days to collect his items and turn to leave. In the conference room of the faculty building, Li Wei, who had been waiting, greeted him with a smile and presented a contract. You have chosen Sihai from among the 4 major conglomerates, and I trust you are aware of our capabilities. This is the best offer I can extend within my current authority. Subai took the document and scrutinized it, feeling a jolt of surprise. In the past, as an ordinary professional, he could never have imagined such treatment. The first highlight was an annual guaranteed financial subsidy of 2 million yuan, along with 3 coveted spirit pearls. Spirit pearls are precious resources for cultivation, either highly condensed from deep-sea vapor or crystallized from volcanic eruptions, serving as strategic assets. They enable practitioners to expedite the accumulation of spiritual vapor, laying a solid foundation for breakthroughs. With these 3 pearls, combined with the 5 magic fish pearls earned from the trial and 1 first-tier magic fish pearl, he felt confident in his ability to break through 3 barriers in a short time, transforming the spiritual vapor within him into blue. Furthermore, the contract included 1,000 Sihai points. Upon becoming a member of the group, he would gain access to the internal network, where he could utilize these points to purchase techniques, skills, and even cards. Just this 1,000 points alone was worth over 1 million, especially considering that many resources were unavailable for purchase in the outside world, making them exceedingly precious. After establishing a spiritual pool, the internal spiritual vapor would be modified according to different guiding techniques. Li Wei elucidated, the water spiritual guiding technique you practiced previously is only suitable for foundational establishment. To advance further, you must cultivate higher-level methods. I suggest you use your points wisely to seek out techniques that suit you on the internal network. Subai nodded, having sensed this limitation himself during his prior cultivation. Are these the only conditions? Could they not be more favorable? Li Wei shook his head with a smile. To be frank, your performance as a fishing professional has been astonishing. The group values your fishing skills and potential. This contract is already superior to what Wang Chuxing received. As for S-level contracts, I am aware that this year only 5 have been issued to the hundreds of thousands of new professionals in the city, one of which was awarded to your classmate, by Siener. He then shifted his tone, adding, of course, if you wish to obtain an S-level contract, that is possible. But it comes with supplementary conditions. Subai raised an eyebrow. Do elaborate. First, you must secure a top 3 finish in the Ocean Genius Sprint Camp in 7 days, or place within the top 30 at the Blackwater Grand Festival in a month, in which case I can apply to my superiors. Second, you must sign a 20-year direct contract with Sihai, and we will procure for you a rare combat blue card or even an orange card. However, this means you will become a direct professional under Sihai, and certain tasks cannot be declined as freely as others. Your autonomy will be limited. Li Wei articulated the terms clearly and displayed the contract clauses. As a conglomerate with a global presence, Sihai Group does not engage in petty maneuvers. Chapter 29. The news spreads beyond the campus, as the cousins' bewilderment leaves many astonished. Contracts may be precious, but freedom holds an even higher value. Naturally, Subai opted not to pursue the S-level contract. After signing the A-level contract with Li Wei, he had officially become an employee. However, as a member of one of the 4 major conglomerates, he would undoubtedly attract admiration wherever he went. If time permitted, he could visit the Sihai Tower, which boasted comprehensive training facilities and many masterful fishing experts. Before departing, Li Wei left a message. In 7 days, a special vehicle will be at your service. Prepare well. The instructors are highly sought-after experts from various fields. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. He did not leave the school just yet. He still needed to confer with Principal Kai and Old Bai, receiving commendations from the instructors. This had never happened before. Indeed, success had surrounded him with good company. During this seemingly tedious process, Subai's thoughts wandered, missing his little frog. Where are you? Why haven't you returned? He could not help but recall the campus's top 10 legends. His curiosity piqued about what treasures his little frog might bring back from its first journey. At the same time, the trials at other schools were drawing to a close. At Ocean No. 2 Middle School, when Xinshin achieved an astonishing second-place finish, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The champion was a slender beauty with flowing aquamarine hair, Lan Peipei, who was currently surrounded by managers for interviews. Losing to an orange professional did not cause Wen Xinshin to feel regret. What a surprise. The fishing student who insulted the director at No. 1 Middle School actually claimed the championship? It must be fake news. Indeed, I have a friend at No. 1 Middle School, and the news has spread like wildfire. I heard he even defeated a first-tier magic fish, shattering the historical record for the trials. A group of well-informed male classmates discussed fervently while holding their phones. Moreover, some claimed with conviction, not only that, he even had a life-and-death duel with the director's son, Zhang Junjiang. Upon hearing this, Wen Xinxin felt a sense of urgency and leaned in to inquire. The male classmate, clearly smitten by the young lady, blushed as he replied. Zhang Junjiang was severely injured during the match and fell into a coma. His results were disqualified. Upon learning of her cousin's safety, Wen Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief. Xinxin, I believe you mentioned he is your cousin? Unbeknownst to her, Lan Peipei, with her flowing blue hair, approached, her beautiful blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. How could a mere lifestyle professional outperform by Siener? For her, the flower of number 1 middle school was seen as a rival. This was indeed a curious matter. Among the crowd, a tall, robust boy clad with a treasured sword nodded and inquired further from Wen Xinxin. He was Du Zhang, the current third-place winner and a prominent figure of the event. Wen Xinxin, surrounded by classmates, internally lamented, "What on earth have you been up to, big brother?" The issue was that she was only responsible for eating at home and had no insight into her cousin's prowess. The young girl felt just as shocked as anyone else. As the trials concluded across schools, the ripples of their outcomes began to spread. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. In the VIP room of Blackwater City's finest hospital, upon hearing that her son had encountered an accident, Lu Yin rushed over from the bureau. Seeing Zhang Junjiang lying on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, she disregarded her husband's dignity. In front of several doctors and nurses, she slapped Zhang Wanwen across the face, leaving it reddened. And he could not muster a single word in response. "You worthless fool, your son has been gravely injured, and you simply stand by idly? Who was responsible for this?" The sting of her slap resonated painfully on the right side of his face. His wife, being the only daughter, had always had a fiery temper. Zhang Wanwen suppressed his fury, thinking of Su Bai, the illegitimate child left by Su Tiangang. Upon hearing that name, a flicker of unyielding hatred crossed Lu Yan's eyes. Were it not for him, she would not have been consumed by resentment, marrying Zhang Wanwen as an act of revenge. Has he not transitioned to a fishing profession? How could he possibly injure Xiaojiang? That boy must be possessed. Just yesterday, Xiaojiang mentioned to me that Su Bai had caught a prized fish, which struck me as rather peculiar. Zhang Wanwen's eyes reflected both confusion and enmity. He had already cultivated his spiritual pool, likely possessing extraordinary talent and fishing techniques. With this victory in the trials, one of the 4 major factions would surely seek to recruit him. Exchanging glances with his wife, unmasked murderous intent gleamed in their eyes. Today, their son lay grievously injured. Would they soon be embroiled in a quest for inheritance, or even the circumstances surrounding Su Tiangong's demise? How long will it take for Xiaojiang's injuries to heal? Lu Yin inquired, her expression troubled. The attending physician sighed, stating, while some external wounds are manageable, the sword injuries to his right arm and lower body are particularly troubling, as they are afflicted with a bizarre green poison. I have expended all my medical expertise, rinsing him numerous times, yet the green poison remains as tenacious as a maggot, showing no signs of abating, and even appears to be spreading. As he listened, the couple's countenance grew increasingly dire. Unless we procure a healing blue card, I fear for his life, the physician concluded, departing the VIP room with the nurses. Under the dim, yellow light, the expressions of Zhang Wanwen and Lu Yin became increasingly ominous. I shall kill that wretched spawn, Lu Yin hissed, gripping her son's bandaged right hand tightly, her tone chilling, even contemplating confronting him on the spot. Zhang Wanwen quickly restrained his impulsive wife. I am now a champion of the first high school and a member of one of the 4 major factions. Countless eyes are upon us. It is simply impossible for us to act now. Casting a disdainful glance at her ineffectual husband, Lu Yin scoffed, "Do not forget who ultimately caused Su Tiangong's demise. That scoundrel is now targeting Xiaojiang. Soon enough, it will be our turn to suffer. Strike first, just as you dealt with his late father. Eliminate him." Zhang Wanwen understood this logic all too well. Just days ago, when he misappropriated the blessing card, Su Bai's wrathful gaze had haunted him ever since. Especially regarding Su Tiangong's death, he was more aware than anyone. Faced with Su Bai's ascendance, Zhang Wanwen felt not only restless, but utterly consumed by the desire to extinguish him. While Su Bai had just opened his spiritual pool and was still weak, they had a chance to eliminate him. If all else failed, they could seek assistance from his father to avenge their grandson. Lu Yan's eyes narrowed, declaring, "I must ensure his death. The sooner, the better." Although they could not kill him immediately, a new group was soon to venture into the genius sprint camp. She planned to have her father arrange for someone to infiltrate and enact their dark designs within, a far simpler task than here. Perfect. My brother can serve as the supervisor. Lu Yan's eyes glinted with malice. That boy has been fixated on the inheritance and could very well report to the notary. The thought sent Zhang Wanwen into a frenzy. He could not afford to wait even a moment longer. By any means necessary, by the end of the month, Subai must die. Before long, Zhang Junjiang gradually regained consciousness, and as he sensed the paralysis of his lower body, anguished wails echoed through the VIP room, resonating throughout the hospital. The green poison proved to be more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Unlike anything seen before, the sins of the parents ultimately rebounded upon their son. Chapter 30, Celebration Banquet, a stunned ant, and past events. Cheers. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Su Bai, Wen Xinxin, Wen Herong, and Chen Suling raised their glasses in celebration. Wen Hairong's weathered face was flushed, evidently having indulged in considerable libations. Just hours earlier, he had been laboring to transport goods when he received the news of his daughter South's second place and his nephew's triumph as the first in first high school. The envious gazes of his co-workers lingered in his mind. Even the leaders had heard the news and personally came to offer their congratulations, presenting a substantial red envelope and allowing him to leave early to celebrate. Old one, with your nephew and daughter achieving such feats, you won't need to toil so hard anymore. An old colleague remarked with palpable envy. He is bound for one of the 4 major factions. In the future, he could earn $1 million a month, more in a few months than you've earned in your entire life. If my little rascal were that capable, I'd gladly work myself to the bone. When Herong, who had spent his life laboring like a beast, had never experienced such respect. This spiritual satisfaction surpassed 100-fold the value of material wealth. For the first time in his life, he felt so elated. Including the exquisite craft beers served at their gathering, he had never dared to dream of such luxuries. Xiaobai, now that you're part of the Sihai group, you've secured a solid future, free from worries for a lifetime. Chen Suling still seemed in a daze. Just a day prior, she had been fretting over the potential lack of funds for her children's education. Little did she expect that after a single trial, her nephew emerged as the champion, with bonuses exceeding $1 million. Her daughter was no slouch either, securing second place with a reward of 200,000, a sum they could never save in 5 years of hard work. Overnight, they had soared to prosperity, and it could just be the beginning. However, Xiaobai, I must issue a word of caution. After setting down his drink, when Herong spoke with a hint of concern, you've seriously injured Zhang Wanwen's son. You must tread carefully moving forward, especially when out in public. That couple is vengeful and will not let this slide. Subai confidently finished his drink and replied, do they dare to kill in broad daylight? Or hire an assassin? A direct attack is easily thwarted, but a clandestine one is much harder to defend against. When Herong shook his head, in the city, they would be hesitant to act, but if an accident were to occur during training, who could say? Moreover, 2 years ago, the deaths of Tiangang and your aunt also carried an air of mystery. Did they not perish defending against the sea beasts? At the mention of his parents, Subai's expression grew grave. Regardless, I must uncover the truth behind my parents' demise. I recall that a breach in the coastal defense prompted the Education Bureau to issue a special mission, with a trio consisting of Zhang Wanwen, your parents, tasked with the blockade. In the end, only Zhang Wanwen survived, presenting their pre-war wills, stating that whoever remained would inherit should any fall. Tiangang and your aunt were both masters of the 9-grid spiritual pool. How could Zhang Wanwen, being weaker, be the sole survivor? Furthermore, his character is evident from the way he has siphoned off inheritance funds and misappropriated cards over the past 2 years. As when Herong spoke, his expression darkened further. Chen Suling sighed in agreement, clearly reflecting on her sister Wen Jingji. If there is something amiss, why hasn't the Education Bureau sent anyone to investigate? When Xinxin's eyes glistened with tears, recalling how her aunt would always bring gifts whenever she visited. You're still too young and unaware. The task was initially arranged by the Education Bureau. When Herong advised, Zhang Wanwen's father-in-law is a leader in the Education Bureau. He has relied on that connection to rise through the ranks in recent years. You must be exceedingly cautious going forward. Xiao Su, I share this with you solely to ensure you act prudently and do not act rashly. Currently, you are an employee of the Sihai Group with immense potential. One day, you will uncover the truth. In public, they would be reluctant to take dark actions. The matter of reclaiming the inheritance must be approached with caution. The couple reiterated their concerns, genuinely worried for him. Su Bai's gaze flickered. No wonder he had sensed something amiss over the past 2 years. If his parents' deaths were indeed connected to Zhang Wanwen and his father-in-law, then he would not hesitate to stir up a tempest. Blood must be repaid with blood. By the end of the month, if Zhang Wanwen failed to return the inheritance, he could report him to the notary. However, Su Bai also understood that, often, different departments were intertwined in a web of corruption. Zhang Wanwen, especially considering his father-in-law's extensive connections cultivated over decades in Heishui City, undoubtedly has a formidable network. It is entirely plausible that he may orchestrate an exceptionally arduous assessment task, or even seize the opportunity to ensnare me. The crux of the matter lies in strength. If I were currently at the 9th level of the spiritual pool, I could abduct Zhang Wanwen and his spouse under the cover of night and interrogate them for the truth. At this moment, Su Bai's yearning for power reached an unprecedented zenith. Initially, I believed that after breaking through to the spiritual pool and teaching Zhang Junjiang a lesson, it would be the end of the ordeal. Yet, it now appears that shadows loom large. The celebratory banquet lasted over an hour before the family finally departed from the restaurant. Just before leaving, Su Bai grasped his uncle, who insisted on settling the bill. With a grand flourish of his hand, he inquired, "How much?" 560. "Allow me to round it down to 500, the waitress replied warmly. The cost of the dinner equaled a month's wages for his uncle. However, in the eyes of Su Bai, now a millionaire, it seemed trivial. He settled the bill with ease. If he were to sell the magic fish pearl, his assets could even surpass 2 million. Furthermore, the impending payment of 1 million from the Sihai Group was on the horizon. The days of financial struggle were now a distant memory. Upon returning home, the cramped 3-bedroom apartment felt somewhat stifling to Su Bai and Wen Xinxin. Nonetheless, this abode represented the fruits of their labor over the years, albeit with several hundred thousand still owed on the mortgage. With both of them pursuing cultivation, the space felt even more constricted. "Cousin, you should shower first. I tend to take longer," Wen Xinxin said. Her cheeks flushed as she gently suggested after escorting her parents back to their room. "I'll step outside for a bit to clear my head. You go ahead." Su Bai waved his hand dismissively and descended the stairs. "Make sure to come back early and be safe," Wen Xinxin called after him, a hint of worry in her voice regarding what her parents had mentioned earlier that evening. "Don't worry, just lock the door," came Su Bai's voice from the stairwell, gradually fading away. At Binjiang Park, in the stillness of the night, Su Bai sought a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. Before him lay the Fengxi River, illuminated by the moonlight, its surface shimmering as the evening breeze stirred gentle ripples. The willow branches swayed, inadvertently calming the spirit. Su Bai opened his personal panel. "You have received an invitation message from the Sihai Group." Upon clicking, he confirmed his acceptance. "Congratulations on becoming a member of the Sihai Group. Your current status is Ordinary Employee." A new title appeared on the panel, along with access to the Sihai Group's portal, which included chat groups, forums, a trading area, a bounty task area, and an official mall. Direct employees likely enjoyed hidden perks. Su Bai perused the chat area and discovered it was organized by different regions. Within Heishui City, advertisements for recruitment were abundant. A fishing team was set to depart in 7 days and urgently sought a healing expert at the spiritual pool level, offering a minimum salary of 50,000, plus bonus dividends based on performance. Bounty for a high-grade second-tier black shark. Who's interested? Seeking to purchase a combat profession blue card, negotiable price. Can be exchanged for points, all for my child. Su Bai dove deeper into the discussions, finding them rather intriguing. The multitude of circles made many matters quite convenient. The immediate priority was to find a suitable cultivation method. Glancing at the 1,000 points in his account, he entered the Sihai Mall. Chapter 31. The Return of the Tadpole. First gift, mysterious bronze plate. True to its status as one of the 4 major groups, the mall dazzled with an array of products that nearly blinded the eye. From blue cards to fishing gear, it had everything, including the magic fish pearl. Priced at 80 points each, with a purchase limit of 3. Thankfully, items were categorized by type and price. Otherwise, it would have taken a considerable amount of time to sort through. Su Bai estimated there were numerous orange cards, healing sacred cards, and strategic resources that he lacked access to. The plethora of cultivation methods was overwhelming. After careful consideration, he narrowed it down to 3 techniques. Whale swallowing technique, green technique, derived from the observations of several Earth Spring Realm practitioners witnessing a giant whale at sea. Upon entry, it expands the spiritual pool and converts spiritual vapor into whale power. At full mastery, the spiritual pool increases by 50 and strength by 15 times. Can be practiced up to the peak of Earth Spring, comprises 3 volumes. Foundation, spiritual pool. Earth Spring. Price, 2,000 total, 700 points per volume. CI transformation technique, green technique. A cutting-edge method derived from supercomputer simulations and validated by hundreds of thousands of practitioners, primarily notable for expanding the spiritual pool by approximately 1 time, and forging a CI within the pool to purify spiritual vapor, thus accelerating the practitioner's cultivation and recovery speed. It is highly beneficial for advancing to the Earth Spring realm. Comprises 3 volumes, priced at 200 points total, 750 per volume. Beyonder breathing technique, blue technique. Famously created by the revered practitioner of the Northern Sea in his early years, focusing on foundational cultivation. At full mastery, it can triple the spiritual pool, transforming it into the Northern Sea pool and condensing the essence into a Koan spirit. The Kuin's size is so immense that it cannot be contained within the pool. It can automatically absorb and purify spiritual vapor, enhancing strength by 2 times, and upon mastery, grants techniques such as Northern Sea Absorbing Palm and Kuin Power. Comprises 4 volumes. Priced at 4,000 points total, 999 per volume. Each technique possessed its unique strengths, with escalating levels of difficulty in cultivation. Judging by sales, the CI transformation technique seemed to be the most popular, likely due to its perceived advantages in breaking through to the Earth Spring realm. If I am to cultivate, I shall pursue the finest. With the aid of the game, I will tackle the most challenging Beyonder breathing technique. After a moment's contemplation, Subai decisively opted to purchase the Beyonder breathing technique. Due to limited points, he could only acquire 1 volume suited for the spiritual pool realm at this time. Upon clicking to purchase, an email was automatically dispatched. Note: the technique includes video and textual instruction. Ownership belongs to the Seahai Group and is not to be resold. Any leakage will bear consequences. As Subai clicked on the email, he was abruptly enveloped in darkness as the anti-theft warning concluded. In an expansive ocean, an elderly man with snow-white hair gazed into the abyss, where the water was so deep that sunlight could not penetrate. A sense of inexplicable fear washed over him. Amidst this representation of death, a colossal Kuin spouted water, opening its mouth to consume the sea, capturing the tranquil essence. The elderly man sat serenely atop the Kuin's back, his body radiating with bright points, resembling stars that intertwined to form the shape of the Kuin, leaping in the spiritual pool. In an instant, he transformed into a great rock, soaring through the realms within his being. This illustrated the threefold realms of the Beyonder breathing technique: Kuin form, rock, Kuinping. Subai hastily focused his breath to practice. His perceptive capabilities were already exceptionally strong, automatically accruing 2 points with each upgrade. Combined with the consumption of precious fish such as the scarlet blood red carp, his innate understanding was likewise amplified, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. With the 3D projection guidance, it truly was a matter of visual learning and quick mastery. The blood-colored spiritual pool gradually came to life. The water rippled, and fish shapes flickered in and out of view. The spiritual vapor he inhaled and exhaled was so dense it was visibly tangible, transforming into 2 small white dragons that stirred the willows and created waves. It was at least several times more potent than during his previous use of the water spirit guidance technique. In fact, due to practicing the Beyonder method within himself, he found that his ample spiritual vapor was insufficient. He swiftly retrieved a magic fish pearl, gripping it in his right hand as he delved into deeper breathing. The accumulation was excessively abundant, supplemented by an impeccable breathing technique. Unbeknownst to him, the magical fish orb had transformed into powder. Subai, seemingly unfazed, produced a second magical fish orb for his cultivation. Before long, he expanded his spiritual pool, doubling its capacity and advancing into the second tier of the spiritual pool realm. The vigorous energy and blood within him surged forth, intensifying the crimson spiritual mist. Furthermore, following the forging methods inscribed in the breathing technique, he gradually reformed it into the northern underworld blood pool. However, the endeavor of nurturing a great Kuin from within the pool posed a considerable challenge, one that could not be accomplished overnight. Nevertheless, Subai sensed a profound transformation. Had it not been for the game's notification, he would have cultivated through the night. When he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the tadpole. "You're back?" he exclaimed, almost forgetting the little creature. The tadpole returned from the back mountain bearing a mysterious gift. What treasures might this first mysterious journey have yielded? Subai eagerly clicked on his backpack, discovering a rust-covered bronze plate lying quietly within. What could this possibly be? Stunned, he extracted the bronze plate, which measured over 20 centimeters, resembling a fragment of some long-lost vessel. Initially, he thought the tadpole had scavenged some refuse, wiping away the accumulated dirt and rust. Faintly, ancient inscriptions and simplistic yet enigmatic floral and avian cloud patterns became discernible upon the bronze surface. "What is this?" Subai stroked the tadpole's head, perplexed by the treasure it had brought back. "Ribbit." The tadpole, interpreting his confusion, opened its mouth wide as if to suggest, "Ah, you must be hungry." Realizing this, Subai slapped his forehead. Even in training a puppy, one must reward completion of tasks. Although he had not found a suitable meal at that moment, he opened the game and retrieved a piece of the leftover red carp meat, tossing it to the tadpole. After happily devouring the morsel, the tadpole glowed with satisfaction, doffing its 4-leaf clover hat and nestling down on the grassy lawn for a blissful slumber. The night was enchanting. The vast scenery along the riverbank made it difficult for him to leave. In the following days, Subai spent most of his time cultivating in Riverside Park. Disregarding the objections of his uncle and others, resolutely repaying hundreds of thousands in mortgage ahead of schedule with his own earnings. Child, whether it's for a training camp or future university, money is essential. You ought to save it for yourself. Despite his uncle's concerns, Subai reassured him. The Sihai Group has already transferred 1 million. Coupled with my bonuses, I now possess over 2 million in assets. Paying off the mortgage means comfort for us all. Soon, when Xin returns from her studies, not only will we have a suite, but we shall also reside in a riverside villa. The couple, unable to argue against him, promised to gradually repay him in the future, having settled the mortgage early. When Wen Herong and Chun Suling retrieved the property certificate from the bank, the profound relief and genuine happiness reflected in their smiles made Su Bai acutely aware of the changes his newfound strength had brought to those around him. Over the years, had it not been for the extra care from his uncle and others, he would have lacked a stable footing, with basic necessities being a concern. He could scarcely imagine the extent to which he would have been oppressed by Zhang Wanwen. This gratitude he had always harbored in his heart. Now, assisting his uncle also afforded him a sense of peace. The admiration and awe in his cousin's eyes were sincere, filling Su Bai with pride. However, living together with 4 people felt rather cramped. Sitting in the park, Su Bai reflected on this. The occasional disruptions from children nearby were bothersome, indicating that he needed to earn more. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Technique. Crafting a successful new fishing rod. Only one magical fish orb remained. Su Bai flipped his hand, grasping the first-tier magical fish orb within his palm. Having absorbed the spiritual mist from the other orbs, he not only filled the second-tier spiritual pool, but also began its evolution towards the northern underworld pool, which had begun to take shape. To advance further, he would need the northern underworld stone sourced from the northern sea to fully forge it. However, perhaps due to the influence of the bloodline of fiery flames, the northern underworld pool exuded an otherworldly aura. Even the spirit of the Kuan temporarily coalescing within the pool bore a tinge of crimson, entirely unlike what had been depicted in the videos. Currently, it could only condense temporarily, necessitating further cultivation. With his right hand clutching the first-tier magical fish orb to absorb its essence, Su Bai held the bronze plate brought back by the tadpole in his left. After 2 days of research, he scoured the history of the school and consulted Old Bai. Amidst the vast annals, he uncovered a clue. The school had once salvaged a bronze plate from the seabed, which appraisers believed had drifted from an unknown world. The inscriptions and floral patterns were mysterious, resembling fragments of a forging technique. A former teacher had attempted to cultivate with it, but had failed to even pass the initial stage, resulting in mental turmoil and nearly disastrous consequences. Thus, as time passed, it had been forgotten and inadvertently lost. Utilizing his mental prowess, Su Bai discovered that the inscriptions glimmered, perceptible only through his mental senses, albeit obscure. Thanks to his formidable spirit, he grasped some rudimentary insights. Merely envisioning the floral patterns could condense his spirit. The lines on the bronze plate, when combined haphazardly, formed a mysterious technique capable of manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Such phenomena were realms only accessible to grand professionals. The difficulty of this technique was evident. Insufficient mental strength could lead to severe repercussions. However, due to its fragmented nature, specific symbols to envision were lacking, necessitating personal discovery, a more arduous task. Su Bai regarded it as a simple method for refining the spirit, constantly contemplating the bronze plate. This approach proved beneficial, as it enhanced his spirit and perception by 1 point. While cultivating, he practiced the water mirror slash with his sword or engaged in physical exercises, honing his agility in dodging amidst the garden, familiarizing himself with the leaps of fish soaring through the skies. Life felt fulfilling. Yet, regrettably, it had been several days since he had last fished, and he felt an overwhelming urge. 2 days later, after persistent prodding from Su Bai, the forging teacher finally sent a message. Your fishing rod is ready, and with the surplus scales, I've crafted you a scale armor. Strangely, Teacher Tong had inquired about the progress of his fishing rod, seemingly suggesting that he delayed delivery, hinting that the forging could be somewhat rough. You'd better come over soon. Reading this message, Su Bai furrowed his brow. Teacher Tong? Why was someone in charge of logistics bothering him? Suddenly, he recalled the rumors circulating on campus that Tong Chi had been specially recruited by Zhang Wanwen. It appeared Zhang Wanwen was covertly meddling, attempting to delay his fishing rod. With a cold smile, Su Bai rose and hurried towards the school. Their capabilities were limited to exploiting a modicum of power within the campus, bullying naive newcomers. If they were faced with seasoned professionals, they wouldn't dare to utter a word. He needed to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. At the vocational school, the third-year students had graduated early and were on break, leaving only the first and second years in attendance. Even after 2 days, tales of the fishing expert continued to circulate within the campus. Who said life professionals were weak? They had witnessed Senior Su by subdue students from previous years with a single cast, triumphing to claim first place. Meanwhile, within the life building at the back of the campus, a corpulent teacher, his attire straining against his bulk, was mercilessly reprimanding the white-haired forging teacher. Didn't I tell you? The school's resources are precious. How can you carelessly utilize treasures from the warehouse for private forging for students? Tong Chi unrelentingly reproached. Despite the undeniable superiority of his opponent in both prowess and experience, a glance at the impassive Zhang Wanwen standing nearby bolstered his confidence. It was time for a complete overhaul. However, the principal had stipulated that Su Bai would receive a valuable blue card as a reward for his championship victory, rendering these materials insignificant in comparison. The forging instructor argued vehemently, unwilling to destroy the exquisite crimson fishing rod on the stone table, which resembled a flaming spear. Ultimately, its worth was not solely for a blacksmith to decide. Upon seeing Su Bai's fishing rod, a flicker of malice crossed Zhang Wanwen's eyes. His son had not only lost the use of his right arm, but had also been stripped of the most basic functions of manhood. That little rascal had even squandered 10,000 yuan of his money, presumably on this very rod. If it were to be destroyed, it would certainly cause Su Bai lasting pain, while also hindering his performance at the genius camp. Contemplating this, Zhang Wanwen subtly signaled. As a longtime subordinate of the director, Tong Chi understood immediately, menacingly approaching the stone table, his hand reaching for the crimson rod. Since you are unwilling to act as a logistics teacher, I am entitled to inspect it. The forging instructor immediately recognized Tong Chi's intention to destroy the rod. Over the years, the finest creation was on the verge of being ruined, and he was driven to a trembling fury. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air within the forging room. A small shadow, like a bolt from the blue, struck Tong Chi's outstretched hand. He let out a pained cry, clutching his palm and exclaiming, "Who was that?" As the shadow landed, the three of them discovered it was merely a black pebble. Tong Chi, your greedy hand reaches too far, daring to touch the trial rewards. Su Bai entered the forging room, his expression grim. Especially upon seeing Zhang Wanwen, he was reminded of his parents' death, which was tied to him. His pupils constricted, concealing a trace of murderous intent. Unbridled. How dare you lay hands on a teacher? You show utter disrespect. When enemies meet, tempers flare. Zhang Wanwen's expression darkened, and with a wave of his sleeve, he admonished in the manner of a former teacher. Tong Chi, whose right hand trembled with pain, shook the flesh on his cheeks and retorted, attacking a teacher unprovoked is grounds for expulsion according to school regulations. Upon hearing this, Su Bai could no longer contain his laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the building. Tong Chi, have you drunk too much of the illicit gains from the warehouse? Don't you realize that after the trial, the students have already graduated? Do you still think you can suppress me in the guise of a teacher? What a joke. Tong Chi's face turned ashen, while Zhang Wanwen's demeanor grew increasingly somber. They had long wielded power on campus, exploiting regulations to oppress Su Bai. Yet, they had not anticipated that Su Bai was now the champion of the first high school, a prodigy specially recruited by the C-High group. No longer the student, they could humiliate at will. Even so, an offense against those in high positions warranted punishment. A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhang Wanwen's eyes. Having been humiliated repeatedly, and with his son now incapacitated, he disregarded their disparity in status, stepping forward with palpable intent to teach Su Bai a lesson. Even if he could not kill the boy, he could at least severely injure him, crippling his foundation, and then see how he would fare in the genius camp. In the depths of his mind, Zhang Wanwen sensed the threat posed by Su Bai. If he did not restrain him now, the next time it might threaten his own position. He could no longer hold back. Su Bai drew the tetanus sword from behind him, prepared to administer a castration surgery of his own. However, Zhang Wanwen was a ninth pool expert, and Su Bai felt the pressure. Chapter 33, New Equipment, Crimson Fishing Rod. Returning to the game, main quest triggered. Mr. Zhang, why are you in a conflict with a student? At this critical moment, Old Bai's voice rang from outside. Zhang Wanwen snorted coldly, refusing to relent. He launched a powerful punch, reminiscent of a tsunami crashing towards him. Su Bai dared not be careless. With a stomp of his foot, he executed the fish leap to the sky, soaring gracefully like a leaping carp, narrowly evading the attack. The force of the missed punch grazed the stone table, causing it to shatter. Even Su Bai, still in midair, felt the tremor as he landed unsteadily. Impressive. I underestimated him. It takes some skill to hold the position of a school director. After a single exchange, Su Bai recognized the disparity in their strength. He had only opened 2 spirit pools thus far. Zhang Wanwen, with his deep reserves and strong attack specialization, was not someone he could confront head-on. He quickly darted toward the exit. Too late. Zhang Wanwen's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he intended to pursue. However, he was not the only one approaching from outside. There were also Principal Kai and Bai Hao. He halted abruptly, returning to his original position. What do you think you're running away from? Tongqi, understanding the director's mindset, took the blame upon himself, pretending to have acted alone. Zhang Wanwen, a ninth pool expert, commanded Su Bai to yield a measure. Tongqi, with only 5 spirit pools, was not significantly different in capabilities. With Principal Kai and Old Bai as witnesses, he feared no further malice from Zhang Wanwen. Principal Kai, since Teacher Tong gave me a punch, in the spirit of reciprocity, should I not return the favor? Su Bai feigned a look of nonchalance. Principal Kai frowned, his gaze sweeping over the group, fully aware of what had transpired moments before. It was clear that Zhang Wanwen had taken advantage of his position to launch a sudden attack, shattering the stone table. The forging instructor interjected to defend Su Bai. Tongqi, don't speak nonsense. I merely wanted to test the champion's strength, and the table broke by accident. I will cover any losses myself. Zhang Wanwen, on the brink of being promoted to vice principal, was unwilling to stir up trouble. In that case, let Teacher Tong apologize, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Old Bai hoped to defuse the situation, but Su Bai was unwilling. As for Tongqi apologizing to a junior, it would be better for him to take a punch instead. What strength could a mere fisherman with only 2 spirit pools possess? Tongqi stood there, his corpulence jiggling, lacking even the use of skills, merely surrounded by a faint blue spiritual mist for defense. Seeing this, Su Bai let out a cold laugh, deciding not to hold back. He strode forward, channeling the anger from his earlier assault into a powerful punch, drawing on his internal blood pool, and shouted as he struck decisively at Tongqi. Smack! Like a wave crashing against the shore, a colossal Kuan appeared momentarily over his fist, and his strength surged dramatically. Zhang Wanwen's expression shifted as he shouted, "Be careful!" But the warning came too late. Bang! Tongqi, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent crashing into the wall, embedding himself into the reinforced structure, which cracked under the impact. Good punch. Tongqi's face turned as pale as a sheet, his mouth stained crimson, his insides churning violently. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit blood. After uttering those words, he stumbled toward the exit, his steps unsteady. Accompanying his suffering, Zhang Wanwen left hastily. As they brushed past Su Bai, a voice reached him, one only he could hear. The enmity for my son cannot be overlooked. You will die a terrible death. Su Bai cast a cold glance, replying silently, I've long said, inheritance is not so easily devoured. If you wish to consume the legacy, be prepared to face the consequences. Before Tongqi could stagger far, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of old blood, staining the steps crimson, eliciting gasps of shock from students just finishing class. To avoid drawing attention, Zhang Wanwen hurriedly led him away. Why bother? Principal Kai naturally witnessed this scene and sighed. One cannot simply stand by while being bullied. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and approached the stone table nearby, finally seizing the opportunity to touch his new fishing rod. Zhang Wanwen, known for his irascible temperament and penchant for revenge, particularly through the notorious reputation of his wife, a fierce matron, was a source of concern. Old Bai cautioned. Her family has connections in the education bureau. Be cautious at the training camp. Understood. Su Bai softly caressed the crimson fishing rod, fashioned from red carp bones, its entire body adorned with fiery patterns that shimmered even in the darkness. He accessed its attributes. Crimson fishing rod, top-tier bronze level, amplifies the angler's strength 5-fold. With a fishing line capable of withstanding up to 2,000 kilograms, infused with fire poison that continuously scorches the fish caught. It can even serve as a weapon against prey. Not only was it visually striking, but its efficacy was also remarkable. As a weapon, it was more than sufficient. Su Bai was enamored with it. You certainly have a knack for fishing. Practice diligently in the future, Old Bai praised, acknowledging his past misjudgments. The fish scales you left behind, along with the materials provided by the school, are more than adequate. I've crafted you a fitted vest. At this moment, the blacksmith produced a shimmering vest made of fish scales from beneath the table, prompting Su Bai to remove his outer garment and don it. Fish scale vest, bronze equipment. Constructed entirely from red carp scales and golden threads, a masterwork. Provides invulnerability to blades and immunity to fire and water, particularly effective in water, conserving double the energy and minimizing water resistance. An exceptional item, surpassing even some iron armors in utility. With the blacksmith's assistance, Su Bai slipped it on and felt an immediate sense of comfort, a warm current coursing through him, accelerating the flow of his internal energy, subtly enhancing his training. You are the pride of the school. We must not shortchange you. Principal Kai couldn't help but commend him, recognizing the young prodigy. He advised Su Bai to perform admirably at the genius training camp, lest he tarnish the reputation of the school. Zhang Wanwen will be promoted to vice principal next semester. Sometimes, I struggle to manage him, Principal Kai remarked, shaking his head. In the future, exercise more caution. with 2 rare pieces of equipment in hand. Subai bid farewell to his teacher with a smile. Who knows who will be on the receiving end? With the new fishing rod in hand, what should he do first? Naturally, go fishing. 10 minutes later, Subai returned to a corner of Fengshi River and cast his line. The warm, crimson fishing rod felt delightful to hold, eliciting a sense of attachment. Even more splendidly, the addition of a red reel allowed for a more composed experience. Once familiarized, it wasn't long before he caught a hefty 10-pound catfish. The durable fishing line from the second-tier magic spider bolstered his confidence, banishing any fears of it snapping. With the fishing rod stowed away, Subai reopened the game, his hands itching to play after a long hiatus. Set sail for the grand age. The familiar, melodious music enveloped him, as if the briny sea breeze, laced with the scent of fish, were brushing against his face. The little character swayed unsteadily on the street, Froggy, having returned to the game, perched on his shoulder. Subai clicked on his backpack and was greeted by the sight of the crimson fishing rod lying quietly inside. Without hesitation, he equipped it, even donning the fish scale vest. The little character, brimming with childlike glee, twirled with the crimson fishing rod, eager to fish at Qinghu. Hold on, let us stock up on bait first. Subai accessed his game account, selling the surplus of over 100 fish he had previously caught. In the small fishing village, everyone was adept at fishing, so they held little value, earning him only a few dozen copper coins. Combined with the scattered copper coins from the fishing grounds and a few small gifts, his total assets amounted to 62 coins. Ribbit. At this moment, Froggy appeared with a hungry expression. The little character promptly dashed toward the Qinglong fishing gear store. Along the way, he greeted the elderly men and women he encountered. Long time no see. What can I do for you? The adorable Linlin remained ever so polite, teasing Froggy with a sprig of clover. I need some fish bait, ground bait, and 3 bento boxes. The little character had 10 portions of red carp bait left from before, but he required a greater quantity of ordinary bait. Froggy's discerning palate demanded 3 bento boxes, costing him a hefty 10 copper coins each. The total expenditure reached 50 copper coins. Observing the little character's reluctance to part with his money, Linlin chuckled. If you find fishing to be a meager source of income, perhaps you should open a restaurant. I could help you manage it. Ding. You have triggered the main storyline quest. Own your own seafood restaurant, which can be operated at night, allowing you to recruit talent and acquire more funds. Quest requirements: Restaurant Blueprint X1, 3 silver coins, Ordinary Fish X100, Quality Fish X3, Rare Treasure Fish X1. And at least 2 employees must be recruited. Upon seeing these conditions, Subai felt a pang of discomfort. 3 silver coins amounted to 300 copper coins, which would take him several days to accumulate, not to mention the restaurant blueprint. Linlin seemed to sense his distress and suggested, perhaps you could inquire about the details of opening a restaurant with Grandpa. Suddenly, Subai recalled that the white-bearded village chief had boasted about having control over village land. With this thought in mind, he bid farewell to Linlin and swiftly maneuvered through the map to locate the village chief. Along the way, Subai also surveyed the locations of various shops in the small fishing village and the foot traffic around them. Chapter 34, Nightmare Difficulty. 7-star Reservoir. Who goes fishing without a helmet? Secrets. The small fishing village is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the sea to the north. Occasionally, fishing boats would dock, and a group of NPCs would disembark, or distant merchants would come to stay and drink. The golden shops were naturally located near the dock, while other ordinary shops were nestled in the streets and corners of the residential area. Unsurprisingly, the white-bearded village chief and the straw hat uncle were leisurely fishing at Qinghu Fish Pond. After reluctantly paying a copper coin entrance fee, the little character explained his purpose, prompting an irate expression from the village chief. My granddaughter is becoming too independent. If you wish to open a shop, you must prove your capabilities. The village chief pointed to the fish pond. You've caught the fish king. Now, catch the remaining 5-star silver fish here, and I will assess you. All right. The little character confidently wielded the crimson fishing rod. If he could catch the fish king, surely he could handle this too. Perhaps he had arrived a bit late. The prime fishing spots had already been claimed by NPCs. The last fishing spot was crowded with 3 anglers, seemingly hoping to benefit from Subai's earlier luck. After a brief survey, the little character selected a shaded area, setting down his small stool. He began to familiarize himself with the feel of the rod, baiting it with a portion of ordinary bait. The new fishing rod felt warm in his hands, and the little character was reluctant to place it on the rod holder, choosing instead to grip it. His fishing skills were already honed to perfection. Before long, the crimson float twitched. Without waiting for the progress bar to appear, the little character effortlessly reeled in a catch. Congratulations. You have achieved an impressive start, catching a white silver fish. A good omen. The little character turned the reel to bring the white silver fish onto the fish keeper, continuing to fish. Grass carp, cushion carp. and the once familiar fish now appeared even cuter. The thought of soon being able to open his own shop brought a smile to the little character's face. The little frog lay quietly to one side, engrossed in reading. After fishing for over 20 minutes, he had successfully hooked a remarkable 20 fish. Sensing a positive state of affairs, the little one tied on a red carp bait and cast his line with unwavering confidence. The vibrant red fishing rod, the scarlet bait, and his fervent heart created a vivid tableau. Occasionally, a gentle breeze caressed the water's surface, and a dragonfly perched delicately on the bobber. Before long, there was a stir. The little one jolted with excitement, lifted the rod, and yanked it upward, pulling a massive fish out of the water. Alas, it was merely a tiger-striped fish. Nevertheless, it was a fine specimen, and recalling its previous market value, Su-bai felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. 50,000 yuan had just been deposited into his account. After a year of arduous labor moving goods, a single catch was enough to suffice. Yet, as he prepared to attach another piece of red carp bait, Su-bai couldn't shake off the worry of not having yet caught a 5-star silver carp. Throughout his recent fishing excursions, he had managed to reel in 3 tiger-striped fish, but the elusive 5-star silver carp remained absent. There could only be one explanation. The 5-star silver carp was indeed quite rare. With this thought in mind, Su-bai glanced towards the frog, who was still lazily reading among the grass. "You're far too relaxed." Although the traveling frog was naturally lethargic, it seemed unfair that he was braving the scorching sun while it enjoyed such leisure. A twinge of envy stirred within Su-bai. He engaged in a bit of conversation with the frog, hoping to coax it into revealing the 5-star silver carp. The frog, initially reluctant to move, finally jumped into the pond after being offered a bento. Now, only one bento remained. "Simon, you're eating more lavishly than I am." Su-bai knew well that the better the bento, the higher the frog's loyalty, and the more likely it would bring back valuable items. With the frog's assistance, he directed the 5-star silver carp toward the bait. 3 minutes later, the little one successfully hooked the coveted fish, which shimmered faintly with 5-star-like glimmers. And he was ready to report back to the village chief. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you," the white-bearded elder remarked upon seeing the 5-star silver carp in the little one's arms. "To obtain the schematics for the tavern, you must undertake challenges of varying difficulty." He laid out the different requirements for the 3 challenges. Easy difficulty, you need to catch 3 fine fish again in the Green Lake. The shop is only 50 square meters and situated in a remote area. Medium difficulty, you must go to the 2-star map, 7-star reservoir, and catch a lion-headed blue fish. The shop is 150 square meters and located in the middle of the street. Nightmare difficulty, at 7-star reservoir. Capture the dangerous double-headed black snake king. Reward, a tavern blueprint for a prime dock location, 2 stories. A contemplative expression emerged on the little one's face. Given his current prowess, supplemented by the tetanus sword, fish scale armor, and other gear, there was no reason he couldn't tackle the nightmare difficulty. Su-bai clicked on the 3rd option. The white-bearded elder displayed a look of approval and produced a pass. "Ah, young ones are indeed bold. But you still need to pay 10 copper coins to purchase the reservoir pass." Another expense? Su-bai felt a pang of frustration. He couldn't even muster 10 copper coins at the moment. He could only continue fishing diligently in the Green Lake. During this time, he also noticed that as the little one's reputation soared, other NPCs began approaching him to place orders for blue fish and similar items. The rewards were slightly better than simply selling fish, constituting minor quests within the game. Every little bit helps, he thought. After an hour of hard work, the little one finally gathered the 10 copper coins to present to the white-bearded elder. "Congratulations, you have obtained a 7-star reservoir pass." The frog had departed. Summoning the frog, the little one grasped his fishing rod and fish bag, sprinting towards the 7-star reservoir. He traversed a multitude of shops and meandered along rural pathways before finally arriving at the reservoir. Before he could approach, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. A magnificent dam appeared before him, and now and then, fish leaped from the waves. The little one continued his ascent until he beheld a reservoir at least 8 times the size of the Green Lake. Scattered along the banks were several NPCs wearing helmets, either fishing or setting nets. A small fishing boat glided across the surface, and suddenly, a large black fish charged forward. A muscular youth on the boat reacted swiftly, wielding an oar to strike it down. The fish here appeared to be quite ferocious. Su-bai remarked to himself as he approached the entrance. Map name, 7-star reservoir. Difficulty, 2 stars. Description, as a dam supplying water to over a dozen nearby villages, it has been under construction for decades, never having been fished. It remains a mystery what colossal creatures lurk within. Recently, for reasons unknown, the fish in the reservoir have become exceedingly aggressive, prone to attacking fishermen. Exercise extreme caution. Recommended challenge level, 5 to 10. Entry fee, 2 copper coins. The gatekeeper NPC was an old man wearing a straw hat, labeled with the 4 characters, 7-star Elder. He cheerfully reminded, "What kind of fisherman goes without a helmet? Would you like to buy one?" The little one touched his head and shook it, handing over the 2 copper coins. The 7-star Elder expressed regret. "Be careful, that lad away is patrolling the reservoir, looking for the man-eating, double-headed black snake king. Lately, the disturbance has caused a significant drop in foot traffic." Subai's interest was piqued. He sensed a quest opportunity. Could he possibly reap 2 rewards from one endeavor? A confident expression crossed the little one's face as he displayed the frog perched on his shoulder. "What if I can deal with it?" The 7-star Elder regarded him with skepticism. "If you capture the double-headed black snake king, I can reward you with 100 copper coins and 7 days of free fishing at the reservoir. If you uncover the source of the chaos, I have a high-grade bronze treasure chest to gift you." What a delightful surprise. The little one accepted the quest with a smile, happily stepping into the reservoir. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Reservoir, Venomous Serpents, and the Reservoir's Merchandise List. The 7-star reservoir was considerably more perilous than the fish pond, and the NPCs fishing along the banks appeared to be of a significantly higher level. Subai carefully observed the reservoir's environment and noted that the NPCs were divided into 3 tiers of fishing spots. The simplest area was downstream, where the dam offered some protection. Thus, fewer aggressive fish and black snakes were present. However, the catch was naturally the least rewarding. Next was the area atop the dam, which provided a commanding view, where black snakes occasionally slithered up or ferocious iron-headed fish charged. The roles of predator and prey could switch at any moment, and helmets transitioned from white to red. Finally, the most dangerous area involved venturing out in a small fishing boat to fish in the reservoir's center. Currently, only the NPC named Away dared to brave the waters with 2 companions in a fishing boat. Within just 10 minutes, Subai witnessed Away encounter danger multiple times as colossal creatures lurked beneath, threatening to capsize the boat. For safety's sake, Subai opted to fish downstream. Here, unlike the fish pond, there was no need for bait preparation. Simply having the right bait ensured success. Several NPCs wandered along the riverbank, occasionally finding headless white crucian carp and muddled grass fish swept down by the dam. Intrigued, Subai decided to let the little one leisurely stroll along the river, searching for a fishing spot. Perhaps it was due to his level 3 vision or the activation of the supernova and Lucky Star fragments. But he indeed stumbled upon a plethora of treasures. Drifting nameless trash X1, tree branch X5, headless fish X3. The little one joyfully collected the trash, momentarily forgetting that he was playing Ocean Odyssey, not Don't Starve. Certainly, it is not entirely a boon. As I passed through a patch of aquatic vegetation, the tadpole perched on my shoulder suddenly leapt. Quack! In the next instant, a dark shadow surged from the water, sinking its fangs into my arm before swiftly retreating to the reservoir, leaving a ripple in its wake, vanishing without a trace. The pain was excruciating. I had let my guard down and failed to evade. In reality, Subai was engrossed in practicing the North mysterious breathing technique, with one hand gripping the magic fish pearl, while simultaneously scavenging in a game. Little did he anticipate such a surprise. An emoticon depicting tears materialized above his character's head, indicating a poisoned status with a continuous loss of health. Unfortunately, you have been ambushed by a venomous snake, losing 1 health point per second. Please locate an antidote promptly, or you will perish in 5 minutes. Subai recalled the death penalty in the game, which entailed the loss of 1 item. In a frenzy, he dashed ashore, returning to the entrance to seek the 7-star Elder. The Elder immediately recognized his poisoned state and expertly listed a series of items for sale, earnestly advising, "Young man, you should purchase a helmet." As expected, the first row was filled with helmets of various colors. Basic helmet provides minimal defense, priced at 2 copper coins. Sturdy red helmet offers decent defense, priced at 5 copper coins. Indestructible silver helmet provides strong defense, priced at 8 copper coins. Common antidote specifically neutralizes black snake venom, priced at 3 copper coins. Refined antidote, effective against lethal snake venom, must be consumed within 1 minute, priced at 6 copper coins. Snake fruit, a fruit that attracts black snakes, priced at 2 coins each. Small fishing boat, can be used to navigate the reservoir for fishing, rental for 1 day, 10 copper coins. Goodness, he hadn't even begun to earn money and was already at a loss. With tears in his eyes, he purchased a common antidote, leaving him truly impoverished. After consuming the antidote, the poison status dissipated. Tadpole, you are utterly ungrateful. How could you be the first to flee in the face of danger? Reflecting on this, the little man descended the steps back to the lower stream. The tadpole, wise and perceptive, could comprehend his words, obediently resting on his shoulder and croaking a sound, indicating it was too late. I can't shake the feeling that since arriving here, The tadpole has become far more subdued and reticent. Subai pondered. Perhaps it was the abundance of black snakes in the reservoir. As is well known, snakes are the natural predators of frogs, which might explain the tadpole's fear. After having learned a hard lesson, he dared not be careless again. He chose a spot with an expansive view, surrounded by pebbles, and cast his line anew. The tadpole, fearing it might be swallowed by a snake, clung tightly to the little man, no longer leisurely as before. Besides fishing, he could also catch small crabs and snails among the pebbles. A shop requires ingredients, and nothing must go to waste. The little man diligently fished, yet he could scarcely scrape together 3 copper coins. Opening a shop would require 3 silver coins, equivalent to 300 copper coins. Just the thought of it made his head spin. Alas, he would take it one step at a time. Subai sighed, refocusing his energy on reality. Indeed, the first-tier magic fish pearl was extraordinary. Moreover, being in the reservoir accelerated his training speed several-fold. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered his limitations and opened 3 spirit pools. The richness of the blood-colored spiritual energy, both in capacity and purity, exceeded that of ordinary individuals by more than 3-fold. If previously defeating Tong Chi had required considerable effort, he could now easily crush him with one hand. However, the most pressing matter was Zhang Wanwen. Subai narrowed his eyes, calculating the gap between them. At the pinnacle of the spirit pool realm, possessing 9 spirit pools within him, and having served as a director for so many years, he had enriched himself through the misappropriation of others' legacies. Not to mention his domineering profession, having defeated 2 practitioners of the 9 pools. During their last confrontation, he had clearly harbored murderous intent. It seemed his son's misfortune had incited a fervent desire for vengeance. He must break through to the high spirit pool realm by the end of the month at the latest. Subai had a premonition that Zhang Wanwen would likely use the inheritance quest to eliminate him. Furthermore, Zhang Wanwen's wife was notoriously protective. Being a leader in the education bureau and a high-tier supporting profession, the couple could even temporarily contend with Earth Spring Realm practitioners. He had no desire to repeat past tragedies. Remembering the deaths of his parents, Subai felt a weight in his heart, heightening his sense of crisis as he retrieved a smooth spirit pearl from his possession. This was one of the 3 gifted by the Sihai group, extremely beneficial for accumulating spiritual energy. Gradually, the newly formed 3rd spirit pool began to flourish. In reality, he was preoccupied with training while in the game, busy fishing. The fish in the reservoir were ferocious. Even once landed, they would struggle fiercely, had it not been for the newly replaced fishing rod. With the hellspider's silk being sufficiently sturdy, he would have long lost them. Even so, they remained unruly. A black-headed fish attempted to ambush the little man, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, wielding the tetanus sword to make a swift cut. The damage to the black-headed fish's flesh caused him a pang of regret. Fish in the reservoir often cost half again as much as those in ponds, but due to their propensity for injury, the difficulty was naturally greater. Subai sheathed the tetanus sword, opened his backpack, and found a hefty club he had recently fished out of the water, nodding in satisfaction. This would suffice. Indeed, in the subsequent fishing endeavors, a fierce grass carp attempted to charge at him, only to be knocked unconscious by a single blow from the club. Preserving its flesh intact and leaving it alive, it could fetch a high price. Ding! Once again, as he cast his line, a metallic sound rang out from the water. Congratulations, you have encountered a fortuitous event. Please reel it in. What a delightful surprise. The little man touched the lucky star fragment on his chest and began to crank the reel, with the crimson fishing rod in hand. It was no longer as laborious as before. A simple turn was sufficient to bring it up. Under the sunlight, as the transparent fishing line was drawn up, a bronze treasure chest emerged. Of course, treasures in the reservoir were not easily obtained. A black snake coiled above the chest. As it broke the surface, the snake lunged at the little man's neck. What a welcome opportunity. Subai had longed for vengeance against it, excitedly discarding the club and brandishing the tetanus sword, slicing through the black snake with ease, severing it into several segments that fell upon the pebbles. Lunch was secured. After toiling for so long, the little man's stamina was nearly depleted. He skillfully gathered the snake segments, discovering an additional snake fruit among the spoils. Ecstatic, he stowed it away and then carefully replaced the bronze treasure chest. Compared to the previous one, this was of even higher quality, being produced in a 2-star map. The tadpole leapt onto a rock, curiously watching as the chest was opened. Chapter 36. The Chef, the Adorable Little Blue, and the Rare Treasure Fish, the Lionhead Ching. Thank you for your good fortune. After affectionately ruffling the tadpole's head, the little man opened the chest. With a burst of azure light, you have uncovered an antique jade pendant and a sturdy blue fishing net. The little man curiously fiddled with the blue fishing net, tugging at it to find it remarkably robust. At least, the prey he had encountered thus far could not tear it apart. The other item, covered in green algae and the size of a baby's palm, was rather unremarkable. Antique jade pendant, an ancient artifact lost in the reservoir. Perhaps some individuals would pay a high price for it. Wearing it grants a wisdom boost of 1. Where to sell this? Would Lin be interested? The little man's head throbbed, perplexed. There's a businessman at the dock who is particularly interested in strange and unusual items from the water. At an indeterminate moment, a young girl clad in a blue shirt, her eyes sparkling with innocence, appeared beside him, offering to clarify his confusion. She had just descended the steps. Presumably around 15 or 16 years of age, her features charmingly adorable, and she cradled a food container, delivering lunch to the NPCs. The girl's name was displayed above her head, Little Blue. Would you like a bento? She inquired politely. Subai glanced at the meager digits in his account, his face flushing as he shook his head, pointing instead to the snake piece resting on the cobblestones. I'll have this for lunch. With that, he gathered the firewood he had previously collected, igniting a fire on the shore to roast the snake meat. There was no choice. He needed to open a shop. And the expenses from daily fishing were considerable. Every little bit, save counted. Little Blue chuckled softly, retrieving a box of bento from her container and extending it towards him. This is a leftover box of vegetable bento. Please enjoy it if you don't mind. Subai felt a twinge of embarrassment at her generosity, but accepted the vegetable bento, inviting the girl to share his meal. Little Blue did not hesitate, and the two gathered around the campfire, listening to the sizzling of the snake meat. At one point, she sprinkled chili powder and salt over the meat, enhancing its flavor. Your cooking skills are exceptional, Subai complimented as he handed her a skewer of snake meat. The girl beamed, unabashedly savoring the offering. Lately, they've been biting people incessantly, she remarked, as if seeking vengeance, taking a hearty bite. I've heard of you. You've caught numerous fish. Why are you still so frugal? Subai candidly replied. Relying solely on fishing is too slow. I aspire to open my own tavern. He recalled the task requiring him to recruit individuals and casually asked, would you be interested in joining my newly opened tavern in the future? Little Blue pondered for a moment, her expression thoughtful. I still need to help my grandfather with the bento. We can discuss it later. Nodding, Subai continued to enjoy the roasted snake meat. Indeed, thanks to Little Blue's spices, the taste was exponentially elevated. She also mentioned that snake gallbladder was highly nutritious and could be consumed raw without any preparation. For safety, Subai chose to ingest it in-game. Experience 2000, Insight 1. Skill Point 1. Skill Points. This was a delightful surprise, as he had yet to discover another means of acquisition apart from leveling up. He allocated the skill point to his coveted skill, Fish Leap into the Sky, and as expected, it finally evolved to proficiency. Unable to contain his excitement, he tested it out in the game. He found that his character could leap an impressive 6 meters. In his movements, he left behind multiple afterimages, rendering him elusive and inscrutable. With this ability, his survival prospects had significantly improved. Please continue to work hard and stay safe, Little Blue advised before departing. Waving goodbye with her food container in hand, Subai watched as she walked away, noticing a small fishing boat swiftly approaching the shore, rowed by a Wei, who greeted Little Blue enthusiastically, as if a narrative were unfolding before him. Ultimately, the reality remained that he was too impoverished to hire the young girl. The thought of earning money weighed heavily on his mind, although Lin had a high favorability rating and promised to assist him in opening the tavern. How could he possibly ask the village chief's granddaughter to work for free? Little Blue was an excellent cook, if he could afford to hire her at a decent salary. It would be beneficial, but he needed money. He could only hope that the jade pendant would fetch a handsome price. Perhaps he would encounter a few more fortunate events. He hooked a vibrant red snake fruit onto his fishing line and cast it once more, hoping to catch another black snake, preferably the dual-crowned Black Snake King. Yet, he understood that this was unlikely. The Black Snake King was probably still upstream, where Away was searching, boasting to Little Blue. If he delayed any further, it was likely that Away would complete the task before him. Shaking his head, he refocused on fishing. It seemed that the snake fruit exuded a dangerous aura, deterring smaller herbivorous fish from approaching. This time, he found himself waiting unusually long, boredom creeping in as he clicked into his backpack to examine the newly acquired green fishing net. If so many fish could be gathered along the riverbank, a net cast should yield a significant catch. He hoisted the green fishing net and, with a determined heave, cast it into the river. Net cast failed, experience 5. The first green netting tangled together, but he did not lose heart. He simply reeled it back in, preparing for a second attempt. After approximately 4 casts, the green net finally unfurled like a blossoming flower. Congratulations, you have learned the net casting technique. Please keep up the good work. He hoped to draw something worthwhile from the depths. The successful net cast also had a progress bar, but it was notably longer and more laborious. The level 3 stamina bar depleted rapidly, and after considerable effort, splashing water everywhere, he finally managed to haul in the net. To his chagrin, what greeted him was a familiar sight of aquatic refuse. Successfully salvaged rottenwood X3, half-decayed fish X5, perch X1, small crab X3, copper coins X3. While the quantity of the catch was substantial, the quality was likely inferior to fishing. Nevertheless, it filled the gaps in his inventory. Some of the imperfect specimens could be kept for his own consumption, while the better ones could be saved for the tavern to sell, which was a good deal. Moreover, net fishing could yield considerable experience, though it consumed stamina too quickly, necessitating periodic recovery. Subai allowed his in-game character to rest temporarily to recover stamina. Enjoying the leisurely pace of the game, he was unaware that he had absorbed a spirit pearl, lifting a second one afterward. The river flowed gently. In recent days, Subai occasionally returned home for meals. His cousin was currently studying at a club, preparing for a genius sprint camp. Unbeknownst to him, 7 days had nearly passed, and classmates in the group chat had begun inquiring about the camp's status. Subai paid little attention to these messages, engrossed instead in the game. An hour later, he found himself fishing for an unusually long time without a bite, even doubting whether the snake fruit had been stolen. When he sent the froglet to investigate, it shook its head vigorously, refusing to enter the water. Subai understood this instinctively. After all, snakes preyed on frogs, a natural enmity. Yet, there was an unexpected benefit. His built-in calm heart, skill as a fisherman had reached proficiency. Suddenly, the scarlet float bobbed in the water, just when he thought it was a trick of the eye. A red progress bar appeared unexpectedly. A red exclamation mark hovered above the reservoir. The little character practicing net casting suddenly noticed the fishing rod on the stand lurch violently toward the water. Quick as a flash, he lunged forward to seize it. If it slipped away, it would truly be a case of losing the rice while trying to catch a chicken. Attention! You have caught an aggressive rare treasure fish. If you do not exhaust its stamina and kill it, you will not be able to reel it in. As expected from a 2-star map, there was indeed a challenge. However, Subai was no novice. The physical prowess from reality and the game was synchronized. After days of training, his strength had already doubled. With one hand gripping the scarlet fishing rod, he firmly locked the prey at the water's surface, slowly reeling it in while continuously rotating the reel. The fishing line was drawn taut and slackened, and the creature's strength waned rapidly. Meanwhile, he prepared his sturdy club beneath his feet, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The quarry in the 7 Stars reservoir was formidable. As the progress bar filled, it struggled more fiercely against the pull. Water sprayed everywhere as Subai grew increasingly frustrated. As it drew closer to the shore, he could vaguely discern its soccer-sized, lion-like head. Could it be a lionhead fish? As a normal difficulty boss, it was certainly no trivial adversary. Subai plunged into the water, brandishing a hefty club, and aimed it at the lionhead fish with a mischievous grin. With a series of resounding thuds, splashes erupted as the lionhead fish, enraged, thrashed its powerful tail, surfacing to reveal its spiny maw, unleashing a torrent of water in his direction. What? You dare to resist? Subai's feet remained unperturbed, his agility unimpaired as he gracefully executed a skilled leap, creating ripples in his wake, deftly evading the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he drew the lionhead fish closer. His inexpensive net proved inadequate to capture it, so he struck again with his club. The lionhead fish, dazed from the blows, caused the club to splinter into 2 pieces. Shaking his head, Subai dragged the fish ashore. Now, he could fully appreciate its form, a fierce creature over a meter long, exhibiting a striking blue hue, with a lion-like head and a mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Even after being pulled onto land, its robust tail continued to thrash. Moments ago, it had inflicted injuries upon him, drawing blood. Name: lionhead fish. Quality: rare. Description: once a common bluefish that thrived in waters for a decade, it has undergone a mutation, exhibiting a heightened aggression towards humans and significantly enhanced strength, capable of overpowering 3 adults. It has also awakened the skill, Deadly Water Circle, a fortuitous encounter. It is a treasure trove. Consuming it grants a boost of 7 in strength and 5 in spirit. It can be prepared into various exquisite dishes, making it highly sought after by merchants, with a selling price double that of ordinary rare fish. Chapter 37. The Great Explosion, Up the Dam. The 3-strike challenge of Away. Indeed, the fruits of labor are proportionate to the challenges faced. Subai surveyed the lionhead fish, reluctant to part with it, intending to feast upon it himself. Recently, he had noticed a minor flaw. Whenever he caught a prized creature, he was always loath to sell it to the in-game shop. The optimal choice was to consume it himself to enhance his power. Alternatively, he could sell it at the frenzy market for real-world currency, with the least favorable option being to recycle it in the game. This had created a small loophole in the game's design. As a programmer, he recognized that the game mechanics were structured around fishing, selling fish for money, and upgrading equipment to catch even larger fish, creating a perpetual cycle. Now, with a net, capturing ordinary fish was no issue, yet opening a shop remained essential for profit. Subai recalled that the bulk of earnings came from evening sales. After all, a mere fisherman could hardly compare to the swift profits of becoming a capitalist. If the difficulty level were ordinary, he could complete the task now. With a sigh, Subai opted to dissect the lionhead fish, his lengthy training having left him famished. As his knife descended, the once mighty creature was transformed into fresh fillets, neatly prepared. Total acquired: blue fish meat x200, mutated lion fish head x1, blue scales x10, lion fish bones x1, silver coin x1, copper coin x10. A true treasure, especially with the silver coin, which brought a smile to his face. How fortunate to have received such a bounty. Subai speculated that the abundance of coins might be remnants of the fisherman it had devoured. Moreover, the mutated fish indeed yielded a remarkable quantity of meat, several times that of an ordinary catch. The prominent lion fish head, even without knowledge of culinary skills, was evidently a prime ingredient. The scales and bones could also be fashioned into equipment. With a sense of accomplishment, Subai collected every coin from the ground, bringing him a step closer to his goal of opening a shop. This resolved his immediate financial predicament, though he still needed 180 copper coins. The 3 silver coins were essential for the task. Starting a shop, hiring assistants, and purchasing necessary supplies all required expenditure. The young man rekindled the fire, preparing to grill the fish. As he surveyed his surroundings, he unexpectedly spotted Xiao Lan atop the dam, busy creating a flurry of bubbles. He invited her to join him in feasting on fish. "You actually managed to catch it all." Moments later, Xiao Lan descended, assisting him in grilling the fish with a flat stone, her expression one of surprise. Not long ago, it attacked people and was a real nuisance. Since you possess such remarkable skills, why fish downstream? The real treasures lie upstream. You should head to the dam. Xiao Lan's suggestion was astute. A substantial number of fish were trapped by the dam, with many half-damaged fish cascading down. When Subai inquired about visiting his newly opened shop, she did not refuse this time, but proposed a condition. "If you can catch the twin-crowned black snake king, my grandfather will not obstruct me, but of course, I expect payment. My culinary skills are renowned in the village." Xiao Lan stood proudly, hands on her hips. Subai had already surmised that her grandfather was the 7-star elder, the very target of his task, and thus readily agreed. Upon mentioning payment, Xiao Lan replied, "I'll give you a friendly price of 4 silver coins for a month." Subai felt a weight in his heart. Even the bluefish he was consuming now felt heavy, though it must be said that the mutated variant was indeed delicious. Especially as he ate, numbers like 1. 1 appeared above his head, amplifying his sense of achievement. This feedback resonated in reality. Subai felt a wave of fullness rise within him, his blood surging, causing a pillar of water to shoot up. A blood-red giant fish swam joyfully. Had this coalesced into a Kuan spirit? Subai paused in surprise. According to the introduction of his cultivation technique, wasn't it said that one needed to forge a biming pool to succeed? With a swift motion, he manifested the blood-red spirit gas in his palm, transforming it into a small blood Kuan, swimming vividly in his grasp. Subai marveled. Typically, the spirit gas cultivated in the Three Pools realm was gray. However, influenced by his bloodline, it had mutated, displaying significantly enhanced aggression. After familiarizing himself with the Kuan spirit, he returned his focus to the game. Once he finished a portion of the bluefish meat, Xiao Lan warmly invited him to the dam. Respectfully complying, he naturally took his fishing rod and ascended. On the dam, a few robust NPCs wearing helmets fished, confident in their strength, unafraid of danger. Upon seeing Xiao Lan, they greeted her warmly and cast curious glances at Subai. "Stay here, fish well. If you see a snake, don't worry. My grandfather has the antidote." Xiao Lan had specifically found him a prime location, with plump fish visibly leaping from the water, and the notorious black snakes occasionally launching attacks on those atop the dam. Just as Subai was setting down his gear, he noticed a small fishing boat swiftly approaching. That NPC, Away, was enthusiastically greeting Xiao Lan, and upon spotting Subai, his expression turned sulky. "Be careful, Away is strong but not very clever." Nearby, an elder chimed in with a warning. Subai suddenly recalled their earlier conversation, speculating whether there was a task involved. With that thought, he smiled slyly at Away. Stepping closer to Xiao Lan, tap, tap. 2 large question marks appeared above Xiao Lan's head. Below, Away's expression turned crimson, steam billowing from his nostrils. He quickly docked, tossing aside the oars, and swiftly climbed up the steps, pointing at Subai. "You newcomer, stay away from Xiao Lan." Subai felt as if he could see a massive exclamation mark hovering above Away's head. Thus, he typed out a provocatively cheeky message. "Who are you to dictate Xiao Lan's affairs?" Away grew angrier, flexing his impressive muscles and forcefully inserting himself between the two. Just because of this. Is everyone in the game so straightforward? Subai did not mind giving him a good beating to see how to trigger the quest. However, Xiaolon stood between the two of them. What are you two doing? If you have the energy, why not put it to use at the reservoir? The girl in the blue shirt was both angry and perplexed. Why are men always so single-minded, hastily resorting to violence? Wei obviously resented Xiaolon for intervening. He harbored feelings for her and was easily jealous. Pointing at the reservoir, he declared, "If you're a real man, come into the water with me and let us see who can catch the Serpent King. Only the brave deserve the beauty." A large red exclamation mark appeared above his head. Reminder, do you wish to accept Wei's challenge? This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He never expected that a Serpent King could lead to so many quest lines. Confidently thumping his chest, Subai replied, "What is there to fear? If you lose, what will you offer as collateral?" Wei's head popped up with a question mark, and after some contemplation, he responded, "The loser will leave Xiaolon." This. Subai realized he had overestimated the foolish giant's intelligence. He was not here for a woman. "If I lose, I will naturally leave the 7 Stars Reservoir. If you lose, there's no need to leave. You just have to work at my restaurant that is about to open for a year." What he desperately needed right now was manpower. Anyone daring enough to seek the Serpent King in the reservoir. Wei had to be an elite NPC. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Work? For a year? Wei seemed a bit hesitant. This was not what he had envisioned. "If you're scared, I can lower the requirements." This taunt immediately riled Wei. Without hesitation, he agreed, "All right." As the two exchanged words, they completely forgot about Xiaolon standing in the middle. The girl was visibly annoyed, while the nearby NPCs erupted in laughter. Chapter 38, The Ultimate Challenge, First Dive. New mode. You have accepted the quest. Wei's challenge. Hearing the notification, Subai knew he couldn't afford to dawdle. He instructed Xiaolon to keep a close watch over the competition from the dam and hurriedly ran towards the entrance to rent a small fishing boat. "Xiaolon, wait for me to prove to you what a true man is." After showcasing his bicep, Wei dashed down the steps and hopped back onto the boat. Xiaolon remarked, "Young men are so hot-blooded. Be careful and don't fall victim to the Serpent King's poison." At the entrance, the old man of the 7 stars wore a cheerful smile. Regardless of how the bet turned out, he would emerge as the biggest winner. Could this old man have intentionally allowed his granddaughter to enter? Subai couldn't help but harbor such doubts. After spending 16 copper coins to rent a small fishing boat and procure a bottle of exquisite antidote, he descended the steps into the reservoir. "Both of you, give it your all." From the dam, he could vaguely hear Xiaolan's encouragement. Wei, accompanied by his companions, was already traversing the reservoir, leaving ripples in his wake. Subai, undeterred, commanded, "Froglet, let us go." He untied the mooring rope and boarded the boat alone. With vigorous strokes of the oars, the froglet nervously clutched his sleeve. The further they ventured into the middle, the more frightened it became. The 7 Stars Reservoir was indeed vast. The small fishing boat glided through the center, surrounded by water, with shadowy figures occasionally darting beneath the boat, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a black snake leapt from the water, lunging at Subai's neck. The froglet shrieked and shrank into his arms. Having learned from a previous encounter, Subai reacted swiftly, slicing the black snake in half with a single stroke of his sword. He collected an additional snake gallbladder. Ecstatically, he gathered the snake meat and other treasures that had fallen from the black snake. Fortune smiled upon him, as he also found 5 copper coins. As for the snake gallbladder, he consumed it on the spot. "Congratulations, you have reached level 4. All attributes 2, free attribute points 2, skill points 1. By consuming the snake gallbladder, you have gained 1 insight, 1 skill point." The gallbladder was indeed a treasure, providing a substantial amount of experience. The sudden surge of level-up energy left Subai feeling invigorated. Thanks to his recent diet of precious fish and blood clams, his strength and constitution had already surpassed 30 points. Though he had not tested it, Subai was confident that his physical prowess could rival that of a level 6. With a bit more practice in agility and swordsmanship, the outcome of his duel with Zhang Wanwen was still uncertain. Contemplating how to allocate his newfound skill points, Subai decided to hold off for now. Given the aquatic environment, his most pressing need was perception. He allocated both free attribute points to this, boosting his perception to a staggering 35 points. He could now discern the black snakes lurking several meters below the surface. Gazing towards the water's surface, he saw that Wei had already begun fishing, sprinkling a special spice to attract numerous fish. First, he cast a net to assess the situation. Subai tied one end of the green fishing net to the mast, aimed at the water's surface, and pulled with all his might. The net descended like a green conical hat, precisely enveloping 2 black snakes along with some other items. In the game, beads of sweat formed as he strained to haul the fishing net onto the boat. In the depths of the reservoir, known for its high difficulty, The ferocity and strength of the prey had escalated. Even if he managed to pull the net, the catch would still struggle fiercely. The demands on stamina and strength were considerable. Subai maneuvered his character with determination, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his days playing gold miner. Capturing gold. Could the game have drawn inspiration from gold miner? Once the green fishing net was aboard, the two black snakes flicked their tongues menacingly. Fortunately, the net proved resilient and had not been damaged by their bites. However, killing them on the spot felt somewhat wasteful. With his rusty sword in hand, Subai cautiously opened a small gap in the net, methodically dispatching the two black snakes. In that moment, he yearned for a weapon capable of stunning his prey. The two black snakes yielded a snake fruit, 20 copper coins, and most importantly, 2 snake gallbladders. Consuming them immediately granted him an additional 2 skill points, bringing his total to 4. The remaining spoils comprised some shells and snails, which were worth little when sold but could yield significant profit when cooked. This was the essence of running a shop. After casting 2 more nets, it seemed that the commotion caused by their activities had startled the aquatic life, resulting in diminishing returns, with only 1 black snake caught. With 5 skill points accumulated, Subai sensed the moment was right. He anchored the small fishing boat in the middle of the reservoir, removed all his gear, leaving only the fish scale outfit, and held his rusty sword in hand. He beckoned the froglet to join him in the water. You have learned to dive and swim. The hidden insight had undoubtedly increased significantly. As soon as he entered the water, he gained 2 basic skills. Subai allocated all 5 of his skill points to swimming. Swimming, beginner, proficient. This was the first skill he had mastered. One moment, he was floundering like a baby learning to walk, and the next he was gliding through the reservoir, resembling a slick sea serpent. The iridescent fish scale outfit clung to his skin, maintaining his body temperature and reducing water resistance. Logically, the diving feature in the game was not accessible at this stage. One typically needed to reach level 10. But who could have anticipated that he would stumble upon this treasure? Subai extracted the crimson gills from his backpack. Upon utilization, they would provide 2 hours of breathable oxygen, with a total of 5 uses, granting him 10 hours in total. It was ample time for him to locate the dual-crowned Black Serpent King. Await my good news. Subai waved farewell to the NPCs atop the dam, particularly to Xiaolon. What is he up to? In the distance, Awei looked on with curiosity. The next moment, the crowd watched as he suddenly dove, accompanied by a frog, into the reservoir. There are plenty of underwater black serpents and ironhead fish. He is far too reckless. Blinded by the prospect of victory, many NPCs lamented, but only Xiaolon displayed a look of displeasure. Too impulsive, beware of snake venom. On the small fishing boat, Awei was uncertain whether to commend his opponent as foolishness or admire his courage. Having wandered for 7 days, he understood the perils of the reservoir all too well. He'll surface in less than 2 minutes. This thought echoed among all, until 2 minutes passed, then 3, 5, and finally 10. As their concern morphed from fearing he might drown to astonishment at his diving skills, they occasionally spotted blood frothing at the water's surface. The elder of the 7 stars was alerted and descended to the dam for a closer look. Grandfather, won't he drown, will he? Xiaolon asked anxiously. He has received the fisherman's blessing. He won't perish easily. Underwater, Subai was immersed in a world of vibrant colors. Swaying water plants and ascending white bubbles surrounded him. The riverbed was adorned with blooming water lilies, and the elusive black serpents added to the allure. The crimson gills formed a protective shield around him, and with over 30 points in perception and mental strength, he could see even more clearly underwater than on land. The tetanus sword in his grasp shimmered with moisture, retaining its sharpness. Occasionally, a daring black serpent would provoke him, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he would sever it in 2 with a blade of water. He even practiced the water mirror slash, finding its power to be enhanced compared to when he was on land. After familiarizing himself with the underwater realm, Subai dove deeper, searching for traces of the dual-crowned Black Serpent King. The further he descended, the dimmer the light became. Shadows of black serpents and strange fish frequently ambushed him, proving somewhat alarming. Even the usually optimistic froglet clung tightly to him, contemplating a return to the spirit pool. What was that? In the murky depths, a striking green light caught Subai's attention. Chapter 39. The Swallowing Treasure Shell, Ancestral Return, and the Azure Dragon Fish. Following the beckoning green light, Subai swiftly swam toward it. Upon nearing, he discovered a large green shell, roughly the size of a dining table, emitting a faint green glow. The shell opened slightly, releasing a stream of white bubbles. Swallowing Treasure Shell, a rare and mysterious shell that appears in aquatic realms, known for its propensity to consume treasures. Hoarding them like a miser, it only takes in, never releases. A splendid find. Subai's eyes sparkled. Indeed, diving was essential for uncovering treasures. Of course, The fragments of the lucky star and the supernova halo played a crucial role. He propelled himself forward toward the swallowing treasure shell, sensing that his first pot of gold would come from it. Suddenly, the froglet clung tightly to his muscle, the ache reminding Su-bai of the urgency of the moment. A water arrow shot forth from the aquatic plants. Thanks to his heightened perception, Su-bai adeptly evaded it and looked closer. To his shock, a head the size of a round table emerged from the foliage, a green dragon head, with 6 dragon whiskers dancing in the water, adding to its majesty. What? A green dragon? Was this the mythical beast one could encounter? The in-game character displayed an expression of astonishment, mirroring Su-bai's own in reality. When gathering materials online, had he included such a fantastical creature? He pondered this and realized it was indeed possible. However, this was not the boss encountered in the novice village. It had to be the ultimate boss lurking in the vast ocean depths. As the creature resembling a green dragon gradually emerged from the vegetation, Su-bai let out a long breath. His heart lightened, though he felt a tinge of regret. This was a creature that resembled a dragon, measuring over 5 meters in length, entirely azure, adorned with a pair of dragon horns and 4 claws. Name: Ancestral Return 4-clawed azure dragon fish. Level: 8, boss template. Quality: exceptional rare. Skills: ancestral power, weak dragon might. Tier: azure dragon tail swipe. Description: a dragon fish that has accidentally returned to its ancestral form for unknown reasons. 1,000,000 to 1 chance. Possessing considerable intelligence, fond of collecting shiny treasures, and exhibiting territorial instincts. Quite formidable. This was Su-bai's conclusion regarding it. The character gripped the tetanus sword tightly, swimming around it. The massive azure dragon fish regarded him with curiosity, casting a wary glance at the swallowing treasure shell. It opened its mouth, releasing bubbles as a warning to keep his distance. How could Su-bai bear to retreat? Yet, being only level 4, and with such a disparity in size, he felt somewhat uncertain. His real-world abilities mirrored those in the game, and he resolved to at least make an attempt. Cautiously, Su-bai swam closer. The azure dragon fish widened its eyes and swung its thick, 1-meter-long tail towards him. Leaping from the water, being smaller had its advantages, allowing him to evade the attack more easily. The character soared like a carp breaking the surface, deftly dodging the assault. As the dragonfish's tail swept past him, Su-bai exerted himself, drawing his sword and unleashing 2 arcs of water mirror sword energy. Being a water-based skill, its potency remained undiminished underwater, appearing even more ethereal. The 2 arcs, each over 3 meters long, struck the azure dragonfish, immediately drawing forth a line of blood. In pain, it intensified its assault. Swiping at Su-bai once more, the character sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, yet the residual force of the water current still hurled him into the aquatic plants. Plan A was unfeasible. Su-bai lamented. After this trial, he could clearly sense that the azure dragonfish's strength was at least 4 to 5 times his own. A mere brush would harm him. A collision could be fatal. The margin for error was far too slim. Initially intending to distract it while opening the swallowing treasure shell, it was now apparent that this was impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to execute Plan B, hiding among the aquatic plants. Su-bai observed the azure dragonfish as it patrolled above. He grasped the froglet on his back. "All right, my friend, after eating for so long, it's time for you to contribute." The froglet shook its head vigorously. The 7-star reservoir was too perilous, and it had become much more obedient. After much persuasion from Su-bai, it reluctantly agreed, but only on the condition that he would prepare an exquisite lunch for it next time. Naturally, Su-bai acquiesced. Failing to fulfill such a promise would surely diminish loyalty. "Hey big fella, I'm right here." Su-bai burst forth from the aquatic plants, sending a spray of bubbles into the air as he provocatively brandished his sword. The azure dragonfish had never endured such indignity. It charged toward him, mouth agape. Unleashing a torrent of water, Su-bai dared not hesitate, propelling himself away with swift strokes. The swimming speed of the azure dragonfish is undeniably swifter. However, with the presence of aquatic grass, algae, and rocks, Su-bai cleverly conceals himself within the crevices of the stones, leveraging his size advantage. The azure dragonfish, relying on its immense strength, frequently charges with a loud commotion, inadvertently injuring other fish. Yet Su-bai manages to elude capture time and again. While he diverts the boss's attention, the tadpole stealthily approaches the treasure shell. Being a divine beast itself, the tadpole is exceptionally fortunate, and coupled with its innate traits, it moves with remarkable stealth, inching closer without alarming anyone. The azure dragonfish, which had been pursuing Su-bai, seems to sense something amiss. Suddenly, it spins around, ceasing its attack and opting to return home. What could be the reason? Su-bai recalls the introduction, noting that the creature possesses considerable intellect and might instinctively sense that its home is being ransacked. At this moment, The tadpole has successfully clambered onto the treasure shell, eagerly awaiting its opening. Open up. With a swift kick, the tadpole leaps into the shell to explore its treasures. At such a critical juncture, there is no room for interference from the azure dragonfish. The little one raises the lost ring on its right hand, unleashing a water column as thick as a tree trunk. Its power is significantly amplified compared to that on land. The water column crashes against the azure dragonfish, causing it to recoil in pain, its dragon whiskers swaying as its pale golden eyes fixate on Su-bai hidden among the rocks. It swiftly swims toward him, turning sharply, its powerful tail striking the rocks, sending waves splashing about and dislodging the stones. The little one, enveloped in a trail of bubbles, begins to flee once more. During this kite-flying maneuver, Su-bai becomes acutely aware of a significant shortcoming, his lack of ranged attacks. He vows to rectify this deficiency in the future. As he dodges the azure dragonfish's assaults, a warning suddenly flashes on his screen. Warning: due to extensive physical exertion, the oxygen content in the fish gills is depleting at an accelerated rate. Remaining time, 15 minutes. It turns out the consumption rate is doubled. Glancing at the red countdown hovering in the corner, Su-bai feels a pang of urgency. The azure dragonfish is blocking his exit, while the tadpole continues rummaging in the shell. Struggling to suppress his anxiety, Su-bai can only swim upward while evading attacks. Several strikes from the azure dragonfish gradually diminish his health. After a few minutes, he receives encouraging news. The tadpole has surfaced. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Su-bai opts for a direct ascent. At this moment, the azure dragonfish relentlessly pursues him, occasionally shooting water columns to disrupt his ascent. If it weren't for the enhancement from the fish scale armor, the little one would have been swallowed long ago. Noticing the relentless chase, Su-bai halts mid-water. Gripping his sword, he causes the river to churn, forming spiraling vortices around the hilt. The azure dragonfish opens its cavernous mouth from below, aiming to devour him in one swift gulp. With a powerful slash, he cleaves through the waves. A single stroke sends towering waves crashing, continuously enveloping the surrounding river water. Amplifying his force, by the time the attack reaches the azure dragonfish, it has grown over 10 meters high. The massive azure dragonfish is struck down by the blow, and with the momentum from the recoil, the little one swiftly propels himself ashore atop the dam. Onlookers like Xiao Lan and the 7-star elder witness a corner of the reservoir erupt, blood-smeared waters churning violently. Moments later, Su-bai emerges triumphantly. Was that just the Black Snake King? All eyes turn towards him. Chapter 40. The surprises brought by the tadpole, the cool dishes recipe, and the hypnotic artifact. Apologies. The reservoir is perilous. Everyone should refrain from entering the water carelessly. Su-bai, shaking the droplets from his skin, climbs back onto the small fishing boat, standing on the deck and waving to everyone to assure them of his safety. Do take care not to put your lives at risk. Observing the commotion, a Wei rows over, cautioning him, as he vaguely perceives a shadow several meters long beneath the surface, heightening his sense of caution. Su-bai nods in acknowledgement. Although this is a competition, he will soon become one of his employees, so maintaining a good relationship is essential. The tadpole has already settled on the deck to rest, and after Su-bai re-equips himself, he stows away the now dimmed crimson fish gills. Remaining uses. 4. The little one stands on the fishing boat, gradually regaining his strength, beckoning the tadpole. The tadpole, lazily blinking its eyes open, glances at him and yawns. Your contributions have been noted. You shall not miss out on your rewards. Su-bai cradles the tadpole in his hands, affectionately stroking its head. The little creature then produces a silver coin from its mouth. Tadpole has returned with 1 silver coin, 15 copper coins, 1 cool seafood recipe, 1 hypnotic inflatable hammer. To his astonishment, within such a brief period, the tadpole has amassed an impressive haul. Gazing at the shimmering copper coins scattered across the deck, Su-bai excitedly showers the tadpole with kisses. Truly, it is my lucky star. With the previous 120 copper coins, his goal of acquiring 3 silver coins is nearly fulfilled. The other 2 treasures are even more remarkable. The first item that catches his eye is a parchment menu. Cool seafood recipe, a delectable dish crafted using common fish and snake meat, prepared with ice sculpting and ingredient pairing, priced at 10 copper coins. If sold to a restaurant, the price would be substantial. After thoroughly examining it, he carefully stows it away. How could he bear to part with a recipe that promises such fortune? The first to taste this recipe shall be you, he promises the tadpole. The second item, though modest in appearance and reminiscent of a child's toy hammer, resolves a significant challenge for Su-bai. Name, hypnotic inflatable hammer. Quality, top-tier bronze level. Effect, hypnosis, heavy strike, air push. Description, an extremely rare weapon possessing hypnotic properties. A single blow can stun prey without inflicting any harm, greatly preserving the quality and yield of the catch. Its unique attributes render it more valuable than ordinary silver weapons, making it a near-perfect melee artifact for early stages. Marvelous. The little one swings the inflatable hammer, utterly enamored. He had longed for a blunt weapon and never anticipated that the tadpole would bring him such a delightful surprise. The hammer's built-in air push skill activates, propelling him forward with a surge, and a dazzling aura of dizziness radiates from the hammer's front. Eager to test its effectiveness, Subai casts his crimson fishing rod from the boat and hooks a rebellious big-headed fish. With one hand, he drags it to the side of the boat. The fish weighs approximately 6 to 7 pounds, thrashing vigorously against the water's surface. The fishing progress bar remains stubbornly in the middle. Logically, to reel it in, he would need to exert pressure for a while to fill the progress bar. However, with a single blow from the inflatable hammer to its large head, a halo of dizziness appears around the fish's head, and the progress bar abruptly turns gray. He effortlessly hauls the big-headed fish onto the shore. What a treasure! Such a significant reward from merely a brief exploration. It's hard to fathom how many more valuable items are hidden within the treasure shell. Subai's eyes gleam with anticipation before he shakes his head. The guardian boss is exceedingly formidable. He can only wait until he levels up to tackle it gradually. The pressing matter at hand is still to confront the dual-crowned Black Snake King. Previously, he had submerged for at least an hour without encountering any trace of the Snake King, yet he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Why are there so many mutated creatures in the 7-star reservoir? Subai pondered. The little one rows his small fishing boat, continuing to circle the reservoir in search of clues. He noticed that Awei was meandering around a concave cave nestled against the northeastern edge of the reservoir. Awei had been searching for several days, and surely he must have made some discoveries. With this thought, the little one paddled over to join the excitement. What caused this? He inquired upon reaching the concave cave. Awei replied, not long ago, heavy rains washed away considerable soil from the cliff, revealing this cave. Subai adjusted his gaze to the surface of the water, where he could see shadows lurking just beneath. Is this a snake den? He asked. Awei nodded. The bottom of the cave might be the source of the chaos in the reservoir. I have been waiting for the Snake King to emerge for food. I've been squatting here for 3 days. As Awei continued to chatter away, he suddenly noticed Subai had removed his gear and was preparing to leap into the water. His eyes widened, and he wanted to say something. But all that could be heard was the splash as Subai plunged into the depths. With his energy restored, he naturally resumed using his gills. Considering the perils of the underwater cave, he wisely chose not to bring the tadpole, instead storing it in his pet space. Once submerged, he was startled to see a black snake swim past him. Aware that engaging in battle would deplete his oxygen supply, Subai refrained from acting impulsively. The reservoir was right there. There would be ample opportunities to earn skill points in the future. He continued his descent discreetly. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Increasing numbers of black snakes appeared in the dim waters, where visibility was limited to just a few meters around him. Fortunately, the gills could withstand the water pressure, allowing him to sink slowly along the cliff face. Upon reaching a depth of 50 meters, he finally touched the bottom. You have collected a copper coin. Luck was on his side. Just as he landed, he spotted a copper coin. This area was a rocky zone, with algae dancing between the crevices, and occasionally, a black snake would emerge from the stone formations. Ahead, he could see a concave area that appeared to have collapsed, vaguely forming an underwater cave towering 10 meters high. Its depths were unfathomable, seemingly a lair for a colossal beast. The stones flanking the cave were teeming with black snakes, which lay in wait, only opening their eyes when they sensed prey approaching. If he were to remain here, he would have no chance to hide in the crevices. Subai pondered. Wielding a hypnotic hammer in his left hand and a tetanus sword in his right, cautiously probing into the cave. A black snake, sensing his presence, attempted to strike. With a single swing of his hammer, he knocked it unconscious. He was careful, as it was a premium bronze weapon, and with these little creatures, one strike was sufficient. The bottom of the water often revealed scattered copper coins, which Subai gleefully collected. As he ventured deeper into the cave, visibility diminished further. Were it not for the game, Subai would never have dared such boldness. The silent depths filled him with trepidation, fearing a monster might emerge from the shadows at any moment. Fortunately, he finally spotted his target. Green algae blanketed the riverbed, with round lily pads scattered ahead. In the center coiled a 7-meter-long black snake, completely dark yet speckled with star-like patterns. One head was asleep while the other kept watch, glancing around before it flicked its tongue toward a gap between the stones. He could see strands of red that differed from the surrounding water vapor being drawn into its mouth, eliciting a look of bliss. Subai narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Chapter 41. The Encounter with the Boss. The aberrant dual-crowned Black Snake King, the enigmatic Black Lotus. The closer he approached the gap, the larger the lily pads grew. The blood scent spilling from the crevice mingled with the river water, enticing the nearby black snakes to fight over it. The black snakes deeper within the cave were particularly large, measuring 2 to 3 times the size of those outside. Some greedy elite black snakes attempted to sneak closer to consume the rich blood scent, but were sent flying by the dual-crowned black snake king. It appeared this was indeed the source of the chaos. Away had been correct. The little one stealthily nestled among the algae, swimming like a fish. Before long, he reached the core area of the lily pads. To his astonishment, he discovered that both the lotus roots in the soil and the lotus seeds were exquisite spiritual food, not only suitable for cooking in the game, but potentially highly sought after in reality. The greatest challenge was not the boss itself, but the black snakes surrounding it. He could only hope to use bait to draw the smaller creatures away. As he crept closer, he could finally inspect the boss's attributes. Name: Aberrant Dual-Crowned Black Snake King. Level: 7, Boss Template. Quality: Premium Rare. Skills: Dual-Headed Bite, Double Poison, Dual Focus, Snake Tsunami. Description: Once the reigning Snake King of the 7 Stars Reservoir for decades, it has recently undergone a bizarre mutation, sprouting an additional head. While its power has doubled, it has also become mentally unstable, bloodthirsty, and violent, attacking anything that attempts to encroach upon its treasures, including its minions. Only while coiled among the lily pads does its mind achieve slight stability. It has devoured more than 10 individuals. Proceed with utmost caution. It was uncertain which was weaker, the azure dragonfish or the dual-crowned black snake king. The two were only one level apart, one being an aberration and the other a reversion. Subai estimated that the azure dragonfish would be the stronger of the two, as there was a clear intellectual disparity between the two bosses. As he read the description, his gaze gradually descended, only to be stunned to discover that the dual-crowned black snake king was not coiled around lily pads, but rather a black lotus. The black lotus, eerie and mesmerizing, boasted 9 petals that unfurled rhythmically, as if breathing, exuding an aura that was both captivating and extraordinary. Subai's interest was piqued. He longed to pluck it for study. The vigilant dual-headed snake king made him more cautious, yet its chaotic mental state provided him with an opportunity. What he needed to do now was wait. He patiently concealed himself among the lily pads, and after 10 minutes, one of the snake heads that had been patrolling appeared noticeably weary. The other, having rested, slowly opened its eyes, preparing to take over the watch. At that moment, chaos erupted in the outer circle. The slumbering black snakes were drawn by the blood scent, all vying for a piece of succulent fish, leading to a fracas. The water plants were torn apart, and mud was splashed everywhere. Hiss! The Snake King was evidently agitated by the disturbance caused by its minions. It was a moment of mental chaos, and what kind of mischief were they up to? One drowsy head could no longer withstand the fatigue and began to drift off. The other head turned to assess the source of the commotion. If it were the more intelligent azure dragonfish, it would surely be on high alert at this moment. But it was not. In the next instant, the mud below erupted. A fierce torrent of sword energy sliced toward the sleeping snakehead. The already mentally disturbed snakehead failed to awaken in time. The other head, responsible for vigilance, reacted instantly, unleashing a plume of black toxic gas. But it was too late. Subai's well-prepared wave-splitting strike landed squarely on its vital point. In a haze, a massive black snakehead was severed. In that instant, black blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The black lotus below greedily absorbed the blood, its 9 petals swaying in a more eerie manner. The dual-crowned black snake king, having lost one life, was utterly enraged, thrashing its serpentine body in the murky water, its crimson slit-like eyes fixed upon Subai, who was concealed in the mud, as it lashed its tail. The 7-meter-long thick body surged forth like a sword drawn from its sheath, lunging toward the muddy ground. Success! Subai felt an immense sense of relief as the 2-headed black serpent king broke free from the black lotus. He knew that victory was within reach. The serpent's formidable powers were predominantly concentrated in one of its heads, encompassing numerous skills necessary for maintaining balance. While it had been entwined with the black lotus, it had managed to retain some semblance of clarity. Now, however, it was wholly consumed by rage. Faced with the Serpent King's furious onslaught, Subai dared not delay. He activated the hypnotic gas hammer on his left hand, not to strike at the creature, for he was not so foolishly overconfident, but rather to utilize its propulsion feature in the opposite direction. In an instant, like a go-kart igniting its nitrous, the gas hammer expelled a burst of energy, propelling him 10 meters away and deftly evading the devastating blow. Crash! The Serpent King collided violently with a mound of earth, its already chaotic mind descending further into madness. It disregarded the cherished lotus leaves, thrashing wildly like a bulldozer and churning the surrounding waters into a tumultuous mess. Many of the elite black serpents, initially intending to aid their leader, were inadvertently harmed in the chaos. In such a disordered aquatic arena, larger bodies found themselves at a disadvantage. The smaller serpents hesitated to assist. Only Su-bai, wielding his sword, navigated through the murky waters, his vision unimpeded by the mud. Water mirror slash. Two mirrored waves of sword energy were unleashed simultaneously. The Serpent King evaded one, but the other struck true, sending a spray of black blood cascading forth. Simultaneously, it became infected with the rust poison from the tetanus sword, causing it to bleed profusely. In its fury, it unleashed a torrent of potent venom, prompting Su-bai to flee in haste. He understood that the serpent's poison would render any antidote useless. It is well known that when a boss launches a powerful attack, one must retreat far away to avoid it. The serpent was now poisoned and would only grow weaker. Su-bai submerged himself in the mud below, watching with a sense of calm as the Serpent King wreaked havoc, poisoning countless minions and innocent fish alike. Once it had exhausted itself, and its condition began to improve, he would surface for another strike and continue to apply debilitating effects, reigniting the Serpent King's wrath and inciting its mindless rage. Throughout this process, the Serpent King's numerous powerful attacks yielded no benefit. Rather, they resulted in the demise of many of its own minions. The blood of its scattered remains only added to the chaos. Suddenly, after yet another ambush, the Serpent King lost all semblance of reason. Ignoring its own battered body, it continued to spiral, its massive form creating eddies in the surrounding waters, gaining speed with each rotation. Its 7-meter-long body stirred the currents of the reservoir, gradually forming a colossal vortex that threatened to consume everything in its path, reducing them to mere fragments. Within the cave, it felt as though a tempest had been unleashed. Water plants, lotus leaves, and black serpents were shattered in the maelstrom. The only thing that remained steadfast amidst the tumult was that eerie black lotus, swaying gently yet unwavering in the storm. A tidal wave from the serpent? Su-bai had already taken refuge in the crevice of the rocks, yet even there, he felt the relentless pull. Frantically, he drove the tetanus sword into the stone at the cliff's edge, his body flailing like a leaf caught in the wind. This ultimate attack required the cooperation of both serpent heads to reach its full potential, and now it could not hold on much longer. With unwavering determination, he kept his focus. On the water's surface, Away anxiously awaited his ascent. The NPCs on the dam, including Xiaolon, were equally concerned, noticing an increasing amount of blood and serpent chunks surfacing. At that moment, a colossal vortex, rising from the depths, threatened to consume everything, signaling dire consequences. "We must retreat," Away shouted, pulling the small boat rented by Su-bai away from the danger. It wasn't until they had rowed 10 meters away that they felt the sucking force diminish. "This is the Serpent King's ultimate move. This young man is in grave peril," the Elder of the Seven Stars declared with certainty. "Grandfather, please, don't say such ominous things," Xiaolon exclaimed, her worry palpable. Meanwhile, the clever NPCs had set nets to catch the panicked fish. Chapter 42, Slay. New achievement, Alien Hunter. A grand explosion of loot. It's happening. Underwater, as Su-bai had anticipated. The tsunami controlled by the two heads began to lose its balance. The severely injured two-headed Black Serpent King, with its severed neck, sprayed forth black blood due to the violent motion. The vortex grew smaller, destabilizing. The Serpent Kings had displayed the effects of dizziness, appearing as swirling stars. Veteran players knew that after using a skill, there would be a brief moment of vulnerability. Su-bai awaited this very moment. He drew the tetanus sword from the rock and activated the now-cooled propulsion skill. The hypnotic gas hammer propelled him like a rocket into the chaotic waters, and a surge of green light erupted from the tetanus sword as the river surged forth. Breaking wave slash. As a massive wave surged towards him, the dazed head of the black serpent was severed. Thus, both serpent heads, both lives, were extinguished. Congratulations on slaying the level 7 boss, the alien two-headed Black Serpent King. Experience gained, 30,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5 and then to level 6. All attributes 4 free attribute points, 2 skill points. Congratulations on achieving your first kill of an alien creature, earning the achievement, Alien Hunter. Ding. Tasks Village Chief's Trial. Elder of the Seven Stars Commission completed 12. And Away's challenge have been completed. Please report to the relevant characters to submit. In an instant, he leveled up twice. 3 tasks were completed simultaneously. The rewards were overwhelmingly generous. In the wake of the fierce battle, his depleted stamina and health were replenished to their fullest. In an unprecedented state, even his once empty backpack space was now brimming with treasures, not to mention the substantial loot dropped by the Serpent King. Fearing that the serpent meat might be snatched away, Su-bai hurried to collect it. Congratulations, you have obtained 150 copper coins, 1,000 Black Serpent King meat, 10 death venom, 100 Serpent King blood, 1 alien serpent skeleton. 1 Serpent King's Crown, 1 Alien Serpent King's Gallbladder, and the Orange Skill Book Water Mirage Clone Technique. A tremendous bounty. The further he progressed, the more exhilarating it became. The once spacious backpack, now filled to the brim. Each item sent shivers of excitement through him. Even the 150 copper coins would alleviate his financial woes. He could confidently open a shop and hire help. Indeed, slaying bosses was the true path to success. Subai eagerly began to examine each piece of loot. Black Serpent King meat, a rare and exquisite meat. Being an alien species, the two-headed Serpent King. Consuming it enhances one's essence, significantly boosting mental strength and physique, providing substantial benefits for the cultivation of agility and skills. If accompanied by the appropriate recipes for serpent dishes, the minimum selling price would be 1 silver coin per serving. Such a strategic resource, how could he bear to sell it? The more he researched, the more he discovered the myriad benefits of the Serpent King's meat. It had undergone mutation. Death venom. The venom of the mutated Serpent King, unprecedented and untreatable, capable of poisoning level 10 bosses. It also possesses formidable weakening properties against higher-tier creatures. A single drop can devastate large schools of fish. Handle with caution. If applied to the blade, one could only imagine the catastrophic effects the Serpent King's rust poison would have on enemies. As for the Serpent King's blood, it was a supercharged version of the meat. Consuming it would ignite one's blood, temporarily doubling strength and mental acuity, though with a slight drawback of potential mental confusion. However, when utilized as an ingredient, it can be brewed into the exceedingly precious snake blood wine, which commands a lofty price and dispels all negative effects. There is, of course, a more extravagant application. A mere sprinkle on a high-tier map could even attract rare fish. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to part with it. The skeletal remains of the exotic snake serve as the finest material for crafting superior fishing rods and weapons. If one is unperturbed by waste, it can also be used for making soup or infusing liquor. Another heavyweight item is a completely black helmet, intricately engraved with a multitude of serpentine runes, crowned with 2 serpents spitting pearls. Name: Crown of the Serpent King. Quality: silver. Effect: mental dread. The wearer, with a mental capacity of 30, forms an invisible mental shield around the head that not only mitigates most mental attacks, but also instills fear in foes weaker than themselves, rendering them fearless in the face of siege. If the disparity in strength is vast, it could even frighten the opponent to death. Serpent King's Gaze, a mental attack skill. The power of the dual serpents manifests in the eyes, capable of instantaneously annihilating foes of equal standing with a single glare, even controlling them. Dual focus significantly enhances task efficiency, enabling the left and right hands to engage in combat simultaneously. An exceedingly rare piece of mental equipment. Its 3 innate skills, 1 area attack, 1 single target lethal strike, and 1 supportive ability, are all exceptional. Subai even believes its worth far exceeds that of silver armors, and he eagerly dons it. In an instant, he perceives the water around him with crystalline clarity, akin to being equipped with radar, able to discern the movements of the entwined black serpents within a radius of several meters. Further functionalities await meticulous exploration. The last 2 treasures are indeed monumental. Firstly, in comparison to the previous snake gall, this one is 5 times larger, a dark brown, pulsating gall from the Serpent King. Exotic Serpent King gall, a gall that has undergone inexplicable mutation. Upon consumption, it eliminates 20 years of arduous cultivation, grants 10 skill points, improves aptitude, and bestows the innate trait, immunity, to all toxins. Note: it can also serve as a raw material for crafting rare baits, medicinal liquors, and formulas. Water Mirage Duplication Technique, an orange epic level skill that, upon mastering, enables the creation of a water mirage doppelganger to assist in cultivation, combat, etc. It requires a high degree of mental acuity, ideally with the dual focus talent. Basic level: the doppelganger lasts for 15 minutes, possessing only 30 of the original S attributes, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Proficient level: lasts for 30 minutes, having 50 of the original S attributes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Mastery level: lasts for 45 minutes, boasting 70 of the original S attributes, with a cooldown of 4 hours. Grandmaster level: lasts for 60 minutes, identical to the original S attributes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. It is akin to having another self. After reviewing, Subai smiled. Truly, the orange skill lives up to its reputation. Indeed remarkable. Skills akin to the duplication technique exist in reality, yet the most affordable options cost millions. Moreover, they come with numerous side effects and limitations. The Serpent King's bounty, however, can replicate one's attributes with complete accuracy. In reality, merely reaching the basic level would consume an unfathomable amount of time and resources. In the vast seas, Subai consumed the exotic Serpent King Gall on the spot and learned the water mirage duplication technique. You have acquired a new innate trait, immunity to all toxins, enhanced by the Serpent King Gall, invigorating your vitality and increasing the efficiency of all skill practices by 5-fold. Gazing at the newly appeared water mirage duplication technique on his panel, Subai expeditiously allocated all the accumulated skill points into it. Truly an orange skill. Had it been another, perhaps he could have reached mastery. Yet it has only just ascended to proficient level. Moreover, due to consuming the Serpent King Gall, Subai felt an exuberant surge of energy, his entire body ablaze with fervor. Calm down, calm down. On the grassy expanse, Subai hastily employed the North Sea breathing technique to circulate his vitality. However, the unrest stemming from the game persisted, spreading into the spiritual pool. The already precarious 3-tiered spiritual pool shattered with a crack. A blood-colored kuan, formed from spiritual vapor, exhaled medicinal power, crafting a 4th abode. Subai was astounded. Had he truly advanced to the 4th tier? According to textbooks, does it not state that as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly daunting? Furthermore, my spiritual pool has mutated, being several times that of an ordinary person. He shook his head, attributing it to the overwhelming potency of the Serpent King Gall. Resisting the urge to summon a doppelganger, Subai redirected his focus to the vast seas. The task had yet to be submitted. 1 serpent. 3 benefits. It was intricately linked to 3 tasks. Speaking of which, the investigation task from the 7 Stars Elder was only half complete. The other half required uncovering the source of the chaos. Subai glanced at the fish gill's time. With only 10 minutes remaining, he decided to continue diving, eager to discover what secrets lay hidden within the cave. Chapter 43. The mysterious Black Lotus, submitting 3 tasks and opening his own shop. Subai swam toward the deep water zone, where the black serpents that had fled due to the earlier battle gradually returned. This time, even with 10-fold courage, they dared not attack Subai. The 4 serpent eyes of the Serpent King helmet exuded an immense mental intimidation, allowing Subai to reach the bottom of the cliff unscathed. Previously intrigued by that Black Lotus, which had absorbed a substantial amount of blood after the fall of the Serpent King, it now appeared well-fed, its 9 petals folding inward like an unblossomed bud. Subai curiously circled it, examining the Black Lotus. Name: 9-leaf Black Lotus. Grade: Effect. Description: seemingly a seed that emerged from a fissure. Taking root and sprouting, it thrives on blood and flesh, also aiding its host in providing sustenance. Shrouded in mystery, it possesses extraordinary depth. Subai clicked his tongue in wonder, attempting to collect it, only to find himself unsuccessful. As he reached out, 1 petal awakened and unfurled, suddenly aware of his touch. The Black Lotus expanded, rapidly shrinking until it fit snugly in the palm of his hand. Before Subai could comprehend the situation, the next moment, the Black Lotus vanished from the waters. Where did it go? He rummaged through his backpack, finding nothing. Under his feet, there was none. In the equipment bar, it was still absent. And in the pet section, even less so. Just as he was bewildered, he inadvertently turned his gaze inward and suddenly froze. Within the 4-tiered blood-colored spiritual pool, blood aura surged, and a bizarre Black Lotus floated, enveloped in a halo of blood energy, occasionally inhaling and exhaling, appearing all the more eerie. Subai was taken aback, attempting to communicate with it through mental energy, only to find the Black Lotus unresponsive, solely interested in the blood energy. When he urged the blood-colored kuan, transformed from spiritual vapor, to approach it, the Black Lotus devoured it whole, startling Subai. Yet, almost immediately, the Black Lotus regurgitated the kuan. The kuan appeared to have been refined, exuding greater sentience, with its blood color deepened by a third. Having yet to discern the Black Lotus's functions or drawbacks, Subai observed for a while before temporarily setting it aside. He would explore its mysteries gradually in due course. In the game, with the Black Lotus gone, the vast expanse of lotus roots proved to be excellent ingredients, essential for future shop ventures. Subai continued swimming deeper, finally approaching a mountain crevice that occasionally exuded wisps of blood energy. As he cautiously made contact, a wisp of blood energy merged into his palm. Game notification: absorbed mysterious energy, aptitude 01, experience 200, mental state slightly affected. Subai's heart raced, and he quickly distanced himself. Congratulations. You have uncovered the source of the anomaly at the 7 Stars Reservoir. The tasks entrusted by the Elder of the 7 Stars have been fully completed. Please report back to him. Indeed, both the dual-crowned Black Serpent King and the ancestral Blue Dragon Fish are linked to this. Subai even harbored a suspicion that the Black Lotus had emerged from within. An impulse to delve deeper stirred within him, yet an unbidden tension gripped his heart. Ribbit. At an indeterminate moment, a tadpole leapt forth, nipping at the edge of his fish scale attire. To seek fortune and avoid calamity, the tadpole warns you, peril lies ahead. Time was of the essence. He should submit the task first. Subai cast a glance at the enigmatic fissure, which yawned like the gaping maw of a leviathan. Shrouded in darkness, ready to consume all. He took the tadpole with him and swiftly swam upwards. At the dam, the elder of the 7 stars sighed, while Xiaolon displayed a crying emoticon. Nearby, an NPC uncle bluntly stated, "It's been so long, he must be doomed. Just like those villagers before him." Away, tethered to the fishing boat, felt a heavier heart despite the challenge not yielding victory. The Serpent King was ferocious, with fishing already sparse. The fisherman NPCs dared not take risks and gradually departed, eliciting a disapproving shake of the head from the elder of the 7 stars. Just then, a familiar silhouette surfaced from the reservoir. The elder, Xiaolon, and Away turned in unison, astonished to find Subai, who had been missing for an hour. Away quickly paddled his small fishing boat to retrieve him. Mission accomplished. The Serpent King has been vanquished. In the water, Subai triumphantly raised a skeletal trophy of the Serpent King, proclaiming his victory to all. On the deck, Away's previously cheerful demeanor froze. His own failure was regrettable, yet the success of his rival struck deeper sorrow. Subai effortlessly executed a skill and leapt onto the deck. After shaking off the water, he clapped Away on the shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. Let's work together in my shop from now on." Away's red exclamation mark flickered. With a click, the game chimed. "You have completed the hidden quest, Away's challenge." This was merely the beginning. As he rowed ashore, the elder of the 7 stars welcomed him with a hearty laugh. "Young man, I truly did not misjudge you." With the Serpent King slain, the reservoir has returned to its former tranquility. "This place is about to become lively again. I entrust Xiaolon to you." Xiaolon manifested a blushing emoticon. Adorably bashful, Subai listened with a smile as the game notified him. Reward obtained: 100 copper coins, 7 days of free fishing at the reservoir, and 1 advanced bronze treasure chest. The bounty this time was substantial. "Await my good news about the shop," Subai confidently remarked to Xiaolon, who blushed slightly and remained non-committal. After bidding farewell to everyone, Subai hurriedly made his way to the fishing village. His very own store awaited him. At Qinghu Fish Pond, upon seeing the skeleton of the Serpent King, the white-bearded man expressed his astonishment. "I thought it would take at least a week to resolve. You have earned the qualification to open a shop." The game chimed. "Congratulations, you have received a blueprint for the dockside tavern. Please submit 3 silver coins and prepare the ingredients: 100 ordinary fish, 3 quality fish, and 1 rare treasure fish. Additionally, recruit staff to manage your very own establishment." The conditions were challenging, yet he had nearly everything ready. After several quests and collecting copper coins from the lake, Subai's total assets now approached 600 copper coins, equivalent to 6 silver coins. Even after paying half, he would still have a surplus. However, money, after all, is always better in abundance. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Subai joyfully raced towards his long-cherished dock, passing through the bustling shops lining the village. He was accompanied by the lively BGM resonating in the game. The thriving dock came into view, a stark contrast to the tranquil and orderly village. At the Golden Dock, the crowd surged. Various NPCs were present, including merchants purchasing fish, sailors just disembarking from fishing boats, and captains vocally seeking to recruit employees. Among them was a coastal wooden second-floor establishment. Subai did not head there, but instead searched for the merchant Xiaolon had mentioned. After wandering the dock for several minutes, he finally spotted him in a corner. This was an NPC clad in opulent silk garments, with a rotund belly. His name hovering above: Antique Merchant, Roger. Subai produced the ancient jade pendant and approached for a conversation. Roger took the pendant and promptly offered a price. "A fine piece. Many collectors will be interested. How about 2 silver coins? Do you agree?" Subai readily accepted. With a delightful chime, his game account balance surged to an unprecedented 800 copper coins. All conditions for opening the shop had been met. Chapter 44. The Fisherman's Lantern opens. Undercurrents in the Blackwater City. Congratulations, you have completed all prerequisite conditions. The Level 1 Tavern Fisherman's Lantern is now open for business. Please manage it well to upgrade and expand your establishment. On the bustling Golden Dock, Subai, accompanied by his 3 employees, Lin, Xiaolon, and Away, jubilantly cut the ribbon to celebrate the tavern's grand opening. Xiaolon, serving as the chef, busied herself in the back, fervently preparing dishes. Lin oversaw the overall operations as the front desk and financial manager. The robust Away acted as both a server and a bouncer, eagerly collaborating with Xiaolon in the kitchen. Currently, the Fisherman's Lantern offered a menu of cold seafood dishes alongside the tavern's complimentary grilled fish and fruit juice options. The advanced bronze treasure chest previously awarded had proven immensely helpful, revealing recipes for 2 signature dishes, braised fish and seafood stew. Coupled with its prime location, these 2 dishes alone could generate a daily revenue of 2 silver coins. Additionally, with beverage sales, the Fisherman's Lantern provided a stable income of 4 silver coins daily, significantly alleviating Su Bai's financial strain. Previously, he had been frugal with bait and fish feed, even purchasing inexpensive meals for the tadpole. Now, with the tavern's opening, he could upgrade both bait and equipment, with Away assisting in fishing and Linlin and Xiaolan aiding in gathering and selling. He was able to amass greater wealth and resources. The game had finally entered a virtuous cycle. Furthermore, to attract more patrons, Su Bai decided to use a small portion of the Serpent King's meat as a promotional item. He limited the sale to 3 portions each day, each priced at 2 silver coins. Due to its immense popularity, many merchants traveled from afar to visit the tavern. Linlin admired Su Bai's strategy. Introducing a special dish each day significantly enhances competitiveness. Within 3 days of opening, the revenue has already reached 18 silver coins. However, many customers have commented on the limited menu. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Once the funds allow, we can procure more options. These past few days, consumed by the affairs of the Fisherman's Lantern, he had transformed the fishing game into a management simulation. Standing within the tavern, he observed the ebb and flow of guests with satisfaction and casually opened the tavern details. Name: Fisherman's Lantern. Level 1 tavern. Feature: always full, at least 12 tables of guests daily. Staff: Linlin, 5 silver coins month. Xiaolan, 4 silver coins month. Away, free employee. Current menu: braised fish, seafood soup, cold seafood salad, grilled fish, etc. Today's special dish: king snake meat. Customer flow: 102 patrons. Revenue: 520 copper coins. Adventurous events: none. Each elevation of the tavern unlocks a new feature. As for adventurous events, they occur when guests arrive. If exquisite delicacies and fine wines are present, there is a chance to recruit them, though none have been encountered thus far. In recent days, aside from focusing on the tavern, exploration of the 7 Stars Reservoir has been the primary endeavor. With the assistance of Away, who has ventured back into the caverns, it was discovered that, unbeknownst to us, a 4-clawed azure dragon fish now guards the fissure, adorned with a treasure shell. It seems that with the fall of the king snake, it has taken the role of the gatekeeper boss. Unlike the dim-witted king snake, the azure dragon fish exhibits cunning. Currently, Su Bai is unable to contend with it and must adopt a gradual approach. The joyful moments spent gaming always feel fleeting, and before one realizes it, a week has passed. In contrast, Su Bai remains unperturbed. Within Blackwater City, currents are stirring around the impending Genius Sprint Camp. This is a super project backed by the state and funded by the 4 major groups, and who wouldn't desire their descendants to gain such nurturing? Initially, only the top 3 from over 20 local universities, a total of more than 70 prodigies, were eligible to enter. However, the limited slots seemed a squandering of resources. Some benefactors, and even relevant leaders, expressed that the number was too small and that competition was necessary. Consequently, some powerful factions donated vast sums of money or offered rare cards to bolster this sprint camp, thus securing a spot. In terms of monetary value, even 2 million might not suffice. We must also provide opportunities for others. An esteemed elder from the city Lord's Mansion remarked. Each year, the finest geniuses often do not emerge solely from academic institutions, but rather from the 4 major groups, young talents specially recruited by the state, and even freelancers. Therefore, the Genius Sprint Camp has decided that as long as candidates are under 20 years old and sufficiently outstanding, they may gain entry through trials set by the city Lord's Mansion. This announcement sent ripples throughout the community, prompting numerous talented professionals to take action. Elderchin suggested, could we perhaps increase the slots by another 100? Within the city Lord's Mansion, a towering figure, frequently seen on Blackwater television, spoke up. With a chiseled face that commanded respect without anger, he was none other than the city lord of Blackwater, Gudong. Beside him stood a modestly dressed elder, Elder Chun, who chuckled. If those companies could contribute more spirit pearls and cards, it would greatly enhance student cultivation. I've heard the champion from First High is just an ordinary fisherman? Truly impressive. Gudong, evidently well-versed in Su Bai's background, chuckled lightly. He is the son of the martyrs Su Tiangang and his wife, blessed with remarkable talent in cultivation. What piqued Elder Chin's interest in him? As the president of the fishing club, Elder Chin also belonged to the fishing profession, albeit at an epic level. I've encountered that young lad. He possesses great drive, Elder Chin mused. However, in this sprint camp, we have Blue Pepe from the Ocean Academy, by Sienner from First High, a super talent specially recruited by the Ocean Group, and your prized disciple. They are not merely swift in cultivation, Their professional abilities are diverse and extraordinary. If the young lad lacks true skill, he is likely to fade into obscurity. Speaking of that favored disciple, Gu Dong reflected, he trains diligently, but is excessively arrogant. Apart from Hua Wenzhong from the Ocean Group, he barely acknowledges his peers, and I hope this time he feels some pressure. In their view, the frontrunner in this sprint camp would most likely emerge from either of them, given that they had already honed their skills for 2 years, with only a minuscule chance for Baixianer to take the lead. After all, the Ocean Bard is a profession associated with the legendary diva, Ice Orchid. Inside Zhang Wanwen's opulent villa, Lu Tianqi, after examining his grandson's injuries, returned to the living room and, with a resounding crash, shattered a prized red oak table. How dare he touch my grandson? Not even his father, Su Tiangang, would have the audacity. The several maids in the living room trembled in fear. In contrast, Zhang Wanwen, who usually held a high position in the eyes of the students, now stood in the corner like a drowned rat, his head bowed, not daring to speak. He lacked even the courage to meet his father-in-law's gaze, and when a shard of the broken table flew towards him, he did not flinch. The shard tore through his suit pants, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Zhang Wanwen stood frozen, while only Lu Tianqi's precious daughter dared to voice her thoughts. Lu Yan wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and angrily declared, "Father, you must stand up for me. Avenge Xiaojiang. That wretch severely injured him and even had the audacity to mock us for compensation. If we let him roam free, what will others think of us? How can you lead in the bureau?" Her cries deepened Lu Tianqi's discomfort. At that moment, a man clad in a suit, with hawk-like eyes, rose from a red sofa. Lu Qing comforted, "Calm down. We shall avenge Xiaojiang. Anyone who dares to harm my nephew should not expect to escape unscathed. Tomorrow, I will serve as a mentor in the sprint camp. That wretch is as good as dead." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the unresponsive brother-in-law. Smirking as he taunted, "Zhang Wanwen, do you still consider yourself a man? Your son was humiliated before your very eyes, rendered a cripple, and you just stand there? If I were present, regardless of the principal or deputy director, I would have taken that boy's head on the spot." The unrelenting reprimand instilled fear in the maids. Yet Zhang Wanwen remained composed, evidently accustomed to his subservient role at home. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the sofa, where a young man resembling Lu Qing could hardly contain his mirth. Zhang Wanwen's eyes twitched, while Lu Yan shot a resentful glance at her brother's son. Lu Yihui quickly stifled his laughter, clearing his throat. "I watched the footage. That fisherman relied on his spirit pool realm strength to conceal his prowess and ambushed my cousin after entering the water. In reality, his direct combat ability is lacking, as he is merely an ordinary fisherman. In a couple of days, I shall investigate what peculiarities he possesses." Hearing this, Lu Tianqi frowned. Having lost one grandson, he could not afford to let his biological grandson face any mishap. "Subai may have some peculiarities. Do not act rashly. Whatever happens, your father will handle it. I've already established connections at the sprint camp. In any case, we must not let that young man emerge." Lu Qing nodded with a grin. "Understood, old man." 2 years ago, when Jingji met her end at his hands. Chapter 45. The night before leaving home, an eager cousin? "Brother, what have you been busy with these past few days?" At the dinner table that night, when Xin picked up a piece of braised snake meat, blowing away the steam before placing it in her mouth. Over the last few days, she wondered where her cousin had procured such nourishing snake meat. It was exceptionally revitalizing. The young girl had developed a cherubic roundness. The two pets, a lively little turtle and a fish, swirled around her in joyful exuberance. Among the 4 family members, Subai consumed the most. He scooped several tender pieces of king snake meat into his bowl, undeterred by the scalding heat, and eagerly devoured them. His uncle and aunt exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching in astonishment. Initially, the snake meat was prepared, and the 2 of them consumed a small piece. As a result, they were plagued by sleepless nights for 2 consecutive evenings. Terrified, the couple dared only to sip a bit of snake soup, and even then, they refrained from overindulgence. At the Fengxi River, they fished, practiced their abilities, and played games. Subai swiftly resolved the battle with remarkable efficiency, placing his clean bowl down with a serious expression. "Playing games?" When Xin paused slightly, revealing a small tiger tooth, she proudly declared, "I have been attending supplementary classes for the past 7 days. Just look." She extended her small hand, from which a dreamlike, translucent jellyfish with 6 tentacles gracefully danced amidst the rising gray spiritual mist, captivating the admiration of Wen Herong and Chen Suling. "I always said our daughter has a talent for dance. Just look, even her pet possesses such artistic flair." Chen Suling beamed with pride. This was indeed when Xin's first contracted water spirit, the dream jellyfish. "Oh, you've already established a spirit pool?" Noticing the color of the jellyfish, Subai immediately recognized her progress. "Cousin, you are quite slow. I broke through 3 days ago." When Xinxin's fair hand danced up and down as the jellyfish twirled around her master, one tentacle affectionately brushing against her delicate fingers. Regardless, I am still the runner-up of the Ocean Academy, and with the peculiar spiritual food you provided, if I couldn't establish a spirit pool, that would be rather pathetic. Yet, I still cannot compare to Pepe. She broke through during her trial. The affinity she displayed while controlling the water spirit indicated the hard work she had put in. You have advanced to the spirit pool level? The couple was pleasantly surprised by this news. It should be noted that professionals at the spirit pool level are the backbone of society. With diligent efforts, one can typically attain a middle-class status. Our team leader has only opened 2 spirit pools, yet his monthly salary exceeds 20,000. When Heron could hardly contain his joy, feeling that his life had been worthwhile. One of his colleagues was so eager for his son to break through that he would willingly sacrifice years off his own life. Xinxin still has to continue striving. In the future, she won't have to toil through the mundane and exhausting daily labor. Chen Suling felt a twinge of pain in her back as she uttered these words. Due to her ordinary profession, she often had to find work cleaning and tidying up. A laborious and dirty job that made her acutely aware of the difficulties faced by women. I understand, Mom. When Xinxin had watched her parents work since childhood, so she was well aware. Clenching her small fist confidently, she proclaimed, in a little while, after I pass the assessment and join the Pacific Guild, both of you can retire early and enjoy life. By the way, cousin, Pepe and many others have been asking me how you defeated the abyssal demon fish. And even Zhang Junjiang. As the champion of the first high school, particularly as a fishing professional, his story was so dramatic that it had circulated among over 20 universities. There were even paparazzi investigating secretly, had it not been for the intervention of the Sea Group, which publicly shielded him. Who knows how many troubles he would have faced in these past 7 days. However, being recruited by the 4 major groups in advance left many astonished. How many rare professions enjoyed such treatment? Most importantly, he was merely a white-collar worker. The background of Sea provided Su Bai with numerous covert benefits. Otherwise, the school would have held him accountable, and Zhang Wanwen's covert retaliation would have persisted. Even if they couldn't bring him down legally, they could still annoy him. Draining his energy, setting down his utensils, Su Bai assisted his aunt in clearing the table, only to be waved away by Chen Suling. You do this every day. Go review your studies. We have to head out tomorrow. Not to mention classmates. Even mentors needed to be approached with caution. When Hairon's expression turned serious. As Zhang Wanwen's father-in-law held significant influence in the education system, one must be exceedingly careful. I understand. A confident smile flickered across Su Bai's face. After 7 days of maritime endeavors, he could hardly fathom how strong he had become. He beckoned to his cousin. Don't you want to gauge my strength? Come. Let me test you. Really? When Xinxin's eyes sparkled with surprise, her cousin had become increasingly enigmatic since his career change, often bringing back rare market fish. Su Bai glanced at the somewhat cramped living room. Let us go to the small park downstairs. There's not enough space here. All right. I look forward to your guidance, cousin. When Xinxin revealed her confident little tiger teeth, observing the 2 of them hastily descend the stairs, Chen Suling hurriedly called out, come back early. The small park gets crowded in the evening. There are even people who recognize Su Bai, inquiring about the secrets of his life profession. Look, he is the one who shattered records as a fishing professional, becoming this year's first high school champion. An elderly man, his hair completely white, pointed to Su Bai, encouraging his grandson to emulate him in his studies. Is that Su? I've seen your remarkable achievements on Blackwater TV. Others even requested to take photos. As the crowd began to swell around them, Su Bai quickly took his cousin and fled to a different location. It wasn't until they had run 10 kilometers to a somewhat secluded area that they finally stopped. Observing her cousin's bewildered expression, when Xinxin chuckled, cousin, you fish outside every day and yet you didn't realize you have become an idol among the neighbors? Su Bai rubbed his chin, realizing he had indeed gained a fair amount of notoriety, becoming the ideal child next door in the eyes of others. It was mainly due to the unique nature of his profession, coupled with its stark contrast. There's no one around now. You can summon your water spirit. Su Bai surveyed the surroundings before confidently stating, hee, then I shall not hold back. Cousin, are you sure you won't bring out your fishing rod or that rusty iron sword? Su Bai chuckled and shook his head, having donned no equipment. When Xinxin felt it necessary to teach her proud cousin a small lesson, she extended her slender hand, and the dream jellyfish reappeared, its tentacles swaying and sparkling in the night. No need, just go ahead and make your move. Standing over 10 meters away, Su Bai observed his cousin quietly. As a summoner of water spirits, the majority of her combat power relied on her pet. Little dream, attack. With when Xinxin's command, the beautiful dream jellyfish suddenly dimmed, vanishing into the night. Bolstered by the dual data from the game and reality, Su Bai's perceptual attributes were formidable. He swiftly spotted the jellyfish sneaking up. its form expanding to over 2 meters in length. Cousin, if your clothes get dirty, don't blame me. When Shinshin playfully stuck out her tongue, looking rather pleased with herself. Before the dream jellyfish could get close, it opened its mouth and spewed forth a jet of pitch-black ink. Do you think you're an octopus? Without needing to employ any skills, Subai lightly stomped his right foot, effortlessly evading the sneak attack and turning to charge toward his cousin. Having survived life and death battles against the Azure Dragon Fish and the twin-crowned Black Snake King, Subai's practical combat experience far exceeded that of his peers. As he surged forward, when Shinshin remained unfazed, subtly shifting her feet. Everyone knew that when dealing with summoners, striking directly at their core was the most effective strategy. She was certainly seasoned in this regard. As Subai dashed forward, a massive tentacle swiftly swept toward his waist with a resounding crack. Not only that, but the remaining 5 tentacles of the dream jellyfish flailed menacingly, blocking all avenues of escape. Additionally, a jet of ink was sprayed directly at him. Shinshin is putting up a good fight. It's no surprise she is the runner-up. Subai realized that his cousin was not merely the ordinary girl he thought he knew, but rather a seasoned summoner. However, despite his words, his demeanor remained remarkably relaxed. With a firm stamp of his foot, he skillfully executed a leap reminiscent of a fish soaring through the sky. Under when Shinshin's incredulous gaze, his body, agile as a carp, soared 5 meters high, effortlessly escaping the encirclement and closing the distance between them. Older cousin, that's quite unfair, when Shinshin exclaimed, sensing the precariousness of her situation as she attempted to flee. In a swift motion, Subai darted forward, reaching for her playful little braid. Oh dear. You need to train more. Against swift and agile professions, your disadvantages are too pronounced. Suddenly, just as he was about to seize her, when Shinshin spun around and made a face. Behold my yo-yo, she declared, extending her delicate palm towards the advancing Subai. A blue, whirling turtle hurtled through the air, aimed directly at his face. Chapter 46. Departure. The stark contrast of class groups, envious neighbors. The distance between them was minimal, merely within 2 meters. The azure turtle spun outwards, its size expanding to that of a grinding disc in an instant. Any practitioner of the same level would find it impossible to evade. However, Subai's current strength was formidable, rivaling that of high-tier spiritual realms. In a critical moment, a crimson giant fish flashed past him, and he leaned back sharply, skillfully dodging the attack. Quite creative. If an enemy manages to get close, they would suffer greatly during the initial encounter. Subai performed a nimble maneuver and once again reached for his cousin's ponytail. Don't grab, when Shinshin exclaimed, as a blue energy shield suddenly emerged around her, resembling a turtle shell. While its defensive capabilities were commendable, for Subai, it was merely a matter of channeling a bit more spiritual energy to break through the shield and capture her. I concede, please don't tug too hard. It hurts a bit. With her braid in his grasp, the little girl puffed up her cheeks, feeling a mix of pride and disappointment at her failed strike. Subai playfully flicked her shiny head with his finger, admiring the dreamlike jellyfish and little turtle swirling around her. You've done remarkably well. With the jellyfish for ranged attacks and the turtle for protection in close combat, I dare say most rare professions wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even many epic professions would falter if they underestimated you during their first encounter. In the future, nurture your water spirit well and sign a contract with a compatible third spirit. Your prospects are boundless. Really? When Shinshin's confidence blossomed with his praise, she reached out to play with her 2 pets, swinging her ponytail playfully. Cousin, how many spiritual pools have you opened? Why is your spiritual energy red? Just opened the 4th spiritual pool, Subai responded modestly. His cousin gazed at him with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. After their sparring match, they sat on the steps nearby, chatting. And when Shinshin took a keen interest in discussing Baixianer, you wouldn't believe it. Over 20 boys from our school have confessed to her. The 3rd-ranked Du Zhang went to great lengths to pursue her, only to find out she wouldn't even meet him. With a mischievous grin, when Shinshin added, "There's a rumor that you and Zhang Junjiang had a falling out over jealousy. I was worried about you being provoked by Du Zhang and his crew. But now it seems," she chuckled, "you showed them mercy by not defeating them outright. Is she really that popular?" Subai, despite having heard of Baixianer's renown, felt the reality of it for the first time. "What about that Lan Pei from your school? I've heard she has been eager to compete with Baixianer. What is her strength like?" Subai inquired, having heard of her reputation prior to the trials, noting her lineage from an ancient family. After all, being a mermaid, she was formidable in water and possessed magical abilities. Both were epic professions known for their melodic voices, naturally curious to see who excelled. When Shinshin shook her head, "I really don't understand what goes on in boys' minds. Flowers are delivered to her daily. Perhaps your popularity isn't too low either," Subai teased, observing her innocent expression. When Shinshin crossed her arms defiantly, her eyes rolling in disdain. "I wouldn't play with them. The two cousins continued their light-hearted banter, losing track of time until nightfall. Ding dong. Subai's phone, which he hadn't checked in ages, suddenly chimed, and upon opening it, he couldn't help but chuckle. The class group chat had become lively. It seems that tomorrow, Subai and the others are heading to the Genius Sprint Camp. Let us cheer them on. We can't let students from other schools look down on Class 1. Fist emoji, expressive sticker. Jiang Shaoqi. What a pity I wasn't selected, otherwise. I'd have cooked fish for you all. Numerous girls specifically warned Subai to train cautiously. Wu Jingxin. I've heard they VE expanded recruitment. Many are geniuses from the 4 major groups and freelancers, putting even more pressure on Subai and the others. Best of luck to our class monitor at the sprint camp. By the end of the month, at the Blackwater Festival. Let everyone witness the splendor of our Class 1, Senior 3. This annual event is the most popular and attended in Blackwater City, drawing much attention. Wang Chuxing. Rest assured, classmates, I will not disgrace our name and will showcase the pride of Class 1. Naturally, the students erupted in encouragement and flattery. Many harbored doubts, wondering how it had come to this if Zhang Junjiang hadn't been knocked down. Meanwhile, those who had previously followed Zhang Junjiang, like LV Wan and Chu Xiaowen, remained silent. Several teachers also logged in to encourage Subai. The contrast to the earlier mockery from classmates and the teacher's cold indifference was striking. Subai remained silent in the group chat, his strength evident, surrounded by well-meaning individuals. Besides the greetings from his classmates, there was also a message from Li Wei of the Sihai group. Do your best tomorrow. This sprint camp has expanded recruitment to the entire society, with an investment exceeding 3 billion. If your overall score can place you in the top 3, the company will offer you an S-level contract, providing all necessary resources for your development. Should you encounter any issues, contact a mentor named Sikong Bei. He is the chief instructor at our Blackwater branch. An A-level contract alone could secure 2 million and numerous other benefits, not to mention the more prestigious S contract. The Zhang family had been established in the city for so long, cultivating various connections, and without the protection of the Sihai group, who knows how many troubles might arise. Sikong Bei, Subai mused, repeating the name to himself. What is on your mind, cousin? When Xinxin asked, noticing him absorbed in his phone. Messages of congratulations from classmates. He replied, shaking his head as he put his phone away. Let us head home. All right. The moonlight shimmered on the river, casting a sparkling reflection of the two figures returning home. The following morning, at the entrance of the community, the family of 4 awaited their ride. When Herong repeatedly cautioned Subai to exercise caution and to prioritize discretion in all matters. Xinxin, just follow your cousin and listen to him if anything arises. Chen Sulin held her daughter's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. This is the first time you'll be away from home for so long. I'm worried you might be tricked by some bad people, especially those little rascals. Keep your distance. Listening to her mother's incessant warnings. When Xinxin finally pulled her hand free, exclaiming in exasperation, all right, mom. This time, we have the state backing us. There won't be any of those troublemakers. Besides, I have my cousin with me. With a beaming smile, when Xinxin turned and approached Subai, playfully shaking his right arm. Cousin, you're the most dashing practitioner in the city. You will surely protect me, she asserted. Of course, Subai replied with a confident grin. As the 4 of them engaged in conversation, numerous residents were returning home from grocery shopping or heading off to work. Upon spotting Subai and Wen Xinxin, they stopped to greet them. Little Su, out practicing so early? Truly diligent. No wonder you're the champion of the entire school. Look at my lazy kid, still sleeping in. The smiles on the neighbors' faces were warm and inviting, and one lady from the 15th floor even insisted on inviting them for breakfast, claiming she could offer guidance for her grandson's studies. Surrounded by the crowd, when Xinxin felt a twinge of fear and hid behind Subai. Just as the throng grew larger, a siren blared. A sleek, black Mercedes-Benz, measuring over 7 meters, made its way through, its conspicuous white license plate prompting the onlookers to part ways. The security personnel immediately saluted and opened the barrier. It was an official vehicle, worth at least $1 million. What could it possibly be here for? Surely, it was to pick up the 2 children of the Wen family, one a school champion and the other a runner-up. Indeed, they were specially recruited by the Sihai group. I heard the bonus was a staggering 3 million. If my kid were that talented, I'd gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Moreover, that little Su is merely a fisherman. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the black Mercedes came to a halt in front of Subai. A familiar figure emerged from the passenger seat. Old Bai Haoji. Come, let us get in, he beckoned, directing his gaze at the shy girl hiding behind Subai. This must be your cousin, Wen Xinxin. I received instructions to pick her up as well. Thank you. Teacher Bai, Subai nodded, pulling open the armored car door with a flourish. To his surprise, he found the interior lavishly adorned with 2 rows of seats, and a small round table equipped with an automatic coffee machine and various beverages. Most importantly, a beautiful young lady was already seated inside, delicately sipping a cup of black coffee from a ceramic mug. Chapter 47. Reunion with Sienna at the dock. Sienna's long, exquisite black eyelashes fluttered as she glanced at Sue by standing outside the vehicle, softly urging, "Aren't you coming in? Class monitor, you're early." Subai remarked as he took Shinshin's hand, guiding her into the car first. The little girl tumbled into the corner of the seat, her big, shiny eyes observing the renowned school beauty across from her. "Auntie, we'll be leaving now. I estimate we'll return by the end of the month." The black Mercedes began to roll away as Subai opened the thick, 5-centimeter armored window, waving goodbye to his uncle. "Take care of yourselves. And be sure to stay safe," when Heron called out, his concern evident. "Mom, Dad, don't work too hard. Come home early," when Shinshin chimed, shaking her pristine white hand. "You've waited for your daughter for months. It's time for you both to enjoy retirement," she added, urging them to heed her brother's words. Chen Suling remained apprehensive about her daughter. Among the crowd, many students gazed enviously at the departing black car, wishing to experience such luxury themselves. It wasn't until the Mercedes had traveled quite a distance and turned the corner that when Shinshin reluctantly closed the armored window. "Sue, why don't you introduce your sister?" Sienna gracefully inquired as she lifted the delicate coffee pot, asking, "Would you care for a cup?" "Of course, thank you." "Class monitor," Subai replied, confidently retrieving 2 small cups from the table's stand. "This is my sister, Shinshin, the runner-up from the Ocean College at No. 2 High School. You might have seen her name on the leaderboard." Shinshin shyly smiled, carefully lifting her cup of coffee. "Hello, Jia, just call me Shinshin. I often hear my brother mention you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You're even more beautiful in person." Subai nearly choked on his aromatic coffee, surprised at his own mention of the class monitor. Sienna paused momentarily, glancing at the slightly embarrassed Subai before continuing. "My father is responsible for transporting 3 students from No. 1 High School, and I happened to catch a ride this morning. Since when is living with you?" "The company arranged for us to travel together. Next, we'll be picking up Wang." Subai nodded, while Shinshin curiously asked, "Where are we going for training?" Typically, one would expect to head to the company's training base, but given the substantial investment this time, it was evidently not that simple. "I'm not entirely sure of the details. I just know that once everyone is gathered, we'll first meet at the dock," Sienna replied, glancing out the window. "The dock? Are we going out to sea?" Subai's heart raced. Was it that significant? Currently, the ocean was a haven for monstrous creatures. Not to mention the unpredictable temporal storms that could occasionally transport individuals into abyssal dungeons. At most, one would only train in the nearby waters. Subai mused to himself. A total of 200 prodigies had been selected for this session, many of whom were specially recruited and had already transitioned to their second year. Suddenly, from the front passenger seat, Old Bai interjected, "The scale of this training investment and the caliber of the instructors are unprecedented. A few prodigies have even opened their 7th or 8th spiritual pools. Your abilities would be considered average in the sprint camp. When it comes to practical experience, skill techniques, and equipment, you are at the very bottom. You must seize this opportunity. It lays a solid foundation for the upcoming Blackwater Festival and your future university studies. Even your lifelong career path." The 3 in the back seat listened intently, nodding in agreement. After about 10 minutes, the black car gradually came to a stop. Wang Chuxing, who had been waiting for quite some time, opened the armored door. "Class monitor, you're here too?" His eyes brightened upon seeing Sienna seated calmly beside him. Just as he was about to step in and sit beside her, a cough interrupted him. "Ahem." Subai gestured toward the empty seat beside him with an unfriendly expression. Wang Chuxing awkwardly smiled and obediently took a seat next to Subai. Naturally, Subai introduced his cousin to him. The 4 of them engaged in casual conversation in the car, discussing how their training had been over the past week. Wang Chuxing, nurtured by the Ocean Group, had indeed opened a spiritual pool and was currently in the process of accumulating spiritual energy. He confidently declared that by the end of the training, he would at least reach the 4th pool realm. "As for me, I've just opened my 2nd pool," Sienna said, leaning against the car door, her elbow propping up her lovely cheek. "Compared to breaking through, I'm more focused on solidifying my foundation. Our practical combat skills lag far behind those of seasoned professionals." Subai nodded, recognizing that there was still considerable room for improvement in techniques and agility. "Hee, Jia, I have also opened my 2nd spiritual pool." When Shinshin chimed in, displaying her little tiger teeth proudly. "Brother, I've been catching so many delicious and nutritious precious fish every day, along with decades-old blood clams and serpent kings. Just by eating, I've already filled up with spiritual energy." Hiss. At this, the previously boastful Wang Chuxing suddenly fell silent, unable to hide his confusion. He couldn't help but ask, "Precious fish are in high demand on the market. Where did you catch so many? Lysander cast a curious glance at her. Your fishing skills are impressive. I noticed that during the trials. I would love to taste the fish you've caught. The class leader is earnest and disapproves of taking advantage of classmates. However, he has never uttered such words before, leaving Subai exceedingly curious. He shrugged, all right. Considering the training camp, is there a place to fish? Before long, the black Mercedes gradually slowed down, peering through the bulletproof glass. Subai observed the bustling activity at Fengshi Pier, where a group of armed officers clad in blue uniforms were patrolling. At the bridge's edge stood a confident and radiant assembly of handsome young men and beautiful women in various school uniforms, engaged in animated discussions. Nearby, elite mentors from different schools maintained vigilant watch over the surroundings. We've arrived, Oldby in the passenger seat remarked solemnly. As the black Mercedes approached the pier's checkpoint, two armed officers knocked on the window. The driver submitted the necessary documents and faced the camera for iris recognition to verify their identities. Simultaneously, a scanning beam passed over the 7-meter-long vehicle. Passage individuals, Pacific drivers Wen Minxian, first high school teacher by Haoji, student by Xiener, Subai, Wen Xinxin, Wang Chuxing. Spirit wave fluctuations conforming, passage granted. As the imposing 30-centimeter black gate slowly ascended, the black Mercedes entered the pier. Subai glanced around at the patrolling officers and the hundreds of surveillance cameras, noting the presence of sniper rifles and machine guns strategically positioned on water towers and rooftops. He inquired, is the security at Fengshi Pier this stringent? The pier, flanked by the river, often faced disruptions from sea beasts, but today's vigilance was exceedingly excessive, with virtually everyone under scrutiny. As the vehicle came to a gentle stop, Oldby opened the door, beckoning them to exit with a smile. You are still young and may not realize that sometimes the greatest threats do not arise from sea beasts, but from humanity itself. Numerous organizations have descended into depravity, targeting prodigies. If something were to happen to you, the future of Blackwater City would languish for a long time. How could one afford to be careless? Chapter 48, A Gathering of Heroes, The Mermaid Singer, The Unrivaled Youthful Beauty Lan Peipei. At Fengshi Pier, the waves crashed against the rocks, and now and then, a couple of red-eyed sea beasts surfaced, sniffing the air laden with the scent of humanity, attempting to swim ashore for a meal. As they neared, a gunshot rang out, and a guard stationed at the lighthouse executed a precise shot, bringing the sea beast down, its blood tainting the surrounding waters. Within a minute, the blood-scented waters attracted other sea beasts, which swiftly devoured the carcass. Old Wang continued his routine of transporting goods, but before he could reach his usual post, a guard warned him away with a drawn weapon. Traffic control, no approaching. Puzzled, he retreated, wondering if the Lord's Manor had assigned a new task. No. It's because a batch of talented students is out at sea for training, hence the strict regulations, explained a lean dock worker. Amidst the guard's patrol, Subai, along with Wen Xinxin and Bai Xiener, disembarked. Noticing the arrival of more students, many of the handsome and beautiful individuals engaged in discussions turned their gazes towards them. Bai Xiener, with her flowing black hair and pristine white uniform from First High School, caught many eyes, while some recognized Subai, the legendary angler who had recently emerged from First High School. They speculated about Wen Xinxin, the runner-up from the Ocean College, and wondered if she had transferred to be with the students from First High School. That must be Bai Xiener, renowned for her legendary profession akin to ice orchid. It's said that one of the awakening conditions for ocean singers is extraordinary beauty, and it appears the rumors hold true. Although the discussions were hushed, the group had already opened their spiritual pools and naturally overheard. Bai Xiener, accustomed to the accolades from others, merely faced the sea breeze and brushed her hair back. Subai, seemingly oblivious, was engaged in conversation with Wen Xinxin about the best spots for fishing. Meanwhile, Wang Chuxing, realizing that no one was looking at him, discreetly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit out of place among the gathered talents of Blackwater City, where his rare profession seemed quite ordinary. Our cruise ship hasn't arrived yet. Let's grab some breakfast first. Oldby greeted familiar teachers and led them to a nearby lounge. Xinxin, you're late. A striking figure approached, her water blue hair dancing in the wind. With a curvaceous silhouette, she wore a simple white tank top that accentuated her enviable figure. Draped with a blue and white uniform from Second High School, her short light blue denim shorts showcased her long, fair legs, exuding a youthful charm that caught the attention of several male classmates. This enchanting beauty in shorts approached, exclaiming, have you gained a bit of weight? Peipei, you're already here? Wen Xinxin turned in surprise, subtly tugging at Subai's sleeve. She then noticed a refined teacher from Second High School, sporting glasses, approaching with a smile. Good day, Teacher Wen. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement and greeted Old Bai with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Bai. They clearly knew each other well, exchanging a handshake. It's been a while. Is she the mermaid? Subai assessed the youthful and alluring Lan Peipei, noting that, compared to the class leader's simplicity and purity, her vibrant aura was equally striking. Particularly captivating were her long, fair legs and luminous skin, which elevated her overall beauty. Lan Pei was also observing the group. Her gem-like water-blue eyes flicked toward Wang Chuxing without hesitation. Upon seeing Bai Xianer in her immaculate white uniform, a competitive glint appeared in her gaze. Lan Pei discreetly lowered her eyes, evaluating her own attire. I'm not inferior to her. My long legs are even more alluring. As her azure gaze fell upon Su Bai by the shore, it brightened suddenly. Lan Pei took Wen Xinxin's hand and approached, elegantly extending her fair hand. Xinxin, is this your brother, Su Bai from first high school? Yes, my big brother is quite impressive, Wen Xinxin said, her lips curling into a proud smile. Akin to a content little cat, not only is he the champion of first high school, but he is also exceptional at fishing. I've gained a few pounds at home thanks to his skills. Is that so? To elevate an ordinary profession to the utmost requires efforts beyond imagination. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lan Pei extended her hand warmly. Early birds get the worm, Su Bai replied casually as he shook her hand, only to feel a moment of surprise. Upon contact, he first noticed Lan Pei's soft palm. Then, seemingly inadvertently, her slender fingers brushed against his palm as she withdrew her hand. Second high school's Ocean College. The mermaid singer, Lan Pei, she introduced herself with a smile. Greeting Bai Xianer in passing. Bai Xianer nodded slightly, providing a brief introduction of her own. When it came to Wang Chuxing's turn, he had prepared an elaborate introduction in his mind, but Lan Pei merely waved her hand in acknowledgement, leaving the young man feeling somewhat disappointed. You're the angler who has wasted the wave sword. As the conversation unfolded, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall and wielding a large blade, approached from behind Lan Pei. If not for the school uniform of the second high school he donned, one might hardly discern that he was a student. His thick brows and large eyes sparkled with eagerness as he fixed his gaze on Su Bai. A rare profession, the great swordmaster, Du Zhang. When Xinxin introduced to the trio from the first high school, it appeared he was a formidable offensive type. Su Bai offered a slight nod. Once again we meet. Bai Shui, Du Zhang exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his enthusiasm palpable as he turned to Bai Xianer. She merely cast a sidelong glance, seemingly unimpressed. By the way, our vessel to pick us up has yet to arrive, Du Zhang remarked, raising an eyebrow at Su Bai. You may not be aware, but your astounding achievements as a lifestyle profession have circulated among several schools. As a great sword master, I yearn to engage in battle with strong opponents. Would you honor me with a challenge? He was evidently a belligerent spirit, yet his intentions appeared straightforward and devoid of malice. When Xinxin scoffed, Du Zhang, you can't even best me, yet you wish to challenge my brother? I must inform you, during a recent spar with him, he barely exerted himself before I was on the ground. Coughing slightly, Du Zhang's face reddened at being belittled by a young girl. That was due to your summon, which just happened to counter my abilities. If I were to close the distance, you would find yourself in greater peril. Isn't it the role of a summoner to remain at the back? When Xinxin shot him an exasperated look. It seems there is also a combat chamber at the dock, and I am quite curious, since we have some time to spare. Lan Pei's azure eyes sparkled with anticipation. The interest in Su Bai's abilities extended beyond mere outsiders. Even Bai Xianer, Wang Chuxing, and even Old Bai were intrigued. Having displayed the prowess of the spirit pool realm during the trials, what might he have achieved after 7 days of arduous training? However, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Bai calmly shook his head in refusal. It would be wiser to conserve energy for the sprint camp. There will undoubtedly be opportunities for competition there. For now, it is best to gather strength. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Lan Pei's eyes. She had hoped for a glimpse of the enchanting and impressive figure, yet his refusal to even spar left one pondering the depth of his true capabilities. Bai Xianer glanced at the other students who were eyeing them curiously and nodded, recognizing that revealing one's strength at this juncture was not particularly wise. My brother is looking out for your best interests, when Xinxin stated earnestly. Du Zhang, slightly disheartened, shrugged. Fair enough, there will be opportunities at the sprint camp. In the distance, a group of students leaning against the railing had been observing Su Bai intently. Upon realizing no conflict had arisen, they expressed their disappointment. That Su Bai seems a bit timid. Are you sure he was the one who incapacitated your cousin? Guei-sun teased his companion. Lu Yihui furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Bai's amiable demeanor with a hint of perplexity. Could he possibly be all show? After all, his cousin had always been a weakling, barely managing to obtain a blessing card from others, only to draw a rare profession. He himself had an epic profession, cultivated meticulously by his father and grandfather since childhood. Perhaps I wouldn't even need to trouble my father. I could handle this myself. As a fleeting thought crossed Lu Yihui's mind, he sensed a gaze laden with hostility directed his way. Su Bai turned to look, and upon noticing the resemblance between Lu Yihui and Zhang Junjiang, A knowing smile graced his lips. Chapter 49. The cruise ship, conflict erupts, and Lu Yihui's quick defeat. Beep beep. From the distant horizon, a three-tiered cruise ship glided toward them. Standing on the ship was a dignified man clad in a simple sports shirt, who waved to the students on the dock as the vessel docked. Esteemed talents from various prestigious schools, thank you for your patience. Please board in an orderly fashion under the guidance of your teachers. We should reach our destination in approximately 2 hours. The teachers directed their students to line up and ascend the ship. The guards appeared noticeably more alert as they patrolled their surroundings. Let us board, Subai said, following the flow of people alongside by Xiener and Wenxinshin. Once they departed from solid ground, an inexplicable sensation washed over them. My cells are practically rejoicing. By Xiener exclaimed, extending her fair hand to capture the sea breeze. I feel like jumping into the ocean. Lan Pei leaned against the railing, gazing at the azure sea and sky, filled with an impulsive desire to dive in. The group soon ascended to the second floor, where the yacht was equipped with a restaurant, cafe, bar, and combat chamber, all of which were already being claimed by eager students. Subai, however, was not particularly interested in the entertainment facilities. Instead, he found a lounge chair on the deck at the bow of the ship and settled down, the vast ocean before him allowing his mind to relax. It was a rare opportunity to be out at sea, and he occasionally caught sight of a few plump fish leaping from the water. This route had been cleared of dangerous sea creatures, leaving only an abundance of delectable fish. Seizing the moment, Subai instinctively retrieved a vibrant red fishing rod and began to fish. Cousin, what drink would you like? Wenxinshin asked cheerfully as she approached with a teapot. Just green tea will suffice. If you have something that piques your interest, feel free to explore. You don't need to stay with me, Subai replied, glancing at his companions. He noticed that the class monitor had also taken a seat nearby, engrossed in a book while observing him fish. As for Wang Chuxing, he had ventured to the yacht's entertainment area. Even Lan Pei, the lively and stunning beauty, chose to sit in a white rocking chair, her strikingly pale legs crossed, and swaying gently as she watched him fish with her enchanting azure eyes. I must admit, I'm curious to see how skilled you truly are, Wenxinshin remarked with a light chuckle as she poured tea for the others. I haven't had a proper chance to observe your fishing technique. Do show me a few tricks. Subai remained non-committal, leisurely gazing at the sea. As a star among the competitors, his every move had already garnered the attention of rivals eager to glean insights from his fishing technique. Little did they know, Subai was merely engaging in a pastime, free from any burdens. Nevertheless, possessing fishing skills, it took him no more than a couple of minutes to reel in a sizable blue fish, eliciting laughter from the three young ladies nearby. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the upper deck. Lu Yihue approached the demure Wenxinshin seated beside him and spoke in a gentle tone. 1. Watching someone fish can be rather dull. There's a shooting room inside where you can shoot water algae balls. Would you like to team up? Occasionally, male students would flirt with their female classmates, but Lu Yihue's demeanor instinctively repelled Wenxinshin. She wrinkled her nose slightly and declined. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in shooting. I prefer watching my brother fish. Feeling publicly rebuffed, a flicker of anger flashed in Lu Yihue's eyes. In school, beautiful girls would often flock to him. However, his primary purpose for this trip was to probe Su Bai's capabilities. Pretending to lament, he casually leaned closer to where Su Bai was storing his catch. As he swung his right foot to nudge the water tank, he spread his hands in a gesture of regret. What a pity. The shooting room has competitions between teams from different schools. Unfortunately, I still need one more partner. I wonder if the two lovely ladies would care to join. A glimmer of fervor flickered in his gaze as he looked at Lan Pei and Bai Xiener. To his surprise, the girls surrounding Su Bai possessed beauty and grace that surpassed even many television stars, rendering the ordinary girls at school utterly unremarkable in comparison. If he could win over one of them, he would undoubtedly have opportunities to act during the 3 weeks at the sprint camp, even if it meant resorting to some auxiliary tricks. Not only can this greatly strike at Su Bai, but it also serves as retribution for my cousin. Oh, dear cousin, since you can no longer seek mercy, it falls upon your elder brother to toil and avenge you. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he kicked the water tank with his right foot. The moment he approached, Su Bai sensed the concealed animosity within him, easily detecting the subtle movements. With a swift motion of his left hand, Su Bai yanked the water tank, seemingly exerting too much force, causing seawater to splash out and land squarely on Lu Yihue's right foot. In an instant, his pant leg was drenched, and Lu Yihue's smile froze. From the upper deck on the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor, several students heard the commotion and turned to look, bursting into laughter. Lu Yihue had yet to grasp the situation when he noticed Wenxinshin, Bai Xiener, and Lan Pei casting disdainful glances in his direction before quickly averting their eyes, as if he were a piece of refuse, too filthy to behold. Yihue, aren't you going to dry your pants? Gui's son called from the railing on the 3rd floor. Lu Yihui then became aware of the collective gaze upon him and lowered his head. To his dismay, due to the wet fabric, his bright red underwear was vaguely visible beneath. The sight only added to the absurdity of the situation, particularly for a man of his stature. Classmate, I know one must avoid bad omens at sea, but isn't this a bit excessive? Subai teased. Upon hearing this, Lu Yihui's brow twitched as he darkly replied. You must be that Su who grievously injured my cousin, right? The water tank wasn't secured, and now my pants are wet. How do you intend to compensate for this? Cousin? Zhang Junjiang, perhaps? Su Bai's eyes narrowed. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity, a persistent urge to strike him. Lu Yihui, champion of the War Academy. An epic class with a venomous diving sting, possessed extraordinary speed and agility. He had already opened a spirit pool during the trials. Now at least at the second pool level. Lan Pei whispered, his father, Lu Qing, is the vice principal, and he has been heavily nurtured since childhood. The Zhang Wanwen you slapped is his brother-in-law. Ah, it all makes sense. A glint of severity flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Lu Yihui's earlier odd behavior was merely a provocation, a test. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, given the position of your right foot, you might have stepped right into it. I wasn't seeking trouble, yet you are the one who plays the victim. So, Zhang Junjiang is your cousin? Has he emerged from the ICU? Are you here seeking vengeance? His tone was laced with hostility, causing Lan Pei to momentarily falter. Previously, when Du Zhang had issued a challenge, he had politely declined. She had thought him to be rather gentle. Lu Yihui, feeling uncomfortable with his soaked pants, furrowed his brows. He had always been the one to threaten others. When had he ever suffered such a covert humiliation? A pitiful wretch without parents. Don't think that just because you topped the charts at #1 high school, you are beyond reproach. A thick haze of gray spirit energy surrounded Lu Yihui, and the atmosphere grew tense. 3 pools. Judging by that color, the third spirit pool is abundant. Seeking justice for his cousin? His grandfather is the director of the Education Bureau. This fisherman is in for a world of trouble. Students began to turn their heads to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, at that moment, Su Bai called out, another fish on the line. He lightly tugged at the crimson fishing rod, casually lifting it, and the spider silk fishing line soared. Ensnaring a sea eel, the eel darted toward Lu Yihui, who glared at Su Bai, about to turn away to evade it. Suddenly, his body stiffened, as if under the gaze of some higher-level boss, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, only to be struck by the eel with a resounding thud. At that moment, he let out a pained cry, finally able to move. More embarrassingly, the eel wrapped itself around his neck, its slimy body threatening to bite down. Look at you, standing there carelessly. Don't you know how dangerous it is to get hooked? Su Bai shook his head lightly while holding the fishing rod. On the yacht, many witnessed this comical scene and erupted in laughter. These were all the elite, handsome and beautiful, and the sound of their mirth ignited Lu Yihui's fury to the point where his face turned crimson, and he roared, "You're asking for death." A blood-red dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand, viciously slicing through the eel, blood splattering onto him. The scent of blood and the scene drew the attention of more onlookers. Is this your fine weapon? Just watch as I dispose of it. Just as he attempted to press the advantage and sever the fishing line, Su Bai gently moved his right hand, and a blood coin merged with the rod, flashing by. Only Lan Pei, by Siener, and when Xin nearby caught sight of it. With the enhancement of spirit energy, the supple fishing line sprang to life. It was, after all, the silk of a second-tier magical beast, full of resilience. Coupled with Su Bai's enhancement, it coiled around Lu Yihui's neck like a serpent awakening, and the crimson fishhook, resembling a poisonous fong, viciously snagged his vital area. The crowd gasped in astonishment, the talented onlookers stunned. The pain surged as the blood Kuin's spirit energy infiltrated Lu Yihui's body, eliciting a shriek from him. He lost grip of the dagger, which clattered to the deck. Su Bai's spirit energy was terrifying, pure bloodline, multiple mutations, combined with the training of the Biming breathing technique and the unprecedented blood Kuin energy. The fishing line tightened around Lu Yihui's neck, sealing off his spirit energy. His face turned ashen, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, utterly defenseless. Let go. His classmate Gui's son exclaimed, alarmed, and rushed down from the 3rd floor to intervene, still not releasing the line. Another student from the War Academy had already rushed to summon their instructor. When Feng Hai arrived and beheld Lu Yihui, unconscious and soaked, his expression changed dramatically. The vice principal's cherished son, reduced to such a pitiful state? The battle had unfolded too swiftly. No, this was not a battle. It was akin to an elder playing with a child. The entire scene erupted in chaos, the gathered prodigies exchanging bewildered glances, having barely witnessed how Su Bai had acted. Lu Yihui had been ensnared and incapacitated without the slightest chance to retaliate. It was known that he was the renowned champion of the War Academy in Blackwater City. trained since childhood to reach the second pool level, with an epic class, wielding a venomous diving sting. How could he be likened to a salted fish? Caught effortlessly by this fisherman? If the roles were reversed, would they not meet the same fate? The elite students from various prestigious schools grew solemn. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they could not discern the finesse of Su Bai's actions. Several champions from renowned schools exchanged wary glances. Their regard for Su Bai transformed into deep respect, no longer daring to underestimate the fisherman. Even Lan Pei, standing nearby, widened her azure eyes, filled with disbelief. She couldn't quite grasp what had just transpired. When Xin wore a triumphant expression filled with admiration, proud of her cousin's prowess. Bai Xian'er appeared accustomed to his subtle brilliance. Observing quietly with her clear eyes, what seemed like simple movements to them masked the fact that Su Bai had employed the mental intimidation of the serpent crown. The equipment worn by his game character could be wielded in reality. A teacher from the War Academy rushed over, intent on rescuing Lu Yihue. As more instructors arrived from the yacht, Su Bai smiled gently, lifting Lu Yihue with a deft motion, akin to fishing, and with a splash. He tossed him into the sea. Since he was already soiled, why remain atop? A refreshing bath was in order. Thus, the grandson of the director, the champion of the academy, found himself in the water. At this moment, the fishing line that had been tightly coiled around his neck finally slackened and was swiftly retracted. Freed from the grasp of the blood whale, the cold sea water splashed against Lu Yihue's face, rousing him from a hazy stupor. Realizing he had fallen into the water, he let out a piercing scream for help. You! Feng Hai glared at Su Bai, his anger palpable. How audacious! At such a tender age, your strikes are vicious. Do you even know who his grandfather is? Su Bai nonchalantly flicked his crimson fishing rod, having brazenly approached my sister and stirred up trouble. Attempting to overturn my water tank. Does he truly believe he can command the heavens? His eyes gleamed with defiance. Should Feng Hai make the first move, he would not hesitate to send him plunging into the sea. Disrespectful to your elders. It appears that if I do not impart a lesson today, you will all forget the rules that emerged from the War Academy. The teacher could no longer contain himself, a pale purple aura erupting from his body. Bai Xian'er, Lan Pei, and when Xin exchanged glances, alarmed. Was he truly going to bully the young? Teacher Feng, please, remain calm. This is merely a minor conflict among students. Our immediate priority is to rescue Lu Yihue. At an unknown time, Old Bai approached Feng Hai, patting him on the shoulder with a robust purple aura, urging him to regain his composure. Gui's son, Gao Wenjin, do not delay in bringing Lu back to safety. Teacher Feng withdrew his spiritual aura, casting a deep glance at the composed Su Bai. Young man, your audacity is boundless. You are unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. And soon you shall learn your lesson. Is that so? If one is not audacious, can they truly be called young? Regardless, it mattered not. He had already forged a deadly enmity with the Zhang family. The death of his parents was undoubtedly linked to them. This was merely collecting a paltry interest. In front of Feng Hai, Su Bai once more cast his crimson fishing rod, startling Teacher Feng into swiftly conjuring a protective aura, while Gui's son and Gao Wenjin hastily retreated. Unexpectedly, the red hook twisted gently and ensnared the blood-colored dagger lodged in the deck. According to the rules of duel, the victor may dispose of the loser's equipment as they please. Just what I needed, a short weapon. I shall graciously accept it. Su Bai deftly reeled in the fishing line, retrieving the dagger into his grasp. Teacher Feng's eyelids twitched. Should I call you ignorant or simply blinded by greed? You dare to claim even the adult gift intended for the vice principal's son? If you insist on saying that, I have indeed made my decision. Su Bai's eyes sparkled. The adult gift left by his parents had been seized by his cousin. Su Bai stroked the blood-colored dagger, its hilt measuring 20 centimeters. Crafted from an unknown steel that glimmered with crimson patterns reminiscent of human veins. Under the control of its new master, it seemed to resist. Yet as Su Bai's potent blood whale aura surged in, it was swiftly subdued. Name, Bloodstained Dagger. Level, Silver. Effects, Poisonous Sting, Bleeding, Sharpness, Armor Piercing. Description, a weapon forged from the rare material, blood-patterned steel, worth tens of thousands per pound, inscribed with magical runes by a master craftsman. A deadly instrument laden with killing intent. It should not be wielded without sufficient strength and courage. Blood-patterned steel, grasped in hand. It weighed at least 5 pounds at its core. The material cost alone exceeded 2 million, not to mention the crafting fees. Su Bai nearly burst into laughter. Old Bai looked at Su Bai with resignation. This young lad was truly restless, and Lu Yihue's offense against him had landed him in hot water. Yet where did he find the courage to confront Feng Hai? This was also a question that lingered in the minds of the other contestants. Lu Yihue's equipment was not so easily taken. Someone would hold him accountable. As Lu Yihue was rescued by Gui's son and Gao Wenjin, Feng Hai hurried over to assess his injuries, leaving behind a parting remark. My dagger. Lu Yihui, drenched like a drowned rat, was assisted onto the yacht. His gaze filled with resentment and bloodthirst as he glared at Su Bai. The commotion at the bow of the boat attracted many students, and the unfolding events took everyone by surprise. Ingqi, a figure of great prestige. Did you see the movements of that fisherman? A classmate inquired. The handsome youth named Dugu Ingqi shook his head. Too fast, too far. However, he must have created at least 3 spiritual pools, possibly possessing some control skills that caused Lu Yihui to suffer greatly. In the future, be sure to keep your distance. I am more curious about the source of his fearlessness toward the teachers. The champion of Qinghao Academy was a stunning beauty with fair skin, Yan Muqing. She and 2 female classmates observed Su Bai with great interest. On the deck, Du Zhang, who had witnessed the entire incident, marveled. He did not fear me. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. Indeed, it is likely that my strength did not pique his interest. Before an enemy, he did not seem to regard the director's grandson, a school champion, or even the teachers with any respect. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had exercised restraint in his words and had not clashed with Su Bai. Otherwise, it would have been him plunging into the sea. Everyone disperse. We are nearing Zhongzhou Island. At some point, Sir Xian appeared on the 3rd floor, clapping his hands. This year's students are quite fiery. Is he truly the fisherman? Fascinating. Sir Xian nodded at Su Bai. As long as you possess strength, everyone will hold you in high regard. Sitting opposite him, Lan Pei had abandoned her previous demeanor, crossing her long legs and gazing intently at Su Bai's youthful face. He was not weak. He simply had not encountered a worthy adversary. Lan Pei's opinion of him underwent a significant shift, especially considering his identity and profession. His audacity to pluck from the jaws of danger was admirable. Your movements are always so nimble yet simple. Bai Xian'er's lips curved upward slightly, the sea breeze tousling a few strands of her dark hair. Yet they are so efficient and mysterious. It is truly astonishing. Lan Pei nodded in agreement. So close, I failed to see how you trapped him. Listening to the 2 ladies' admiration, the fervent discussions around them, murmurs of confusion, and the wary gazes of many prodigies, when Xin proudly declared, Did you see that? This is my brother. In the future, anyone who dares to approach me must first contend with him. Chapter 51. Zhongzhou Island, 7 Treasures Pagoda. The city lord serves as the chief instructor. After a series of antics, an increasing number of onlookers congregated on the deck of the yacht, observing him fish. This made Su Bai, seated in a chair, somewhat uncomfortable. More critically, whether influenced by the sonic waves from the yacht or not, he had not hooked a single small shrimp in the next hour. This meant that Su Bai had caught nothing in front of dozens of the city's most outstanding talents. This was rather embarrassing. Noticing the yacht's speed decreasing, Su Bai cleared his throat and began to reel in the crimson fishing rod. Cousin, is this all you caught today? When Xin squatted down, poking a finger at the large catfish in the water tank. We're almost there. Get ready to disembark. Su Bai did not respond directly. He raised his gaze toward the horizon, where a small island vaguely came into view. In the sky, fighter jets flew past the yacht. Students, our training will take place on Zhongzhou Island. A previous group of trainees has already arrived. Please check your belongings and prepare to disembark. As Sir Xian's voice resonated through the speakers, the yacht gradually approached the shore. A contingent of armed police cleared the way, and the students began to disembark in succession. The island's perimeter was heavily fortified with an array of heavy weaponry, while within, numerous spiritual trees flourished, robust and verdant. As the sea breeze rustled the leaves, strands of colorful spiritual mist wafted through the air. The moment Su Bai set foot on this land, he felt the pools of energy within him stirring to life. The concentration of spiritual vapor is at least 5 times higher than that of the outside world. Zhongzhou Island, a cutting-edge military base and one of the man-made islands, is renowned for a remarkable wonder. Xin pointed towards the towering 7-story pagoda, standing at a majestic height of 200 meters at the heart of the island, and remarked, I believe some of you well-informed individuals already know its name. The 7 Treasures Pagoda, constructed from 5 epic domain cards as its foundation, involved the efforts of thousands of professionals and the expenditure of numerous precious materials. Each floor is guarded by a formidable boss and contains corresponding treasures, greatly beneficial for the advancement of practitioners. According to the prevailing entrance fee in the market, each visit costs a staggering 100,000 yuan. However, to nurture your potential, during the 21 days of the training camp, each person will have the opportunity to enter and battle monsters once a day, free of charge. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Does this mean we are exempt from the 1 million yuan ticket fee? My goodness, the 4 major groups truly possess immense wealth. I have heard of this pagoda on the forums, and it is said that the first floor is home to hundreds of slimes, whose water droplets are incredibly easy to absorb. Moreover, I have heard that on the third floor, there exists an exceedingly rare, mutated man-eating flower. One fortunate practitioner managed to obtain a rare seed of this flower, which can be cultivated in the spiritual pool's treasure plants. It is worth a fortune. It was once auctioned for 70 million yuan, making one instantaneously rich. Clearly, many students are well versed in the rumors surrounding the Seven Treasures Pagoda. Numerous prodigies gazed with fervor, eagerly anticipating their chance to challenge the tower. As Shirshin continued to explain the island's regulations while walking, he stated, "Here, you may each select a mentor to seek guidance on techniques and skills. The treasures obtained from battling monsters in the tower will be gifted to you at no cost. The points you earn can be exchanged for cards and resources in the treasure vault. There, you will find treasures donated by the 4 major groups and various companies. I hope all of you seize this opportunity and rise to the challenge, preparing for the grand ceremony at the end of the month." All right, we have arrived at the dormitory area. After such a long journey, I'm sure you must be hungry. Let us get acquainted with the students who arrived earlier and enjoy some lunch. As they passed through ancient trees and peculiar rocks, the view suddenly opened up. The first sight was a cluster of white buildings, meticulously arranged around a central hall. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these were magnificent standalone villas, luxuriously decorated, with famous spiritual vapor trees planted outside and flowing springs constructed nearby. Facilities such as cafes, shops, and medical rooms were all readily available, with both quality and service at the pinnacle. More importantly, every service was entirely free, in stark contrast to the purchase limits on the outside. The refreshing green tea with insightful properties was available in unlimited quantities here. This slight glimpse of benefits within the training camp left the prodigies in awe. Many of them, having grown up in affluent families and experienced the world, had never encountered such extravagance. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Sure." As they exited the central hall, a burly man with a buzz cut glanced at the spirited students and chuckled, "Having traveled from afar, you must all be hungry. Thank you for your patience." Shirshin and the buzz-cut man led the group into a nearby restaurant named Chuanxiang Pavilion. Upon entering, they were greeted by over 100 contestants already seated, exuding confidence as they quietly observed the newcomers or chatted in small groups. "Support me as I go over there. My father is already on the island." Louis Hui, with crimson bloodstains lingering on his neck, cast a fierce glance at the composed Su Bai as he and his companions searched for his father. Su Bai paid him no mind, instead looking up at the self-service area adorned with hundreds of food options, feeling a wave of astonishment. "Cousin, look, there's tuna sashimi." When Shinshin had already picked up a small plate, her eyes sparkling as she selected delicacies. The restaurant boasted an array of expensive items from the outside, including golden ham, sashimi from golden fish, and blue lobsters, not to mention the 3-headed abalone. A small kitchen on the side featured a team of high-priced chefs grilling meat and frying steaks on-site, allowing patrons to enjoy fresh dishes at any time. This once again made Su Bai marvel at the lavishness of the training camp. Naturally, the hungry students wasted no time, eagerly approaching the buffet to select their desired delicacies. After choosing some lobster and ham, Su Bai joined by Xiener and Wen Xinshin at a table. In a bid for convenience, Lan Peipei squeezed in as well. As the group savored their meals, the restaurant suddenly erupted in commotion, and everyone turned to see what was happening outside. A group of instructors clad in black training attire was laughing as they escorted a square-faced man into the establishment, many of whom were familiar faces from local television, each a standout in their respective fields. However, what excited the students the most was the arrival of the square-faced man. "The city lord is here? He is a formidable practitioner at the level of the Three Springs realm. Could he be here to guide us?" To his left stood Sikong Bei, the renowned chief instructor of the Sihai group, while to his right was Chi Chao, a burly figure, equally well known within the Pacific Guild. "So this is Sikong Bei," Su Bai mused, glancing at the elegant and affable instructor among the group, who seemed to notice him and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Su Bai squinted, recognizing the familiar plump figure of Tong Chi among the instructors, his narrow eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. More crucially, Tong Chi was trailing behind an instructor with a pallid complexion and shadowy eyes. This instructor bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yihui, and upon seeing him, Lu Yihui, who had been standing at the back of the crowd, joyfully stood up. "Dad!" Lu Qing had evidently spotted her son, and upon noticing his pale face and the prominent bloodstains on his neck, a fierce glint flickered in her shadowy eyes. Had someone already bullied her son upon arriving on the island? Seeking death, Lu Yihui's father? Su Bai narrowed his eyes, deducing the man's identity, to everyone's astonishment. Trailing behind the city lord was a handsome youth with a long spear wrapped in cloth slung across his back. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed the talented individuals in the restaurant, exuding an air of disdain. His aggressive gaze momentarily lingered on by Siener, revealing a flash of admiration. Who is he? As Subai locked eyes with the young man, he sensed the latter's formidable mental prowess. The city lord's close disciple. Fanghua. Lan Peipei explained slowly. He possesses an exceptionally high affinity for both gold and fire attributes, making his attack power exceedingly formidable. Many of the arrogantly confident prodigies regarded Fanghua with trepidation. As the city lord reached the center of the restaurant, he addressed everyone. The 72 students from 24 universities have arrived, along with the 133 prodigious practitioners who came early. This year's prodigy training camp comprises a total of 205 students, and I will personally serve as the chief instructor. As expected, this announcement sparked intense discussions within Chuanxiang Pavilion. For the city lord to serve as a teacher is undeniably extravagant. Of course, alongside him are Sikong Bei and Chi Chao as the lead mentors, responsible for this training session. Students may consult teachers from renowned universities with any questions they have, while numerous support staff will ensure the best food and medical care throughout. All you need to do is strive to grow stronger, evolve, and advance. The city lord, Gudong, bore a solemn expression as he scrutinized everyone present. Every year, the corruption of the abyss intensifies against Blue Star. Currently, the abyssal sea devours the 5 oceans, and within its depths, countless sea beasts have emerged, continually encroaching upon the habitat of humanity each passing year. According to the latest calculations from the intelligence network, land has been compressed to a mere 98 of its pre-cataclysmic state. Should we fail to rise in defiance any longer, within a century, billions of humans will find no ground upon which to stand. Gudong revealed the grim statistic of millions perishing annually due to the onslaught of beast tides and inundations. While valiant warriors perished on the front lines defending against these sea monsters, each chilling figure represents a father, a husband, whose loss weighs heavily on Subai's heart. The training camp provides the finest sustenance, beverages, medical care, and services not for their indulgence, but with the hope of nurturing the pillars of our nation and humanity's civilization. Now, esteemed students, once you have dined, prepare yourselves for the interbranch competition. Chapter 52, the interbranch competition, where the cultivation speed is magnified 50-fold. As Gudong articulated, the opulent white villas outside have been constructed at great expense, each boasting independent training rooms, an array of spiritual absorption formations, and various levels of calming incense. Only the strongest are deemed worthy of the finest accommodations. Gudong chuckled heartily, stepping out of the Chuanxiang Pavilion and gesturing towards the 3 intricately designed Chinese villas near the 7 Treasures Tower, proclaiming, "Behold the pinnacle of residences, Boya Pavilion, Tingyu Pavilion, and Langya Pavilion, which provide the highest quality calming incense free of charge for 24 hours. Within the realm of the 7 Treasures Tower, the cultivation speed here is 50 times that of other locations. This not only enhances comprehension, but also amplifies the efficacy of both meditation and skill cultivation, yielding extraordinary results from minimal effort. Furthermore, there are 10 premier training rooms offering a 30-fold cultivation speed, along with 50 exquisite standalone villas providing a 15-fold increase. While over 100 dormitories are shared among several tenants, with diminishing effects and increasing crowding as one progresses further down the line. Hence, whether for personal advancement or material conditions, let us forge ahead." The city lord's words truly ignited the spirits of the crowd. Who among them was not a prodigy? Each one had at least secured 3rd place in their school, having emerged victorious from a sea of thousands. Not to mention those scions of noble families who had been immersed in potions and slaying monsters for 12 hours daily, and the prodigious professionals who had clawed their way up from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Many students gazed up at the 3 subtly glowing Chinese villas, their eyes aflame with fervor. Subsequently, Sikong Bei elucidated the rules of the competition. The venue was set to be the central plaza before the main hall. 20 individuals would compete simultaneously, and the 3 with the highest victories would gain first choice of the elite villas. The objective this time was primarily to assess the students' progress over this period, allowing the instructors to gain a preliminary understanding to devise tailored guidance plans. "Let us take our seats on the sidelines," Gudong urged, leading the instructors and invited guests to the viewing platform. Upon settling in, a military officer clad in uniform remarked with a smile, "It appears your disciple has already reserved a premier villa, leaving the rest to scramble for the remaining 2. Nearby, informed dignitaries nodded in acknowledgement. After all, they had all witnessed the rise of the little tyrant, Fanghua. A robust-looking sponsor stroked his beard, glancing towards the field where a lean youth clad in white attire, his gaze sharp as lightning, stood. "Do not underestimate the heroes of the world, manager's son. Your overseas operations have indeed been fortunate, having recruited Hua Wenzhong 3 years ago. In my opinion, he is the only one in this training session who poses a threat to Fanghua." Manager Sun, who had recently attended a ceremony at Yizhong, chuckled and pointed towards 3 competitors in the Yizhong preparation zone. Our newly recruited Wang Chuxing is quite impressive as well. Though he may not possess Hua Wenzhong's formidable offensive capabilities, his versatility in various professions is exceptional, particularly in ocean exploration, where he gains unique advantages. Speaking of Yizhong, a white-haired marine scientist, Professor Li, inquired with interest, I have heard that the champion from Yizhong is a mere fisherman. How could such an ordinary profession achieve victory? Indeed, Yizhong is a prestigious institution. That young ocean bard is quite striking, being the daughter of Bai Hao, and holds great potential for development. Though she has only recently transitioned professions, given her lineage, a top 10 finish is certainly within reach. Many turned their gaze towards Su Bai and Bai Xiener, including the city lord, who displayed a keen interest. Gu Dong queried, Teacher Sikong, I hear you have offered him an A-grade contract. Do you believe he can secure a spot in that dormitory? The city lord, burdened with numerous responsibilities, served more as a symbolic figure as the chief instructor of the training camp. The true decision-makers were Sikong Bei and Chi Chao. After a moment's contemplation, Sikong Bei replied, He is remarkable, possessing a unique talent for cultivation. He often overcomes adversaries with a higher realm, demonstrating an uncanny ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary with each strike. Moreover, his fishing skills are exceptionally advanced. Even if he does not engage in frontline combat, he would excel as a master of living. I believe he can at least secure a place in the top 30. With a stroke of luck, he might even penetrate the ranks of the top 10 training rooms. Upon hearing this, many regarded him with skepticism. The fishing profession was far too common, particularly of the most ordinary quality. How could it stand against the diverse and rare abilities of other professions, let alone those of epic caliber? Chi Chao publicly shook his head. Teacher Sikong is overly optimistic. In my view, merely making it into the top 50 would be a prodigious feat, unleashing his potential to its fullest. However, given his inherent limitations and occupational constraints, it is highly probable that he will only reach the top 100. As the announcements rang out, students began to take to the stage for their matches. Though the venue was the playground, it had been transformed using domain cards to create separate and distinct environments for each competition, isolating them from one another. Some instructors, keen on their favored students, began placing bets against each other. Sikong Bei glanced at the composed Su Bai, recalling the information Li Wei had entrusted him with. Teacher Qi, since you doubt my foresight regarding Si Hai, let us make a wager. I will stake 1 million, betting he can secure a place in the top 30. For an ordinary person, 1 million is an amount that takes half a lifetime to accumulate. However, Sikong Bei remained unfazed. As old rivals, Chi Chao would not refuse such a challenge. He laughed. 1 million is rather paltry. Look at Teacher Zhang and the others. Their stakes are all around 800,000. It hardly befits our stature. I shall wager 2 million that he cannot break into the top 20. Top 20? Sikong Bei furrowed his brow. With 205 competitors, these were not merely pampered novices from their school. Most had undergone trials of life and death, and were talented contenders who had transitioned for 1 to 2 years. Nevertheless, upon noticing the gazes of the city lord and sponsors upon him, Sikong Bei felt a pang in his heart, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Let the wager be 2 million for a place in the top 20. 2 million was not a sum that would cause him great distress. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance for the sake of a junior he barely knew. Kid, losing money is trivial. Just don't embarrass me in front of so many friends. Sikong Bei silently admonished Su Bai. However, before the broadcast could announce Su Bai's name, the leaders on the viewing platform noticed a disturbance erupt in the Yizhong preparation zone. The vice principal of the War Academy stormed into the preparation area, pointing at Su Bai with an imposing demeanor. So you are the son of Su Tiangang? How dare you engage in brawling before even stepping onto the island? Throwing fellow students into the sea and even using fishing lines to strangle others to seize their weapons. Lu Qing's face turned ashen. It had been years since anyone dared to humiliate the Lu family after the old man ascended to the Education Bureau. Upon hearing his son's lamentations, he crushed a spirit orb on the spot. Were it not for the presence of numerous leaders and the surveillance cameras, Lu Qing would have relished the opportunity to deliver a swift blow that could send him to reunite with his deceased mother. You are unworthy to continue your training at the sprint camp. Get off Zhongzhou Island. The elder Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Had the situation escalated to such a degree? As Lu Qing's furious rebuke echoed, Su Bai remained unfazed, a smirk of derision gracing his features as he cast a scornful glance at Lu Yihui, who stood behind Lu Qing. What? Was it not your son who sought out trouble, attempting to flirt with my sister? There were cameras on the yacht, along with numerous witnesses. He brandished a weapon first. I merely acted in self-defense. Do you truly believe that a fishing rod poses a greater threat than a dagger? Who would have imagined that your son is so easily defeated, akin to a limp fish, that he fell into the sea. Su Bai's tone dripped with mockery, devoid of any fear towards his mentor or the threat of expulsion from the sprint camp. In fact, Bai, Siener, and Lan Pei, who were listening, felt a sense of intentional provocation in the air. Did he not fear Lu Qing's bullying? Did he truly think Lu Qing would expel him from the camp? When Xin stood behind Su Bai, pouting as she remarked, "The moment your son entered, he fixed his gaze on me as if he wished to devour me whole. I truly wonder how he was raised. It is highly likely that the aunt who has always been so good to him will meet her demise at the hands of his family." Her disdain for Lu Qing and Zhang Wanwen was palpable. Hearing this, Lu Qing's lips twitched in irritation. It seemed he had not intervened in quite some time, emboldening even the most insignificant of creatures to provoke him. "I was present at the scene. Indeed, Lu Yihui was the instigator." Suddenly, Bai Siener spoke up, her voice clear enough for the gathered students to hear. "He not only flirted with Xin, but also approached me and classmate Lan. Moreover, Lu Yihui trespassed uninvited and attempted to topple Su Bai's water tank." Lan Pei nodded in agreement, showing no concern for Lu Qing's increasingly ashen visage. You all." Lu Yihui, whose complexion had turned ghostly pale, nearly spat blood in fury, glaring venomously at Bai Siener, when Xin and Su Bai. "The yacht is vast. I merely sought to enjoy the breeze at the bow. It was they who occupied the space. Su Bai is vicious by nature, insatiable in his greed, and seeing the price of my dagger, he launched a sneak attack." As the situation escalated, many students turned their attention to the commotion. The elder Bai quickly stepped in front of Lu Qing, a smile plastered on his face as he said, "Principal Lu, this is merely a minor conflict among youngsters. It need not escalate to such severity. I will cover the medical expenses for Lu's fall. As for the dagger, let Su Bai return it." Chapter 53. The sudden draw of the sword. The lord of the city halts the battle, the admiration of the talented. It is not so simple. A sinister glint flashed across Lu Yihui's face. Lu Qing, displaying disdain, was suddenly enveloped in a dense purple aura, his muscles swelling as if inflated. And he forcefully pushed aside by Haoji, reaching out to grasp Su Bai. "Your words are irrelevant now. Since this little brat refuses to repent and is unwilling to withdraw from the sprint camp, I, as his mentor, shall personally escort him out." He dared to act in front of everyone. Bai Haoji, nearly toppled over, changed color dramatically. "You dare?" The arrival of several mentors, including Xin, shifted their expressions as they hurriedly intervened. Bullying the weak? The other elite candidates, including the little tyrant Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhong, looked on with grave faces. Indeed, he had grown accustomed to arrogance, tenfold more domineering than Zhang Wanwen. Faced with Lu Qing's sudden aggression, Su Bai remained composed, swiftly grasping the tetanus sword and striking towards Lu Qing's hand. He bore no qualms about publicly slaying a mentor. Stop! Just as their weapons were about to collide, a purple spear sliced through the air, embedding itself into the marble floor between Lu Qing and Su Bai, forcing both to retreat and create distance. The marble slab, capable of withstanding attacks from the Earth Spring realm, cracked ominously, hinting at the devastation that would have ensued had it been struck directly. The spear gradually transformed into vapor, dissipating into the atmosphere. At that moment, the crowd realized that the lord of the city had intervened, from a distance of at least 1,000 meters away, and wielding such power in vapor form. It was no wonder he was known as the river-crossing knight. Teacher, as expected, will not sit idly by. Feng Hua glanced towards the viewing platform, where Gudong, Xikong Bei, Qi Zhao, and others had arrived. "Humph, you have narrowly escaped this time." With the lord of the city present, Lu Qing dared not act recklessly. He snorted coldly, fixing a deathly glare upon Su Bai. "You will meet a most gruesome fate, just like Su Tiangang and Wen Jingji." Upon hearing the names of his parents, Su Bai's brow furrowed, his gaze locked onto Lu Qing. The death of his parents was connected to him. As they distanced themselves, the elder Bai patted Su Bai's shoulder, admiration evident on his face. "You truly dare to confront a mentor?" Lu Qing is the vice principal, a top-tier 9 pool realm expert, on the brink of breaking through to the Earth Spring. 3 of me combined would stand no chance against him. Next time you encounter him, do not resist outright. Fleeing is your only hope. Bai Siener regarded him with a peculiar expression, astonished by his audacity, or perhaps his recklessness. "I find myself somewhat admiring you." Lan Pei discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Regardless of his strength, daring to strike at a mentor was an act of immense bravery. "Cousin, impressive. In the future, just take care of that filthy hand of his, so he won't be able to point fingers at us all the time." When Xin cheered him on, the uproar had grown so loud that the contests on the playground had come to a halt, turning this incident into the focal point of the event. "What is happening?" Upon arriving, Gudong learned the details from Xin after a moment of contemplation. "Let the students resolve their own issues. Teacher Lu, you need not intervene." Since a competition is inevitable, it would be best for Lu Yihui and Su Bai to face off in a match to determine the victor. The lord of the city's reasoning was simple. If Su Bai triumphed, the silver dagger would naturally belong to him, and Lu Qing could not pursue the matter further, let alone expel him from the island. Conversely, if Lu Yihui emerged victorious, he would reclaim his equipment, and Su Bai would be compelled to apologize. Without Lu Qing's forgiveness, he would have no reason to remain. The crowd's expressions varied upon hearing the Lord's judgment. Was this not a pure test of strength? How truly martial the spirit was, reflecting the character of the lord of the city. Su Bai grinned widely, for this aligned perfectly with his desires. Sikong Bei cast a questioning glance at Su Bai. Naturally, Su Bai subtly nodded regarding his hidden backing. Thus, Sikong Bei smiled and said, I believe the Lord's approach is commendable among our kind. Any disputes should be settled on the arena, with fists determining victory or defeat, and neither party may pursue grievances thereafter. Did he possess such confidence in his own people? Qi Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, noticing that Lu Qing's anger had not yet subsided and that he was not particularly pleased with the Lord's proposal, yet felt powerless to object. Lu Yihui's pallor intensified, unconsciously casting a glance towards his father. Under the scrutiny of numerous leaders, Lu Qing's expression darkened as he nodded grimly. The lord of the city's suggestion is excellent. However, Yihui, having fallen into the sea, needs time to recuperate. I hope the Lord will grant him sufficient time to recover. This, Sikong Bei mused inwardly. How could such a grown man require rest after a minor fall into the water? Wouldn't that mean he would take 3 days fishing and 2 days sunbathing during overseas training? Even many girls have been voicing their complaints. Chi Chao suddenly spoke up. What Teacher Lu said makes perfect sense. I have heard that the director is particularly fond of his grandson and would certainly not wish to see Yihui injured while competing. He deliberately mentioned Lu Tianqi, causing Gu Dong's brows to twitch involuntarily. In that case, let Yihui rest for an additional hour, and afterward, regardless of the outcome, there shall be no further inquiries. Gu Dong directed his gaze towards Lu Qing. The city lord had offered a way out, and Lu Qing, not being a fool, nodded in agreement. Thus, the dispute came to a close. Lu Qing departed with his son, while those from the War Academy left with resentment. And Su Bai's eyes were cold as he watched their retreating figures. This young man truly possesses courage. Just moments ago, when the mentor intervened, he clutched his sword, ready to confront Lu Qing. Though he is a mere fisherman, his bravery rivals that of any warrior, including that little tyrant. Feng Hua holds him in considerable esteem. He is indeed a man, and I would relish the opportunity to compete with him. He brandished his gilded spear as he departed. It is a pity he is but a fisherman. Similarly, a top seed of this training session, the prodigy specially recruited by the Oceanic Group, Hua Wenzhou, shook his head as he left. I have heard of him in the company. A year ago, he secured an S-level contract, with an annual bonus exceeding 10 million. And the group treats him like a treasure. Wang Chuxing lamented, whenever suitable resources arise, he is the first to pick, leaving us with the leftovers. An S-level contract? Su Bai pondered. Achieving a top 3 ranking is within my grasp. However, the immediate priority is to deal with Lu Yihui. At that moment, a young man observing the proceedings suddenly spoke up. I have encountered Lu Qing before during missions. He is vengeful and enjoys exerting pressure through influence. When faced with an adversary he cannot confront directly, he resorts to underhanded tactics. You would do well to tread carefully. Su Bai glanced at the youth with surprise. He appeared unremarkable, clad in simple leather hunting attire, easily lost among the gathering of prodigies on this island. Tian Jiao, a freelancer, specially recruited by the city lord's office. The young man scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, having transitioned for 2 years, I am now 20, and despite my extensive wanderings, I have achieved little compared to you newcomers. In any case, stay vigilant. With that, he waved goodbye and departed to prepare for battle. A kind-hearted individual indeed. When Xinshin shook her little head, saying, Cousin, be wary of any underhanded tactics during the fight. Yes, the city lord and various leaders are watching. Lu Qing will not dare to do anything overt, Su Bai replied, withdrawing his gaze as he gathered his spiritual energy in preparation. Chapter 54. An intense battle. A poor girl tormented. An indignity to culture. At Yuqing High School, Du Guingqi faces freelancer Xia Sherwei. Yin Muqing battles Zhou Ming. After the farce, the inter-school competition continues. Talented individuals from various regions strive to bring glory to their alma mater and vie for points for a better future. Among them, unexpected upsets occur, such as Yin Muqing, the champion from Qinghao Academy, one of the seeded contestants, who lost to a previously obscure competitor from a remote school, solely due to occupational constraints. Several freelancers significantly changed the perceptions of the self-important geniuses. Perhaps they are merely green and refined professionals, yet through quick thinking and extensive experience, They have maximized their occupational potential, repeatedly defeating rare professionals from prestigious schools. In fact, even epic class players have fallen more than once. Naturally, the most striking performances were by the little tyrant Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhou. One wielded a gilded spear, sweeping through opponents with 5 consecutive victories, while the other, as agile as a monkey, brandished a rui rod, stirring the waters and similarly defeating 5 adversaries. The scores were displayed on a towering stele in the playground, its surface crystal clear, with black characters shifting to reveal the results of 205 contestants, the names flickering continuously. At the pinnacle, Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhou stood like twin moons, overshadowing the other talents. Initially, I believed that emerging from 1,000 classmates marked me as a rare genius. Here, I learned what it means to be a genius among geniuses. With a base of 1 million, even among 1,000, there are still 1,000. A champion from the academy felt his heart shatter, suffering consecutive defeats thereafter. The mentors in the viewing area shook their heads in dismay. Wang Chuxing took to the stage to face Qin Xuan. Not long after, the announcement called upon a student from Class 1. Go for it. Don't feel too pressured, Subai said casually as he sat nearby. Even the class monitor rarely spoke up. Get out there and aim for a good score. Having witnessed so many students fail, Wang Chuxing took a deep breath of spiritual energy as he grasped his trident. I won T bring shame to Class 1. His opponent, Qin Xuan, clearly held great confidence in his abilities. The two ascended the stage, with Qin Xuan allowing Wang Chuxing to select the arena. Wang Chuxing chose the environment most suitable for himself, that of the distant sea. After a grueling 15 minutes, the trident was sent flying, sinking to the depths. Winner, Qin Xuan. You performed admirably. No wonder you were specially recruited by the Ocean Group, Qin Xuan remarked appreciatively after the match. The ocean explorers are not merely combat specialists. They lean more towards adventure and roaming, which gives him the upper hand professionally. A loss is a loss. As the seawater receded, Wang Chuxing dejectedly retrieved his trident and stepped down. In the viewing area, Manager Sun instead chuckled. This child is always too arrogant. Losing this time will ultimately benefit his future development. Indeed, with careful nurturing, in 20 years, he could become a captain. Professor Li, an oceanographer, contemplated taking him under his wing. You performed quite well, Su Bai reassured him post-match. Wang Chuxing lifted his gaze to meet Su Bai's calm expression and suddenly felt that this minor setback was inconsequential. I truly admire your composure. Being targeted by the vice principal must have created a bitter rivalry. Losing means you'll be kicked off Zhongzhou Island, yet you remain so relaxed. In comparison, what does my situation amount to? Su Bai smiled slightly. This is what confidence looks like. He was even playing a game. He clicked on the fishing lights in the Grand Voyage to check the revenue status. He reprimanded the waiter, away, to stop sneaking peeks at the kitchen and to frequently clean the tables. Or perhaps he would go to Qixing Reservoir to catch some fish and pick some lotus roots for soup, replenishing the ingredients. He was busy in content. When Xin was called to face Han Mengxian, the next match was announced with her name. Brother, I'm going up now. Remember to cheer for me. When Xin smiled as she high-fived Su Bai, confidently striding towards the arena. Your cousin seems quite confident, Bai Sienna remarked, observing her spirited younger sister. Of course. Just look at whose sister she is, Su Bai replied with satisfaction, fully aware of her prowess. Eating so many supplements daily is not in vain. A week prior, I had sparred with Xin. Her 2 water spirits were like they had taken medicine, feeling significantly stronger and more enduring than other summoned creatures. Lan Pei, with her delicate white hands supporting her chin, watched the junior with great interest. Su Bai looked at her in mild surprise. Aren't you supposed to be in the preparation area of Class 2? Lan Pei, with her elegantly arched blue brows, responded curtly. What? Am I not welcome? If your sister can stay, why can't I? Besides, with a beauty like me beside you, your combat power should increase by 3-fold. After finishing her words, she shifted her snow-white thigh and continued to cross her legs, swaying them gently. The glimpse of her pristine skin, constrained by ultra-short denim shorts, inadvertently drew the attention of several male onlookers present. Truly, a pleasing sight can elevate one's spirits. Su Bai fell silent, refraining from further comments. Han Mengxian, known for her agility, was theoretically more restrained against summoning types. However, one could not have anticipated that when Xin would move with such swiftness, compounded by the complexity of the competitive environment. Within 10 minutes, she had ensnared Han Mengxian using her dream jellyfish. Ah, please cease. With so many teachers present, why put a girl in a predicament? Girls help girls. Han Mengxian found herself ensnared by the tentacles, her skin, already clad in a portable leather armor, now sticky and exposed to an unwelcome coating of mucus. With her limbs bound, her posture became rather undignified, prompting even the camera to shy away. When Xin, feeling bashful, broke into an embarrassed smile. I'll let you down now. Xiaoming, retract the tentacles. The 4 tentacles entangling Han Mengxian swiftly withdrew, allowing her to roll forward and regain her freedom. Alas, she had been too careless. In the preparation area, Bai Xianer furrowed her brow tightly. As expected, once free, Han Mengxian brandished a dagger and lunged at Wen Xinxin. With the outcome already determined, their proximity increased unwittingly, and due to Wen Xinxin's negligence. The dream jellyfish could not react in time. The audience could even observe her expression of shock and disbelief. Little sister, do not hold it against me for being ruthless. All is fair in war. Losing here is far better than facing true death at the hands of an enemy. A smirk graced Han Mengxian's lips, her eyes glinting with triumph. Yet the next moment, with a clang, the dagger struck as if against solid rock, failing to penetrate. The recoil almost caused her to drop the dagger. Before her stood Wen Xinxin, her petite figure shielded by a flawless azure shell, having been manipulated by goodwill. The young girl's cheeks flushed with anger as she ordered without hesitation, Xiaoming, strike. Han Mengxian hastily dodged, but it was too late. A sticky tentacle ensnared her right foot, lifting her off the ground. In an instant, 3 more tentacles shot forth, capturing her left foot, left hand, and right hand, leaving her body sprawled in the shape of a large character. I concede. Let me down. Han Mengxian, sensing impending doom, struggled furiously, her face flushed. The darkened Wen Xinxin let out a cold laugh. I have already suffered once. Xiaoming, do not hold back. The dream jellyfish possessed 6 tentacles, and the 2 excess ones had a singular purpose: to tickle, burrowing beneath her armor to scratch mercilessly. No, please don't. This is truly unbearable. Suspended and stripped of her shoes, Han Mengxian resembled an insect ensnared in a spider's web, utterly at its mercy. The jellyfish tormented her, scratching away. Unable to contain herself any longer, Han Mengxian erupted into laughter, her small form writhing with glee. Stop it. It tickles so much, ha ha ha. Amidst her frenzied yet enchanting laughter, the sound resonated across the playground, moving every student present. The boys turned crimson, while the girls spat in embarrassment. The older instructors repeatedly turned away, muttering, "This is a disgrace." Down below, Su Bai stared in astonishment, witnessing Wen Xinxin genuinely angry for the first time. Your sister can't be a masochist, can she? Blue Pei could no longer contain herself, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The laughter echoed to the stands, causing the esteemed audience to frown in unison. Gudong coughed twice, urging them to conclude. Chapter 55, Undercurrents, the Supreme Explosive Rifle. Su Bai takes the stage. Thus, as the announcement declared Wen Xinxin the victor, the effects of the domain card dissipated. Wen Xinxin retracted the dream jellyfish, setting Han Mengxian down. Wait a moment, help me up. With her legs weak and her body sticky, as if fished from a sea of milk, Han Mengxian lay on the ground, her face flushed, reaching out for assistance. Following this encounter, Wen Xinxin's reputation soared, earning her the title of the Twisted Sorceress, causing many female students to shudder at the mention. Outrageous rumors circulated that she had been led astray by a nefarious cousin at home. Strangely, Su Bai found himself the subject of numerous bizarre tales. However, thanks to this experience, Wen Xinxin's practical skills advanced rapidly. In subsequent matches, she emerged victorious each time, leaving the literature teacher of Class 2 astonished. Before long, Bai Xianer and Blue Pei were also called upon. Their entrance drew myriad gazes, primarily due to their stunning beauty and alluring figures. It was nearly impossible not to attract attention. Their prowess also stood out, propelling them swiftly into the top 50. The competition raged on. In the preparation area of the War Academy, after utilizing a valuable healing green card, Lu Yihui's complexion improved, yet his spirit remained as deflated as a wilted eggplant. Brimming with self-doubt. Dad, why must I fight that fisherman? There is something strange about him. Didn't Grandpa say a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall? He told me to avoid him. If anything happens, you adults can handle it. Typically, Lu Yihui dominated his battles. Who in the school would dare challenge the principal's son? Hearing the phrase adults, his companion, Gui's son, could not help but scoff internally. We're 18 this year. Adults now too. Lu Qing, the family's sole heir, was evidently doted upon. He did not wish for his son to end up like his cousin, rendered impotent. Fear not. Since I have agreed, there is a reason behind it. I only engage in battles I am certain to win. I have already asked Qi Zhao to arrange formidable opponents for Su Bai, to deplete his stamina and discern his tactics. In an hour, he will undoubtedly be in a weakened state. You, on the other hand, will wait and conserve your strength. You have already secured a 60 advantage. Lu Yihui initially felt elated but then frowned, asking, why only 60? With that, it becomes 90. A fierce flame ignited in Lu Qing's palm, dissipating to reveal a rifle seemingly forged entirely from fiery glass. Beautiful and translucent, the muzzle exhaled flames, instilling fear in those who beheld it. I have reviewed the Yades footage. Subai appears to possess some peculiar mental control technique. Hold on to this magical card. Lu Qing's left hand shimmered with green light, producing another green card. When the time comes, I will prepare the domain card, selecting the most suitable coastal battlefield for you. Coupled with this exquisite underwater explosive rifle crafted from rare volcanic rock, as long as we maintain distance and proceed cautiously, victory is assured. Upon finishing, Lu Qing handed the explosive rifle to his son. Lu Yihui accepted it with gleeful hands, caressing it repeatedly. I have heard of its power. One shot can take down a 10-ton whale. Such a magnificent piece of equipment is worth a fortune. It seems against the rules for the competition, doesn't it? Contemplating the rules, Lu Yihui's expression wavered. The value of the explosive rifle equated to 10 bloodstained daggers, making it a great forbidden instrument beneath the Earth's spring realm. Rest assured, the city lord only cares about the results. Whoever wins holds the power. Qi Zhao and the other instructors are on good terms with me. And your grandfather has already made arrangements. Only Si Kongbei may be a bit troublesome. After the match, just bow your head, apologize, and offer him some compensation. The others are inconsequential. With each word, Lu Yihui's smile grew increasingly radiant. He remained oblivious to the expressions of trepidation on the faces of Gui's son and Gao Wenjin. Lu Qing was no longer focused on the competition. Instead, he was intent on taking a life. Feng Heimo remained silent, having long grown accustomed to the principal's demeanor. However, was this not merely a matter of 90% certainty? Suddenly, Lu Yihui's action of rubbing the gun came to a halt as he cast a dubious glance towards his father. In that instant, he discerned that his father's gaze was as dark as a bottomless well. Lu Qing waved his hand. Teacher Feng, please take the two students to familiarize themselves with the playground. Additionally, ask Tong Qi to assist in bringing a drink. Understood, Feng Hai nodded, leading Gui's son and Gao Wenjin away. Shortly thereafter, a rotund figure entered, bearing a cup of coffee. Principal, you called for me? Lu Qing nodded slightly, beckoning Tong Qi to come closer and leaning down to convey a few instructions. Despite the whisper-like tones, Lu Yihui, standing nearby, was able to hear clearly. Haha, this is a sure victory. No, it's a guaranteed win, he exclaimed, pressing his thumb against the crimson bruise on his neck, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Subai, now it will be difficult for you to escape unscathed. Daring to toss me into the sea, I am eager to see how many lives you possess. Once the instructions were given, Tong Qi placed the coffee down and departed. The battle was in full swing, and the scoreboard atop the obelisk was constantly being updated. The top position remained firmly held by Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhong, when the broadcast echoed once more. Subai, please come to the stage to battle against Ocean Academy's Du Zhang. It was a surprising revelation for Subai, who turned his gaze towards the preparation area of the second school. Du Zhang, emerging from within, bore an equally astonished expression as their eyes met across a 10-meter distance. Finally, I can have a match against you. Du Zhang withdrew a weapon from behind him, a massive blade measuring 2 meters in length and 40 centimeters in width, resembling not so much a sword as a colossal door panel. With a resounding crash, the heavy sword struck the ground, causing the blue marble to tremble. No need for hesitation. I look forward to your guidance, he declared, dragging the hefty weapon onto the stage. Cousin, be careful. Du Zhang is quite the brute with immense strength. It's best not to clash directly, dodge, evade, and wear him out. That is how I secured my victories. When Xin encouraged, knowing her cousin's capabilities better than anyone else. Oh dear, I am torn between supporting a newfound friend and a clumsy classmate of 3 years. Lan Pei lamented, her long, fair legs swaying, yet her exquisite features betrayed a mischievous smile. The conflict on the yacht concluded in a muddle. This battle against the heavy swordsman would finally unveil the truth. Clearly, she was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Among the seed players, Tianjiu, Duguingqi, and Qin Chuan cast curious glances. Even Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhong turned their attention. It was evident that all were intrigued by how an ordinary life profession arrived at this juncture. To know that the sprint camp gathered the city's youthful elite, with the least among them being 3 green, excellent combat professions, all boasting exceptionally rare attributes. Even so, Subai had barely qualified, currently languishing among the bottom 10 of the scoreboard. How could a mere fisherman ascend to the rank of champion at the first school, specially recruited by the Sihai group? Do your best, and remember to conserve your energy. By Sienna's melodious voice offered gentle encouragement, as if some magical essence flowed from her lips to bolster Subai. Lao Bai shot an exasperated glance at this scene. You've stirred quite a bit of trouble, just don't disgrace our school. Subai waved his hand and, under the curious gazes of the crowd, ascended to the stage. Chapter 56, 5 Battlefields, all eyes on the submerged Subai? Hee hee, the little fellow has taken the stage. I hope he provides us with a delightful surprise. Gudong remarked, his eyes sparkling as he turned from the other 9 arenas to observe. A strength-based profession. Sikong Bei mused, his brow slightly furrowed. For Su Bai to overcome him, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort, not to mention the exposure of his skills. Meanwhile, Lu Yihue is conserving his strength, concealing his tactics. This is hardly equitable. Equitable? At the mention of the term, a wave of laughter swept through the assembly, as they were all too familiar with the bittersweet realities of their ascent. There was no such thing as absolute fairness. Had it not been for the city lord's intervention, who knew how ruthlessly Lu Qing would have sought to obliterate the talent. A genius yet to mature is no different from a useless lump. Sikong's words are overly biased toward his own, Qi Zhao chuckled. After all, it is an undeniable fact that Yihue was injured and fell into the sea. If Director Lu were present, he would undoubtedly not allow his grandson to be bullied. Mentioning Lu Tianqi caused a few faces among the crowd to shift. The battle was about to commence. Gudong maintained a calm demeanor as he pointed towards the stage. On the first platform of the Zhongzhou playground, Su Bai stood, surveying his surroundings. The high-definition cameras above seemed to converge the attention of the entire audience upon him. Du Zhong, wielding his heavy sword, evidently noticed this as well. Grinning broadly, thanks to your status as a star, I too can bask in the limelight. Come, let us not waste time. Select the battlefield and engage in a thrilling, blood-pumping fight worthy of our youth. Su Bai admired Du Zhang's remaining fervor, while he himself had only the leisure of fishing left. A spherical robot, the size of a basketball and resembling a droplet of water, descended, ejecting a blue card and emitting an electronic voice. Competitors Su Bai and Du Zhang, please select your battlefield. Current options: nearshore reefs, deep sea expanse, fiery desert, tropical rainforest, ruined metropolis. Let fate decide, Su Bai replied calmly. This was also the public's choice. Typically, only those with ample confidence would allow their opponents to make the selection. Du Zhang nodded, opting for a random battlefield. The water droplet robot acquiesced, and the scenic image on the hovering blue card shifted continuously: yellow deserts, azure deep seas, and gray ruins, until it finally settled upon an endless sea surface. With a resounding crash, it was as if the heavens had burst forth. The blue card shattered into countless specks of light data, and an arcane domain enveloped the 200-square-meter arena. A deluge descended, expanding the domain, submerging both Su Bai and Du Zhang in torrential rain, leaving no land in sight. Random battlefield, deep sea expanse. Accumulate damage. When one party reaches a threshold of 1,000 damage points or a fatal wound, the match will automatically conclude. Prepare for battle. Dragged down by the weight of his 100-kilogram weapon, Du Zhang cursed under his breath, swiftly activating his spirit vapor to ascend. He had unwittingly selected the most unfavorable environment. Du Zhang was indeed unfortunate. The deep sea expanse was one of the most challenging battlefields, with no land to serve as a pivot. It posed a severe test for both competitors. The literature teacher from the second school felt a weight in his heart. The victor will be determined in no more than 15 minutes. Had I drawn, I could have won even faster. Lan Pei suddenly flashed a grin, revealing her sharp shark-like teeth. As a mermaid singer, she would receive significant boosts in the water. Bai Xian'er observed quietly, currently ranking 21st, while Su Bai languished at the bottom of the list. The fishing profession likely offered no enhancements. In the distance, Fang Hua and Hua Wenzhong observed the match, regarding Su Bai not as a threat, but rather as an intriguing figure. However, one young man fixated on Su Bai, his attire emblazoned with the Four Seas Group logo. Yu Tiantao, a prodigy specially recruited by the Four Seas Group, held an A-level contract. I am curious to see how a mere fisherman like you has secured a contract superior to mine. Amidst the spectators' gaze, Su Bai plunged into the sea without wielding his tetanus sword or donning the serpent crown. Clad merely in a fish-scale suit, he swam effortlessly through the water. Behind him, Du Zhang, burdened with a hefty blade weighing over 100 pounds, gasped for breath as he shouted, "Hey, can you stop running? Although my domain is limited to about 500 square meters, with the spirit energy abundant now, let us engage in a duel without regrets." With a flash of blood-cooling spirit energy, Su Bai floated on the surface like a fish, turning back in astonishment. In a competition, one must adapt to the environment and employ their unique strategies. You are a heavy blade wielder with immense strength. It would be foolish of me to confront you head-on. As a mere fisherman, a white profession, I must maintain my distance. With that, he turned and dove back into the depths like a dolphin. Furious, Du Zhang drew his heavy sword and slashed at the water ahead. Come out. If you're a man, face me directly. The tremendous force of his heavy weapon cleaved through the waves, creating a 3-meter-wide splash, captivating the audience. Yet, Su Bai's silhouette remained elusive. The consequence of the spirit energy explosion was that Du Zhang sank back into the water, submerging up to his chest, and gulping down mouthfuls of seawater. Despite the advancements that allow professionals to walk on water or even hold their breath for extended periods, the driving force behind all these abilities is the spirit energy within. Du Zhang, towering at 2 meters and wielding a weapon over 100 pounds, struggled against the ocean's pressure. Within mere minutes, he could hardly endure. His arms threatened to cramp from exhaustion. Limited by his weight, his swimming speed was sluggish, and his spirit energy drained at an alarming rate. Regardless of his fury, he could not locate Su Bai's figure beneath the waves, left alone to perform a solo act. The spectators, however, could clearly see Su Bai gradually descending into the depths, effortlessly evading the residual flashes of the sword. He did not engage in a direct confrontation with Du Zhang. Some spectators jeered, questioning whether to label him as overly cautious or simply cowardly. They had anticipated witnessing a miracle, having abandoned other matches, only to find a 2-meter-tall brute splashing in the water while another played a game of underwater hide and seek. After 5 minutes, Du Zhang began to feel the toll of his heavy blade. Enveloped in a faint gray spirit energy, he stood on the water's surface, gasping for air, casting a reluctant glance at his longtime weapon. "Good buddy, I will return for you later. In this match, I shall settle it with my fists." With a decisive motion, he hurled his heavy sword into the sea. The mentors exchanged perplexed glances. For such a profession, much of their prowess lies in their weaponry. This action was tantamount to crippling himself. It was clear that the battlefield was not suited to his strengths. Teacher Wen lamented the loss, remarking that a desert or even a rainforest would have been far more advantageous. Su Bai continued to evade, and even Old White's composure began to falter. "Coward, you've discarded your weapon. If you're a man, come out." Enraged, Du Zhang slammed his fist against the water's surface, sending up a massive spray. "Don't you have a crush on the school beauty, Sienna? I'll tell you, she is destined to be a breathtaking beauty of the next generation. Far beyond your reach as a mere fisherman. Beauties are meant for the strong, and that is me." Chapter 57. The Silent Playground, Su Bai's ultimate technique, Millennium Kill. Outside the arena, numerous contestants cast varied glances at Sienna, who, with her impeccable upbringing, displayed a fleeting flash of indignation. No wonder. Such fiery anger must stem from a battle for love, Qin Chuan jested. Old White's expression turned ashen, prompting Teacher Wen to offer him comfort. While Du Zhang continued to spew trash talk, he suddenly sensed a surge of spirit energy beneath his feet. Had he finally reached his limit? A flicker of joy surged within Du Zhang as he quickly lowered his gaze, channeling spirit energy into his eyes to scan for movements beneath the waves. He raised his right hand, a massive fist enveloped in dense spirit energy, poised for an explosive strike. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer in his vision revealed a water arrow, indistinguishable from the surrounding sea, racing towards him at an unfathomable speed. He had no time to react. From a third-party perspective, the onlookers observed Su Bai at the ocean floor, his hands pressed together, fingers interlaced with the ring and pinky fingers crossed. The index and middle fingers extended outward. A water blue ring on his right hand suddenly illuminated, and a sharp water arrow coalesced at his fingertip, piercing the ocean's surface like a drill, aimed directly at Du Zhang above. Witnessing this ultimate move, the audience gasped. "What is he doing? I believe I have seen this technique 10 years ago. It is taboo." Next, a loud shout echoed. "Secret technique, Millennium Kill." Su Bai swiftly ascended, and the sharp water arrow erupted from his fingertip, thrusting directly between Du Zhang's legs. Du Zhang was propelled over 5 meters into the air, his agonized scream resonating, leaving the contestants in shock. With a resounding splash, Du Zhang crashed back into the water, face down and body up, floating on the surface, his formidable form trembling slightly. The pain was excruciating. One could faintly hear his cries for help. Su Bai stood atop the water, gazing down at him, shaking his head. "I did not wish to resort to this ultimate technique. You forced my hand. You were correct. Beauties are meant for the strong. It appears you do not embody that strength. Rather, it is I who does." The arena fell into an eerie silence. While Sienna's lips moved slightly, her face flushed with an unprecedented blend of embarrassment and anger. Lan Pei opened her mouth, wishing to speak but unsure of where to begin. Old White, however, felt no embarrassment, lost in thought about how to converse with Teacher Wen. "Brother, this is too much." When Xin covered her face, Feng Hua and Hua Wenzhong exchanged bewildered glances, each recognizing the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Yu Tiantao stood stunned, never anticipating such a conclusion. As for the mentors in the viewing area, they were initially dumbfounded before erupting into laughter. While it was not the most dignified display, it was undeniably effective. Indeed, I once escaped from a ferocious 100-ton shark by attacking its vulnerable spot. Youngsters are easily driven by matters of the heart, and this serves as a lesson for Du Zhang. His professional flaws are glaring, and if he does not improve, he will inevitably face dire consequences. Gudong felt exasperated, suggesting that such tactics should be avoided in the future as they are not suitable for promotion. The cameras continued to roll, capturing this match material to be edited for local television and online broadcasts. The deep-sea battlefield lay in silence, save for the faithful report of the water droplet robot. Damage exceeds the threshold of 1,000. This match is concluded. Calculating the damage sustained by both fighters. Su Bai, 0, Du Zhang, 1100. In this competition, Su Bai emerged victorious with a score of 100. His current overall ranking stands at 151. As the results were declared, the sea surged and transformed into a law. The data dissipated, gradually coalescing into that blue card. With a resounding thud, the heavy blade was thrust into the bluestone slab, while the previously arrogant Du Zhang sat with his legs crossed, clutching his rear, maintaining a posture reminiscent of the battlefield. Turned away from the sky, his head buried in the ground. Perhaps he was too ashamed to face anyone. Where are the doctors? Hurry, bring a stretcher. Teacher Wen hurriedly approached to assess the injury, casting a disapproving glare at Su Bai. Su Bai could only shrug helplessly. That was the least damaging move he could conceive. Besides, his sharp tongue had indeed earned him considerable animosity. The training camp was equipped with top-notch medical facilities, and soon 2 doctors in white coats carefully lifted the hefty Du Zhang onto the stretcher. Be careful with his rear, Teacher Wen admonished, dutifully following alongside the stretcher. My blade, don't forget my blade. Groggy and half-draped over the stretcher, Du Zhang extended his hand, still fixated on his beloved weapon. Here, take it. A kind-hearted individual picked up the heavy blade and handed it to him. Thank you, thank you. Du Zhang raised his head from the white canvas. His vision blurred as he gazed at the Good Samaritan. Su Bai, with a broad smile, was watching him. Clang. The 100-pound blade came crashing down once more. Without delving into the near mishap of the doctors almost having their feet crushed, it was a farcical scene. Su Bai returned to the preparation area, only to find the gazes of those around him markedly different, filled with a mix of strangeness, wariness, and a tinge of fear. Xin, what do you think is going on with them? Su Bai asked as he picked up a white porcelain cup, pressed the button on the self-service coffee machine, and poured himself a cup of black coffee. They're afraid because your tactics are so unconventional, when Xin astutely remarked. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, due to this battle, some began to refer to him behind his back as the flower arranger, alongside the twisted witch, when Xin. You should refrain from using such lowly tactics in the future. A faint blush lingered on her delicate face as Bai Xianer bit her lip, gazing at him. Su Bai paused momentarily while holding his coffee. All right. Lan Pei blinked her sapphire blue eyes, her gaze flitting back and forth between the two. Although it wasn't he particularly dignified, victory was still victory, currently ranked 151. He had to strive further. Sensing an impending crisis, the elder Bai decisively interrupted the atmosphere. Moreover, conserve your strength and trump cards. The battle with Lu Yihui in an hour is of utmost importance. Elder Bai furrowed his brow. From his understanding of the Lu family, their intentions might extend beyond mere vengeance. They could be after his life. Subsequently, the frequent announcements calling Su Bai's name only confirmed his suspicions. At the War Academy's preparation area, Lu Yihui smirked, watching Su Bai's victorious silhouette. With his substantial spiritual energy, he has been evading attacks. His stamina and spiritual energy must be considerably depleted. Lu Qing specifically noted, that ring of his conceals skills, we must be cautious. I have also prepared several formidable competitors. Standing before you will not be so easy. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles. In the preparation area, with his black coffee still unfinished, Su Bai was called to the arena once again. He reluctantly set down the porcelain cup, cautioning, don't spill it. Wait until I'm done. When Xin replied cheerfully, perhaps the coffee is still hot. Be careful, Bai Xianer whispered. Why so soon? Wang Chuxing queried, his expression peculiar. Lan Pei waved her hand in encouragement towards Su Bai. His second opponent was a speed-oriented freelancer, a true test of endurance and mental fortitude. Chapter 58, Transforming into a Mermaid, the raucous king of the underworld. The first competitor emerges. The battleground was a perilous tropical rainforest, dense with towering trees and entwined vines. The ground was slick with moss, creating a daunting environment. This time, the audience finally witnessed Su Bai wielding a weapon. He swung that red fishing rod, the transparent fishing line, manipulated by spiritual energy, elusive and versatile, easily laying traps. After a grueling 10-minute chase through the rainforest, his opponent unfortunately fell into a trap, ensnared by the fishing line, ultimately exceeding the damage threshold and being declared defeated. The fisherman has some skills. After all, he is the champion, but it is evident that he lacks prowess in direct combat. Students murmured, acknowledging the significant drawbacks of his profession. Moreover, it was clear to everyone that as his adversaries became increasingly formidable, Su Bai's spiritual energy and stamina were being drained exponentially. With just over 20 minutes remaining until his showdown with Lu Yihui, "Cousin, you've worked hard. The coffee is still warm." As Su Bai stepped off the arena, when Xinxin held the white porcelain cup, feeling its warmth with her hand, eagerly presenting it to him, his breath appeared somewhat ragged. Upon receiving the cup, he downed it in one go. He felt damp, longing for a shower. Still thirsty, Su Bai refilled his cup at the self-service machine. "Your ranking has risen to 110. Now, rest well and prepare for the battle with Lu Yihui," Elder Bai reminded him. Su Bai nodded. "Lan Peipei, please take the stage to face Hua Wenzhong." Upon hearing the announcement, Su Bai and Bai Xian'er turned their attention to the poised Lan Peipei, who had her legs crossed. She was now facing one of the two frontrunners for the championship. The smile on Lan Peipei's cherubic face instantly froze. "Hey, I'm only ranked 31. While Hua Wenzhong is second in points, isn't this selection a bit excessive?" Regardless of her protests, she had to take the stage. "Go, Sister Peipei. I will always support you." When Xinxin raised her small fist in encouragement, "Those previous opponents merely served as my warm-up. I too wish to test my limits." Lan Peipei extended her slender fingers to smooth her flowing azure locks, winking at Su Bai. "Mysterious fisherman, remember to take pictures of me on the stage. Let me show you what true beauty is." With that, she tilted her delicate chin, casting a provocative glance at Bai Xian'er. "Boring," Bai Xian'er silently scoffed. "You should focus on the battle." A gust of sea breeze tousled Lan Peipei's blue hair as she gracefully leaped onto the stage, enthusiastically waving to the audience. Opposite her, Hua Wenzhong, clad in dark golden armor and wielding a Rui staff, awaited her arrival. "Are there really so many beauties in our competition?" an audience member remarked. Captivated by Lan Peipei's enthusiasm, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to her luminous skin and flowing blue hair, a descendant of an ancient lineage with mermaid blood. Qin Chuan also closely observed this match. Both competitors possessed formidable strength, particularly Hua Wenzhong, weighing heavily on his mind. Another contender for the championship. Fang Hua had completed his battle and silently gazed in this direction. Clearly, he regarded this genius, whose name was on par with his own, with equal seriousness. In the viewing area, the city lord chuckled. After watching for so long, it's finally time for some truly exciting battles. The little girl from the Lan family is even stronger than her mother in her prime." Manager's son nodded in agreement. "Indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, she faces Hua Wenzhong, whose staff techniques have reached perfection after years of exorbitant training, exhibiting flawless agility. Your investment in the oceanic realms is indeed commendable." Sikong Bei shook his head, noting that this year's outstanding recruits for the Four Seas were none other than Su Bai and Yu Tiantao, slightly trailing behind the other three factions. In the arena, Lan Peipei observed intently, scrutinizing the legendary genius, Hua Wenzhong. Though his physique was slender, his eyes bore an imposing and captivating aura. She introduced herself with a melodious voice. "Ocean Academy, mermaid songstress, Lan Peipei." Hua Wenzhong responded with a firm salute, declaring, "Yuan Yang Group, the king of the mixed world." Hua Wenzhong. Both were of epic professions, yet Hua Wenzhong occupied a more advanced tier. His prospects for future development were exceedingly bright. It was rumored that by collecting 5 corresponding orange profession cards, one could even ascend to a golden legendary class. A hovering water droplet robot approached, dispensing a domain card. "Hee, handsome, with your ranking so high, might you allow a humble lady a chance?" Lan Peipei blinked her innocent blue eyes, exuding charm. "May I choose the battlefield?" "Certainly." Hua Wenzhong nodded. A subtle smile graced Lan Peipei's lips as she declared, "Then I choose the vast, deep sea." With the onset of a great flood, the arena was instantly transformed into a vast expanse of water. At last, Sister Peipei can showcase her true abilities. Below the stage, when Xinxin, true to her word, waved her arms, cheering for her senior. "Is there a terrain bonus?" Su Bai inquired, astonished, having just reviewed the information on the king of the mixed world. The opponent was amphibious, with his strength doubled in the water, agility unaffected, and the ability to manipulate currents. "Brother, remember not to blink." When Xinxin revealed her small tiger teeth, Su Bai looked up, slightly taken aback. The next moment, as the waves surged, Lan Peipei, having submerged, erupted with a soft blue vapor. Her long, fair legs transformed into a stunning fishtail upon contact with the water. She giggled lightly, her voice enchanting and evocative of deep emotions. Her blue hair shimmered with brilliant light, her skin glistening with a delicate layer of pale blue scales, and her elongated ears sharpened to a point. With a swift dive, she vanished into the depths. Her beautiful tail fanned the water as she commanded a wave toward Hua Wenzhong. At last, a formidable adversary has arrived. Hua Wenzhong stood firm upon the water's surface, his right hand wielding the Rui stick, slicing through the wave with a fierce strike. Where he stood, the waters lay tranquil. From the depths, melodies wafted up, stirring the heart of the king of the mixed world. Moreover, the surrounding waters were evidently under the mermaid's control, leaving Hua Wenzhong momentarily in a stalemate. The stakes of this battle were exceptionally high. Lan Peipei traversed the ocean, maneuvering the waves and placing immense pressure upon Hua Wenzhong. Yet, this was where her advantage ended. Hua Wenzhong had already established 6 spirit pools and cultivated profound breathing techniques alongside terrifying staff techniques, transforming his 1 square meter domain into a formidable realm. Ultimately, he enveloped the water with a 10-meter-long stick, crashing down with earth-shattering force, compelling Lan Peipei to surface and escape the impending doom. Before long, surpassing the threshold of damage, the water droplet robot announced the conclusion of the match. Hua Wenzhong emerges victorious, with a total of 7 battles, all won. Points, 720. Ascending to the top of the leaderboard, awarded the selection rights for 3 Chinese-style villas. Remaining, 2 villas, other competitors, please strive harder. A chorus of lamentations arose from the students. Had they truly lost 1 villa? Lan Peipei fought commendably, yet alas, she encountered Hua Wenzhong. With only 2 premier dormitories left, if Feng Hua reserved 1, would there be but a single dormitory remaining? Chapter 59. Su Bai takes the stage, Ruined City. His adversary is. Many expressed their regrets for Lan Peipei, including her mentors who praised her efforts. Having awakened so recently, reaching this level is already commendable. Gudong remarked, her talent ranks within the top 10. With proper nurturing, she shall become a pillar of humanity. Several mentors nodded in agreement. The mermaid lineage possesses unparalleled advantages at sea. Upon transformation, she can breathe underwater and withstand pressure. It is not merely a combat profession. The Lan family is renowned in Blackwater City as a prominent oceanic family with deep roots. Even the city lord bows to their stature. Humph. Next time I'll find a sonic wave technique to ensure my victory over you. Returning to the arena, Lan Peipei flicked her damp hair, discontent as she descended from the stage. You possess great potential, Hua Wenzhong stated, twirling his staff and returning it to the spirit pool. Having claimed the championship of the division, he did not depart, but instead quietly took a seat in the observation area, evidently studying his competitors. Su Bai was somewhat taken aback to see that Lan Peipei had not returned to Class 1, but rather to the preparation area of Class 2, where she sat in solitude. Despite her nonchalant demeanor, she harbored a strong sense of pride. When Xin waved goodbye to her cousin, heading over to console her friend. Since the competition began, this is the first time she has visited her own school's preparation area, remarked Wang Chuxing. Yet, in her mermaid form, she is truly stunning. Upon reflection, he felt a twinge of helplessness. She was indeed more formidable than himself. He had initially thought himself to be exceptional, yet talent was abundant here. Su Bai wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Chuxing's sentiment. However, upon noticing Bai Xian'er glance his way, he instantly straightened his posture, as if sipping coffee. After her transformation, she appeared even more alluring. Not far from Class 2, Louis Hui's gaze fixated on Lan Peipei's long, fair legs, his eyes betraying unmasked desire. Were she to attend the War Academy, he would undoubtedly find a way to approach her. Nevertheless, being of notable background, Louis Hui was no fool and concealed his intentions. Previously, alongside Bai Xian'er and that young girl, he had dared to falsely accuse him. He could not yet contend with the mermaid, but with Bai Xian'er and Wen Xin. Given the right circumstances, there might still be an opportunity. Gazing at Bai Xian'er's serene visage from afar, Louis Hui felt his heart race. Accustomed to beautiful women, she still managed to leave him in awe. Son, as long as you are strong, what kind of woman can't you have? Lu Qing evidently noticed his fixation. Perform well in the sprint camp, and after it's over, I'll arrange a good placement for you. I'll speak to Bai Haoji about arranging a marriage for you too. Really? Louis Hui's eyes lit up, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Has your father ever deceived you? Lu Qing replied, casting a cold smile in the direction of Class 1. That girl possesses a unique profession and is indeed attractive. If you marry into her family, should you connect with that celestial diva, you could dominate Blackwater City, or even the entire East Sea. As for Su Bai, he escaped the confines of Zhongzhou Island. Just days prior, the patriarch had proclaimed his death sentence. Su Bai's senses were exceptionally keen. He instantly perceived the palpable malice emanating from the War Academy and shot an unkind glare in their direction. Attempting to deplete my energy with such underhanded tactics? Soon, you shall learn the pain of my cousin. The rust on the tetanus sword stirred restlessly. The Lu family's incessant underhanded maneuvers intensified Su Bai's murderous intent. Lu Qing was tenfold more dangerous than Zhang Wanwen. He dared to act before the city lord. His strength surpassed Zhang Wanwen's. On the verge of breaking through to the Earth Spring realm, a heavy pressure settled upon Su Bai's heart. Remaining on this island for 21 days while being targeted by such a formidable foe was far from a stroke of good fortune. In the quest for rapid evolution, leveraging the island's resources and the support of the age of exploration, one must be prepared to pay any price. Intuitively, he sensed that only one among the two would emerge from Zhongzhou Island. Subai, be prepared. Your next opponent is Yu Tiantao. Suddenly, the broadcast interrupted his thoughts. Lao Bai raised his head, furrowing his brow. What is happening? Others aren't being called up this quickly. There must be something amiss. Lu Qing is deliberately arranging opponents to sap your spiritual energy and gauge your capabilities. Do not act yet. I will protest to the mentors. Lao Bai stormed out. But Su Bai raised his hand to stop him. There's no need. Lu Qing is accustomed to employing such insidious tactics. A glint of determination flashed in Su Bai's eyes. However, if you exhaust too much energy, you may find yourself in peril later. Lao Bai's face clouded with concern. After all, he had trained Su Bai for 3 years and could not bear to see him harmed. Bai Xiener also interjected, "Are you confident?" "Of course," Su Bai replied, brimming with confidence as he strode toward the arena, observing his opponent. Upon noticing the 4Cs group's training uniform, he paused momentarily, realizing he was facing one of his own. The host seems to favor the 4Cs group too much. I barely had time to rest before being called up again, and it's still a match among peers. Witnessing this scene, Sikong Bei's expression darkened. The draw for matches was random. After all, the 4Cs group had quite a number of participants, Chi Chao explained. Each of those present was a cunning fox, perceptive enough to sense the underlying schemes. Yet, no one voiced their concerns. The city lord remained silent, and Sikong Bei could only stifle his anger and continue watching. In the arena, Yu Tiantao appeared in good spirits, wielding a silver bow and proclaiming, "Cold Spring Archer, Yu Tiantao. Fisherman, Su Bai." After exchanging names, Yu Tiantao continued with interest, "I've heard of you within the company. Finally, we have the chance to compete. However, it seems we are both caught in some scheme. I dislike being manipulated, especially since we belong to the same faction." He aimed his bow towards the sky. The water droplet robot had already arrived to announce the match. "Therefore, I propose we engage in battle within 10 exchanges, without probing or delaying, and without running all over the map." Su Bai nodded in agreement. "A commendable suggestion. I concur. Indeed, he is a straightforward individual. Up to this point, it seems you have not unleashed your full potential, which piques my curiosity about what makes a mere white-collar worker so special." Yu Tiantao's eyes gleamed with determination. By defeating him, he could prove to certain individuals within the company that he too was capable of securing an A-level contract. This contract entailed millions in annual subsidies and various benefits, making it a prize worth competing for. And thus, the random battlefield was set. As the blue card descended from above, the laws of the arena spread forth. Crumbling buildings erupted from the ground, with steel, concrete, and debris isolating the two combatants. Battlefield, ruined city. In this complex environment, I hold the advantage. Yu Tiantao landed atop a derelict building, his professional enhancements granting him keen eyesight, instantly spotting Su Bai several hundred meters away. Su Bai too descended onto a construction site. Noticing Yu Tiantao and swiftly retreating into the nearest unfinished building, scaffolded and dilapidated. Without hesitation, Yu Tiantao leapt from the 7th floor, taking the initiative. Within the unfinished building, at a height of 5 meters, Su Bai concealed himself on the 3rd floor, surrounded by cement and construction debris. This would test the contestant's adaptability. After hiding for a few minutes, he could hear faint footsteps approaching from below. Despite the sound being almost imperceptible, as light as a night owl, it was no match for Su Bai's heightened perception of over 30. Long-range attacks were not particularly favorable for me. Concealed behind several bags of cement, Su Bai's gaze flickered. He had only drawn his crimson fishing rod, with a dagger of blood bound to his waist. He refrained from revealing further equipment. He needed to maintain his concealment. Otherwise, fully armed, Su Bai possessed 9 distinct methods to eliminate Yu Tiantao. 9. Su Bai's true adversary was not Yu Tiantao, nor was it Lu Yihui. It was Lu Qing. Yu Tiantao, however, was not inclined to grant him much time for contemplation. In the dim night, a cold gleam suddenly appeared. A silver arrow soared from outside the 1st floor, precisely aimed at Su Bai. So swift, it was evident that those chosen for special assignments were anything but ordinary. Su Bai executed a somersault, leaping from the pile of cement. To his astonishment, the silver arrow struck the very spot where he had just landed, producing a series of cracking sounds as a crystalline layer of ice began to form. The chilling air enveloped him, and the icy layer rapidly spread towards Su Bai's feet. He was momentarily startled, but with a swift step, he dashed into another room. The first arrow, ice arrow. Yu Tiantao's voice drifted up from below, brimming with confidence in his abilities. An arrowhead shot up to the 2nd floor, honing in on Su Bai. who was continuously moving on the third floor with the keen instincts of a predator. With a whoosh, another arrow pierced through the concrete slab, hurtling towards Su Bai at an unbelievable angle. Yet Su Bai's reaction was swifter. He vanished from his position in a flash, simultaneously swinging his fishing rod. Blood Kuan-'s spiritual energy surged forth, transforming the red hook into a fish's mouth. Gracefully, it traced a beautiful arc in the air, lunging toward Yu Tiantao like a crocodile snapping at its prey. Yu Tiantao remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The second arrow, Illumination Arrow, with a brilliant flash. The arrow exploded in midair, bathing the entire ruined building in a blinding light akin to the midday sun. More crucially, the abrupt shift from darkness to brilliance was sufficient to induce temporary blindness. Damn, my keen eye for insight has been blinded. This little rascal is somewhat devious. Is he deliberately retaliating against us? The first to suffer were the focused onlookers, particularly Lu Yihui, who had been intent on observing his nemesis. Now caught off guard by this unforeseen turn, he grimaced, exclaiming, "Dad, my eyes are seeing stars." Lu Qing would not simply stand by. He produced an expensive eye drop solution to alleviate the situation. The War Academy's Feng Hai, Gui San, and Gao Wenjin also experienced significant discomfort, their eyes reddened and pained. Tong Qi, however, had returned to his work post, narrowly escaping the calamity. How careless! Lao Bai, watching intently, tried to discern the outcome from the glaring ruins. Bai Xian'er remained unaffected, her clear black eyes calm and composed. The fisherman seems to be in peril. Recovering her composure, Lan Peipei frowned slightly. Even if he dodged this attack, his vision would be severely compromised, placing him at a disadvantage against Lu Yihui in the forthcoming battle. When Xinxin patted her chest, assuring, "My brother is the strongest." Though she said this, her tightly clenched pinky revealed her true feelings. In the viewing area, Sikong Bei shook his head repeatedly. Internal strife would only lead to the Four Seas group suffering the most. Look, the light is dissipating, the outcome is being revealed. Chi Chao suddenly extended his hand, and the guests looked up. They witnessed the scene of the ruined city gradually transforming into dispersing light points. The announcing water droplet robot flew overhead once more. The audience held their breath, gazing into the dissipating radiance. Two figures emerged, one standing tall, the other sprawled upon the ground, reminiscent of martial prowess. The first to catch the eye was the recently formidable Yu Tiantao, whose head bore a substantial swelling, his precious bow slipping from his grasp as he fainted onto the concrete. Meanwhile, Su Bai stood not far off, panting heavily, his spirit still reeling. Leaning on his fishing rod for support, he raised his left hand triumphantly, exclaiming, "I have won." Applause erupted on the playground, with numerous students genuinely admiring his feat. As the lowest-ranked professional present, his achievement was indeed commendable. Huawen looked toward the obelisk, and Su Bai's rank surged from 110 to 80. If his previous performance had prompted skepticism regarding his cunning, the recent battle, with life and death hanging in the balance, was the ultimate test of skill. Nonetheless, many observed Su Bai's condition, believing he had reached his limit. "Haha, Teacher Sikong, it seems I have triumphed this time," Qi Zhao remarked, retracting his gaze. The top 20 remained a daunting challenge. Teacher Sikong remained silent. Given Su Bai's current state, he could manage perhaps one or two more contests, barely scraping into the 50s. Still far from the bet's requirements. Not bad. With the training from the sprint camp, the company will surely find him a suitable transfer card, enabling him to achieve greatness. Sikong Bei smiled. Who said one cannot undergo a second transfer after the first? It merely requires a significant sacrifice, a point reset, to be precise. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhao was slightly taken aback. The Four Seas truly possesses deep pockets, willing to invest such a cost in an ordinary student. The other guests shook their heads in amazement. I witnessed him in battle, displaying both finesse and raw power to the utmost limit. He is indeed worthy of cultivation. To everyone's surprise, even the city lord bestowed high praise upon Su Bai. Yet Qi Zhao secretly mused, inherently deficient, a fallen genius is no different from mud. He may not even escape Zhongzhou Island. As the effect of the domain card faded, Yu Tiantao was carried away on a stretcher by medics. After a meticulous examination, they were astonished to find that he bore no external injuries, only a fainting spell. The doctors marveled that his head had sustained no serious trauma, attributing it solely to Su Bai's precisely timed intervention. "Cousin, how is your stamina recovering? I've brought you some fragrant rice balls." In the preparation area, when Xinxin produced a rice ball wrapped in lotus leaves. When she unveiled it, an enticing aroma wafted forth. Su Bai took a bite and, puzzled, inquired, "Why does it taste so much like snake meat?" When Xinxin blinked, opting for silence. Time was of the essence. Only 10 minutes remained before the battle with Lu Yihui commenced. Old Bai anxiously paced in circles, Bai Xianer handed Su Bai a vial of energy potion. Drink this to replenish your nutrients. Thank you, Su Bai replied, taking the vial and downing it alongside the rice ball. That teacher Lu is rather underhanded. Lan Pei also came to check on him, casting a spell to help him relax. The 6 tentacles of the dreamy jellyfish massaged him, and Su Bai closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of bliss. He was far from weak. Everything was merely a facade for Lu Yihui. However, after 3 consecutive matches, he had indeed expended some stamina and spiritual energy. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar malice. Turning his gaze outward, he was not surprised to see Lu Yihui, Lu Qing, and even Feng Hai watching him intently. Lu Yihui's complexion was flushed as he flashed a mocking smile at Su Bai, his lips moving. Su Bai discerned his words. Clean your neck and await your demise. Chapter 61. Cheat mode activated. Opening the Great Voyage and utilizing game items. Now, basking in his temporary triumph, Zhang Wanwen would soon be your downfall. Su Bai chuckled coldly, in a perspective invisible to all. He discreetly opened the Great Voyage and navigated to the item section. Naturally, he had procured potions from the game well in advance. He clicked on both the red and blue vials. The game prompted, you have used a medium strength potion. For the next hour, gain an additional 15 points of strength. You have used a medium stamina recovery potion. All stamina restored within 10 levels. In an instant, a mysterious force from the game surged through his body, igniting his spiritual reservoir and invigorating his bloodline. This primal power instilled an urge to obliterate everything in his path. Unbeknownst to the others, they merely assumed he was exerting himself to recover within the 10-minute time frame. That kid is doomed, proclaimed the ever-watchful Guisen. He hasn't used any recovery cards. Lu Yihui felt a surge of relief. After all, what could an orphan possess in terms of resources? Surely, he lacked precious healing cards. Lu Yihui's confidence swelled as he caressed the blazing burst rifle in his hand. 90% certainty. Perform admirably. The old man is watching. Lu Qing clicked on the panel and requested a video link. An elderly man, dignified and evidently accustomed to high office, appeared before Lu Yihui. Seated in an ornate mahogany chair, his demeanor vigorous and alert. Grandfather? Lu Yihui exclaimed in delight, rising. It appears you are recuperating well. Lu Tianqi observed his beloved grandson from across the office, then redirected the video, admonishing, as a father, how can you be so negligent? Your own son was cast into the sea, and you were oblivious. I have already lost one grandson. I cannot bear to lose my only remaining one. Feng Hai noted that the vice principal, usually feared by all, now resembled a chastened pupil, head bowed in submission. Father, I wasn't even on the yacht at the time. Besides, you are aware of the island's circumstances. The city lord was present. Enough with the excuses. Lu Tianqi waved his hand impatiently. Since you are competing in front of so many old friends, you cannot afford to lose. Yihui represents our family's honor. Grant him that card. Understood. Lu Qing nodded without hesitation, extending his hand. A luminous blue card floated in the air, exuding an exhilarating aura. The card depicted a lush magical forest, illuminated with twinkling lights, where winged sprites frolicked around a beautiful blue magical spring at its center. The onlooking Feng Hai was momentarily stunned. The magic spring, one of the most renowned enhancement cards. Once used, it can provide a continuous flow of spiritual energy for an hour. It could easily sustain the reckless expenditure of a 9th pool realm practitioner. Its market price is no less than 2 million. Guisun, along with Gao Wenjin, marveled at the Lu family's extravagant wealth. One wonders where they have scavenged such rare cards from. Guisun mused internally. Yihui, feel free to unleash your full potential without reservation. Whatever happens, your father will bear the consequences. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Qing's eyes as he activated the magic spring, transforming it into a crystalline blue form. If worst comes to worst, there's always your grandfather. Even in death, he can suppress all. Blue light swirled around Lu Yihui, gradually coalescing at his abdomen into a magical spring. Lu Yihui grinned broadly, saying, I understand now. 10 minutes slipped by quietly. The familiar announcement echoed once more. Classmate Su Bai, please prepare yourself. You are about to face off against Lu Yihui from the War Academy. As this announcement echoed through the air, the students who were previously focused on other arenas turned their gazes towards the stage where Su Bai stood. The fisherman is in peril. This was the unspoken sentiment in the hearts of many. Everyone had witnessed his earlier condition. Moreover, Lu Yihui's prestigious lineage and profession were well known to all. After such a long wait, the moment of truth was finally at hand. Qi Zhao reminded the guests and cast a glance at the visibly perturbed Sikong Bei. Is anyone willing to take a gamble with the old man? I fear the little fellow is in over his head. Professor Li pointed out with keen interest. Indeed, several guests agreed. And many mentors familiar with Lu Tianqi began to place their bets heavily on Lu Yihui. In just a brief moment, The prize pool had accumulated to 6 million, with Lu Yihui's stake amounting to 5 million. From the moment of his awakening, I have kept a close watch on classmate Su. I bet on his victory. Professor Sun tossed 50,000 into the pot, eliciting astonishment from many mentors. Once the betting concluded, someone on stage turned to Sikong Bei. As one of his subordinates, he ought to make a show of support. As expected, Sikong Bei jested. I am truly honored by the esteemed teacher's confidence. In that case, I shall add some funds to the prize pool as well. He tossed down a black card, wagering 3 million on Su Bai's victory. This declaration immediately drew laughter from several old friends. Sikong, are you not being overly confident? You must remember, you have already wagered 2 million, totaling 5 million, which is no trifling sum even for you. Many instructors had already discerned that Su Bai would struggle to break into the top 20. Since you have placed your bet, how could I fall behind? Glancing at the eyes of his numerous colleagues, Qi Zhao also tossed a black card into the prize pool. I wager 4 million on Lu Yihui's victory. The total prize pool now exceeded 10 million, a figure that would undoubtedly cause discomfort for the guests present. They murmured in astonishment, while some curious onlookers turned their attention to the city lord. Gu Dong did not participate, merely stating with indifference, after the match concludes, there must be no lingering animosity or grievances. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the preparation area below, when Xin asked with concern, cousin, are you all right? Su Bai opened his eyes, flipping himself over, a suppressed brilliance emanating from his gaze. Pour me a cup of coffee. When Xin hurriedly prepared it from the self-service coffee machine and handed it to Su Bai. Upon receiving the white porcelain cup, Su Bai noticed that the usually composed class monitor now harbored a hint of worry in her expression. The previously cheerful Lan Peipei had also fallen silent, merely signaling to be cautious with her eyes. Wang Chuxing's face appeared somewhat grave. What's the matter? It's not like we're heading to the battlefield. Su Bai smiled confidently, taking a sip of coffee before momentarily pausing. What's wrong? Should I rest a bit more? I can request that from the instructors. Old Bai had been watching him closely, promptly noticing the anomaly. It's nothing, just that the coffee is a bit bitter. Su Bai continued to drink, finishing half of it. Suddenly, a game notification rang in his ears. Drank ice soul poison tea, talent, immune to all poisons activated, immune now. The coffee was indeed poisoned. Yet, the previous cups, even those consumed by his companions, had posed no issues. This meant someone had switched the drinks during the third match. Among those who could tamper with it in the preparation area were only the logistics teachers. A familiar name surfaced in his mind, Tong Qi. Su Bai's anger flared even more. He had thought the situation was shameless enough, yet it was darker than he had imagined. He placed the remaining half of the coffee on the table and winked at Baisiener. Class monitor, please keep this half cup of coffee safe for me. I will drink it after the match. Baisiener tilted her head slightly, a few strands of black hair falling, looking at Su Bai with confusion. Su Bai patted Old Bai's shoulder. Teacher, keep an eye on the coffee machine. Do not let anyone tamper with it. After saying this, he disregarded the puzzled gazes of those around him and strode towards the arena. Chapter 62. The finale. The Black Lotus stirs, the explosive fire gun reduced to ashes. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Su Bai and Lu Yihui ascended the stage together. In this moment, the other 9 arenas faded into the background. The gaze of the prodigies, the countless cameras, and the great figures in the audience were all focused here. Lu Yihui, the grandson of the esteemed director of the Education Bureau, was an epic class, a water and poison dual attribute assassin known as the Underwater Venom Stinger. As the champion of the War Academy, he was also regarded as one of the seed candidates for the sprint camp. On the other hand, Su Bai, though a mere fisherman draped in white, had repeatedly created miracles, becoming a champion of prestigious schools. The only unfair aspect was that Su Bai's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his breath slightly unsteady. Strange, he had just regained his color. Why does he look worse now? The keen-eyed teacher would notice the anomaly. On the stage, the radiant Lu Yihui mocked Su Bai. Fisherman, after 3 consecutive battles, do you not feel fatigued? But let me tell you, your nightmare is only just beginning. One misstep from me, and you were cast into the sea. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Seeing through the true faces of their father and son. Su Bai's heart was filled with derision. Have you finished your pointless chatter? Where do you wish to fall this time? This retort left Lu Yihui momentarily speechless, his face twitching. Above them, the water droplet robot reappeared, randomly selecting the battlefield. The blue field card flew out, showcasing various scenes such as yellow forests and azure deep seas. Ultimately, it settled upon a backdrop of shallow blue waters, with dark gray reefs scattered like chess pieces. Battlefield, shallow sea reefs. As the radiance faded, the waves surged, crashing against hundreds of protruding reefs. Su Bai landed on a precarious rock, while Lu Yihui, with a splash, plunged directly into the sea, disappearing from sight. This is bad. This is the most favorable battlefield for an assassin. Old Bai felt his heart race. Su Bai's debuffs had stacked up. It is hard to dismiss this as mere coincidence. Bai Xian'er furrowed her brow, contemplating the half cup of coffee, her gaze reflective. If I were on this battlefield, I would likely lose to an underwater assassin. Lan Peipei's demeanor had lost its previous lightness. What they were grateful for was that on the reef, Su Bai did not panic. He gazed out, the waves crashing against the rocks, the mist swirling chaotically, momentarily obscuring Lu Yihui's presence. No rush. Su Bai gently donned the crown of the Serpent King, gripping the tetanus sword in his right hand and the thorn blood dagger, seized from Lu Yihui in his left as he walked slowly across the reef. This fully armed state had never been displayed before. Below, Lu Qing's face twitched. Was this not deliberately designed to trap his son? Haha, he had been too subtle earlier. Sikong Bei chuckled at this scene. If he wins this match, he may yet break into the top 20. Qi Zhao countered. Look at his unsteady footing and dazed expression. It is evident his stamina has been severely depleted. He will not last in this battle. Beside them, Professor Li scrutinized Su Bai closely, frowning. He seemed fine just a moment ago. As the crowd outside continued their discussions, suddenly a wave crashed. A scarcely noticeable water projectile, no larger than a fist, was propelled forth. In a moment of distraction, Su Bai failed to perceive it until it was nearly upon him, his senses issuing urgent warnings. With a fleeting shadow of the blood cooling beneath his feet, he swiftly maneuvered several meters to evade the oncoming attack. As the water projectile missed its target and struck the rock behind him, a thunderous explosion ensued, shattering the towering stone over 2 meters high. The searing crimson shockwave caused Su Bai's expression to shift dramatically. He leapt away from the jagged reef in alarm. Was this a heat weapon? This was outrageous. To compound his misfortune, as he soared through the air, another water projectile shot forth from the ocean's surface. Lu Yihui's figure emerged below, brandishing a fiery red spear, flashing a grin toward the cameras. In this critical moment, Su Bai swung his tetanus sword towards the waves, using the recoil to propel himself onto the reef. The mist water projectile detonated in midair, erupting into a fiery cloud with a diameter of over 3 meters, causing Sikong Bei's brows to twitch in astonishment. If I am not mistaken, that is a restricted weapon, a burst rifle. Since when can students employ such tools in combat? Sikong Bei demanded an explanation. Some mentors furrowed their brows, recognizing the violation of regulations. Yet, Qi Zhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, after all, he is an assassin, whose frontal attack capabilities are somewhat lacking. He requires certain weapons to compensate for his deficiencies. His dagger was seized by Su Bai, and this must have been a makeshift solution. Observe, he has fired twice and missed both times, indicating it was not intentional. Sikong Bei scoffed, warning that Su Bai better not suffer any misfortune, or he would investigate the matter thoroughly. The discussion would be postponed until the match concluded. The city lord raised his hand, halting the discord. How shameless. In the preparation area, when Xin watched anxiously, while Bai Xian'er, Lan Peipei, and others wore furrowed brows. Old Bai, observing Su Bai continually evading the water projectiles on the reef, felt compelled to protest to the mentors. After narrowly dodging another water projectile, Su Bai muttered in frustration, if that is the case, I shall join you beneath the waves for some fun. He leapt into the sea, enveloped in blood-red spiritual mist, gliding through the depths like a majestic blood-colored koan, in search of his foe. Choosing to dive into the water, Lu Yihui, who had been hiding in the aquatic shadows, felt a surge of excitement. Gripping his water gun in one hand and unsheathing a dagger in the other, he descended into the depths. Upon entering the water, Su Bai became acutely aware of the shifting currents, swiftly swimming in a specific direction. Along the way, he encountered a barrage of water projectiles. It is well known that explosions in water amplify their destructive power. The shockwave sent Su Bai tumbling several meters. Found you. He spotted Lu Yihui, clad in a dark diving suit, smirking at him from a corner of a coral reef. In a sudden movement, multiple phantoms of Lu Yihui emerged, skillfully evading him, clearly a manifestation of his professional skills. However, Su Bai had no time to engage in a prolonged duel and was wary of the burst rifle's might. The 2 serpentine shadows on his helmet sprang to life, unleashing a mental shockwave centered around Su Bai, pressing toward Lu Yihui. Instantly, one of the phantoms faltered, causing the remaining illusions to dissipate like bubbles. Yet, this was not the end. A flicker of darkness flashed in Su Bai's eyes, and a chilling gaze fixed upon Lu Yihui. The Serpent King's stare. Su Bai's mental prowess far surpassed Lu Yihui's, and with the enhancement of his equipment, he seized control of the moment, rendering Lu Yihui immobile. Su Bai raised the tetanus sword without hesitation, spiritual energy surging into the blade. Water mirror slash. 3 sword energies, akin to beams of light, surged toward Lu Yihui, startling those watching, including Lu Qing, who gasped for breath. Move. A flicker of shadow passed over Lu Yihui's abdomen, and with a slight movement of his finger, he activated the burst water gun. Boom. The weapon discharged once more, exploding around him and boiling the seawater to shield against the incoming sword energy. Su Bai accelerated forward, brandishing the blood-stained dagger in his left hand, aiming it at Lu Yihui, returning the favor. Lu Yihui's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised the burst rifle in defense. It was his only means of threatening Su Bai. Too late. Su Bai chuckled coldly. Just as he intended to sever it with his dagger, a shadow within him stirred. A dark silhouette flickered across his abdomen, and at the moment of contact with the burst rifle, this priceless weapon, crafted from rare volcanic rock and worth millions, disintegrated into ash. Lu Yihui stood in stunned silence, watching the remnants of his weapon dissolve before his eyes. Before he could react, Su Bai's familiar dagger lunged toward his neck. Unbeknownst to everyone, Su Bai's right hand subtly lifted. The tetanus sword brushed past him with a whisper. Chapter 63. Lu Qing, drenched in a faceful of spray. Su Bai's unexpected windfall. How could this be? Lu Qing's eyes widened as he clutched the iron railing tightly. Many mentors narrowed their eyes, initially believing Lu Yihui had utilized a disposable item. If it were a one-time use, it might be somewhat acceptable. As the results were revealed, Sikong Bei erupted in laughter, turning to his old rival, taunting. Looks like Teacher Qi had to splurge. For million. That is no small sum. Qi Zhao forced a strained smile, acknowledging, it appears your students are quite formidable. Was that a mental control technique? Achieving this level solely on personal merit. Imagine if he were given a superior profession. Despite many mentors losing their bets, their opinions of Su Bai shifted dramatically. On the arena, as the seawater receded and the rocks ascended, the scene transformed back into data, reconstituting into cards. Accompanied by Lu Yihui's anguished scream, he fainted. A water droplet robot approached, announcing the results. Winner, Su Bai, your rank has risen to 35th place. Keep up the good work. Cousin, you're amazing. When Xin squealed in excitement, Bai Xian wore a relieved smile, while Lan Pei gently applauded with her delicate fingers. Old Bai exhaled in relief. Just as they celebrated, Lu Qing stormed onto the arena, seizing his son, his narrowed eyes fixed menacingly on Su Bai. Why did the poison not take effect? Could it be that Tong Qi betrayed him? As this thought crossed Lu Qing's mind, he suddenly noticed Su Bai's complexion flush with an unnatural hue. With a cough, Su Bai expelled a mouthful of toxic blood, tainted with dark impurities, drenching the vice principal in a crimson spray. The crowd erupted in chaos as Su Bai collapsed with a thud. What just happened? The arena was in turmoil as Old Bai rushed onto the stage, his face a stormy shade of concern, checking Su Bai's blood. Doctor, quickly. He has been poisoned. Du Guingqi, Qin Chuan, and others exchanged glances, realizing he had been poisoned. Fang Hua's voice rang out sharply. Some individuals will resort to any despicable means for victory. I demand a thorough investigation. The events unfolding below naturally attracted the attention of the city lord and others, as Sikong Bei, his face grim, ordered, investigate, especially the food in the preparation area. Bai Xian promptly presented the coffee she had previously saved. Upon inspecting the self-service coffee machine, it was astonishingly revealed that the logistics teacher had tampered with it. The surveillance throughout the venue was exceedingly rigorous. It did not take long before Tong Qi was swiftly apprehended. Teachers, I had no knowledge that the coffee was poisoned. Tong Qi stammered, his jowls quivering, his small eyes involuntarily darting toward Lu Qing in a desperate plea for help. However, Lu Qing was preoccupied, awkwardly wiping the bloodstains from his own attire while tending to his son's injuries, leaving no room for concern for Tong Qi. Useless fool. How could you be so careless with the poison? Lu Qing silently cursed. No matter how Tong Qi spun his words, the evidence was irrefutable. If he divulged who had orchestrated this, he might receive a lenient sentence. Otherwise, he would face years of confinement. Old Bai fixed a steely gaze upon this former colleague. Before the assembly of esteemed individuals, including the city lord, Tong Qi gritted his teeth. It was my oversight. No one instructed me. Take him away. Expel him from the island, and confine him for thorough investigation, commanded the city lord, signaling the first individual to be dismissed from the training. The students wore peculiar expressions. Someone remarked, just moments ago, which teacher suggested expelling Su Bai from the island. Now we see someone actually being sent out, and it's a teacher. Lu Qing, covered in grime and cradling his unconscious son, felt increasingly humiliated. Fury coursed through him. The bloodstains between his son's legs ignited a sense of foreboding. Lu Qing attempted to voice accusations against Su Bai, yet the city lord approached and declared, this matter is concluded. The dagger belongs to Su Bai, and neither party may pursue further grievances. Should I discover any further incidents, The consequences will be severe. Su Bai remained unconscious. What recourse did Lu Qing have for accountability? The city lord's words served as a clear warning. Lu Qing could only harbor resentment as he returned with his son to seek treatment. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly Lu Tianqi was watching the live broadcast, witnessing his grandson repeat the mistakes of his other grandson. Little did they know that soon, the Lu family would gain 2 eunuchs from the Ocean era. Hey, there are no outsiders here. Wake up. Once the crowd dispersed, in a corner of the medical room, Old Bai gently tapped Su Bai's face. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep a little longer. Su Bai yawned, awakening to the realization that everything had merely been a drill. The poisoning was indeed real, and even the toxic blood he expelled was genuine. The only falsehood was that he had remained unaffected throughout. Old Bai expressed his astonishment. I failed to detect any issues with the coffee, and it was infused with ice soul poison. How did you perceive it and remain unscathed? Lying on the white hospital bed, Su Bai grinned. I was fortunate enough to catch a rare fish. After consuming it, I became immune to all poisons. Are you still a fisherman? Old Bai sighed in wonder, feeling for the first time in his life that he had misjudged someone. The subsequent events naturally had no bearing on Su Bai, thanks to the poisoning. The mentoring team felt remorseful and sought to compensate him with a residence originally intended for instructors. Hearing Sea Pavilion, which boasted a 50-fold acceleration, akin to the 3 top-tier villas. Many students lamented, had I known, I would have preferred to be poisoned too. Others felt indignant. Why does it seem that Su Bai has had nothing but good fortune on his journey? While they toiled and bled in competition, Su Bai reaped the rewards effortlessly. Regardless of the students' discontent, the mentors had made their decision. As the sun set, the final standings of the division competition were announced. The 3 premier residences were awarded to Hua Wenzhong, Fang Hua, and, unexpectedly, Bai Xiener. No one anticipated that, including Su Bai, they had underestimated the class monitor. She had, unbeknownst to others, wielded a slender sword of thunder, commanding storms, and had vanquished 4 seed players to claim the Bia Pavilion. The other competitors also performed admirably. Lan Pei secured the 12th position, garnering a legion of admirers, with many male students vying for her attention, when Xinxin placed 20th. In contrast, Su Bai, having not engaged in any battles, saw his rank plummet to around 40, yet the actual benefits he reaped surpassed those of the top 3. It was no wonder the students voiced their dissatisfaction. Dear classmates, despite the myriad events that transpired, the division competition has ultimately concluded successfully. During the banquet, Gu Dong delivered a speech. I hope that in the next 20 days, students will surge forward and explore the 7 Treasures Tower. Thus far, the highest record achieved by students is merely the 5th level. I hope someone can surpass this milestone. Should anyone successfully navigate the 7 Treasures Tower, they may freely select 1 treasure from the Blackwater Treasure House, including a golden career card. The City Lord's final remarks ignited the students' enthusiasm. The Blackwater Treasure House, the greatest cache accumulated over decades in Blackwater City. The Golden Legend, the point-washing scrolls, and everything related to the spiritual pool's treasures awaited. Chapter 64, Celebration Feast. Exploring the 7 Treasures Tower. That night, in the Hearing Sea Pavilion, a lavish celebration banquet was underway. To commemorate Su Bai's successful escape from peril and his discharge from the hospital, a joint banquet organized by Old Bai and Teacher One was held in the main hall, featuring an exquisite and sturdy redwood table laden with a sumptuous feast. There were over 10 pounds of exquisite lobsters, the finest caviar, and the coveted ice spirit fruits, all generously supplied by Hearing Sea Pavilion. Any student entering would be astonished to discover that these rare and expensive ingredients from the outside world were not the main attraction. At the center of the dining table lay perfectly grilled pieces of snake meat, drizzled with soul sauce. Lan Pei, who typically shunned meat, now held a small plate, eagerly devouring pieces of the king's snake meat with abandon, her lack of grace reminiscent of a mermaid. Her enthusiastic consumption elicited raised eyebrows from Wen Xinxin. Pei, don't eat so fast. No one is competing with you. She had already sampled this dish to the point of excess at home. Grabbing another piece of braised snake meat, she savored the explosion of flavors, her cells rejoicing to the point of making sounds. With her eyes tightly shut, Lan Pei became entranced. Xinxin, you have such good fortune at home. Why not bring me a few pieces to taste? When Xinxin chuckled innocently, well, everyone has been busy training. It's all thanks to my brother's good fishing. Why don't I become your sister-in-law in the future? Lan Pei playfully nudged her with her elbow. Oh, you certainly have a sense of humor. This was merely jest. Lan Pei, bright and open-hearted, soon forgot the comment, lamenting that Du Zhang truly lacked fortune. So what if he lost? There's no need to feel embarrassed about it. After sampling the king's snake meat and giving it high praise, Bai Xiener raised a goblet and clinked it with Su Bai's, advising, congratulations on your new residence. This time the mentors have truly put you through the ringer. Many students who initially empathized with you are now seething with indignation. Moreover, having offended Lu Qing so gravely, you must tread carefully in the coming 20 days. Su Bai raised his cup and downed the juice, replying with a smile, "Yes, I'm well aware. Regardless of my actions, the enmity has already been forged." Old Bai sighed, patting his shoulder, instructing Su Bai to contact him immediately should any emergencies arise. Wang Chuxing was also present at the celebration banquet, having ranked 171st. It was quite commendable, considering he was not a frontline combat profession. However, the once lauded figure in school, renowned for his prowess, found himself among the lowest ranks in the sprint camp. The contrast was so stark that Wang Chuxing found it difficult to accept. After silently consuming several glasses of wine, he took his leave. Lan Peipei, with a slightly rounded belly, was contemplating asking Xin to assist her back when she was taken aback to discover that Xin had already relocated her personal belongings to one of the bedrooms in Tinghai Pavilion. With an abundance of rooms available, and the atmosphere enhanced by the finest calming incense, far superior to what I possess, Xin declared with a sense of righteousness that one must take advantage of familial resources. Lan Peipei was deeply appalled by her shamelessness, yet turned to embrace her bedding, making her way into the same room as XNXN. After all, a little crowding was a trivial matter when it came to cultivation. "Xiner, why don't you join us here?" Lan Peipei called out, peeking her head out from the bedroom in her shark-shaped pajamas. Bai Xiner threw a disdainful glance her way before gracefully retreating to her own Boya pavilion. As the evening banquet concluded, silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Bai sat quietly in the training room, intricately carved from rare sea blue jade. The calming incense lit within wafted a delicate fragrance. Lu Qing had indeed spared no expense, even bringing out the explosive rifle, turning his focus inward. Su Bai realized that through the trials of numerous battles, his spiritual energy had become more refined. Yet, the most extraordinary aspect remained the black lotus swaying within the spiritual pool. At this moment, the lotus petals closed, with a faint red glow flickering within the flower core, adding an air of mystery. This was the energy absorbed from the explosive rifle, coalescing into an enigmatic form, a ticking time bomb, floating within Su Bai's body, causing his eyelids to twitch incessantly. The explosive rifle itself was crafted from a single piece of solid volcanic rock, forged through countless trials deep beneath the ocean's surface, harboring a terrifying energy that was now enveloped by the lotus core, subtly emanating a sense of destruction. Su Bai could vaguely perceive that energy being compressed and refined continuously. For now, he decided to let it be as he practiced the North Underworld breathing technique. In the rich atmosphere where the calming incense produced spiritual vapor at 50 times the usual potency, the spiritual pool within him gradually rose. The walls of the pool had reached their maximum durability, and to transform it into a true North Underworld pool, he still required the crucial material, North Underworld stone, which was indeed present in the treasure vault. In the ensuing 20 days at the sprint camp, he would undoubtedly confront Lu Qing for a life-and-death struggle. His adversary was no longer Lu Yihui, but rather his father, even the entire Lu family. After all, they had been entrenched in Blackwater City for decades, their influence intricately woven. With life-and-death enemies looming, the uncertainties surrounding his parents' deaths left Su Bai no room to squander even a moment. Meanwhile, in the same night, beneath the same sky, on the same island, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from a mentor's building. My leg, my leg." Lu Yihui lay on the bed, crying out in agony. During the day, he had been oblivious, thinking he had merely sustained a minor injury, and after some treatment from the doctor, he returned home only to realize that he could no longer move his legs at all. Recalling the recent moment when he had mocked his cousin, Lu Yihui's face turned as pale as a sheet. He could not bear the thought of becoming the second eunuch of the ocean era. "Dad, you must save me. Save your future grandson." He clutched Lu Qing's sleeve tightly, as if grasping at the last lifeline. Lu Qing's face turned ashen as he bent down to examine the small sword wound between his son's legs. Despite the wound being only the length of a finger, it emitted a strange green glow. Even his drastic measure of excising the surrounding infected tissue could not halt the mysterious poison spread. More critically, the wound's location was utterly precarious. It directly impacted the root. Not long ago, he had mocked his brother-in-law. Now, calamity had befallen his son, leaving Lu Qing's mind a blank slate. "I will kill that wretched boy." Feng Hai quickly restrained Lu Qing, advising, "That little brat has just been injured, and everyone is watching. The city lord is also paying attention. If anything goes awry now, we will be the first ones to face the consequences. Am I to let my son's grievance go unavenged?" Lu Qing's brows furrowed with murderous intent. It had always been his family that bullied others. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Yet, the sensitivity of the injury and its small size made it impossible to report to the mentor group without considering his son's dignity. This unbearable situation nearly drove Lu Qin to the brink of bloodshed. At present, the most pressing matter was, of course, to heal Yihui's wounds. Feng Hai calmly analyzed. He is on the island for over 10 more days. As a mentor, you will surely have opportunities to create obstacles when the time comes. Disposing of him will be a simple task. After Feng Hai's persuasive words, filled with reason and emotion, Lu Qin gradually regained his composure. A moment's carelessness had led to such immense trouble. He should have reunited the family 2 years prior. Later that night, when Lu Tianqi received his son's desperate plea for help, his mind was utterly stunned. What? My grandson is also a eunuch? After a night of arduous cultivation. The next day, Su Bai opened his eyes, brimming with vitality. He had transformed his struggles into resources, advancing one step closer to unlocking the 5th pool. Before dawn, on the rooftops and balconies of various villas, numerous students sat cross-legged, inhaling the white spiritual vapor. The sight of 100 students practicing in unison created a spectacle reminiscent of rivers flowing back to the sea, a sight that drew admiration. Good morning, brother. A voice called from a mat on the Tinghai Pavilion rooftop, as when Xin lightly waved her flower-like hand in greeting. Beside her sat Lan Peipei, immersed in her cultivation. Lan Peipei had shed her previous lively demeanor and appeared remarkably serene. Under the morning light, she emanated an air of mystery. Sensing someone's gaze, Lan Peipei opened her eyes, her sapphire-like gaze landing on Su Bai as she teased, "Surely, you haven't been captivated by me? I called you all for breakfast." Shortly thereafter, the three descended. Su Bai and the 2 young ladies savored a lavish feast crafted specifically for the students. Featuring delicacies such as heart-awakening lotus seed soup and prosperous pool steamed buns, which left several passing students green with envy. "Come, stop staring," she is a patient. Specially permitted by the chief mentor, Yu Tiantao remarked sourly as he passed by. "As for us, we can only scavenge for treasures at the 7 Treasures Tower to earn some points in exchange for good items." Having just finished breakfast, a large group of students began congregating towards the treasure tower at the island's center. "We should go take a look." Su Bai had not forgotten about the daily opportunity for exploration, valued at 100,000, which was the greatest benefit of the sprint camp. The 7-story treasure tower shimmered with colors, each floor radiating a distinct hue: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. At the base, over 100 students had gathered, with several fully armed students entering the tower doors, enveloped by a beam of teleportation light, vanishing from sight. In addition, dozens of mentors, including Sikong Bei and Chi Chao, stood nearby, observing the students. The focus of the entire scene was a colorful leaderboard suspended high on the tower. 7 Treasures ranking. NO1. Hua Wenzhong, 2,850 points. Current progress. Exploring the first layer 50. NO2. Dugu Yingqi, 2,600 points. Current progress. First layer 45. NO3. Tianjiu, 2,550 points. Current progress. Exploring the first layer 44. Note: the 7 Treasures Tower conducts daily ranking calculations. The top 7 students will receive various rich rewards. Contestants are encouraged to challenge themselves early. Note 2. At the conclusion of the total sprint camp, a final settlement will take place, wherein the 7 participants with the highest total points and achievements will be able to randomly receive a treasure from the 7 Treasure Tower. The first place winner can draw from the rewards of the 7th floor, the second place from the 6th floor, and so forth. No wonder the students are so eager. It turns out there are grand prizes. The 7 Treasure Tower allows 10 individuals to explore together at a time, within mere minutes. Some are eliminated, while dozens of others await their turn to enter the tower. Certain students' challenges in the tower's highlight scenes are also broadcasted on the large screen at the base, satisfying their vanity while encouraging others to perform enthusiastically. This also enables the mentors to assess their strengths and weaknesses. Currently, the mentors are critiquing the students. Although Hua Wenzhong is presently ranked first, Fang Hua has yet to make his appearance. The 7 Treasure Tower tests a wider array of skills. Some students who were overshadowed in yesterday's competition may very well emerge victorious through the tower. For instance, Tianjiu, who ranked 9th yesterday, is achieving commendable results today. Sikong Bei gazed at the students and proclaimed loudly, "Moreover, accommodations on the island are not fixed, as long as you rank high. After the total points are settled in a week, you can be re-ranked and still reside in the top-tier villas." His words caused a stir among the students, instilling a sense of urgency in many talented individuals who were previously complacent. By this calculation, a certain injured student would only have a week of residency rights before reverting to their original position. Among the crowd, Guai-sun teased with a smile. Everyone understood who he referred to as the injured student. They were fighting tooth and nail for a slender bridge. Why should someone else receive such privileges while lying down? Gao Wenjin chuckled, exclaiming, To have 7 days of usage rights is already a stroke of fortune, with a 50-fold training speed and the best living provisions. One might never enjoy such luxuries again in their lifetime. If I were granted such treatment, I would remain in the training room 24 hours a day, perhaps leveraging this opportunity to advance further. Upon mentioning Subai, other students began to whisper among themselves. Their voices inevitably reached Subai's small team, prompting Wen Xinshin to feel indignant and wanting to defend her cousin. However, Subai preemptively spoke up. I thought I heard someone barking early this morning. It turns out it's just 2 lapdogs passing by. In front of other classmates, Subai was typically gentle and refined. Yet he would undoubtedly draw his sword against Lu Qing and Zhang Wanwen. Upon hearing his words, the two were momentarily speechless, and upon noticing Subai's gaze, they became increasingly subdued. Subai was not only more formidable than them, but also proved it through his strength, with hard power speaking volumes. Subai shot them a glance and jested. Where's your captain? Could it be that after last night's injuries, he is unable to rise today? Others were unaware that Du Sun and Gao Wenjin had witnessed Lu Yihui being hastily evacuated by a medical ship last night. If they could reduce the notorious troublemaker to such a state, how could the two dare to speak up again? At that moment, a figure emerged behind them, revealing Feng Hai. Student Su, instead of idling about, perhaps you should contemplate the 7 treasure tower more. After all, if you do not cherish this opportunity, it may not present itself again. Such matters need not trouble teacher Feng. Subai smirked dismissively. Meanwhile, the base of the tower was becoming increasingly boisterous. After all, a ticket worth 100,000 was best utilized sooner rather than later. Amidst the crowd, a striking figure appeared, catching the attention of many. It was Bai Siener from Boya Pavilion, stunningly beautiful. Make way. Bai Siener has arrived. The top-tier students are about to challenge the tower. Upon noticing his old rival approaching, Hua Wenzhong, just exiting the tower, greeted her. His eyes lit up when they fell upon Bai Siener, clad in pure white attire. The first layer is a labyrinth filled with traps, and lurking in the corners are slimes with camouflage abilities. Be exceedingly cautious. It was evident that Hua Wenzhong harbored a fondness for her, generously sharing invaluable strategies. A match made in heaven. They were both exceptional talents, and everyone understood. However, many female students felt disheartened, as her presence would overshadow their own brilliance. Bai Siener herself exhibited little reaction, merely nodding gracefully. I will explore on my own. At this moment, Feng Hua approached the tower entrance, wielding a golden spear, and jested. Hua Wenzhong, it's a pity you weren't present for the duel. Let our victories and defeats be settled within the tower. Feng Hua cast a final glance at Bai Siener, asserting, of course, you two are a formidable opponent. Set aside trivialities and focus on conquering the tower. With that, he turned and stepped inside, enveloped in a halo of light, vanishing into the depths of the tower. I shall return shortly. To everyone's surprise, Bai Siener subtly nodded at Subai, her demeanor friendly and charming, defying her usual aloofness. Subai responded, yes, you may enter first. I will wait for the next batch. And I, declared Qin Chuan, who had ranked 4th yesterday, confidently striding forward. Chapter 65. Subai enters the tower, ascending to 1st place. Everyone was taken aback. The most elite group of students had already entered. All eyes were fixed on the changes in the 7 treasure rankings. The dungeon time was accelerated. Before long, the top 10 rankings began to shift. Led by Feng Hua, Bai Siener and Qin Chuan ascended visibly. 10 minutes later, the leaderboard finally stabilized. Feng Hua soared to the top position, accumulating a total of 2,950 points and exploring 55 of the labyrinth map. Congratulations to Feng Hua for being the first student to break through the labyrinth's outer layer and enter the core area. The message that flashed across the screen unmistakably indicated today as champion. However, before the crowd could discuss, the leaderboard refreshed once more. The screen displayed Bai Siener skillfully wielding her slender sword, gracefully vanquishing the outer lightning slimes as she entered the core area. Congratulations to Bai Siener for exploring the core area, achieving a progress of 58, currently ranking 1st. Accompanied by a cascade of teleportation light, Bai Siener emerged from the tower, followed closely by Feng Hua, Qin Chuan, and several other challengers. Feng Hua, no longer as self-assured as before, gazed at Bai Siener's stunning figure with a complex expression. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Hua Wenzhong, now in 3rd place, wore a smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. Come, let us also venture in. Subai beckoned Wen Xinshin and Lan Peipei to join him. As the two groups brushed past one another at the exit, Subai and Bai Siener exchanged a knowing glance and a nod. Let the show begin. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in Feng Hua's eyes. Hua Wenzhong's face displayed clear disdain. You? Just look, the fishing expert Subai has also entered. TSK. Let us see how much he can explore. I estimate his true strength to be around the 50 mark. Subai's notoriety was unparalleled. compounded by the controversies surrounding his residence in Tinghai Pavilion, drawing considerable attention even among the mentors. This time, I genuinely wish to see what he is capable of. Qi Zhao glared at Su Bai's retreating figure with ill intent. Please confirm, would you like to challenge the 7 treasure tower? As Su Bai approached, a prompt appeared before him. After he clicked to agree, a beam of teleportation light descended from the heavens, and Su Bai's figure vanished from the spot. When Xin, Lan Peipei, and several other challengers disappeared as well. Within the dim and damp labyrinth, accompanied by a burst of mysterious light, Su Bai materialized in this place. Is this the first layer of the maze? Grasping the tetanus blade, Su Bai cautiously surveyed the surrounding walls. The monsters of the first layer are none other than the most common and ubiquitous creatures, the slimes. While they are easily recognizable in the outside world, within the labyrinth, a moment's negligence could lead to peril. An inconspicuous black that suddenly erupted from the wall. It was a blue-black slime, sprouting terrifying fangs from its base, plummeting directly towards Su Bai's face. Corrupted slime. An initial tier monster infected by the aura of the abyss, sprouting fangs, and preferring to lurk in corners to ambush passing travelers. With no one else present in the tower, Su Bai felt no need to hold back. With a gentle swing of his sword, a crystalline blade of energy cleaved the corrupted slime in two. A single strike, and it was slain. Points, 100. Su Bai picked up a piece of transparent jelly it had dropped. This was the essence of the slime, capable of enhancing the spiritual pool of practitioners upon absorption, nurturing their physical forms. After slaying one slime, it seemed to have provoked its hidden companions. From the shadows, variously shaped slimes began to slither towards him. Bayou. Some even unleashed water arrows, their power astonishing enough to pierce through walls several dozen meters thick. Moreover, a dark slime silently approached, extending a sticky tentacle in an attempt to ensnare Su Bai's legs. Warning. You have angered the monsters. A small horde of slimes is rapidly approaching. It is advised for challengers to avoid confrontation. Su Bai glanced up. No fewer than 10 slimes were attacking from all directions. Had it been anyone else, they would surely retreat while eliminating the threats. However, Su Bai, confident in his divine power, boldly advanced with a single sword held aloft, unafraid. In the inter-academy competition, he had been continuously wary of the old turtle Lu Qing, feeling restrained. Here, there were no limitations. With merely the water spirit power of the tetanus blade and the sword energy forged from the nurturing Kuan spirit vapor within him, Su Bai dispatched one slime with each swing of his sword. Even when water arrows shot towards him, he did not flinch. Instead, he met them head-on with a surge of spiritual vapor, cleaving through them. As he walked and fought, Su Bai moved with grace and ease, treating it all as a warm-up. Within just 2 minutes, he had dispatched this batch of slimes and continued onward. His current score had reached 1,500. On the 7 treasures leaderboard, his name prominently appeared, ranking him at 45. This should be his limit. Outside the tower, Guaisen remarked, and his companion, Gao Wenjin, nodded in agreement. Although we have only spent 2 minutes outside, who knows how long Su Bai has been inside? Bai Xianer frowned slightly. Displeased with the two from the War Academy, Hua Wenzhong scoffed. Since you are so interested in what is inside, why not venture in yourselves? Indeed, one must step onto the stage to truly understand it. Some well-meaning individuals encouraged them. Seeing Hua Wenzhong speak up, the two dared not utter another word. Retreating to a corner, their hearts filled with resentment that Lu Yihue was not present, leaving them without support. Suddenly, Su Bai's name on the leaderboard surged again, unexpectedly gaining an additional 300 points, soaring to 38th place. What? Many challengers understood what this meant. He had likely slain an elite monster, or even a boss. On the periphery of the first layer of the maze, Su Bai withdrew the tetanus blade from a mass of green slime. Not bad for a mimicry skill. Though its raw strength was somewhat lacking, Su Bai commented. This slime leader was equivalent to a second-tier realm, potentially causing significant trouble for other challengers. However, for him, it was merely a couple of extra strikes. To his surprise, he also obtained a white card, which could fetch 2,000 to 3,000. It was no wonder the ticket was worth 100,000. As Su Bai gazed ahead, the dim walls of the maze obscured his vision. But he could vaguely discern a towering wall obstructing his path. That was indeed the guard boss of the periphery. After proceeding a short distance, his points surpassed 2,000. Su Bai activated the spiritual vapor in his eyes, finally discerning the true nature of that wall. It was composed of dozens of dark slimes. Upon detecting an enemy's approach, the 5-meter-high flesh wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, crashing down towards Su Bai like an avalanche. Warning, you have explored 50 of the first layer. A vast horde of slimes will soon overwhelm you. Defeat them to delve into the core of the maze. In such a scenario, others would surely retreat at the first opportunity, yet Su Bai burst into laughter. Gathering together is advantageous. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down individually. With both hands gripping his sword and water vapor accumulating upon its blade, as the wave of slimes surged toward him, a 10-meter-long tidal slash met them head-on. Boom. In an instant, it was as if a chasm had separated the waves. Dozens of slimes were cleaved by the sword energy, perishing on the spot. The sound of chimes signaling points filled his ears, but he had no time to check. For behind the wall of slimes was a super slime. The size of a small hill, at least 10 times the size of an ordinary slime, swiftly retreating towards the core area. Blood oozed from a fresh sword wound on the super slime's rear, a result of the previous attack. One strike breaks the army. Your attack has frightened the guard boss, the corrupted slime king, causing it to flee. Ah, this is unexpected. Subai did not anticipate the slime to be so timid. He dashed forward in pursuit. Suddenly, a faint pain shot through his shoulder. With heightened awareness, Subai instinctively sidestepped. The slime king shot forth a 10-meter-long black tentacle at an astonishing angle. This was a part of its body, exhibiting remarkable agility. After its initial strike missed, it curved back, attempting to ensnare Subai. Clever, it feigned weakness. Subai shook his head with a smile, remaining calm as he swung his sword fiercely at the tentacle. The slime, akin to soft mud, naturally had a poor defense against blunt weapons. For others, this would be a troublesome endeavor. However, the tetanus blade was originally a golden weapon, even if rusted. Its material remained unchanged. In an instant, he severed the tentacle, which flopped limply to the ground after a few feeble thrashes. In pain, the slime king dared not retaliate. It rolled away and escaped, but at this moment, it was too late. No matter how cunning the slime king was, splitting into two forms, it could not evade the simultaneous strikes of Subai's two water mirror sword energies, accompanied by over 3 meters of sword energy slicing into the depths of the maze. The massive body of the slime king was cleaved into 4 pieces, its core obliterated, leading to its complete demise. Congratulations on slaying the slime king. Points, 1,000. Current total points, 3,100. Maze exploration, 60. Ranked first on the 7 treasures leaderboard. Not bad. A gentle smile graced Subai's lips as he sheathed his sword and approached to inspect his spoils. He saw the immense body of the slime king slowly merging into the labyrinth floor, leaving behind a shining vial of potion and a green card. Subai stepped forward to examine the 2 pieces of loot. Multicolored spirit water. Only slimes that have survived for over 100 years can accumulate a small vial of spirit water within their bodies, which can be consumed, used as a medicinal catalyst, or employed as a spellcasting material. It can assist you in overcoming a minor obstacle in one fell swoop. But the cost is the lingering presence of an abyssal aura. Use it with caution. Spirit of the slime. Green card, upon use. It allows the formation of a small slime within the spirit pool, capable of assisting you in transporting spirit vapor, accelerating your cultivation speed, and aiding in combat. This card is quite exceptional, with rare attributes. If sold, it might fetch hundreds of thousands. Subai immediately used it, and amidst a swirl of green light, a thumb-sized creature, transparent with a hint of blue glimmer, resembling a piece of modeling clay, appeared in his palm. The little creature curiously explored this new world, peeking and prodding before burrowing into Subai's hand. In that instant, Subai felt a chilling aura. He could easily control the life and death of the slime. Within the blood-red spirit pool, the little creature swam around curiously, its cold body slightly cooling the scalding blood pool. Upon seeing the black lotus at the center, the little slime was evidently startled and quickly swam to the side. After realizing it was not in immediate danger, it cautiously extended a portion of its body, circling the black lotus. The core of the lotus emitted a faint red glow, seemingly indifferent to its new neighbor. You had better keep your distance. Subai turned his focus inward, guiding the little slime to stay where it felt comfortable. If it weren't for the black lotus currently digesting the energy of volcanic rock, it would have devoured the slime long ago. The spirit pool was limited in size, with only 4 available. Before long, the slime discovered a charming little frog. The tadpole showed little interest in it, yet the little creature persistently attempted to greet it. Subai withdrew his gaze, grappling with how to utilize the multicolored spirit water. The effects were potent. The century-long accumulation of the slime could aid him in breaking through barriers. If maximized, it could potentially accelerate his advancement from the 8th to the 9th pool, saving him a year or 2 of effort. Regrettably, the abyssal contamination posed potential risks. One should not sacrifice long-term potential for immediate convenience. Suddenly, Subai conceived the idea of external application. He drew forth the tetanus sword, its blade still marred with rust after slaying numerous foes, concealing its former glory. Let us give it a try. Subai gently poured the multicolored spirit water over the sword, resembling a cascade of rainbows. To his astonishment, the bronze rust began to slough off in layers, revealing a radiant golden light that burst forth within the labyrinth. The spirit water cleanses the mundane, and the golden sword regains its brilliance. The rust-covered bronze sword advances, resurrecting as the resplendent silver sword. Skill upgrade: Heavy River Empowerment, River Slash, Silver Corrosion. New skill acquired, Severing Strike. Is this truly my sword? Subai held the dazzling silver sword, nearly unrecognizable, momentarily speechless. Upon discerning the 3 upgraded skills, he gasped in astonishment. Attack power increased tenfold. Capable of severing rivers with a single blow. Silver Corrosion could reduce health by 10 points per minute. If previously, the tetanus sword merely inflicted a minor wound, it now threatened to result in amputation within minutes, lest one's life be at stake. As for the newly acquired skill, its effect was straightforward. Any weapon or armor below the golden tier had a significant chance of being severed in one strike. Subai was enamored with the new silver sword, itching to find a boss to test its might. Continuing deeper into the labyrinth, he wondered where Xin and the others had gone. As he ventured further into the core zone, they had all exited the tower. Unbeknownst to him, his achievements had already stirred a considerable uproar outside. With a score of 3,100 points, it implied the near annihilation of the elite monsters guarding the area, as well as the boss. Wang Chuxing stared at the 7 treasure rankings in disbelief. Everyone, including him, had assumed Subai was merely lucky. Now, it was evident that this was not the case. Had they underestimated him? Seeing himself relegated to 4th place, Hua Wenzhong's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Everyone had underestimated him. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow. Another contender has emerged, intriguing indeed. Bai Xianer appeared unsurprised, seemingly having anticipated this outcome, calmly stating, he is still advancing. Among the crowd, Gui's son and Gao Wenjin were hiding in the shadows, peering in. Qin Chuan, Dugu Yingqi, Tianjiao, and all others turned their eyes towards the 7 treasure rankings. What kind of miracle could he possibly achieve? Chapter 66. The Clay Boss, Consumed by the Black Lotus. The essence of clay. The heart of the labyrinth was even dimmer than the periphery. Towering black walls loomed like mountains, creating an atmosphere of tension, as if enemies could spring forth from the shadows at any moment. To make matters worse, the ground was no longer solid but rather a quagmire. With each step, he pulled up several pounds of muck, hindering his movement. What manner of creature is this? Subai ventured into this territory. He swiftly dispatched a mud-like creature underfoot. Checking its information panel. Mud monster. A poison-type creature corrupted by the abyss, said to be closely related to slimes. It possesses all of their abilities, along with inherent toxins and corrosion skills. Do not engage with bare hands. Subai marveled, withdrawing the tetanus sword and continuing forward. At a turn, he noticed the muck writhing beneath him. Pairs of pitch-black eyes emerged from below. Bayou. They spat forth a jet of black venom, sizzling in the air. It looked filthy. Subai lightly leaped, executing a skill to evade the attack. Let us see how sharp the sword truly is. With a gentle infusion of spirit vapor into the sword, it trembled subtly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of water, effortlessly cleaving the mud monsters as if they were mere chaff. 1,000 points. Staring at the treasures scattered across the ground, Subai took a moment to process. Did you fall before I even exerted myself? It wasn't he that the enemies were too weak, but rather that he was too strong. Shaking his head, he began to gather the spoils. Mud essence, a transformative material, capable of direct absorption, reinforcing the walls of the spirit pool to accommodate more and fiercer spirit vapor. A valuable find, complementing the slime essence. One enhances spirit vapor for quicker upgrades, while the other improves aptitude and potential. Subai continued his journey, sensing a disturbance in the spirit pool. It turned out the tadpole was bothered by the little slime and had decided to venture out for a reprieve. Subai readily agreed. Another mysterious journey would be delightful. With a flash of green light, the adorable tadpole curiously observed its unfamiliar surroundings, lacking any inclination for adventure. Thus, Subai embarked on exploring the labyrinth alongside the tadpole. The pressure from the mud monsters was minimal. As long as he avoided being encircled, he was a point-gathering machine. Points could be exchanged for treasures in the treasure vault. He even found the time to absorb the slime essence and mud essence during his journey. Subai could sense that the opening of the 5th pool was drawing near. Quack! As they passed a muddy elevation, the tadpole suddenly issued a warning. Subai dared not delay, leaping forward to land on the quagmire. Suddenly, the elevated ground ahead began to tremble, and a colossal creature, towering at 8 meters, its form enveloped in flowing sludge, slowly stirred into wakefulness. Its mountain-like body flickered to life, illuminating 2 crimson eyes. Upon spotting Subai, the monster joyously split its maw wide, excitedly releasing a torrent of sludge. Finally, after such a long time, someone had presented themselves at its doorstep. A description of the creature materialized before Subai's eyes. Name: Super Slime Collective. Level: Intermediate Tier 1 Boss. Skills: Splitting, Venomous, Rain of Sludge. Description: Formed from an abundance of sludge, it possesses substantial health and troublesome skills. With a minimum recommended challenge level, 6th Pool Realm. Its mere appearance was intimidating. Before Subai could make a move, the slime collective's body began to quiver, sending ripples of sludge cascading from its form. As these blobs hit the ground, they transformed into small slime monsters, surging towards Subai in a coordinated assault. Kill him. Tear him apart. I want to eat, cried the horde of slime creatures, their speed astonishing as they charged forth, spewing black froth. Unlike the previously chaotic monsters, they worked together in an orderly fashion, surrounding him from all directions, with the black froth creating an impenetrable barrier. At last, a worthy challenge. Subai stamped his feet and retreated swiftly, brandishing his silver sword and unleashing 3 streams of water-like sword energy. Bolstered by his equipment, the water mirror sword energy extended over 5 meters, roaring past like 3 rushing rivers, devouring the black froth. However, these creatures, birthed from a boss, were not so easily vanquished. They were merely heavily wounded and scattered rather than obliterated. Just as Subai intended to deliver a finishing blow, he was astonished to see the slime collective shift its massive form, swallowing the injured slimes and birthing new minions. Goodness, if this cycle continues, it could go on indefinitely, Subai thought, feeling a slight headache as yet another wave of small slimes approached. No wonder others retreated upon encountering it. It was indeed a troublesome foe. However, for Subai, this was merely a challenge to be met. He continued to grapple with the boss for a while longer, testing another skill, Rain of Sludge, before no longer holding back. Water Mirror Slash. Once more, 3 torrents of sword energy surged forth, scattering the small monsters. Without waiting for the boss to reclaim them, Subai dashed forward, raising the tetanus sword high. Slash of the river. A surge of blood energy coursed through his body into the sword, and Subai heard the resonating hum of the tetanus sword. In the next moment, a sword energy as fierce as a rushing river cleaved towards the slime collective, amplified tenfold compared to his previous skill. The massive form of the boss trembled, and at the critical moment, it spewed forth a deluge of sludge, attempting to counter the slash of the river, yet it was still no match for the sword energy. Boom. Sludge scattered across the ground, the mountain-like form reduced to ashes. Yet Subai did not breathe a sigh of relief. No notification rang out, and the boss was not yet defeated. After a meticulous search, Subai discovered a small patch of sludge, significantly darker than the others, writhing rapidly in a corner, attempting to escape. He swiftly stepped forward and prodded it with his sword. Essence of fertile soil. A minuscule fragment formed from the convergence of countless sludge. If returned to the wild, it will soon restore its original form. Slaying it may yield a rare domain card, which can be absorbed as a material to fundamentally enhance the spiritual pool's quality. It can also be utilized to craft various equipment and potions. It seemed quite rare. Subai gazed at the sludge still writhing on his sword's tip, and tentatively reached out, only to feel a strange stir within him. The prior urge to devour surged once more. Wait a moment. Before Subai could halt the process, a dark light erupted from his fingertips. A petal of the black lotus flashed past, instantly consuming the essence of fertile soil. The boss stood defenseless. Brother, if you're going to eat it, at least give me a heads up. Subai inwardly examined himself, astonished to find that a patch of fertile sludge had quietly formed at the root of the black lotus floating in the pool, a faint spiritual glow emanating from it. Absorbed by the roots, causing the black lotus to sway with newfound vigor. Even the energy from within him, previously volatile, had calmed slightly. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, a surge of fertile power radiated from within him, impacting the 4 pools. Chapter 67. Opening the 5th pool, Hidden Room, Flesh Mushroom Room. Crack. Subai's insides resonated. His daily consumption of precious fish and practice of the biming breathing technique had fortified the foundation of his spiritual pool. Even so, suddenly hit by a shockwave felt as if a tempest had surged through him. Subai dared not delay, transforming into a fleeting shadow, hiding in a corner of the maze to meditate. Was this a response to the black lotus absorbing the fertile soil? Guided by the biming breathing technique, Subai gradually opened the 5th spiritual pool in his abdomen. Compared to the previous 4, the walls of the 5th pool were exceptionally solid, and even his blood energy had dimmed slightly. Had he just advanced? Subai did not expect to evolve on the 2nd day of arriving on the island. Yet the 5th pool remained empty. Deciding to absorb the previously obtained slime essence to replenish spiritual energy, he realized the urgency of acquiring biming stones. Sensing his spiritual pool becoming increasingly robust, Subai understood that time was of the essence. The later it became, the more challenging it would be to reshape the pool walls. Fortunately, it was available on the island. As Subai immersed himself in cultivation, he remained oblivious to the tempest brewing outside the tower. What was happening? Subai's score had reached 4,500. Could it be that he found a loophole to farm points? Qin Chuan's eyes widened as he pointed at the 7 treasures leaderboard, where it boldly displayed. In 01, Subai, 4,500 points, current exploration level, 81. The second place by Siener had merely 58. Previously cautious, Hua Wen's brow furrowed deeply, filled with confusion, unable to fathom the situation. This was not following the usual script. Even Fong Hua hesitated, wondering if the fisherman had truly stumbled upon a treasure trove for point farming. This was a reasonable assumption. Within the maze, numerous pathways existed, and some challengers encountered exceptionally favorable terrains, allowing them to accumulate points until their spiritual energy was exhausted before being teleported out. Du Guingqi hesitated and said, I heard that the 7 treasures tower has hidden routes. He might have found one. Can't you acknowledge my brother's excellence? Seeing that his exploration level is already at 81, hearing the discussions laden with skepticism, when Xinshin retorted with pride. Others might not know, but did she not understand her brother's prowess? Even she, sharing the same room with him, was still in the dark. Lan Peipei scoffed. Teacher Feng, I suggest the instructors thoroughly investigate Su Bai's tower experience. Gui Sun stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation. Look, the screen hasn't even played Su Bai's strategy recordings. There must be something fishy. Gao Wenjin nodded in agreement. Logically, if one performed exceptionally, the 7 treasures tower should continuously replay the challenger's experiences. But Su Bai was an anomaly. From the beginning to now, there had been no trace of him. Playing battle scenes required the individual's consent. Bai Siener glanced back at the 2 jesters. Evidently, your prowess has not met the criteria for screen presentation. It is no wonder that you are unaware of this intelligence. You, Gui-san, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, noticed the unkind gazes of numerous male students directed at her, causing her eyebrows to twitch as she refrained from instigating a confrontation. Otherwise, without Bai Siener intervening, her admirers would have swiftly converged to deliver a beating. Gui-san cast a pleading glance towards teacher Feng Hai. Feng Hai responded, the 7 treasures tower is equipped with a specialized intelligence system for processing. It requires the approval of the mentor group and the signature of the city lord to be accessed. At this moment, the mentors nearby were also engaged in discussion. Qi Chao, who maintained a good rapport with Lu Qing, furrowed his brow deeply, pondering the true extent of his strength. He himself lacked the authority to retrieve data from the 7 treasures tower. In stark contrast to Qi Chao, Sikong Bei burst into laughter, remarking, You all claim I favor my own, yet this is solely his individual achievement. Upon his exit from the tower, I shall personally guide him. With that, he deliberately cast a glance at Qi Chao, a precaution against any underhanded schemes from certain individuals. The presence of such an outstanding student is indeed a boon for Heishui City. Qi Chao, maintaining a stoic expression, continued. It seems that student Su will be able to remain in the listening sea pavilion. Naturally, Su Bai was oblivious to these happenings. After over 20 minutes of cultivating within the tower, he had absorbed all the spoils of battle, and with the 5th pool now brimming with 14. He let out a long sigh and rose to his feet. He had reached his current limit, and to continue advancing, he required higher quality spiritual materials. He beckoned the tadpole to once again perch upon his shoulder, surveying his surroundings. Earlier, in his eagerness to break through, he had recklessly charged in a random direction. Only now did he realize he had strayed from the path and arrived at a junction within the labyrinth. Regardless, as he continued deeper, he would not exit the tower. Meandering about might very well lead him to the guardian boss. Confident in his abilities, Su Bai proceeded forward with his sword drawn. The path twisted and turned, becoming increasingly obscure. Were it not for the map indicating he remained in the core area, Su Bai might have thought he had wandered off course. Am I lost? Su Bai hesitated, deciding to venture inward for another 20 minutes. If he did not encounter the boss by then, he would retreat to consult the maps of others. After walking for a while longer, the scenery before him suddenly widened. Before him lay 2 divergent paths, shrouded in darkness, rendering their shapes indistinct. Maze pathway. Challengers must choose their path forward. This, Su Bai found himself grappling with indecision. After some contemplation, he entrusted the choice to the tadpole. Little one, your luck is quite high. Do not let me down. Whichever you choose, I shall not regret it. The tadpole croaked and leapt down, inspecting the left path before sniffing the right. Ultimately, it jumped toward the right path. Croak. The tadpole pointed in that direction. Very well, Su Bai nodded. Advancing along the right path. After a few minutes of continued travel, Su Bai encountered an entirely new type of monster. This creature, with a blood-red exterior reminiscent of a mound of flesh, exhibited greater plasticity than mud and slime, capable of mimicking humans and wielding weapons in attack. Before him, 5 armored monstrosities wielding large blades roared as they charged forth. Flesh Mud Monster Guard, a mutated creature seduced by the abyss, possessing remarkable mimicry abilities and considerable intellect. Initially, Subai believed these creatures would be comparable in strength to the sludge monsters, but upon engaging in combat, he was astonished to discover that the flesh mud monsters had even mastered combat skills, supplemented by weapons and armor, which drastically escalated the consumption of his spiritual energy. It appeared this was the path leading to the boss. After dispatching the last flesh mud monster, Subai breathed heavily. Here, he began to feel the pressure. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. The flesh mud monsters dropped a substance known as shadow flesh, which, when consumed, could enhance physical prowess and serve as a rare ingredient for crafting healing potions. As Subai contemplated the blood and flesh in his hands, he considered its potential as bait. Carnivorous fish in the game were particularly fond of such offerings. After storing the shadow flesh in his backpack, Subai pressed onward. Gradually, the dark walls on either side transformed into a blood-red hue, an ominous aura enveloping the atmosphere. This surely had a psychological deterrent effect. Silently, Subai donned the crown of the Serpent King, enveloped by a layer of mental protection. Indeed, he felt considerably better, the oppressive weight around him lifting. Sensing the boss drawing nearer, the tadpole nestled quietly in his embrace. Ahead, at the end of the maze, stood a terrifying chamber seemingly composed of flesh and blood. Obstructing his path, Maze Hidden Room, Flesh Mushroom Chamber. Recommended challenge level, 8th Pool Realm Practitioners, or at least a team of 10 seasoned practitioners.